Chapter 1 Exile. To the Land of Curses. Field managed to force a radiant smile as he awaited the pronouncement from his father, the Count of Cod. His original name was Cheen Hao, hailing from the Huagua of Blue Star, and he had traversed into this world merely 3 days prior. The good news, he was a descendant of the Count. The bad news, he was exceedingly unpopular. Field, you have reached adulthood like a mature lion. It is time for you to carve out your own path. The elegantly attired, middle-aged man infused his words with motivational fervor, yet the old Count spoke with a lackluster tone, his demeanor weary, rendering his proclamation almost ludicrous. The eyes of all present were filled with derision. The Count paused momentarily, his focus wavering, and upon regaining his composure, he astonishingly forgot where he had left off. The original owner of this body was a remarkably kind-hearted individual who selflessly relinquished the potion for awakening martial energy to his younger brother and offered the opportunity to study at the Mage Academy to his sister. He even treated every servant with kindness. Logically, such benevolence should command respect. Alas, as a noble, he was deemed a weak and incompetent fool from the aristocratic perspective. Seated beside the old Count was a mature woman, Field's stepmother. The voluptuous beauty, seated regally in the Lord's secondary chair, elegantly sipped from her teacup, then set it down, her alluring eyes glancing at Field with a condescending gaze. The sunlight cast deep ochre shadows, accentuating her prominent nose as she arrogantly raised her chin, almost directing her jaw at Field. The vast nightfall territory of the Northern Realm shall be your barony, ample enough for you to showcase your abilities. Indeed, it seems that despite my utmost efforts to please everyone, I am still destined for exile. Feeling slightly dizzy, Field was left to inherit this mess after the original owner succumbed to illness brought on by the bullying of others. He bit his lip firmly, striving to steady his mind. Then, Field let out a cold laugh, realizing how foolish the original owner had been to believe kindness could sustain him among the nobility. His stepmother cast a casual glance downward, her gaze condescending. Do you have any objections? Ha! Field exhaled, compressing the frustration within him. He retracted his smile and replied in a neutral tone. As you wish, my father. His stepfather had been drained by his wife, now subservient to her every whim. Fool! A relative's laughter broke through, accompanied by a sharp, scathing insult. The Northern Realm was home to two races, humans and beastmen, steeped in bloodshed, violence, and savagery. A decade prior, the Holy Griffin Empire had unleashed corruption upon the land, slaughtering 300,000 beastmen. The area was now likely overrun with filthy goblins and trolls. Indeed, the current state of the Northern Realm was even more dire. The 300,000 beastmen, along with all humans and animals of the North, had transformed into corrupted beings, lurking for years within the mists of death, becoming synonymous with a living hell. The royal family had organized 3 campaigns to reclaim lost territories, all of which ended in total annihilation. The lands of the North, both large and small, existed merely in name, unvisited by even a dog. Most of the time, no one even bothered to mention them. That place is nothing short of a cursed land, a dismal realm where even fleeing serfs or criminals would hesitate to tread. Fear not, for I have my means. Field consoled himself silently, and with a thought, a translucent map materialized before him, marked with a slowly moving green. Prepare yourself, the Count remarked wearily, his complexion as pale as death. Beside him, the stepmother supported the Count, her nearly transparent silk nightgown lending a semblance of vigor to his withered form. Field pressed his lips together, recognizing that his brothers and sisters had been bestowed with bountiful fiefs, while this old man merely uttered a few insipid words to dismiss him. Field could not acquiesce to such treatment, and promptly voiced his demands. Father, I require your support. Expanding into the Shadow Realm is no trivial endeavor. The stepmother's soft flesh pressed against the Count's arm as she narrowed her eyes seductively. Greed is not a noble virtue, Field. You have already procured more than enough, the Count said without hesitation. Family members nearby cast scornful glances, unreserved in their disdain. To venture forth with black hair and dark eyes is to bring shame upon the Ross family. A mere bastard. In the wake of the Eastern nomads' invasion and the downfall of the ancient coastal kingdoms, dark hair and eyes were no longer symbols of ancient nobility. Field's displeasure surged, his eyes aflame with indignation. The very existence of the original host was a consequence of the Count's own actions. Why must he be the one to suffer? His mother, a castle made from a more distant land, had been sold into servitude by nomadic traders, and the Count had sired him in a drunken stupor. With a lowly status, lacking the influence of his maternal lineage, and having inherited some of his mother's physical traits, Field faced scorn and exclusion for these reasons as Well, point 500 gold coins, and you may bring your personal servant. I treat all my children equally, the count stated before being hastily escorted away by the stepmother. Field was engulfed in frustration. 500 gold coins seemed substantial, yet it was but a mere trifle in the grand scheme of territorial expansion, akin to stirring a vast pot with a toothpick, yet it was better than nothing. Hey, Field, the Shadow Realm is a splendid place, eternally devoid of sunlight, a dark and fetid land that suits your devilish eyes perfectly. His half-brother approached with a mocking grin, speaking in an exaggerated tone. My fief is not nearly so grand. Poor Falon City is famed only for its beer and goats. Field felt a surge of anger ignite within him, his heart sizzling with indignation. The wretchedness of the fief was one thing, but as a transmigrant, he would find a way to navigate it. Yet, to have his appearance mocked was intolerable, provoking a desire to unearth the very roots of his brother's ancestry. Moreover, this little brat possessed fighting spirit only because of Field's benevolence. When the brother, overwhelmed by his lack of talent, hid weeping in a corner, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get away. Field snapped, refusing to grant him any semblance of kindness. Oh, you remember the girl with the flaxen hair? The younger brother, indifferent to Field's expression, leaned in with a sinister grin, whispering into his ear. Field narrowed his eyes, a smile flashing in his mind. She was the girl whom the original owner cherished. Tragically, her lifeless body was later discovered in the alley behind the tavern. The original owner, consumed by grief and rage, fell gravely ill and perished, allowing Field to traverse into this world. The brother licked his lips, a smug expression plastered across his face. It was I who did it. Her struggles were simply exhilarating. Field's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of shock seizing his heart. The same brother, now of age, had committed such a heinous act. Although the girl was merely a stranger to him as a transmigrator, the casual disregard for another's life revolted Field to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 2. A brutal beating. The brother is a chosen one. The brother's face contorted with malice as he taunted. Once you enter that corrupted realm, there will be no chance of return. If I don't savor your expression now, I shall regret it. Field's nails dug deep into his flesh, his fists clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Coldly, he retorted, I have not wronged you. Why do you target me? Because you bestowed upon me that wretched potion of combat energy. After consuming it, I was unable to break through to the first tier of knighthood. Everyone calls me useless behind my back, and it's all your fault. You must have poisoned it. Field felt a wave of nausea wash over him. That is merely a reflection of your abysmal talent. If you ever find a lover, I shall snatch her away and let countless vagabonds ravage her. Oh, but alas, it seems you shall have no future, you bastard. The brother made a triumphant grimace. How dare you, you scum? Field's anger reached a boiling point. The original owner had been nothing but a kind-hearted fool. Indeed, doing good deeds only serve to create enemies. Truly, one who builds bridges and roads does so without corpses, while those who commit murder and arson wear golden belts. Such unruly wretches must be taught a lesson with fists. You're asking for death. A fierce knee strike sent him flying backward. Field surged forward, delivering a brutal kick to his face, blood splattering across his brother's grotesque visage. Onlookers were stunned. The usually docile Field had exhibited such brutality that I detest being threatened, Field declared, seizing his brother's golden curls, preparing to slam him to the ground. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his neck, lifted high into the air. In an instant, the suffocating pain of asphyxiation made him acutely aware of death's proximity. What are you doing to my lord? The one who had seized Field was a strikingly beautiful woman with long, wine-red hair, the most captivating feature being the mysterious rune upon her forehead. A chosen one? Field was taken aback that in this world, extraordinary power resided with the chosen ones, unique beings who transcended combat energy and magic, endowed with a myriad of astonishing abilities including combat, support, and construction, among others. The irony was that only women could become chosen ones. Perhaps the deities of this world were all, indeed, women. As Field teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he felt a dizzying whirlwind, followed by a sharp pain in his back. He had been flung against the wall. You truly lack the courage to strike a fatal blow. I will kill you. His brother coughed loudly, drawing his dagger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Field realized that, despite his efforts, he was no match for the chosen one. He resolved not to linger with them any longer, enduring the excruciating pain. He turned and hastened away. To his astonishment, his yet-to-be-appointed brother was already under the protection of the chosen one, which heightened Field's sense of peril. With no capital to merely wait for death, and having offended his brother, Field understood he must act swiftly otherwise. He might be captured by his brother and subjected to any number of torturous fates. Once I develop my strength, I shall return and utterly destroy you all, Field muttered, his gaze lowered, fury unabashed in his eyes. Under the 9 years of compulsory education, there are no cowards. So, what is this bothersome green dot akin to a fly? Field pondered the map visible only to him. It appeared on the day of my crossing, perhaps related to the Lord's talent. Where there is shadow, there must be light corresponding to the chosen one, is the Lord. By signing a contract with the chosen one, they can mutually benefit and grow together. Lords possess unique talents, often linked to the chosen one with whom they are contracted, as well as their own territory. However, there also exists the rare innate talent, where one has neither territory nor a chosen one contract but still possesses a gift. The original owner lacked such a gift, yet the transmigrated Field found himself endowed with this rare talent. That, of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of floaters or cataracts. Only time would reveal the truth, and the destination was not far. Gold Eagle City awaited him. Having hastily packed his belongings, the steward, having received the gold coins, awaited Field with a look of despair, accompanied by the servants. Upon learning he was bound for the cursed land, the steward felt a desire to hang himself. Yet knowing that suicide would not lead to paradise, he steeled himself for the grim journey ahead. Let us depart, Field said, burdened with thoughts. Lacking the inclination to console his steward, as he opened the estate door, a squad of cavalry clad in mismatched armor emerged into view, from which stepped a man draped in a red cloak, wielding a long lance. Esteemed Baron Field, I am Captain Connor, assigned as your escort. That I trust we shall have a pleasant journey. Then I shall rely on you, Connor. Field replied courteously, though alarm bells rang within his mind. Though labeled as an escort, the brigand-like expressions on the faces of the cavalry offered little sense of security. Field even suspected he might be murdered for his wealth. Upon stepping outside, however, the likelihood was slim. Registered knights typically refrained from murdering nobles, as such acts would ruin their future. Field shrugged. Perhaps they are here to supervise me, to oversee my march to the gallows. Our first stop is Gold Eagle City. To expand the Nightfall territory, a considerable amount of supplies is required. Field intended to investigate the nature of that green dot. Gold Eagle City, the second largest city within the Ross family territory, boasted unparalleled commercial prowess, conferred to Field's second sister. It was said that the annual tax revenue amounted to 600,000 gold coins, a stark contrast to Field's meager 500, making it all the more glaring. Traveling by carriage, Field spent the entire morning arriving at the sprawling city, which covers an area of 40 square kilometers. Unlike modern times, the soldiers guarding the city gates leaned lazily against the walls, exchanging crude jokes or hurling insults at the lower-class individuals attempting to enter, extorting exorbitant fees for entry. Only when he noticed the cavalry clearing a path ahead did an officer abruptly rise from his seat. Quickly, move those wretched people's belongings aside. Important persons are passing through. Pay attention, you fools. The lethargic soldiers immediately straightened their backs and, amidst curses and shoving, drove the common folk and merchants aside, ensuring the gates were clear. They then turned to Field, their expressions shifting to one of sycophantic deference as they saluted him. Though Field was not in favor, he remained a noble, and commoners dared not offend him. Slowing his horse, Field approached the designated green dot with deliberate steps. The officer at the gate sighed in relief. As long as no trouble found him, it would be a pleasant day. He resumed collecting taxes while indulging in generous sips of olive wine, reclining in his chair to bask in the sun. Guided by the green, Field arrived at the northern part of the city where the slave market was located. Oh, this damned, nauseating stench of pig fodder mixed with filth. Captain Connor grimaced, fanning the air in front of him, but to no avail. The foul odor penetrated his nostrils relentlessly. Chapter 3. Slaves. Finding the location of the green dot, Field was tormented by the stench of the slave market, his nose wrinkling in disgust. The miserly merchants were like vampires, unwilling to spend a single copper coin to wash their slaves. 5 or 6 slaves were cramped within a small cage, attending to all their needs, eating, drinking, and sleeping within the confines of their prison. There was no privacy, no dignity. The education they received from a young age stripped them of even the right to end their own lives. In the cages on display, many female slaves were completely unclothed, their soft flesh exposed for passers-by, to gawk at. A marketing tactic that proved surprisingly effective, drawing in old bachelors with decayed teeth daily. Sir, are you looking to purchase a slave? Essential for any farm. They are all diligent workers. Rare elven slaves, only 1,000 gold coins. Our new shop is open, sir. Come take a look. Dressed in a well-fitted black robe and wielding a finely crafted longsword, Field's handsome appearance marked him as a wealthy individual. The slave trader's eyes gleamed with eagerness. They relished dealings with nobles. For not only did nobles possess greater purchasing power, unlike those who merely browsed without intent to buy, but their consumption of slaves was astonishing, often returning as repeat customers within days. In the eyes of noble lords, slaves were often regarded as inferior to their own hunting dogs, easily disposed of at whim. Field surveyed the iron cages containing the slaves, noting their lack of even the most basic spark of life, their disheveled appearances rendering it difficult to distinguish between genders. Many bore gruesome lash marks, and whenever a slave dared to meet Field's gaze, they would immediately lower their heads, trembling in fear. "How much?" Field inquired, scanning for the green among the throngs of slaves as he asked for prices. "Sir, the price varies greatly among different races." The merchant, resembling the sharp-featured Sunio from Doryman, rubbed his palms together, saying, "Goblin, halfling, and pigmen are priced at 10 silver coins, each demi-humans at 20 silver coins, and orcs at 60 silver coins. However, if one wishes to purchase a plaything, there is no upper limit to the price." With a wicked grin, he gestured towards the slaves confined within a large cage, his most striking offering being an elf priced at 1,000 coins. She was extraordinarily beautiful, clad in revealing silks that exposed her porcelain skin. Yet, her eyes were devoid of life, resembling those of a fool. This elf has been thoroughly debased by goblins, having borne at least 26 offspring. Yet she remains a coveted item. I intend to send her to the auction house, where 1,000 gold coins will not suffice. Would you like to consider her? I have no interest in her, Greenpoint replied, for Field lacked the wealth to acquire such a trinket, and he shook his head immediately. How much for a human slave? Humankind possesses intelligence and a profound understanding of obedience. The cost for male slaves is 40 silver coins, while female slaves are priced at 25 silver coins. However, their purpose is solely for labor. Should you seek amusement, I would recommend elves, even if not for recreation. Their demise for sustenance or the creation of magical artifacts presents itself as an admirable alternative. Field was seized by a chill in this world. The nobility was far from the graceful and dignified beings depicted in television dramas. Instead, they were feudal and brutal villains. Upon hearing that the flesh and blood of elves could replenish vitality, the proud elves were hastily presented at the banquet, despite their striking resemblance to humans. Amidst idle chatter, Field located the green. His gaze shifted to the iron cage in the corner, where a green dot hovered above, akin to a guiding marker in a game. It was a demi-human, specifically a white wolf demi-human, with crimson eyes, while her ears and tail were distinctly wolf-like. At that moment, clad in rough linen, she lay motionless in the cold, damp cage, her only movement being the occasional glance at the merchant's key hanging from his waist. This rare species from the grasslands had proven a formidable challenge for our slave-capturing team. It took significant effort to breach their stronghold. For those accursed savages possessed an indomitable fighting spirit. The merchant, wearing a smug expression, recounted the harsh realities, suggesting that if one wished to engage with the wolf demi-human, it would be wise to bring an attendant for assistance, otherwise one might inadvertently find themselves in peril, as she could easily bite. He chuckled, leaving the implication unspoken. Beast-eared maiden? Field was overwhelmed with excitement. As a seasoned otaku, he found himself utterly defenseless against the allure of the red-eyed beast-eared maiden. Tentatively, like one might tease a dog, he reached out his hand in an attempt to stroke her head. "You'd best be cautious," cautioned Butler Kale with a furrowed brow. The beast-eared maiden emitted a low, threatening growl from her throat, her crimson eyes glinting with danger. Knight Captain Connor was already poised to draw his sword. "My Lord Field, it would be wise not to touch them. I would prefer to avoid any complications before we reach Nightshade territory. There is no need to be so tense." "She is rather adorable," Field remarked. That said, he was a man who heeded advice, promptly withdrawing his hand. He perceived a mixture of bravado and frustration in the eyes of the beast-eared maiden, both endearing and pitiable. Straightening his attire, Field inquired, "How much?" "Only 3 gold coins." The merchant exclaimed, having sensed Field's desire and closing his eyes to inflate the price. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin corresponded to 100 copper coins. Field wore a stern expression, his eyes narrowed slightly. "You just mentioned that the demi-human costs merely 20 silver coins. Do you intend to mock a nobleman?" "Ah, she is indeed special, possessing extraordinary beauty, is she not? Recently captured, I assure you she is a virgin." untouched by the filthy gaze of commoners. She is merely an exhibit destined for the auction house. Such exquisite beauty, yet alas, she is a demi-human, a tainted creature. Otherwise, I would not part with her for 300 gold coins. 50 silver coins is the utmost I will tolerate. Do not test my patience. Field crossed his arms, adopting a tone reminiscent of one who paints grand visions, alluringly suggesting, I am soon to assume my duties in my territory. The acquisitions of playthings and slaves will extend far beyond her alone. Whether this is a singular transaction or a multitude of dealings, I trust you comprehend the implications. This proclamation struck a chord deep within the merchant's desires. After a moment of internal struggle, he recognized that forging an alliance with a powerful nobleman who held dominion was undoubtedly advantageous. He gritted his teeth. That will depend on the quantity you intend to purchase. The steward glanced at Field with a hint of confusion. Previously, Field would not engage in haggling, only expressing sympathy for the merchant's plight. Under Field's meticulous scrutiny, arrangements were made for the acquisition of 100 human slaves and 100 demi-human slaves, with 120 of them being men. Coupled with the beast-eared girl that Field had taken a fancy to, the expenditure totaled 53 gold coins. My lord, this is the sole contract for the slaves, all authenticated by the chosen ones. A contract? Field inquired as he accepted the parchment, which was densely inscribed with a multitude of names. Indeed, this is an oath sworn in the blood of the slaves. Those who defy your will shall be reduced to ashes by divine fire. The merchant said with a lecherous grin, extending the leash that tethered the slaves to him. Thus, you may indulge as you please, my esteemed customer. I shall. Field waved his hand dismissively, for once he ventured into the cursed lands, if enjoyment eluded him, it was likely he would succumb to corruption and death. Chapter 4. The slave acquired, surprisingly was. Field contemplated the acquisition of additional slaves. Alas, his finances were insufficient to survive amidst the deathly haze. Devoid of considering the monstrous factors, mere respiration necessitated reliance on the fog-clearing lanterns, an exclusive magical artifact sold solely by the church and thus exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, the sustenance and sanitation needs of over 200 individuals amounted to a significant sum. Have you managed to secure a loan? Field inquired as he approached the steward emerging from the Merchant Association, yet upon observing the steward's countenance, reminiscent of a dead rat that had been decomposing for 3 days, he immediately grasped the grim reality. My apologies, my lord, but even the most avaricious merchants would not extend a loan to us upon hearing your name, Cal replied, shrugging his shoulders. After all, the northern province was synonymous with hell, and even the Royal Expeditionary Force had met with total annihilation. No merchant would willingly risk their fortunes. That can't be right. I received a commission order just today. How could the merchants be so well informed? Field mused, contemplating that should he perish in the north, repayment would become moot, and if he survived, repaying the loan would be a trivial matter. Cal rolled his eyes, utterly devoid of the enthusiasm to cater to a noble evidently on the brink of death. Were it not for his discovery of the Countess engaging in an affair with the stable master, he might have ascended to a promising position as the steward of Golden Eagle City, or perhaps even served as the tutor to the Countess' grandson. Rather than facing a grim fate in the cursed lands, due to your second sister's prior knowledge of your fiefdom, she issued a warning to the merchants in the city that anything you purchase will be marked up tenfold. The steward replied with a tone of resignation. Moreover, the merchants have understood your sister's intent and will not offer any conveniences. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful that he had not revealed his true identity when purchasing the slave. Otherwise, it would have been a matter far exceeding 50 gold coins. Indeed, he owed her a debt of gratitude, that dear sister of his. Veins bulged on Field's temples in agitation. Did they not regard him as a person? What vexed him the most was the fact that the original owner had lived for so long without accumulating even a half-copper coin in savings. 1/3 had been donated to the family treasury, while 2/3 had been contributed to the border fortress for the procurement of weapons to combat the corrupted beings. Truly, a quintessentially impoverished noble. Unable to secure a loan was one thing. It was a colossal misfortune for a short-sighted merchant. Nevertheless, Field thought little of it. For now, he would procure some production materials. Field expended 180 gold coins to procure the necessary pack horses, agricultural tools, provisions, and literature for his expedition, acquiring 17 aged and frail steeds. In the medieval era, horses were paramount as essential resources, strictly regulated by lords. The food supplies were maximized, yet by modern standards, merely sufficient to sustain a person for half a month. However, slaves required far less. A single dark loaf of bread could suffice. And with 2 loaves mixed with bark and sawdust, a slave could kneel and call you father. Thus, food would last approximately 35 days, ample for their needs. As for magical items, they could be obtained in border towns, where unscrupulous officers would sell them at discounted rates. This was reminiscent of ancient feudal armies, which often sold off the soldiers' weapons and armor, subsequently collecting a paycheck for idle service. Originally, Field intended to recruit talent or mercenaries at the tavern. But upon hearing of the journey to the Twilight Territory, they unhesitatingly declined. That cursed place was akin to a death sentence. I advise you to flee to another country. They said, even the most resilient cockroaches would struggle to survive there. The mercenary's warnings echoed in his mind as Field rubbed his temples. Glancing at the beast-eared girl curled up in the hay-laden cart, curious about her peculiar nature. Finding an inn, Field allowed everyone to rest for the night. On the following morning, he summoned the beast-eared girl. What is your name? Did you rest well last night? Field surveyed the 50 silver coin slave, finding her expression one of bewilderment, which amused him. Asina, she stammered, struggling to articulate her name after a month of silence. She had been anxiously awaiting her fate, never anticipating a day where she could speak normally again. After a thorough cleansing by a maid, the beast-eared girl appeared transformed. Her once matted, dry fur was now smooth and lustrous, her long, snow-white hair cascading down, complementing her delicate features and radiating a quiet elegance that Field found appealing. Yet, her trembling wolf ears and tail unmistakably revealed her anxiety. Upon revealing her name, the green dot above Asina's head vanished, replaced by a rudimentary panel displaying her information. Name, Asina level, unawakened promotion path, chosen of the wolf cavalry status, malnourished. On the verge of collapse, please provide nourishment. Field could hardly contain his astonishment and exclaimed in disbelief. The green dot indicated she was an unawakened chosen. He was momentarily speechless, for the map could not mark a green dot without reason. Each year on September 1st, the nation celebrated Awakening Day, and every eligible female was required to undergo examination. Though the probability of awakening as a chosen was minuscule, their value warranted the considerable expenditure of resources for the endeavor. Fidel paced back and forth with palpable excitement, intermittently raising his fists, his abilities undoubtedly brimming with immense potential. This journey to the Nightfall domain might very well solidify his foothold. Ashina, observing Fidel's peculiar behavior, mistakenly assumed he had concocted a sinister plan to torment her, causing her legs to tremble in fear as she nervously clenched and released the hem of her skirt, uncertain of the impending circumstances. In truth, after being purchased by Fidel, she had contemplated a fierce retaliation. Even if the slave contract retaliated against her, she refused to succumb to a humiliating death. Instead, she envisioned viciously sinking her teeth into her foe's throat. However, the maid pulled her along, assisting her in undressing, bathing, and scrubbing every inch of her being until it gleamed. Never in her life had she imagined that someone would aid her in such a personal act. Even more absurd was the act of dressing. The soft, comfortable fabric enveloped her like a whisper, devoid of biting fleas or the threat of skin abrasions. Perhaps she was to become a sacrifice to the devil. Ashina's thoughts spiraled as she awaited the critical moment to retaliate. She was determined to show these malevolent humans the consequences of their actions. Fear not, I am not a sadistic monster who revels in killing for pleasure. My acquisition of you all is merely a means to expand my territory, Fidel intoned, lowering his voice in an effort to sound more amiable. He leaned casually against a chair, his languid movements exuding a sense of non-aggression. By the way, does this outfit fit you well? The attire was a modified maid-s uniform, crafted from the conventional designs of this world, which leaned towards conservatism, revealing only a hint of her calves and hands. Akin to a nun's garb, though not the kind meant for frivolous amusement. Chapter 5. Given the circumstances, let us first have our meal. Field infused modern elements into the maid outfit, with the hemline cut above the knee and the sleeves transformed into short ones. Although it lacked the essential black or white stockings, the sight of her glistening, rounded toes and smooth, fair thighs was still quite pleasing to the eye. It fit her perfectly. Ashina, unable to endure the torment of speculation, spoke in a teasing tone as if she had discerned Field's true intentions. My lady, what is it that you wish for me to do? The maids claimed that her role was to share the bed with the man before them. However, Ashina doubted this possibility as humans held a disdain for demi-humans, viewing those with animal ears and tails as tainted beings, akin to the abominable offspring born of unspeakable acts with goats. Of course, it is to assist me in expanding my territory, as I mentioned earlier, Field replied matter-of-factly. Noticing Ashina's incredulous expression, she sighed and rubbed her forehead, adding, "Let us have our meal first. We can discuss it while we eat." Upon hearing the mention of food, Ashina immediately calmed down. Her stomach was aflame with hunger. Field found himself in a precarious situation. The disdain of his numerous siblings was merely a trivial concern. However, the health of the old count was deteriorating day by day, and the considerable fortune in his possession was soon to be distributed. Despite Field's lack of favor, the laws of the sacred Griffin Empire dictated that as long as one was a direct descendant, they were entitled to a share of the inheritance. This was akin to a decree in a parallel world, designed to fragment vast territories into smaller parcels, preventing any single lord from becoming too powerful. Consequently, Field's brothers harbored hopes for his untimely demise, and an atmosphere of mutual animosity prevailed among them. Not long after the dinner bell rang, two elegantly poised maids entered, carrying platters of sauced meat and honey bread. "Ashira, you possess," Field began, only to realize with astonishment that she was nowhere to be seen. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. "I'm right here," Ashira replied, seated on the floor in a duck-like posture in the corner. "What are you doing?" Field exclaimed in shock. Just sitting, waiting for dinner, my lord. Did I do something wrong?" Ashira responded, her voice tinged with anxiety. Field strode forward with purpose, seizing her hand and guiding her to the table. "Sit down and eat," he commanded. Ashina dared to perch on only a third of the seat, her gaze fixed upon Field for an extended moment, ensuring that the nobleman before her had no whip or implement of punishment in hand. "You cannot be jesting. Am I truly permitted to partake in this?" Ashina inquired, gesturing towards the fragrant meat dish before her. Field raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. The poor beast-eared girl, realizing that Field was not jesting, cautiously lowered her head and took a bite of the pork chop. In an instant, the flavors of spices and sauce burst forth in her mouth, igniting her taste buds that had long been deprived of the essence of meat, causing them to dance in sheer ecstasy. This was the most exquisite delight in the world. Casting all else aside, Ashina swiftly devoured the pork chop on her plate, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. Subsequently, she single-handedly consumed 3 more pork chops and 5 rolls, until her belly swelled to the size of one expecting a child, at which point she finally ceased her indulgence. Field revealed a paternal smile, warm and benevolent. "Go on, eat up. Ensure you work diligently for me in the future." With a sigh, he added, "At this point, I would accept death willingly." Ashina licked the soup from the corner of her mouth, her wolf ears perked up with vitality. "That may not be the case. I aspire to cultivate you into a chosen one." Field interlaced his fingers, reclining in his chair. He certainly would not be candid enough to disclose that Ashina was an unawakened chosen one. Instead, he opted for the term cultivate. You might be disappointed then. The probability of becoming a chosen one is exceedingly slim, and as a subhuman, I have never heard of any tales of contracts forged between humans and subhumans. Ashina replied softly. According to the records, the grander the city, the more likely chosen ones would emerge. Yet, even in Golden Eagle City, there had only been 3 chosen ones in a century, 2 of whom were noble daughters and 1 a cleric. The occurrence of subhumans becoming chosen ones was even rarer, as they lacked powerful nations and prosperous cities, struggling even to meet the basic needs of existence. Field chuckled lightly. "How can one know without trying? I firmly believe I can cultivate you into a chosen one. If I fail, I shall likely meet my demise in the land of curses." "Well, if there's meat to be had," Ashina said, savoring the thought as she licked her lips. The ensuing 10 days passed swiftly as they journeyed. To replenish Ashina's strength, Field procured copious amounts of meat and magical potions at every city they traversed. Ashina quickly discerned that Field was not jesting. Additionally, he acquired a fog dispeller lantern, purification potions, and awakening crystals, all valued at 150 gold coins. Field had done his homework. These magical artifacts were essential supplies for venturing into the Twilight Realm. Before long, they arrived at the final fortress leading to the northern province, the Bull Baron Escasson Fortress, a stone castle built against the towering mountains, capable of withstanding the corruption from the north, monstrous beasts, and fearsome orcs. "May the winter goddess bless me and allow me to become a chosen one." Ashina prayed silently to the deity of the wolf humans, nestled within the creaking carriage. The past few days had left her with a dreamlike sensation, riding in a noble carriage, enjoying delectable meat dishes, and even receiving the attention and services of maidens, even if they were reluctant and often grumbling, had felt akin to paradise. As she pondered this, Ashina touched her forehead to ensure she was not feverish or deranged. The only aspect she found perplexing was Field's purchase of rare potions for her consumption. She had never heard of a chosen one being cultivated through such means. Perhaps it is an evil ritual, Ashina murmured. Yet, if it truly involves a sacrifice to a devil, it seems worth it. Spitting to ward off ill thoughts, she chastised herself. What am I even saying? Oh, how I wish I were truly a chosen one. Otherwise, Baron Field would be beside himself with rage. All she could do was pray in silence. The butler cowed. Sighed in despair. Alas, I never anticipated that my final visit to Kasan Fortress would unfold in such a manner. Field disregarded the lamentations of the man. Seated upon his steed, gently prodding the butler's shoulder with his riding crop, inquiring with curiosity, "Have you frequented Castle Kahan before?" Cow rolled his eyes in response. "Indeed. You have consistently donated your living expenses to the villagers here or bestowed them upon Baron Bull and his treasury, ensuring that he and his soldiers are well fed and entertained." Ah, well, Field's lips twitched, momentarily forgetting that the original owner of this body was a paragon of virtue. He offered an awkward smile, shifting his shoulders uncomfortably. "At least Baron Bull will welcome us, won't he? The locals will surely praise us, making future visits to Castle Kahan much more convenient." Chapter 6. The Corpse. The local residents have become overly enthusiastic. Given that the original owner had cultivated goodwill, it was possible that Field could benefit from this in the future. Baron Bull and his son are quite renowned. Oh, pardon me, I have spoken too freely. Cal hastily fell silent. To speak ill of another noble in the presence of an aristocrat was a fool's errand, even if the individual before him was known for his timidity. He had once ruined his own prospects by meddling in noble affairs, exposing an affair and consequently facing exile to the Northern Territories. Field wished to press further. Yet he noticed a sudden appearance of a crimson skull emblem on the mental map in his mind, swiftly advancing towards his direction. Hiss, could it be that someone has come to greet us? Though he uttered such words, Field was no fool. The skull emblem certainly boded ill. He hastily instructed the servant to summon Sir Connor. If I may be so bold, my lord the Baron is merely being paranoid. Upon hearing the servant's anxious words, Connor laughed heartily, a look of disdain crossing his face as he scoffed. "We are beyond the walls of Castle Kazan, the most fortified segment of the Empire's defenses. If danger lurks even here, I shall consume the dung of my warhorse." In Connor's mind, Field had already been marked as a desperate soul grasping at straws. "Let me inform you, my lord the Baron, that the journey to the Nightfall territory is under the vigilant oversight of both law and family. One cannot simply waver at the last moment, for it does not align with the virtues of a noble." The servant, feeling the weight of Connor's assertive declaration, returned with diminished confidence. Field merely let out a sound, instructing the slaves to slow down. Connor, mounted on his horse, was forced to lead the procession. Coward. It is truly perplexing how such timorous creatures could emerge from a noble lord. Connor chuckled softly, yet his expression soon morphed into one of profound dismay. For Field had encountered the enthusiastic locals awaiting their arrival. A cacophony of howls erupted. Have they arrived? Field chuckled lightly. It seems that tonight someone's dinner will consist of horse manure. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Field maneuvered past the obstructing slaves, his gaze falling upon a horde of ghastly figures, their pale, gray eyes glaring from beneath tattered peasant garb, charging fervently towards him, accompanied by a handful of normal human beings. Even from 100 meters away, the chilling malice and stench of decay assailed his senses. These wretched corpses were the offspring of the northern provinces. What is happening? They haven't even reached the north yet. How could there be monsters? Captain of the cavalry Connor spat in frustration, cursing his ill fate. Just as he thought he could fulfill his duties, an unexpected turn of events confronted him. Mount up, knights, prepare for battle. What was even more infuriating was that he had just mocked Field, which only intensified his ire. Connor raised his lance, filled with reluctance, knowing that failure to uphold his responsibilities would sever his ties with the upper echelons. 20 cavalrymen swiftly formed a line, galloping up the right slope, then harnessing the downhill momentum to charge fiercely towards the horde of corpses. Relying on oneself is far more dependable than relying on others. Field felt a surge of anxiety. His gaze fixated on the clawing undead, and he shouted to the trembling slaves behind him, "Bind the wooden carts together. Any brave men, seize your farming tools and fight alongside me. I shall reward those who prove themselves." The slaves, however, remained unmoved, cowering behind the convoy, shaking in fear or praying for a miracle. Do not expect anything from those worthless beings. The steward trembled violently as though an electric motor had been placed within him, nearly soiling himself in terror. He grasped Field's robe and implored in a quavering voice, "My lord, let us flee for our lives. I mean a strategic retreat. There is no need to concern ourselves with these mud-footed wretches. Should they perish, we can simply purchase replacements." Field pushed the butler's hand aside, frowning as he remarked, "If such trifles can intimidate you, perhaps it is best that you refrain from venturing to the northern province. Do you think I wish for this? The count specifically named me." The butler, Cal, felt as though he could vanish into thin air, his face flushed with embarrassment. Are there enemies?" Athena leaped from the carriage, her recent recuperation restoring her vitality. She had regained her figure in all the right places, her skin fair and tender. Were it not for the slave mark and maid's attire, she might easily be mistaken for a noble lady. "My lord, I will do my utmost to protect you," Athena declared, raising her small pink fist, trembling as she positioned herself in front of Field, quaking like a kitten in the cold wind. "It's not that dire." Observing Athena's wolf ears, which had flopped down in nervousness, Field found himself both amused and comforted. Indeed, the sustenance he had consumed was not in vain. Unlike certain despicable individuals who, having indulged in their own provisions, still bore a grudge. Help! The farmers in the lead spotted their saviors, rushing towards them with cries of desperation, drawing the horde of corpses along with them. For glory! Upon reaching a certain distance, Connor's cavalry launched their charge. Shouting their battle cries, they extended their 3-meter-long lances towards the ravenous swarm of the undead. Thud, thud. A series of sickening sounds echoed as several zombies were impaled and flung aside, crashing to the ground like broken sacks, their decayed bodies releasing a purple, foul blood that soaked into the earth. This was merely an appetizer. After the initial charge, the cavalry swiftly turned back, brandishing their maces or sabers, striking with rapid precision from their mounts, blood flowers blooming in the air as the decaying corpses fell like harvested wheat, some trampled underfoot by the iron hooves, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughter. The remaining undead, having lost their wits, charged into the formation of carts organized by Field, their brains reduced to mere decorations. Utterly ignorant of tactics, mindlessly battering and gnawing at the wooden wheels. Good heavens! The slaves jostled against one another, trapped within the confines of the caravan, unable to escape amidst the throng. The butler was not faring much better. His water supply had completely failed, leaving his trousers soaked. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Although he too felt fear, Field was not so exaggerated in his reaction, perhaps influenced by his previous life spent engrossed in post-apocalyptic novels and zombie films. It seemed that he would have to take matters into his own hands. Field was left without a single soldier under his command. Though the rotting corpse moved with agility and displayed an utter disregard for life and death, its foolish actions were not without resolution. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, for this body had at least acquired some fundamental combat skills. With a low hiss, Field seized the opportunity presented by the corpse as it pushed the small cart, driving his long sword into the creature's neck. He then forcefully yanked it to the side, causing the rotting head to droop like a branch struck by lightning, hanging limply against its chest. The nauseating stench of decay and the foul aroma of fermented excrement surged into Field's nostrils, nearly provoking him to retch. Yet, amidst the disgust, a spark of excitement flickered within him, a warrior's blood coursed through his very soul. Chapter 7. Hitting a wall. The Empire's strongest defense, yet no one is present. Killing the rotting corpses was not as arduous as he had anticipated. Field's confidence soared as he casually flicked away the tainted blood from his sword. Be careful, my lord. Another half-decayed corpse took advantage of the momentary lapse, crawling towards him with the intent to bite at his ankle. In a critical instant, Ashina seized a dung fork from the cart and thrust it fiercely into the zombie's back, pinning it to the ground. Well done. Field was drenched in cold sweat, retreating several steps as his heart raced wildly. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Although the venom of the undead could be remedied by the clergy of the church, the cost was exorbitantly high. One would require no less than 100 gold coins for a cure. Gradually recovering from the intense palpitations, Field let out a long sigh, affectionately ruffling Ashina's hair, and expressed his gratitude. As a token of my appreciation for your life-saving aid, I shall reward you with a gold coin, Ashina. Overjoyed, Ashina's eyes sparkled with delight. She had never encountered such wealth in her life. Oh, is that true? Actually, it was my duty to assist. The corpses were not like the terrifying zombies depicted in horror films. A mere thrust of a weapon into their bodies would inflict damage upon them. As more corpses surged forward, clawing and gnashing their teeth against the barricade formed by the wooden cart, the slaves at the rear of the caravan observed that the undead posed no significant threat. as they were unable to attack through the cart. Moreover, their lord and the seemingly fragile maiden dared to retaliate, prompting several men to seize farming tools and launch a counterattack against the zombies beyond the cart formation. Field was undeterred, wielding his sword to continue the fight. As blood splattered in vibrant bursts, numerous decaying corpses fell beneath the onslaught of his farming tools and longsword. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the chaos. A cavalryman under Connor's command had been seized by a decaying figure disguised as a village woman, who yanked at his cloak with such ferocity that he flailed backward, legs thrashing. With a sickening thud, the back of his head struck the ground, rendering this unfortunate soul motionless. Connor erupted in fury, cursing, "Damn it! Useless!" What infuriated him further was that Field remained unshaken, calmly directing the slaves to sever the heads from each corpse, stacking them for immediate incineration. Field had diligently acquired knowledge about decomposition. The bodies of these corrupted humans posed a significant environmental threat, and if left unchecked, would soon become a new source of pollution. He furrowed his brow, hesitating as he gazed into the distant haze that obscured the horizon. Encountering such a multitude of zombies before even reaching the Vale of Night was indeed an ominous sign. Although his family had deemed him unworthy and sought his exile, to drive him into the midst of such carnage felt excessively cruel. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord." The fleeing refugees approached him as if he were a long-lost father, kneeling before him and kissing his boots. "May the god of war illuminate your path." Field accepted the situation with composure, surveying the refugees who appeared as disheveled as beggars, and inquired, "From whence do you hail? How is it that so many corpses lie here? Should not the towering walls of Kasha Fortress protect against such decaying beings?" "It is the deathly haze," they replied. "The gray mist from the north has seeped through the fortress walls, enveloping our village of Oak. As night fell, most of our people succumbed to the corruption in their slumber, transforming into the undead. Only we managed to escape." The villagers trembled in sheer terror, as if haunted by nightmarish memories, shaking like leaves in a tempest. The gray mist, known as the deathly haze, is said to be the very source of corruption. It mingles with the air, and once inhaled by flora and fauna, it swiftly extinguishes their lives, converting them into grotesque abominations. Only those endowed with the powers of a lord or the chosen ones may remain immune. Alternatively, one may purchase the church's redemption lanterns to dispel the gray mist. Of course, they come at a steep price. Field spent 50 gold coins to acquire but 2, and even that was due to the favor of the nobility. Field listened intently to their grievances, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "What of your lord?" "As far as I am aware, every border fortress is under the watchful eye of a chosen one, making it implausible for the mists to seep through. The Baron and the chosen one have ventured forth to investigate the traces of the cult, leaving only the Baron's son within the castle walls. Let us proceed to meet the master of this domain." Once everyone had gathered themselves, Field mounted his steed. To reach the Nightfall territory, he required the Baron's concession. Upon arriving at the towering Kasang fortress, Field was awestruck by the majestic stronghold. The undulating stone walls and the prototype towers formed a formidable and lofty defensive structure. The ramparts, wide enough for cavalry, were adorned with ballistae, trebuchets, and cauldrons of flaming oil, rendering them impervious to any assault, even from an army of 100,000. They would only meet with bloodied heads. Everywhere, the fluttering griffin banners proclaimed the grandeur of the ancient empire. Yet the most pressing question remained. Where are the people? Field was taken aback. The entire outer city wall was deserted, barren as far as the eye could see. Connor was equally alarmed, his complexion ashen. Could it be that they were ambushed by orcs? If the orcs breached the Kazan fortress, the entire province would fall in an instant. Yet, it seemed unlikely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so eerily quiet. Fortunately, after advancing a short distance, Field spotted torches igniting within the inner city of the fortress. "Do not approach." "Who are you?" someone shouted from the wall. In the flickering torchlight, a multitude of heads could be seen, indicating a substantial military presence within the castle. Why had they suddenly abandoned such a vital military stronghold? Field pondered. "I am Baron Field of the Ross family, en route to Nightfall territory for my appointment. Please open the gates of Kazan Fortress and allow us to exit." The officer who called out appeared troubled, hesitating for a moment before summoning a young man. "The son of Baron Bull? No way. My father hasn't returned. No one is getting the castle gates opened." The young man's voice was resolute. "Leave this place, or I will order arrows to be fired." Upon hearing the firm response from the wall, Field's lips twitched. He speculated that the young man must have been terrified by the corpse, and he immediately called out, "It is I, Field. I have even donated money here. Do you not remember? I am not your enemy. What are a few measly coins? The entire empire sends money to the borders. Who do you think you are? For me to remember you? A filthy outsider coming to disgrace Bull territory. Frustrated, Field felt his teeth nearly crack from clenching them. The final noble act of the original owner had come to naught. Had he not been without soldiers, he would have eagerly besieged the castle at that moment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and said, "These villagers are ones I rescued along the way." Before Field could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a torrent of abuse. "Damn it, do you find the food in my castle insufficient? Who permitted you to rescue those foolish creatures? You busybody, dare to bring them a step closer, and I shall immediately let loose an arrow." Chapter 8. Very well, I shall cease to be human. Field was taken aback, exclaiming, "What manner of person is this?" Frustration washed over him. The steward, Cow, shrank back, recalling his hesitance to voice his thoughts. The Bull Baron and his son were indeed no paragons of virtue. Wait a moment. You are the Baron of Nightfall. Splendid. At last, someone to serve as a buffer for my fortress. I hope you can endure for a few more days. However, when you find yourself pursued by the undead, do not come seeking my aid. I shall not grant you entry. The man atop the wall, having heeded the advisor's warning, thought of Field, but regrettably, he could only conceive of using Field as a strategic buffer for Kazan Fortress. The steward could no longer contain himself and leaned closer, whispering, "The Bull Baron's only son, Richard Bull, is known for his cowardice. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid interaction with him." Quite right. There is no need to engage with foolishness. Veins bulging, Field gradually retreated, thinking, "So this is how you all play, is it? I shall not hold back. Open the gates to Nightfall yourself. It is quite safe there," Richard declared, retreating back into the castle. "Now, be gone from my sight, you wretched outsider." Beside him, the advisor wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said to Richard, "Young master, is it wise to deceive them so?" Silence. After withdrawing a considerable distance, Field instructed the others to wait briefly. "Now I understand why the undead have manifested here," he remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he adjusted the long sword at his waist. Fortuitously, the orcs were also hindered by the gray mist, and coupled with the constraints of the peace treaty. Otherwise, the Empire's proud defense would be rendered a farce. "Respected lord, we shall not intrude any longer." The villagers gathered, awkwardly shoving one another, unwilling to attract misfortune. Baron Field appeared quite incensed, and ultimately, they dared not flee outright, instead sending forth one individual to bid farewell. "We shall take our leave. Thank you for your assistance." Field was in a fit of rage. Although he was born in a modern society, it did not imply that he could be easily manipulated. With his gaze lowered, resembling a ravenous wolf, he coldly uttered, "Did I permit your departure? Your lord has forsaken you, leaving you without a master. Hence, I have taken you in. This conveniently allows me to replenish my labor force." No, my lord, please spare us. We are free men." The villagers were most reluctant. Having heard Richard's earlier remarks about Field's intent to venture into the Nightshade domain, a land steeped in death and curses, there was a pervasive sense that death awaited them should they go. "Releasing you is feasible, but it comes at the cost of 5 gold coins as a ransom. I have saved you, and this is what I am owed." Without hesitation, Field drew his longsword. "Either accompany me to the Nightshade domain, or pay the fee. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to minced flesh for the dogs. Do you comprehend?" It was evident that he was indeed of noble lineage. Nearby, Ashina breathed a sigh of relief. Field's recent kindness had been unsettling to her, creating an illusion of living in a dream. Witnessing him now display the ruthless and capricious traits of nobility brought her comfort. Much like Ashina, the villagers found themselves struck at a sensitive point. Under the threat, they became obedient, kneeling down to express their willingness to head to the Nightshade domain. After all, whether they went or stayed, death was inevitable. It was better to take a chance. What a wretched lot they were. Field retracted his longsword, helplessly covering his face, and inwardly lamented, "A fist is always more persuasive than words." "My lord, please do not give up." Aster approached cautiously to offer her consolation upon noticing Field's discontent. Field cast a glance at her, momentarily taken aback, until he noticed the expression of fear that crept onto Ashina's face. Only then did he come to his senses. Quickly offering a reassuring smile, "I am quite all right, just lost in thought for a moment." As they continued onward, Field was startled by the multitude of skull icons that adorned the small map as they approached the fortress gates. So this is what Richard meant, he mused. The city gates are supposedly secure? That damn fool, accepting payment without fulfilling his duties, and now he seeks to ensnare me with the undead. If one were to recklessly enter through the fortress gates, they would undoubtedly be caught off guard by the corpses lurking within. Field was displeased, however. A thought soon crossed his mind. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, since the foolish son of the bull baron clings to the inner city, forsaking the outer strongholds. Does this not imply that I can seize a substantial fortune? After all, there is no one to witness it. Without hesitation, he proceeded with his plan. Field was no naive saint. What need had he for principles of honor and shame? It was only fitting to ruthlessly take their money, provisions, and women. Field shook his cloak and addressed Cal. Do you recall those audacious souls who dared to wield weapons against the decaying corpses? Gather them all. If their numbers fall short of 30, recruit the most robust among them. Though Cal was timid, he executed tasks with surprising efficiency. Soon, 30 diverse slaves were assembled. Prior to this, certain troublesome individuals had been a nuisance. Field cast a glance at the distant figure of Connor, whose expression was grim. Valiant knight Connor, he began. Though this land is not mine, as a noble possessing virtue, I feel compelled to assist the farmers here in vanquishing the undead. Will you join me? Field concocted a rather absurd pretext. Are you unwell? Connor retorted, taken aback. He had already lost a subordinate in the battle against the undead and was vexed over matters of compensation. Now, hearing the foolish baron propose to aid others in quelling the tide of corruption, he could scarcely believe his ears. No, I have escorted you to the border of Nightshade territory, and we are but a door's length away. I must return to the Count to report. Connor resolutely declined. As he spoke, he could not suppress a chuckle, ultimately bursting into hearty laughter. I apologize, but I believe taking this ragtag group to confront the undead would be akin to bringing pigs to the fray. At least they would satiate the corpses. Field's face was etched with regret. I had hoped you would come to share in the glory, he lamented. Do not forget the laws of the Empire and the tenets of our family. You must arrive on time. After leaving a word of caution, Connor galloped away with the cavalry, and Field scarcely had time to remind him that the horse fodder had yet to be consumed. Are we truly to provoke the decaying corpses? Inquired the trembling steward, Cal. Field did not expect the steward to engage in battle. He waved his hand dismissively. You stay here to oversee the slaves, ensure they do not escape. Those who attempt to flee should be incinerated using their slave contracts. His voice rang out, instilling a palpable fear among the slaves. However, Cal felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Forcing the slaves to equip themselves with sickles, pitchforks, and axes, Field departed alongside Ashina. After a 10-minute walk, Field veered into a deserted grove. Utilizing his lordly ability to consult a small map, he carefully confirmed that the area was devoid of any presence. From the right side pouch of his warhorse, he retrieved a stunning crystal ball. Ashina's status panel had transformed. She had been momentarily distracted, ensuring that her vision was not deceiving her. Chapter 9, Winter. The goddess's blessing, she had transitioned from a state of malnutrition to one of suboptimal health, yet her dormant state had shifted to a state awaiting awakening. This implied that, with the use of an awakening crystal, Field could instantly acquire a chosen one. My lord, do you require anything? Ashina inquired nervously, fidgeting with her small hands. After consuming meat for 10 consecutive days, her attitude towards Field had markedly improved. Before her capture, her days had been filled with hardship, foraging for wild grasses. Now, encountering such an enigmatic noble had led to an abundance of food. Is this the awakening crystal, a treasure that cost me 60 gold coins? Field lamented. For he possessed only 500 coins in total. Each year, on the Day of Awakening, the Empire utilized these crystals to identify chosen ones. An awakening crystal could assess nearly 1,000 individuals. Really? Do you truly believe I am a chosen one? Ashina was taken aback. Let us not jest. Close your eyes and feel with your heart. I have received divine guidance. There is no need for concern. Field fabricated a story, then presented the crystal ball before Ashina. Despite her disbelief in being a chosen one, she did not wish to disappoint Field. Through their time together, she had come to perceive him as a rather unique noble, at least in his treatment of her. The moment her hands made contact with the crystal ball, a myriad of blue starry lights erupted, coalescing into the elegant and ethereal visage of a goddess, the winter goddess who presides over snow and ice. The demi-human slaves present immediately recognized her. This was their faith. Oh my! Ashina was, in fact, the chosen one of the winter goddess. With heartbeats echoing like drums, the slaves fell to their knees, trembling with excitement, eager to offer their very hearts. Field was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, his excitement causing beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. This was indeed a true miracle. The blue starlight coalesced into peculiar runes, and Ashina instinctively reached out to touch them. The radiance gradually converged, ultimately etching itself upon the back of Ashina's hand. Simultaneously, Ashina's physique underwent a transformation, becoming taller, her legs perfectly sculpted and exquisite. The woman's complexion rivaled the purity of snow, her demeanor cool and aloof, with scarlet eyes exuding an icy aura. Her features became more pronounced, her beauty enhanced by 30%. Commanding, disdainful, and enchanting, her allure was utterly innate. I have truly become the chosen one. My lord, how have you achieved this? Ashina's mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression filled with awe for Field. It is crucial to note that the emergence of a chosen one is devoid of any forewarning. Even the empress of the sacred Griffin Empire has a daughter who is merely an ordinary person. The other slaves, too, were incredulous. How could it be that they, all slaves, could be transformed into the chosen one after just a few days of tutelage from their lord? They were under the impression that Field was merely indulging in a plaything, only to discover that he had genuinely produced a chosen one. The chosen one is a manifestation of divine will. The slaves speculated that Field must be favored by the gods, and thus they began to revere him. Such a trivial matter. Field waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty, before striding confidently before the crowd. Now, who among you still harbors doubts regarding our expedition to the north or opposes my plans for expansion? The onlookers exchanged glances. Who would dare? Trust me. As long as you fulfill your duties and accomplish my tasks, not only will I restore your freedom, but I will also ensure you live a life free from want. Field proclaimed loudly. Please allow me to sign a contract with you. Ashina volunteered, recalling Field's earlier words about making her the chosen one to facilitate the expansion of the Nightshade territory. Indeed, this was fated to be. Field played the role of a mystic. The process of forming the contract was simple. Ashina harnessed the power within the rune imprint to establish a connection with Field, thus activating the contract. Once the covenant of the chosen one was established, Field produced the slave contract. Although the slave mark had long been purified by the chosen one's abilities, Field adhered to the formality of publicly tearing up the slave contract and announcing Ashina's status as a free citizen of the Nightshade territory. With a smile illuminating her face, Ashina raised her hand, and the runes transformed into a massive black draconic wolf that leapt menacingly from the void. Its body covered in jagged scales shimmering with a cold light, startling the onlookers. What is this? Field was momentarily taken aback. A draconic wolf, ah. It must be a steed bestowed by the goddess. Ashina adjusted her hair, exuding grace with every movement. Moreover, I have acquired numerous combat techniques. Upon becoming a chosen one may acquire peculiar and extraordinary treasures. Even if the chosen one meets their demise in battle, these treasures endure. The Ross family possesses a 6th-tier divine artifact lance, a legacy from the fallen Scarlet Rose chosen. The family name, Ross, is derived from this very lineage. Opening Ashina's profile. Name, Ashina level. 1st-tier chosen class. Wolf Cavalry divine skill. Icy piercing lance legion skill. Howling charge. Increases the impact of subordinate cavalry by 100. Ashina's combat prowess has surged, as even her draconic mount can rival a 3rd-tier martial knight. With newfound strength, Field's confidence swells, rendering any notion of a stepmother or younger brother utterly inconsequential. Sooner or later, he shall bring them to their knees. Field revealed a smile. Now, let us proceed to the barracks and armory for a closer observation. As he approached the city walls, Field discerned scattered skull symbols marked on the map, which were in constant motion. Corrupted creatures lurked in the vicinity. With a resolute clang, Field unsheathed his sword, for it was the solemn duty of every noble in the empire to assist the local lord in eradicating the taint of corruption. He ignited the fog-dispelling lantern purchased from the church, and the sacred light immediately banished great swathes of the gray mist, alleviating any concerns of the slaves succumbing to the deadly haze. I felt the power of the chosen one. Ashina pointed to the golden lantern held by Field. Field blinked in astonishment, pondering the inexplicable nature of the church's creation. It was undoubtedly a lucrative enterprise, with a single lamp costing 25 gold coins, yet only lasting a mere 30 days. Upon entering the stronghold, Field refrained from allowing the ragtag group to disperse, insisting they advance as a cohesive unit. They were mere slaves, forcibly conscripted without any military training. Thus, unity was their wisest course of action. Ashina gently nudged the door of the barracks ajar, revealing 2 armored corpses, devoid of weaponry, likely having been caught unawares by the encroaching gray mist. Eliminate them, Field commanded with vehemence, eyeing the tightly woven armor adorning the corpses, hoping to preserve it intact. Understood, Ashina responded, kicking open the wooden door and dashing inside with remarkable agility. Upon becoming a chosen one, Not only would her physical prowess dramatically increase, but she would also master specialized combat techniques. Chapter 10. Survivors, let me communicate with you through blood and iron. The resounding crash of the door echoed through the gray mist, shattering the eerie silence of the city walls and provoking a cacophony of strange wails from the surrounding corpses. Observing the rapidly converging skull icons on the minimap and hearing the faint roars in the air, Field involuntarily broke into a sweat. Before the corpses could launch an assault, Ashina, wielding her longsword, struck at one's neck, sending a spray of crimson splattering against the walls, enveloping the room in a dark purplish hue. Another corpse lunged forward, its face grotesquely torn, maw gaping wide enough to threaten a severe bite. Yet, Ashina deftly sidestepped, simultaneously twisting her blade. Empowered by a terrifying force, she severed the creature's head, a torrent of foul blood gushing forth to form a growing pool, with the sounds of combat reverberating. A horde of decayed soldiers surged from the passageway, their ghastly white eyes rolling in frenzy as they pressed forward. The slaves brandished their farming tools, swinging them ineffectively, none daring to advance. The mere presence of the monsters was daunting enough, compounded by their heavy armor. Curse be it, how many have been infected? Field cursed inwardly. Fire. Ashina summoned the dragon blood wolf, its massive form nearly blocking the entire passage. Specks of magical energy rapidly coalesced, resembling a flowing river of stars, as the dragon blood wolf unleashed a torrent of azure flames. The corpses within the corridor were immediately engulfed, their twisted silhouettes barely discernible amidst the inferno. What a terrifying power! The slaves, initially torn between fleeing or fighting, were taken aback by the explosive confrontation that concluded almost instantaneously. A few witnessed the engulfing shadows, while the rest could only stare in disbelief at the ashes on the ground. Was this the might of a chosen one? Regrettably, the spoils of battle had been incinerated. Field felt a surge of confidence. It was time to act boldly. Everyone, make as much noise as you can to draw the nearby corpses for extermination. Listening to Field's command, the slaves harmoniously pounded and smashed, allowing Ashina and her dragon blood wolf to vanquish the encroaching horde of corpses. Before long, Field had effectively exterminated the monsters lurking near the camp, which afforded him a deeper understanding of the Chosen One. Now, it was time to seek valuables. Field's insatiable greed surfaced, particularly for weapons and gold coins. Just as he dispatched the slaves, one rushed over, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "My lord, we have discovered survivors." However, Field's expression was devoid of joy. Rather, he surveyed his surroundings with a look of complexity. Ashina, retract your wolf. This is not the moment to reveal our strength. With insufficient time to cultivate their powers, exposing the fact that he possessed a chosen one would be tantamount to courting death. His stepmother would undoubtedly send assassins after him, compelling Ashina to seek a new master. While revealing this to the slaves was not a major concern, as they had always been under his watchful eye, he could easily send them to their demise with but a thought. Field contemplated. The survivors might possess knowledge of the vital resources' whereabouts. They were concealed within a hidden fortress behind the city walls, as the main gate had been doused with purifying agents, barely holding back the encroaching gray mist. Upon hearing the voices of the living, they dared to open the door. Grateful to the Valkyrie, I had feared we would remain trapped for a week, at which point we would be reduced to subsisting on one another's excrement. The bearded officer jested in a rather distasteful manner, adjusting his attire before offering Field a smile. "Ah, let me guess, you are a newly minted knight? I shall certainly report your merits to the Bull Baron. You are too kind. It was merely a trifling effort." Field tilted his head, attempting to glimpse what lay within the dark fortress, only to be obstructed by 2 soldiers. The 10 soldiers under the command of the bearded officer were all stationed inside the dim stronghold. "Where are your attendants?" the officer inquired. Casting a dismissive glance at Field's slave soldiers, these mere wielders of farming tools whom he regarded with utter contempt, Field shrugged. "I am not a knight. I am Baron Field." "Oh, the Baron Field, the very one who has not a single guard to his name. When you previously sent someone to solicit donations, your name was mentioned." The bearded man's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and after several shifts of his countenance, he gestured subtly to his subordinates. A smirk playing upon his lips, "My dear Baron, it has long been said that you possess a kind heart. Might you assist us with a small favor?" There was something amiss in his tone. The original owner was indeed benevolent, and Field raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Pray, do tell." "We have indulged in wine, neglecting to ignite the fog lamps, allowing the gray mist to infiltrate the barracks, thereby losing control of the premises. This is quite a predicament. The Bull Baron is exceedingly ruthless, we would assuredly face execution. Is this something I can overhear for free? So, Field's expression turned playful. You wish to seek refuge with me? The soldiers erupted in laughter, gripping their weapons tightly. We are making our escape. However, we require the entirety of a noble's fortune. Furthermore, if we eliminate you, no one will be aware of our existence for a time. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Field was quite infuriated. Although his original intention was to recruit the survivors and procure supplies, he had no qualms about eliminating them if they refused to cooperate. However, being provoked by them was particularly vexing. The bearded man, indifferent, remarked, if it weren't for our lack of fog lights, we would have fought our way out long ago. You are nothing. Field let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? The bearded man raised his saber, perplexed by Field's calm demeanor. In truth, I had intended to plunder this place from the very beginning. Now, with all of you eliminated, there will be no witnesses. Ashina, proceed. Suddenly, the soldier beside the bearded man sprang into action, gripping his dagger and lunging forward. In a flash, a shadowy blue figure swept past, and the soldier's arm was wrenched away as if it were a mere grasshopper's leg, effortlessly torn from its body. The air grew heavy, suspended in anticipation, until the sound of the dagger clattering to the ground broke the silence. The soldier fell to the floor in terror, clutching his blood-soaked stump, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. My arm! My arm! The massive cerulean wolf filled the corridor, its armored body reminiscent of a tank, instilling fear in the hearts of the soldiers. A monster! They gasped, paralyzed by the sudden appearance of the beast. What is this? Wasn't it said that barren Field was a complete waste, utterly without foundation? The bearded officer stood dumbfounded, wishing to capture those who spread such rumors and flay them alive. Ashina, render them all disabled. Field licked his lips. The original owner of this body had been a kind-hearted soul, but that was of no consequence to him. Slaves, I offer you a chance to prove your mettle. For each person you kill, a silver coin shall be your reward. Chapter 11. Depravity. The noble's passport. This world is rife with bloodshed and treachery, where kindness often leads to a swift demise, especially for those of noble birth. Field had long since lost patience and goodwill to negotiate with the scoundrels of this realm. Let iron and blood speak instead. Depravity is the true passport of nobility. It became evident that humans attacking their own kind was far simpler than dealing with the undead. At least the living did not appear monstrous. A human slave let out a cry, lunging forward to restrain the soldier with the severed arm, driving his scythe brutally into the soldier's neck and yanking it free, decapitating him. The look of horror lingered on the soldier's face. Well done. It is yours now, Field remarked with a smirk, tossing a silver coin to the slave. I permit slaves to possess their own wealth and earn according to their labor. The eyes of the surrounding slaves glimmered with fervor. A silver coin was no insignificant sum. It could buy 100 loaves of black bread, sustaining their lives for 100 days. In an instant, the prospect of wealth ignited their courage. With Ashina's towering wolf leading the charge, the slaves, emboldened, grasped their weapons and surged forward. It was a massacre with little challenge. Before the chosen one, the meager number of heavily armored infantry was but a farce. Soldiers in heavy armor were flattened beneath the wolf's claws, blood gushing from their two-dimensional corpses, pooling into rivers. Ignoring the pitiful pleas for mercy, Field swiftly dispatched the traitorous guards. He tiptoed to avoid the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground, cautiously entering the dark fortress. Here lies the armory. When Field beheld the armory of the fortress, he could no longer conceal his astonishment. Before his eyes lay stacks of armor, resembling small hills, exuding the fragrance of well-maintained tung oil. Neatly bundled, they stood alongside shelves adorned with standard long halberds, steel swords, and iron-reinforced shields, while bows and crossbows hung gracefully on the walls, and barrels of arrows, each serving various purposes, were at hand. This armory could effortlessly equip 500 men to the teeth, achieving a full armor rate of 100%. It was inconceivable for a mere baron to maintain such an arsenal. These provisions had been transported from various corners of the empire. Each year, the great lords were required to allocate a portion of their resources and gold to support the fortifications along the borders, safeguarding against the encroachment of corrupt monsters and marauding orcs. The mere existence of such abundant supplies at Kazan Fortress, serving as a forward outpost, left one to ponder the wealth of the larger fortifications behind it. Had fortune finally smiled upon us? Ashina, captivated, removed a cavalry bow, reluctant to part with it. A modest windfall, yet it barely scratched the surface. Field was elated, gesturing grandly, urging, "What are you waiting for? Arm yourselves at once." Understood. Upon hearing they could don the expensive armors, The crowd eagerly rushed to untie the ropes, slipping into sets of leather armor. For these slaves, it was their first encounter with the power of armor. It felt heavy yet provided an overwhelming sense of security. The only drawback was their slight frames, swaying precariously in the fitted armor. Huh, take that, Richard, Field chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he called forth the first slave to act. What is your name? Master. I am called Lynx. The young man appeared quite anxious. In an era when knowledge was monopolized, the names of the lower classes were often quite arbitrary. Indeed, one had little choice. Offending a noble could lead to severe consequences involving guillotines and horse hooves. I have a task for you. We shall practice it twice. Field beckoned Lynx closer, speaking in a mysterious manner, using gestures to convey his meaning. Having already appropriated the bull baroness weaponry, he felt emboldened to take it a step further. After sending Lynx to lead 20 men away, Field pondered the available armaments. We must take everything. It is imperative we take it all, or I shall feel restless. Field paced back and forth, then called out, Ashina, have Cow gather everyone and bring the equipment down from the walls. We shall reclaim it after we pass through the pass. It now belongs to the Nightshade domain. Not enough. Merely possessing weapons and armor could not satisfy Field. Venturing to the Nightshade domain was a gamble of epic proportions, and he needed to stake all. Kazan Fortress enjoyed the support of the nation's nobility, yet the villages under its jurisdiction would not be spared from taxation. There were 6 large villages responsible for supplying the fortress, blessed with fertile land that continually provided the baroness castle with cattle, sheep, wheat, and taxes. The rolling hills and valleys were home to a well-equipped company of soldiers, bearing the family banner of the Bull Baron, as they traversed through withered vines, tangled weeds, and crumbling walls. Bullhorn Village, renowned in the region for its 2 towering watchtowers, stood only 4 meters high, including the roof. Yet remained a source of pride for the village. The 2 seemingly humble watchtowers, once manned by hunters, could rely on the surrounding wooden walls and militia to fend off the assaults of marauders. Just last night, they had shot down 3 decaying corpses, rumored to have infiltrated from outside the walls. Oh heavens, even within the stronghold, monsters have emerged, evoking terrifying thoughts of orcs among the elders. A handful of villagers, clad in coarse garments, wielded pitchforks while casually sipping vegetable soup at the village entrance, engaging in idle chatter about how long the widow from the eastern village could withstand the onslaught of green-skinned beasts, their laughter echoing with a sinister edge. It is the soldiers of the Lord. The villagers recognized the banner but were left bewildered by the soldiers' intentions. Soon, the sight of the bobcat accompanied by enslaved guards came into view. Open the gates. The bobcat cursed as the soldiers obediently slammed their polearms against the ground, the sound ringing crisp and clear. Mimicking the nobles, the bobcat haughtily bellowed, Do you wish to leave us outside to suffer the elements? You imbeciles! The villagers, jolted into action, hurriedly bent over to welcome the newcomers. My lord, is this about the corpses? Our village has repelled their attack. Thanks be to the divine. And of course, our gratitude extends to you, my lord baron. We shall offer a young maiden to ensure your satisfaction. The village chief's face beamed with joy, but upon seeing the bobcat, he faltered, This officer, I seem not to have encountered you before. The bobcat, feeling a surge of anxiety, remembered Field's instructions. When faced with difficult questions, resort to cursing. Curse your mother, you wretched sycophant. Why all this prattle? Drawing his sword, he declared, I am here to collect taxes, not to engage in familial recognition. Do you understand? The village chief was splattered with saliva, nearly toppling over in fright at the sight of the drawn blade. Forgive me, my lord, it is my fault. Agricultural taxes, population taxes, household taxes, faith taxes, land taxes, tax exemptions for labor, even a tax on breathing. What other forms of tribute were there? You understand, these are the customary dues of our bull-ass territory. Chapter 12, Tax Collection, yet for another village. But it is not yet time for tax collection, my lord, lamented a farmer. The bobcat, expressionless, replied, Due to the invasion of the corpses, protecting you requires considerable effort, and thus we need more provisions. Should you object, we can assist you on your journey to hell. Field was tasked with the collection of taxes. Should he be discovered, it mattered little, as he could resort to outright plunder. After all, who among the denizens of Nightshade could recognize one another? Nevertheless, tax collection remained the most prudent course of action, for the slaves possessed feeble combat prowess, and a clash with the militia could easily lead to unforeseen consequences. Pay the full amount. The village chief gritted his teeth. immediately instructing the villagers to bring forth their livestock and grain. While donning a sycophantic expression, I shall also present the maiden the Baron desires. A maiden? The lynx furrowed his brow, for Baron Field had not mentioned this stipulation. It was evidently the desire of Baron Bull. A nearby slave guard, about to voice a refusal, was swiftly silenced by the lynx. To decline would surely reveal their intentions. Very well, take them all back. Soon, Horn Village erupted into chaos. Akin to boiling water poured upon an anthill. 2 oxen, for sheep, numerous chickens and ducks, 5 large carts of grain, a total of 7 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. The entire village felt as though it had been thoroughly scraped clean, echoing with cries and pleas. A year's worth of accumulated wealth vanished in the span of a single night. Nobility truly instills terror. The lynx silently clicked his tongue. He too had been rendered a slave due to his inability to pay taxes. As for whether the villagers had engaged in tax evasion, it mattered not. It was merely an opportunity seized. My, so many livestock? Field was still directing the slaves and the transportation of arms and magical artifacts. In another bunker, he discovered the coveted fog lanterns, 3 in total, long desired by the bearded officer, along with a plethora of magical potions, predominantly for healing wounds. The total worth was incalculable, but certainly not less than 200 gold coins. With such a bountiful haul, Field was astonished upon seeing the taxes brought back by the lynx. Field was astonished that such a small village could yield such substantial tax revenue. Likely due to an alarming tax rate, the lynx had only plundered 1 village, yet 20 individuals could not subdue it. Even livestock was present, indicating that in this cursed land, he would not face a shortage of meat in the near future. The only discomfort for Field stemmed from the realization that he had indeed pillaged a village. He dismissed any notions of moral superiority, acknowledging that in the ruthless environment of the medieval world, the advanced moral standards of Huagua were ineffectual. With his own survival at stake, he considered why he should concern himself with such matters. Only by enduring could he aspire to achieve greatness. Furthermore, the Nightshade territory was positioned as a buffer zone in front of the Bull territory, making this support rightfully his. Sustaining his subjects was his foremost duty. Splendid. Each person would receive a silver coin. Field smiled, encouraging the lynx and generously offering that as long as they collected a full gold coin for him, he would grant them their freedom, allowing them to become free citizens of the Nightshade territory. The slaves erupted in a euphoric cheer, feeling a genuine sense of hope. Master, let us go to other villages to collect taxes. Inspired by Field's incentive, the lynx's enthusiasm surged, their eyes gleaming with determination as they aligned themselves with Field's perspective. Discarding any previous sympathies, why should the people of Nightshade territory feel compassion for those of the Bull territory who had been plundered? Field raised his fist and declared, indeed. Let us seize their gold with fervor. We must collect it by tomorrow morning, for our time is rather constrained. Proceed. Continue to masquerade as the Bull's guards to collect taxes, and I shall reward you handsomely. However, I urge you to hasten. For the other cities of the Empire are not as timid as Richard. They will soon notice the crisis in Bull's Horn and send forth their armies to eradicate corruption. We must not allow ourselves to be caught red-handed. Ah, my lord, and this little girl, the lynx interjected, presenting a young girl clad in simple robes. Likely around 12 years of age. Do I appear to be a sinister uncle? How could you possibly bring a child to me? Field's mind momentarily faltered. His desire to unleash a torrent of invective suppressed upon observing the apprehensive expression on Lynx's face. He inquired, what is the situation? Why have you brought a child back? It was a gift from the villagers to the Bull Baron. I suspect it bodes ill. I had no intention of courting trouble, but to avoid raising villager suspicions, I took it upon myself to bring her back. Please, punish me as you see fit. There is no need for punishment. Your cleverness is commendable, Lynx. From now on, you shall lead the guard. Field was grateful for his ample patience. The young girl was unremarkable, merely possessing a certain delicate beauty. After a few casual inquiries, Field decided to take her in. She was already aware of his background, and returning her was not an option. Moreover, it would likely not fare well for her if she were sent back. The following dawn, gentle sunlight streamed in, and Ashina, stirred by the cacophony of clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and mooing cows outside, fluttered her eyelashes and let out a languid yawn. The fatigue from the previous day's battle had dissipated, and she felt as though she had slept exceptionally well. The mattress beneath her was soft, imbued with a faint fragrance of jujube flowers, a far cry from the damp, cold confines of a steel cage. Ah, how fortunate I am that the Lord has chosen me as the chosen one. Lord Field is truly an exceptional man. Her long, slender legs brushed against each other, producing a tantalizing rustle, and she yearned to indulge in another hour of slumber. However, Ashina swiftly arose. For Field had mentioned that they would venture into the gray mist that very morning. "How did you rest last night?" Field asked as the mature-looking lady approached him. Her steps quick and lively, nearly causing him to lose his composure. "There's no need to rush. I am still planning our course of action. I rested well." "You may continue your duties, my lord," Ashina replied, nodding in understanding, obediently standing to the side in anticipation. The northern province was vast, encompassing the Nightfall territory, which once boasted prosperous cities and villages, but had now succumbed to corruption and was overrun with monsters. The heart of the Nightfall territory housed a once thriving estate, belonging to a female baroness, Sophia Starry Night. Her starry city lay within sight of the grand estate. With my current strength, the notion of constructing my own castle from thin air is utterly preposterous. The most prudent course of action would be to seize the grand estate and utilize it as a stronghold to gradually reclaim Starry City. The map in Field's hand was still the version from 7 years ago. At that time, many pioneering knights fantasized about reclaiming the northern province, embarking on their quest with servants and retainers filled with lofty aspirations. However, few returned, and those who remained in the north undoubtedly transformed into monsters, perhaps even B0SS-like beings. Truly a source of vexation for me. Field silently scoffed. Thus, while the strategic plan appeared splendid, the associated risks were undoubtedly hair-raising. Chapter 13. In the midst of the fog, my lord, all the goods have been packed. The support supplies from last night included 7 cattle, 20 sheep, a pack horse, and a myriad of other items, all duly recorded in your ledger and packed away. The steward, Kareem, donned a well-fitted tunic, yet wore a rather sullen expression. No one would find joy in venturing into the north. They stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, where only the gray mist, reaching towards the heavens, prevailed. He had contemplated fleeing, but Field offered him no opportunity. The lynx and the other enslaved soldiers, corrupted by the lure of wealth, had become staunch loyalists to Field. Kareem could guarantee that the moment he attempted to escape, he would be swiftly assassinated by those wretched lackeys, who would then be rewarded with a silver coin by Field. Those accursed lackeys, bartering their souls for money, disregarding their very lives, Kareem inwardly cursed. Such is the nature of slaves, with but a glimmer of hope and favor. They would dare to offer their lives. By the way, my lord, Ko hesitated, glancing at Ashina several times, unable to contain his curiosity. That slave, excuse me. I mean Miss Ashina, truly a chosen one. Are we not being deceived? Could she perhaps demonstrate a miracle? In an effort to inspire hope, Field convened the crowd last night to proclaim the news of the chosen one. Do I still need to prove this to you? Perhaps you could venture forth, and I would serve as your steward. Yet, I wonder if you possess the resilience to survive amidst the Empire's relentless pursuit. Field dismissed Ashina's notion of summoning the great wolf with a disdainful huff, furrowing his brow as he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon the disloyal steward. Throughout the proceedings, the steward had uttered nothing but pessimistic remarks. Had he not been one of the few literate individuals, Field would have relished the opportunity to relegate him to the role of a mere stable hand. It was high time for a reprimand. Cal, sensing the mounting pressure, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, letting out a hesitant sound, too intimidated to speak. His master seemed utterly transformed. Perhaps the burden of family expectations weighed too heavily upon him. Such was likely the case, for he too would dread entering the cursed lands. And surely the pampered nobility would feel the same. Cal's mind became a tumultuous haze. With no dissent, the time had come to embark on their journey. Field ignited the fog lamp, a costly endeavor at 25 gold coins for each minute of its burning, a veritable waste of wealth. Gritting his teeth, Field stepped into the northern province, where all sounds and the very essence of life abruptly faded into an eerie silence. In their stead loomed a chilling stillness, shrouded in a deathly fog that obscured even the sun. Prolonged exposure to this oppressive atmosphere induced a disorienting sense of being submerged in the deep sea, instilling a palpable tension and fear within Field, let alone the slaves accompanying him. Had it not been for the corrupting influence of the fog beyond the lamp's light and Field's announcement regarding the chosen one, it is likely that they would have succumbed to madness, plunging headlong into the gray mist, only to be transformed into monstrous abominations. The ground was littered with writhing red-black tendrils, corrupted vegetation that lacked offensive capability yet could ensnare the wheels of their vehicles. It was eerily reminiscent of Silent Hill. Field compelled himself to remain composed, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, allowing them to see him as he guided them onward, instilling courage within their hearts. After all, With the life-preserving nobles present, what motive did they have to flee? Cackles echoed through the fog, interspersed with a cacophony of strange cries. The fog lamp illuminated a mere 100 paces ahead, while the roars emanated from an indeterminate distance, leaving the group bereft of any sense of security. Everywhere lay the remnants of crumbling walls, and the ground bore the grotesque sight of withered heads impaled by corroded iron spears. Field even glimpsed a faded griffin banner, a testament to the imperial legions that had once ventured forth, only to meet their demise and become one with the local inhabitants. Field swallowed hard. "Stay behind me," he instructed. Athena's crimson eyes scanned the right front with vigilance. A monster was approaching. Soon, a decaying corpse with half a face staggered into Field's line of sight. Whoosh! Athena drew her bow and released an arrow, which traced a silver arc through the air. The corpse's head exploded like a watermelon, and its body rolled twice on the ground before falling still. "Be careful. More monsters are charging in." A multitude of skull symbols appeared on Field's minimap. Realizing they had been discovered, Field could no longer afford to speak in hushed tones. He arranged the wooden carts to form a barrier and commanded the crossbowmen to fire. At Kazan's fortress, Field had acquired 80 crossbows and 100 imperial bows. Unfortunately, only 2 or 3 of the slaves could shoot. Thankfully, crossbows were effective, and he armed 20 crossbowmen. The eerie cries grew increasingly frenzied, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps as a dense horde of corpses surged forward, exposed to the eyes of the defenders. With the aid of the minimap, Field was aware of the monsters' positions nearby, but their overwhelming numbers forced them to engage. "Damn it! Fire!" Without needing further prompting, the slaves loosed their trembling bolts. The leading corpses collided with an invisible wall, toppling 7 or 8 of them instantly. Athena, however, she'd her bow and summoned a great wolf, charging into the fray. Though only at the first tier of divinity, a chosen one's combat prowess surpassed that of mere mortals. Her longsword danced like a butterfly, cleaving through the corpses with ease. Whether by decapitation or by the wolf's claws, the undead fell beneath her blade. As she plunged into the thick of the horde, she commanded the dragon-blooded wolf to unleash a fiery torrent, creating a whirlwind of flames that incinerated the surrounding corpses to ashes. Could it be? Is she truly a chosen one? Cal rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Although Athena had alleviated considerable pressure, the tense atmosphere remained unyielding. The gray mist obscured their vision, and the relentless wave of corpses emerging from it inflicted profound psychological strain on the defenders. "Kill," the lynx growled, thrusting his spear at the advancing corpses with all his might. 3 or 4 spears pierced the chest of a corpse, and with a swift flick, it was flung to the ground like a rag doll. More undead collided with the lynx and his slave guard, their fists and claws raining down like a hailstorm upon the soldiers' shields and armor, producing the sound of clanging metal. What is that flying towards us? Field noticed a swiftly moving skull icon on the map, positioned directly above him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounted, leaving the entire team behind at a precarious height. No sooner had he steadied himself than he felt a fierce gust of wind. "Beware of what lies above." Field immediately bent down, drawing his longsword and thrusting it upwards. In a fleeting glance, he beheld the Batwoman. Lacking hair and eyebrows, her grotesque visage was strikingly unappealing. Aside from her feminine form, her arms were replaced by bat wings, and her legs ended in sharp claws. Chapter 14. In the midst of fog and haze, Part 2. As her wings flapped, the grotesque masses upon the Batwoman's chest swayed grotesquely, evoking nothing but revulsion. With a swift dive, she seized a female slave, an unfortunate subhuman, who struggled and screamed in vain, for no one could rescue her. Within moments, the slave was torn asunder by the Batwoman, blood cascading down and eliciting gasps of horror, while the Batwoman emitted a mocking cackle. "Take that hideous creature down," Field roared, fury igniting within him. Without further prompting from Field, the enraged crossbowmen swiftly readied their weapons, unleashing a cacophony of bolts and arrows. The Batwoman, unprepared for humanity's ranged capabilities, was struck by 3 or 4 arrows, collapsing to the ground like a tattered rag. "How dare that abomination assault my subjects? Each life is one I have purchased with my hard-earned coin." Filled with rage, Field seized a long spear from the carriage, disregarding the decorum befitting a nobleman. With a sweeping motion, he struck the head of the Batwoman, reducing it to a gruesome pulp. In the chaos that ensued, a horde of decaying corpses surged forth, unimpeded by any bow or crossbow. "Everyone get back," Athena urged as she summoned her power. The black scales on the dragon-breed wolf's neck began to sizzle and emit smoke, a terrifying energy coalescing as the very fabric of space warped around it. With a thunderous roar, a burst of ghostly blue flames erupted from the wolf's maw. a scorching wave akin to a bursting dam sweeping forth, engulfing a vast area before Field in azure fire. The distorted figures were swiftly consumed by the flames, and Field felt the oppressive gray mist around him dissipate considerably. It's scorching. The guards, clad in armor, were seared by the heat from proximity, grimacing in pain. The putrid blood of the corpses was charred, adhering to their armor. Athena stuck out her tongue apologetically. The continuous onslaught of flames obliterated a multitude of the undead, leaving only a manageable few to contend with, allowing the group to successfully withstand the initial wave of the corpse tide. 3 slaves and 1 slave guard had perished, a toll that was still acceptable. After a brief respite of half an hour, the women ventured forth to retrieve the arrows. Field took the kettle from the butler's hands and drank deeply, the icy water jolting his throat and bringing him back to reality. I owe you my gratitude, Ashina. Field reached out to tousle Ashina's hair, causing her cheeks to flush, her tail wagging like a propeller, as if ready to take flight. Ashina shook her head, feigning modesty. It is merely my duty. Yet her expression betrayed her. Pleading, praise me, do not cease. No wonder the northern province was dubbed the land of curses. Had the original owner been here, or rather, had it not been for Ashina's assistance, I might not have endured for long. Field felt a surge of trepidation. Yet he quickly dispelled the negative emotions as he observed a new sign drawing near, a cluster of red exclamation marks. Could this signify another monster? No. Their formation was too orderly, precisely 19 in number. With a frown, Field pondered for a moment before summoning Ashina, gesturing toward the mist ahead. You should take cover in the fog and be prepared to adapt as necessary. Captain Connor and his band of brothers advanced through the mist as well. The fog-clearing lantern appeared to be dimming. Damn that foolish Baron for having such a large light while ours was but a mere flicker. The second lady is so miserly, wishing for a donkey to labor yet refusing to offer a carrot. Silence, you foolish donkey. Be cautious, lest your loud voice attracts the undead. A nearby comrade chastised him nervously. I sense something has crept up behind us, remarked a keen-eyed cavalryman, gripping his lance with evident unease. We should have sought an opportunity to eliminate Baron Field before entering the northern province, not now. Connor sighed in resignation. Do you think I desire otherwise? To brazenly slay a noble would be sufficient to send us all to the gallows. This was also the reason they had bid farewell to Field earlier and circled back, seeking an alibi. Soon, Connor's cavalry discovered Field's trail. The fresh blood and corpses on the ground serving as an unmistakable guide. The tracks of over 200 men were impossible to conceal. Brothers, let us prioritize the elimination of Field, then charge at the slaves to seize their fog-clearing lanterns. The mist will soon claim us all. Connor's plan was impeccably devised. Once the cavalry arranged themselves in formation, they began to urge their steeds into a brisk trot. Connor could already envision Field's terrified pleas for mercy. He licked his lips, laughing shamelessly. However, when he finally laid eyes on Field, his smile froze instantly. A 30-man full-armored guard stood resolutely, shields raised and spears poised in a defensive formation. Their gleaming halberds and the blood and entrails of the undead upon their armor signifying that they were not to be trifled with. Field remained behind the line of carriages, where 2 rows of crossbowmen had already drawn their weapons. At the slightest command, they would unleash a volley upon Connor's cavalry, even without specialized training. A child could wield a crossbow, effortlessly piercing through an adult's form. Damn it, we have been discovered. Connor stood in disbelief, feeling like a jester. How could this be? Wasn't Field a coward with no foundation? Where did he acquire such a guard? The cavalry stirred restlessly. The ambush had lost its element of surprise, transforming into a farce. Should they charge the heavily armored spearmen who had formed ranks, or crash into the damned line of carriages? We must retreat. Connor yanked the reins fiercely. His steed whinnied and reared, pivoting away. Suddenly, a massive black wolf, towering over 2 meters and as robust as a bear, appeared behind the horse, startling it into a stumble. Connor was thrown from his mount, terror gripping him. Damn it! Before he could reach for a weapon, a long spear pressed against his throat, wielded by a stunning wolf hybrid, her gaze a blend of mirth and menace. Connor understood that any movement on his part would seal his fate. To make matters worse, his fog lamp had been snatched away. This was the very slave Field had insisted on purchasing. Connor immediately recalled the slave Field had been so adamant about acquiring. Without a fog lamp, she navigated effortlessly through the dense mist. The onlookers were dumbfounded. By the gods, what ill fortune had befallen them to encounter a chosen one? Who could have imagined that Field would possess a chosen one? Had they known, even a bounty of 10,000 gold coins would not have lured them here. Ah, Captain Connor, what brings you here? You startled me, Field remarked, not immediately ordering their execution. Instead, he slyly shifted his gaze, adopting a casual tone as one would with an old friend. Worried I wouldn't arrive on time? Fear not. Expanding the family's territory is a noble obligation. Connor found himself at a loss for words, paralyzed by the precariousness of life and death. Chapter 15. Amidst the fog, Part 3, Field displayed a harmonious expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze and remarked, "Then you must be escorting us, am I correct?" Just as the chivalrous spirit dictates, to commend the valiant goddess of war. Connor, filled with elation, thought to himself that Field was oblivious to his true intentions, and quickly seized the opportunity to affirm, yes, indeed. That is splendid. Please dismount and join us for a cup of wheat ale. We are about to set forth, and you shall have ample opportunity to showcase your chivalry along the way." Field raised his hand, signaling Athena to step back, and then casually invited the horsemen to partake in the drink. The soldiers, hesitant and guilt-ridden, entertained a flicker of hope. At this juncture, confronting the chosen one would likely result in their annihilation, and retreat was out of the question. Athena, having felled Connor, had also seized the mist lamp. Without it, plunging into the deadly fog would be tantamount to courting death. It seemed the Baron remained unaware of our scheme, which was unsurprising given Field's inherent foolishness. Observing Field's sincere demeanor, the others recalled his previous acts of kindness and weakness, allowing a glimmer of hope to rise within them. After being persuaded by Field to dismount, they nervously sipped their wheat ale, finally able to release their anxious hearts. "My lord, I believe it is time for us to return and report back," Connor suggested, seeking an excuse to make his exit. Field struggled to maintain his composure, as this group of fools truly believed they could deceive him. "Your steeds have been requisitioned for my own purposes. They shall be returned to you when nightfall descends." Field dismissively declined, gesturing towards the front of the line. "You just mentioned your willingness to pave the way for us. Let us proceed." Connor, sensing impending doom, grew anxious. "I regret this decision. I apologize, but I must hasten back to report. I fear the Count has been waiting impatiently." It seems you are utterly oblivious," Field scoffed, casting a glance at Ashina. With a swift motion, Ashina's great wolf clamped its jaws around the head of a cavalryman, the sickening crunch of bone nearly drowning out the gasps of the onlookers. Blood gushed forth from the decapitated soldier as his body convulsed violently in the wake of the sudden attack. The crowd, including Field's own subjects, instinctively held their breath in sheer terror. The scene was brutally savage. "I was mistaken, Baron Field." Connor capitulated decisively, collapsing to the ground. "It was your sister, Liz, who commanded me to do this." "Must I repeat myself, Captain Connor?" Field replied with a sly smile. "Either scout ahead or meet your demise here." It was chilling. Connor felt an icy dread seep into his very bones. All notions of gentleness were mere fabrications. Previously, he had overheard other nobles chat, claiming that Field was as docile as a lamb. Bah, they were all liars. Connor cursed those deceivers vehemently, under the threat of the guards' long spears. Soon 18 cavalrymen without mounts formed a tight square, marching at the forefront of the procession. Meanwhile, Field's miniature map indicated that a mass of rotting corpses was rapidly approaching. Taking a deep breath, Field gritted his teeth. "Let us set forth." Nightfall Keep lies to the southwest of the northern province. With the aid of the small map, Field successfully circumvented the majority of the monsters and spent 3 arduous days before finally arriving at the Grand Manor. The stench of decay from the rotting corpses seemed inescapable. Evidenced by Connor's trembling hands, the blade of his weapon shattered, his expression vacant, resembling a marionette. The relentless battles had driven him to the brink of despair. He was the sole survivor of the cavalry that had once paved the way. It must be said that to be a captain requires considerable skill. Yet he too bore several gaping wounds inflicted by the undead, his flesh festering, a portion of him having succumbed to corruption, drawing ever closer to death. "Bestow him a swift end." As Field's words faded, Ashina released her bowstring, sending an arrow through Connor's heart. Immediately, a slave adeptly approached to scavenge resources from his lifeless body. "We have arrived at the Starry Night Manor." It was no small feat. Upon seeing the entrance to the estate, Field released a long sigh of relief. The group erupted in jubilant cheers. It was all thanks to Ashina and the small map. Without the enemy locations indicated on the map, Field would dare to say that they would not have been able to navigate their way here at all. The endless tide of decaying corpses along the way would have surely overwhelmed them. Clearly, this place had not felt the presence of the living for quite some time. Ashina stepped forward to tear away the thorns that clung to the manor's grand door. A jarring creak echoed as the already rusted door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ashina leapt aside like a cat, squinting her eyes in embarrassment. Well, it seems the door needs some repairs. The tall, imposing European iron gates, the meticulously crafted stonework and statues, along with the expansive garden of ornamental plants, though now shrouded in a terrifying and eerie gray mist, still hinted at a previous grandeur. Two slave guards moved aside the fallen iron gate, and Field glimpsed the remains of humans, corpses, and other unknown creatures amidst the decayed foliage. The Starry Night Manor spanned an impressive 30 hectares, roughly equivalent to 40 football fields. It encompassed a swimming pool, gardens, agricultural residences, woodlands, barns, a wine cellar, stables, villas, and the central main building. It was a display of opulence beyond imagination, for Baron Sophia was a figure of substantial power within a thriving city, far beyond what a mere titular noble could claim. The accumulation of years of family wealth guaranteed substantial fixed assets. This was merely a baron's domain. It was rumored that Her Majesty the Empress of the Griffin Empire possessed an immense estate covering 500 hectares. Indeed, the kind of scenario where a protagonist awakens in a bed the size of a football field could very well occur in the life of an empress. With such vastness, the number of lurking monsters was inevitable. The corruption had persisted for a decade. Locations such as barns and stables held no value whatsoever. Field retrieved the estate's map, comparing it with his small map, and similarly concluded that even the ornamental gardens were devoid of worth. Should they proceed to clear the main building directly? Or perhaps occupy one of the villas? In addition to the main mansion, the grand estate boasts 3 exquisite villas designated for the lord's relatives or esteemed guests. Ashina appeared quite exhilarated, as it was her first encounter with such opulent abodes. The slaves, in their exuberance, engaged in hushed whispers, their faces betraying a palpable excitement. For those of the lower strata, having had the opportunity to work, even in menial tasks like sweeping, within the noble villas would be a tale of pride to recount for a lifetime, a glorious anecdote to share with their sons on their deathbeds. Field gazed at the distant main building for a moment, where shadows danced within the tattered windows. Suddenly, he sensed an unseen presence watching him, as if a heavy weight had settled upon his chest, rendering his breath shallow and hurried. It seemed wise to avoid provoking whatever dread might dwell within that structure. Hastily, Field averted his gaze, rubbing his temples. He glanced at the small map, which was marked with numerous skull icons. However, the most striking feature was a vast red dot situated in the basement of the main building. The skulls signified corrupted creatures, but what could the red dot represent? Most likely, it too hinted at some malevolent being. Chapter 16. The Grand Vineyard, the first stronghold, my lord. Why do you appear so troubled? Asina approached, bow and arrow in hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. It was perplexing. The most arduous part of their journey had been before their arrival here. Yet now he wore a countenance of distress. Waving his hand dismissively, Field wished to suppress any anxiety that might further undermine the already wavering confidence of his companions. With a teasing expression, he playfully pinched Asina's wolf-like ears and said, "It is not distress that burdens me. Rather, I am contemplating whether to personally give a massage to my diligent and deserving benefactor." Hey. Asina's charming face immediately flushed with embarrassment, her crimson eyes quaking in surprise. She stammered in response, but upon seeing Field's playful demeanor, she quickly realized she had been jested with. Indignantly, she retorted, "My lord, you are being quite excessive. Here I was, concerned for you, and now I shall not be so amiable." Field rubbed his aching neck and expressed his gratitude, stating it was time to find a place to settle. The creaking noise of the carriage had left him with a throbbing headache, and he longed for a roof that could shelter him from the elements, even if the buildings here were in a state of decay. After a careful examination of the map, Field declared, "Let us seize the Grand Winery, Ashina. Its masonry structure is less likely to crumble into ruins." The Grand Winery lay to the southeast of the main building, surrounded by vast fertile fields once dedicated to the cultivation of the exquisite black pearl grapes used for winemaking. However, the once thriving vineyards had become a distant memory, now replaced by writhing black tendrils and decaying corpses in the fields. Shadows of grapevines and trellises could still be discerned, remnants of a time when this land produced the empire's most renowned black pearl wine. The women set to work clearing the fields, determined to leave no trace of filth. For the writhing tendrils and grotesque remnants, while fearsome in appearance, posed no real threat. Field kicked aside a grotesque mass of decaying flesh with 7 or 8 eyes. These repulsive creatures had once been charming little animals before the arrival of the gray mist. "Very well, my good people," he announced. The slaves, sluggish in their movements, were informed they had 2 days to complete the task, with a promise of 10 copper coins as payment, as this land would one day provide their sustenance. Field's decisive offer allowed the slaves to possess money, and their eyes sparkled with newfound motivation. Swiftly, they wielded their tools to dispatch the corrupted beings, and their productivity surged tenfold. The steward, Perry, observed the transformation with a roll of his eyes, remarking on the master's unusual kindness and suggesting that if the laborers refused to work, it would be easier to hang them instead. At that moment, the freedman, whom Field had rescued, approached with trepidation. "My lord, you seem to be indulging in fanciful notions. The land is poisoned. Even if we eradicate all the monsters, it remains unfit for cultivation." The villagers expressed their skepticism, and one stomped his foot heavily, causing the soft ground to sink beneath him, forming a footprint that collected a pool of purplish water. "See? It resembles a toxic swamp." "Oh, the stench is worse than a widow's unwashed garments for 3 years." The slaves exchanged puzzled glances at these words. It appeared that Field's kindness had emboldened some to overreach. Field's gaze lowered, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. "This is my command, not a matter for discussion." The villagers, still loyal to the bull baron, momentarily struggled to comprehend, "But what you are doing is utterly meaningless." Field's brow furrowed, his eyes darkening with discontent. The lynx and the other guards immediately drew their swords, the sharp sound of steel ringing through the air. Even though Connor and his companions were the main force, the slave guards had still been honed, exuding a faint aura of military menace. Caught off guard by the glint of the blades, the crowd quickly realized they were questioning their new lord. Fear swept over them, causing them to break into a cold sweat and prostrate themselves on the ground. The atmosphere grew tense, lingering in silence for half a minute. Field waved his hand, not out of a desire to flaunt authority or indulge in feudal pretensions, but rather from a sense of vulnerability. In this chaotic land devoid of order, if he could not rein in these individuals, he might as well relinquish his title of lord and seek a means to end his own life. "You all should assist in the cleanup. The eastern lands are entrusted to you. Furthermore, if anyone dares to call me a foolish dreamer, let them receive 5 lashes." Field imposed a mild punishment, for both cultivation and land development necessitated their cooperation. The villagers, drenched in sweat, felt as if they had been granted a pardon at his words, responding affirmatively. They commenced the eradication of decay, which elicited piercing shrieks from the corrupted creatures. Truly, it was reminiscent of Cthulhu. Field inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Prolonged exposure to this cursed land could drive one to madness. Civilization's spark must be reignited, beginning with the winery. 2 farmers, brandishing torches, flung open the doors of the winery, releasing a foul, putrid stench that assaulted Field's senses, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous night's meal as he averted his gaze. "Be cautious. There are many footsteps on the 2nd floor." Athena showed no reaction to the foul odor, having endured worse environments during her days as a slave. "We must seize this large room, and there may be flammable materials present, so we cannot use fire." Athena nodded obediently. "Leave it to me." Shielding her chest with a battered iron shield, Field drew his longsword, form a pike line, prepare for the onslaught. Though they had not received systematic training, the guards had gleaned some understanding from recent skirmishes, quickly forming a small phalanx. Field took a deep breath and struck his sword against his shield, calling out, "Hey, fellow villagers, our community brings warmth." A roar erupted, filled with the anguished cries of the damned. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as grotesque monsters, their forms distorted and unrecognizable, surged forth from the inky darkness. The clash of flesh and metal resounded ominously. Athena, alongside her wolf, held the front line against the tide of corpses, her spear effortlessly dispatching the decayed bodies. The massive wolf, akin to a tank, was enveloped in a mound of corpses yet remained unscathed. Had Field permitted the draconic wolf to breathe fire, the battle would have been swiftly concluded. "Oh, goddess above!" A guard at the forefront pierced one of the corpses, staggering under the impact, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the oncoming horde of decay. Clad in armor, he fell heavily to the ground, disoriented. With a low growl, Field stepped forward, bringing his longsword crashing down upon the head of a corpse. This was no anime. The grotesque was merely a creature clad in human skin, devoid of armor. Where the sharp blade met, sinew and bone were severed, and the entire head was cleaved from its body. Thank you, my lord." The guard, eyes wide with terror, felt the warmth of his own fear as he realized he had narrowly avoided a fatal encounter. His expression, one of almost reverent gratitude, revealed a newfound respect for nobility that he had never felt before. Chapter 17. "Oh dear, I really am doomed." "Thank you, my lord." The guard was left in a daze. Field extended his hand to pull him up, delivering a reassuring punch to the guard's shoulder, saying, It is no easy task to cultivate a suitable soldier. I await the day when you will shed the shackles of servitude and emerge as true warriors, perhaps even knights. The guard, ignited by fervor, had previously dismissed Field's promises as mere fanciful dreams or the jest of nobility. Yet now, he felt a palpable distinction between Field and other nobles. For Lord Field, we charge forth. The surrounding crowd was similarly stirred by this fervor, wildly brandishing their halberds to reap the undead. In no time, the corpses drawn by the noise were completely vanquished. Field took a quick count and was astonished to find over 70 of the undead. Field inhaled sharply, but the acrid stench in the air immediately invaded his trachea, prompting him to hastily close his mouth. He pondered to himself, does the vineyard truly require so many hands? When the Empire resolved to unleash the death fog, why did they not alert the people of the North to evacuate? Never mind, it's of no consequence to me. Dismissing such futile musings, Field pressed deeper into the vineyard. After a considerable distance, he stumbled upon the grand room dedicated to winemaking, where he harbored hopes of discovering ingredients like rock candy and wheat. However, what met his fantastical expectations was the grotesque corpse of a Batwoman, her lifeless eyes wide open, and her body violently torn from neck to groin, the innards having vanished without a trace. The barley, once destined for brewing, lay wasted. Field noticed scattered remnants of what could still be termed barley, strewn across the floor. A decade's passage, coupled with decay, had enabled the grains to ride slowly. He marveled at the wonders of decomposition, contemplating that perhaps this decay was not a curse from the devil, but rather a unique form of radiation. Radiation? Ashina's mind faltered. Her innocent curiosity absorbed in the new vocabulary Field had introduced. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Beware, something approaches rapidly. The speed was such that Field scarcely noticed the skull icon flashing on the minimap. Clang. The guard stationed ahead underwent a drastic change in demeanor, instinctively glancing at the ceiling. In an instant, the shield he held shattered into countless fragments, and he flailed helplessly as he was hurled backward. A creature resembling a licker from a certain bioweapon franchise emerged in the guard's original position, its elongated tail and snout revealing its origins as a mutated rat. With a piercing shriek, the rat monster lunged at Field, its claws poised to strike. Field felt a sudden rush of wind as a massive claw loomed before him. Not a chance. At that critical moment, Ashina maneuvered her dragon wolf to shield Field, curling its body protectively around him. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks as the dragon wolf braced itself against the claw's assault, enduring the impact without so much as a whimper. The monstrous creature before them appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing at its own claws, once formidable, now having merely torn off a couple of bloodied scales. With a swift motion, the dragon wolf struck the rat monster, sending it tumbling. Seizing the opportunity, the bobcats and their comrades unleashed a flurry of strikes with their short swords and polearms. However, the rat monster, boasting tough skin and resilient flesh, withstood the barrage with only minor injuries. It swung its elongated limbs, effortlessly sending several men flying as if they were mere dust. It was noteworthy that the guards were clad in full armor, even if the armor was not excessively heavy. The combined weight of man and metal easily exceeded 100 pounds, yet they were cast aside with such ease. Fall back. This creature exceeds the capabilities of ordinary beings. Field shouted, raising his shield and swiftly crouching into a corner. Cursing under his breath, he lamented forgetting to bring his crossbow against such a robust beast. Mere mortals could only rely on crossbow bolts to pierce its defenses. This battle was best left to Ashina. As the rat monster rose, attempting to seize a guard as a snack, Ashina declared, "You shall not succeed." Channeling her power into her long spear, she radiated an aura of formidable might. The spear pierced through the rat monster's flesh with the force of a battering ram, embedding itself between its bones. Were it not for the constraints of the terrain, Ashina could have charged with the giant wolf, potentially striking through the monster entirely. The rat monster let out a pained cry and lunged with its claws. Boom! The giant wolf collided with the rat monster's chest like a high-speed train, interrupting its attack and sending it sprawling, exposing its vulnerabilities. This creature was a third-tier corrupted being, and in such confined spaces, only third-tier humans with combat prowess or magical abilities could hope to vanquish it. Or else one would need to rely on city defense crossbows or armor-piercing bolts. Fortunately, the chosen ones were significantly stronger than the average person. Ashina, wielding the combat strength of a first-tier chosen, was more than capable of overpowering it. Extreme cold piercing spear. This was the first time Ashina invoked her divine technique. Stars coalesced in her grasp, forming a spear that resembled a swirling azure dragon. Infusing it with a great deal of divine energy, she propelled it with her legs and waist, launching it with tremendous force. The divine technique struck the rat monster, resulting in a violent eruption of blood and shattered bones. Chunks of flesh were pulverized and splattered against the walls. At last, it is resolved. Ashina's complexion paled slightly, her breath coming in labored gasps, revealing her fatigue. The battle had concluded in the blink of an eye, yet the peril it entailed was suffocating. Field let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank goodness you are here. The last portion of venison shall be yours. Long live the Lord." Upon hearing that there would be venison, Ashina's tail wagged incessantly, and saliva unwittingly dripped from her mouth. Her previously aloof demeanor during battle vanished. Nevertheless, she patted her chest and generously declared, "I only require half. The Lord has worked hard as well." Field felt a profound sense of relief. The map indicated that the monstrous entities within the Grand Winery had dwindled to mere scattered skeletal icons. To be prudent, Field first escorted the injured outside and administered medical attention before leading the rested team to meticulously scour the winery. By 9 o'clock in the evening, they had reached the final stages of their thorough examination. The entire winery lay in disarray, riddled with collapses. Gusts of wind whistled through the crevices, stirring up clouds of gray dust. Fortunately, the overall structure of the winery remained intact. The first and second floors had been thoroughly searched, yielding no valuables, only some dark, rotting timber that could serve to construct shelters or kindle fires. Below lay the wine cellar, the guard announced as he stepped forward, disregarding the thick layer of dust on the cellar door. With considerable effort, he pulled open the heavy door, revealing a shadowy staircase that descended into the depths. Field swallowed hard, his hands nervously rubbing together, and incessantly muttered to himself, "May the Bodhisattva bless me, may God be with me, let me uncover something truly useful." A multitude of oak sherry casks lay piled in the dim cellar, some of which had been crushed by a collapse, leaving behind dried water stains and traces of rodent activity. Chapter 18. The Vintage Wine. Upon witnessing the dismal state of the wine cellar, despair washed over Field. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. After searching only a few places, he discovered an unopened cask. Tapping gently on the barrel, a deep, muffled sound resonated from within, quickening Field's heartbeat and bringing a glimmer of hope to his brow. However, he feigned calmness, fearing that his joy might be in vain. "Let us open this cask and pray it is filled with exquisite wine rather than tentacles." The gray mist could only corrupt flora and fauna. Inanimate objects would not transform into monsters, provided the wine was sealed properly. With great effort, the guard pried open the cask, and with a resounding pop, the rich aroma of wine wafted freely through the air. In a winery reeking of decay and monstrosities, the scent of premium wine presented an experience as bizarre as finding shrimp in a restroom. "This is it, the long-discontinued black pearl wine of the Empire." Field was elated, exuberantly pumping his fist and instructing the guard, who was also tempted by the wine, to summon his steward, Cal, to inventory the drinkable casks available here. Observing Field immersed in joy, Ashina cautiously advised, "My lord, even fine wine should be consumed in moderation. Many lords have met their demise through excessive drinking, lingering in taverns and brothels. Fear not, Ashina, I have no desire to indulge in these wines. I prefer iced tea or cola over alcohol." These exquisite vintages, which had been discontinued for a decade, were liquid gold. Once transported to the capital of the empire, or rather, to any nearby city, they would undoubtedly yield a fortune in gold coins. As for their exact worth, that depended on the quantity of wine present. However, Field was certain that the nobles would scramble for such esteemed vintages. Ashina, with a slender finger resting on her lips, appeared thoughtful. "Since the black pearl wine is so precious, perhaps we could also venture into winemaking, given that Starry Night Vineyard is now in our hands." "You make a valid point. But such considerations should only arise once our safety is assured." Handing the wine cellar over to Cal, Field finally had the opportunity to survey his domain. Centered around the winery, the expanse resembled an elementary school playground, with this circle encompassing the land claimed by Field. As long as the gray mist did not envelop it, people could freely engage in activities upon this land, which could be regarded as genuine territory. What lay within the domain was of little importance at present, as it was all corrupted flora and fauna that would need to be eradicated before any further considerations could be made. Now, the real challenge was about to begin. Field circled around the periphery of the path, observing the decayed creatures in the ridges of the fields, significantly diminished due to the diligent efforts of the townsfolk, rendering the landscape more reminiscent of the human realm. The villagers had gathered the grotesque, corrupted beings together. These monsters lacked any combat prowess, Yet their mere existence constituted a form of pollution. The discarded timber salvaged from the grand winery was repurposed effectively, tossed into the heap of monstrosities and ignited. The wretched cries reminiscent of a cat in heat resounded incessantly, accompanied by the hissing of flames, as thick plumes of gray smoke billowed from the bodies of the creatures. O heavens, by the grace of the Valkyrie, these fiendish minions have finally been purged. The maid pounded her chest, exclaiming in exaggerated tones, while the working female slaves cast envious glances. The opportunity to enter the castle, partake in the noble's leftovers, and enjoy luxurious moments of respite was enough to evoke jealousy among the enslaved. Scissors, I require you to undertake a task. After traversing his domain, Field intended to meet with his servants before issuing a new edict. Sir, you mentioned. The maid's smile instantly vanished, akin to a startled grasshopper. Her once boisterous demeanor now subdued. Despite Field's previous displays of timidity and folly, he remained a figure of reverence among the common folk. Field has been preoccupied with expansion matters in recent days, neglecting numerous affairs. And he has now come to realize the vast chasm of class disparity that exists in this world. He recalls an amusing incident involving his thrifty father. Hostile nobles plotted to ambush the family's caravan, but fortuitously, a peasant stumbled upon their hidden lair. The peasant promptly rushed to the castle to inform the count of the enemy's nefarious scheme. Subsequently, the count cleverly turned the tables, leading to a resounding defeat for the adversaries. Logically, the peasant should have been rewarded with monetary compensation. However, upon his victorious return, the count had the peasant hanged as a public spectacle. The justification was that the peasant's lowly shoes, tainted with repugnant filth and mud, had left despicable footprints upon the count's luxurious carpet. In the eyes of the nobility, the common folk are akin to excrement, and slaves are deemed even less than that. Field was no saint. He would neither overturn his own principles nor fully localize himself into a quintessential feudal aristocrat. As long as his subjects led prosperous lives, that was sufficient for him. Naturally, they had to be obedient subjects. Jeanzy, summon all those who serve me. I have matters to discuss. Yes, my lord, Jeanzy promptly replied, lifting his apron and hastening away. The steward was the first to arrive, as his position among the household servants was the highest, justifying Jeanzy's decision to notify him first. My lord, the tally of the barrels is not yet complete. It will require at least 2 more days, gasped Steward Cow, who appeared quite emaciated, his thighs scarcely possessing any flesh, suggesting a life of hardship. Yet, his wages were the highest in the entire domain, amounting to 5 silver coins and 50 copper coins a month. Moreover, responsibilities such as procurement and accounting were entrusted to him, and with a bit of ingenuity, his income could multiply several times over. Under ordinary circumstances, 1 copper coin in the empire could procure a loaf of black bread, rye bran bread, which might even contain wood shavings and tree bark. This bread was in stark contrast to modern notions of bread, being as hard as stone, capable of shattering teeth if bitten into without caution. The proper way to consume it was to soak it in hot soup until softened, then consume it with copious amounts of coarse salt laden with impurities. Its flavor bore no trace of the aroma of wheat nor sweetness, only a bitter saltiness. Yet, even such wretched sustenance was beyond the means of many who labored all day, often earning insufficient wages to afford even 2 loaves, ultimately relegating them to the status of slaves. The maidservants, footmen, and cooks earned a daily wage of 15 copper coins, amounting to 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins per month. Before long, Field found himself surrounded by his servants, 2 maids, 1 footman, and a cook. In modern society, possessing 2 or 3 servants would be an impressive feat. However, in the Middle Ages, Field could only be regarded as a destitute noble. His sister, the very woman who had attempted to send cavalry to end his life, commanded a retinue of 20 male servants, tasked with chopping vegetables, butchering meat, tending to horses, and even tending to her nails. Field's divine gaze swept across the assembly, prompting all to lower their heads in avoidance of making eye contact with their lord, as such an act would be deemed disrespectful. Chapter 19. The founding of the territory and planning for the future. I was yet unaware of my male servant's name when Field inquired of the steward. My lord, he is called Jar, age 16, with both parents being farmers. The cook is Nameplate, while the maidservants are Scissors and Sparrow. In this world, only those who possess knowledge, the nobility, or those endowed with extraordinary power are granted melodious names. For instance, Field's full name is Field Ross, with Ross signifying rose. However, addressing him simply as Ross is more fitting. Much like President George Bush, whose full name is George Walker Bush, which could be translated as George Walker Shrub. Yet that sounds rather peculiar. My lord, do you have any commands? Jar stammered upon being called, his voice trembling with trepidation, fearing dismissal for having slacked off for 10 minutes while mopping the floor the previous day. The makeshift bed you prepared for the carriage was exceptionally soft. Had it not been for your bedding, I might have been jostled to pieces on this journey, Field remarked lightly, snapping his fingers. Chow, reward Jar with a silver coin. Hiss. Instantly, envious glances were cast upon him by the others. A single silver coin equated to more than 6 days' wages. Jar initially stood in stunned silence, before a look of sheer ecstasy spread across his face as he fell at Field's feet, kissing the Lord's boots. Oh, Divine One, I thank you for your generosity. Lucky lad, Scissors pouted, visibly displeased. What is so remarkable about making a bed? I can keep it warm as well. Jar silently vowed to never again indulge in laziness. Not even for a minute. Once a month, there would be a selection process, where everyone had the opportunity to earn a silver coin as a reward for exemplary performance. The cook would prepare delectable dishes, the maidservants would keep the rooms tidy, and such efforts would not go unnoticed. The crowd breathed rapidly, exchanging glances filled with a fierce sense of competition. Field's lips curled into a subtle smile, for he knew that their work efficiency would soon be ignited by the gleam of silver coins. More importantly, situations involving reports and whistleblowing would inevitably arise. Field required such actions from his subordinates. Their camaraderie was not necessarily beneficial, as it could lead to collusion against the Lord. Very well, you may return to your tasks, he said, smiling at the assembly and gesturing for their departure. The group promptly exited, but the steward hesitated, taking a couple of steps back before returning with uncertainty. Field, puzzled, inquired, What is it? My lord, though it may not be appropriate to say this, as your steward, I feel compelled to offer you some advice. Ever since Cal had arrived in the Nightshade territory, he had transformed from a figure of incessant complaint to one who diligently embraced his duties. Field raised an eyebrow and said, Speak freely. It concerns the issue of race. You seem to have granted the subhumans a pathway to ascendancy, promising them the possibility of becoming free citizens. However, the subhumans are fundamentally different from us. They are rather foolish. I apologize, but aside from Lady Ashina, it appears unnecessary to grant the others their freedom. Field pondered for a moment. We find ourselves in this accursed land, surrounded by death. As the saying goes, when an Azelia, one must act as an Azelian. The Nightshade domain ought to have its own set of rules. Tomorrow I shall proclaim a unified decree, and you will understand then. That night, Field took out pen and paper to draft the agricultural plan for the Nightshade domain. He inscribed, in characters only he could decipher, the words, plunder and exploration. My territory is devoid of resources. To develop swiftly and accumulate means of production is utterly impossible with just 200 people. Even the land is rife with toxins. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Master, it is I, came the voice of Ashina from beyond the threshold. The planning by Field requires the support of Ashina. Please come in. I have been awaiting your arrival. Good evening, my lord. Ashina, adorned in a tailored maid's outfit, displayed a bashful posture with her slender legs, her countenance betraying a hint of shyness. Having escaped the arduous life of servitude, her skin, as cool as jade, was finally exposed to the light of day. In truth, even her feet exuded a chilling allure, her elongated, fair toes possessing an exquisite beauty. How may I serve you? An inexplicable tension enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it immediately suggestive. Field slapped his forehead, realizing why Ashina appeared so bashful. Calling a young lady to his room in the dead of night would lead anyone to speculate. Ahem, it concerns the development of territories. Ashina's hands, previously fidgeting, immediately fell to her sides as she exhaled in relief, yet a subtle disappointment lingered in her heart. Sir, I lack management experience and may not be of assistance to you. Before becoming a slave, Ashina was merely a free citizen, the daughter of a wolf demi-human hunter. She could neither read nor write, nor manage affairs. Fear not, for you can learn. I shall guide you every step of the way. Moreover, as a chosen one, you possess an inherent advantage. The greatest class transition in this world is to become a chosen one. One moment, one might face execution, and the next, they are proclaimed innocent by local nobility, celebrated as a guest of honor. After all, the divine do not err in their selection. This also explains why the downtrodden are reluctant to rebel against their lords, as everyone harbors the hope of social ascension, knowing that if a daughter or daughter-in-law becomes a chosen one, they will be free from what? I have resolved to plunder my brother. Field's declaration was nothing short of explosive. Ashina was taken aback. Is this something I am permitted to hear? Well then, I shall support you unconditionally. After confirming that Field was not jesting, Ashina pondered for a moment. She sensed he was not a cruel or malevolent individual. During her time as a slave, Field had never mistreated her or committed any unspeakable acts while she slept. On the contrary, Field was the most remarkable person she had encountered. He treated demi-humans with equality, perhaps even with a hint of fondness. This may have been a misperception, yet there was no doubt that Field was a gentleman. Thank you. Field poured a cup of red tea for Ashina. This matter is rather complex. He recalled the fierce, twisted gaze of his brother, which had disrupted his peace of mind. His brother had threatened to harm those he cared about, and Field was not the kind of person to be easily manipulated. A fierce counterattack was necessary, and preparations must commence immediately. I shall gradually explain the reasons to you. I need your assistance in training a cavalry unit, specifically designed for the purpose of raiding. Dear Sister Field, he has provided assistance in the form of 20 warhorses, which are now most opportune. After devising a plan, Field convened a gathering of all the lords the very next day, ensuring even the presence of every slave. Each attendee would be drawn to the wooden chest beside Field, brimming with silver and copper coins. Field did not embark on a lengthy discourse. Instead, he presented a list. Members of the guard, summoned by the names I announced, came forth to claim their bounties. 1 silver coin for the slaying of a rotting corpse, a promise I fulfilled. Chapter 20. New regulations, expansion of the army subsequently. Field personally distributed the rewards to the members of the guard, and these slaves were overwhelmed with emotion, their tears flowing freely. Could they not feel exhilaration? The slave who achieved the greatest feat, Hammer, amassed a remarkable 17 silver coins, an accumulation of wealth that many would never acquire in a lifetime. Even Field's maid could not help but feel envious. The others cast envious glances at the coins clutched in their hands, lamenting that they had not joined the guard from the outset. How unfortunate that they were not chosen back then. Those who were once timid now stomped their feet in frustration. Listen, my subjects, I proclaimed. I now unveil the development plan for Nightfall territory, which pertains to the future of us all. With the allure of wealth, the slaves perked up their ears, listening with more seriousness than they would to a priest's prayers. First, to attain freedom from slavery, one need only earn a single gold coin for me. Do not despair prematurely. I assure you, such a feat would be unattainable under other lords. But here in Nightfall territory, it is a simple task. Just look at the valiant Hammer. In a single day, he earned 17 silver coins. Upon hearing Field's commendation, Hammer stood tall with pride, even rising onto his toes. This marked the first time in his life that he was praised rather than scolded as a foolish donkey or a simpleton. The incredulity of receiving such recognition from the Lord himself was overwhelming. Oh, goddess, I must be dreaming. Today is indeed my lucky day, Hammer thought, basking in the admiring and envious glances of his peers. Field's lips curled into a smile. The rules remain unchanged. For every undead creature you slay, a silver coin shall be your reward. In addition, I will be issuing a series of tasks that do not require combat, such as farming, constructing walls, or repairs. For these endeavors, you shall also be compensated. He understood that slaves lacked the motivation that free citizens possessed. Field eagerly sought the latter. For free individuals not only required no oversight regarding their basic needs, but also contributed taxes, and they were driven to acquire skills. A spirited discussion erupted among the crowd, prompting Field to swiftly announce the second point. Secondly, regarding issues of race, I wish to remain uninvolved. Simply do not violate the fundamental laws. Though I am not of the subhuman races, my beloved chosen one is. Thus, I implore you to set aside your prejudices. Lift your gaze to the shroud of death that surrounds us, and refrain from causing harm to all for inexplicable reasons. He paused, adding, personally, I hold a fondness for the subhumans. As long as they are diligent and untroublesome, they are my good subjects. Through recent interactions, Field had come to realize that subhumans were not like certain other races that indulged in laziness and destruction. Thus, he was more than willing to embrace them. Moreover, the beast-eared girls were undeniably adorable. As Ashina felt tears welling up in her eyes, she sensed a profound respect and a sense of equality. Thirdly, from this point forward, include Ashina's name in your prayers. This particular request caused Field considerable deliberation. He aspired to cultivate a more scientifically advanced territory. However, the texts indicated that the power of the chosen one stemmed from faith and the prosperity of the city. As Ashina was a first-tier chosen, her advancement to the second tier would necessitate a substantial reservoir of faith. Field harbored skepticism towards this notion, for if the power derived from faith were indeed the truth, The Papal States, with their multitude of believers across the continent, would undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet, the reality tells a different tale. Presently, the Holy Griffin Empire has surpassed the Papal States in terms of elite combat capabilities, not to mention other formidable nations on the continent. Regrettably, there is no control group nor the luxury to experiment indiscriminately. Thus, one must adhere to the wisdom of predecessors. Subsequently, Field once again summoned conscripted soldiers without remuneration, yet provided with 3 meals a day, their only source of income being the act of slaying foes. In stark contrast to the previous reluctance exhibited, a throng of eager individuals surged forth to enlist. Field did not accept everyone without scrutiny. Pointing to the edge of his territory, he declared, "Those who wish to enlist must run 5 laps around my domain. I shall select the finest based on their performance. Moreover, I am quite democratic. You may opt out at any time." With this light-hearted remark, 6 individuals promptly withdrew, revealing their true nature as idlers, content with merely a daily loaf of black bread. Their inability to adhere to even the most basic commands indicated a desire solely for sustenance without effort. Field shook his head, realizing he had no need for such soldiers. The remaining candidates gritted their teeth and began to run. The newly arrived slaves were of markedly inferior quality compared to the first batch, most appearing frail and emaciated, resembling mere skeletons. It was not until noon that the last of them completed the course. Observing that final, unsteady figure, Field felt a sense of satisfaction rather than anger. Physical condition could be improved, but the tenacity of spirit was a rare trait. After dismissing 2 cunning individuals who attempted to cut corners by running fewer laps, Field successfully acquired 23 recruits. Field, having selected all the wolf folk from the original 30-member guard, amalgamated them with fresh recruits to form a 20-strong raiding cavalry. The remainder constituted a 33-member escort. Should any nobles or knights arrive here, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Field's audacity. Training commoners into a military force is already a madness beyond comprehension, let alone that of slaves. Foolish and ignorant, timid and cowardly. They lack even the merit to serve as mere cannon fodder, barely sufficient to fill the enemy's moats. Field, with an air of solemnity, surprisingly organized them into groups and provided them with armor. The steward, upon observing the recruited skeletal soldiers, was left aghast. His mouth agape as if it could swallow an ostrich egg. He was utterly taken aback by the Lord's actions and approached Field, speaking candidly, "My lord, the previous cohort of 30 was already absurd. How could you possibly expand their numbers further and bestow precious war horses upon mere slaves? They will surely devour those invaluable steeds at the first opportunity." "Calm yourself, Cal," Field replied. "Consider the performance of Lynx and Hammer. They have proven themselves commendable. Our progress in establishing a foothold is largely due to their efforts. This is merely a desperate measure," Cal retorted, pointing skyward with conviction. "A true soldier is born into a military lineage, possesses a mastery of various martial skills and weaponry, and must embody noble character." Field rubbed his brow, pondering that this individual must have been brainwashed by minstrels and novelists. "What should we utilize? We are surrounded by monsters. Naturally, we should hire mercenaries and adventurers." Cal responded with certainty. "Mercenaries? Those unreliable fellows," Field worried. "They would surely betray us at the first opportunity. History has repeatedly demonstrated that only warriors forged from the populace can assemble a truly formidable army. I appreciate your suggestion, but I wish to afford them a chance." Field rolled his eyes and stated with an undeniable tone, "Cal, provide the soldiers with an additional meal, 1 extra egg each. This afternoon, I shall lead them out to eliminate the monsters. They will prove their worth. The manpower in the territory is sparse, and Field could not afford to take everyone away, lest their base be obliterated." Chapter 21. Rum Village, More Monsters. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Field led the slave guards into the shrouded mist, where the passage of time became an elusive concept, obscured by the perpetual grayness. Only at night did the surroundings succumb to a darkness so profound that one could not see one's own hand. Ashina rode at the forefront on her great wolf. Tasked with clearing the path, her eyes, seemingly enhanced, allowed her to perceive the world with remarkable clarity. Following closely behind were Field and his newly assembled slave guard, advancing slowly through the thicket of thorns and flesh-like tendrils that filled the forest. According to the map, we would soon arrive at Rum Village, once a bountiful provider of vegetables for the city. Alas, all I could see now was decay. Ashina shielded her eyes with her hand, straining to see into the distance. "Beware, to our right front. 7 corrupted corpses are approaching. I suspect they were once the villagers of Rum. Let the newcomers have some practice," she added, her demeanor relaxed. Field, recognizing the approaching corpses as mere trifles, saw it as a perfect opportunity for the new recruits to witness bloodshed. Several rookies, upon hearing this, swallowed audibly, their instincts urging them to flee, yet the presence of their lord behind them rendered them immobile. Thoughts of delightful, succulent eggs occupied the guards' minds. Many slaves had survived to this day without ever tasting one. At noon, when eggs were served, many had scarcely the time to chew, hastily swallowing them whole, resulting in several choking incidents. Nonetheless, the joy they derived from this simple pleasure was palpable, and the slaves willingly embraced the risks of death for the sake of such happiness. Suddenly, a figure resembling an ancient corpse surged forth from the mist, a woman, entirely unclothed, her emaciated and grotesque form sagging towards her abdomen, coated in viscous slime. The seasoned slave guards brandished their polearms, thrusting from various angles to secure the corpse firmly in place. Come now, pierce her skull, or stab her chest a few more times. Steady your hands. Avoid excessive movement of your body. The lynx generously shared his expertise, pulling the trembling rookie closer to the corpse. The newcomer raised his polearm several times but was paralyzed by fear, even wetting his trousers at the sight of the howling abomination. This is a demon, stammered one of the recruits, his teeth chattering. Field had witnessed a plethora of zombie films in his past life, yet the slaves had not. They perceived the decaying corpses as vessels for demons, fearing that a moment's carelessness would invoke a curse. Do not resemble a cowardly quail, Field barked, refusing to allow the soldiers to succumb to fear, for such trepidation could spread like wildfire. If that happened, more would regard the corpses as demons rather than mere creatures that could be vanquished. Even if they are demons, with me and the chosen ones present, what is there to fear? I shall demonstrate that demons can be slain. With a scolding from Field, the soldiers finally brandished their pikes, albeit with closed eyes, nearly stumbling into the embrace of the corpse. Yet they took that crucial first step. Once the new recruits completed this daunting task, their legs gave way, and they collapsed onto the ground. See? It is not difficult, nor is there a curse, Field remarked, gesturing to the body on the ground, snapping his fingers with an air of nonchalance. If they maintain their distance, they are easier to handle than foolish deer. As more corpses approached, the initial demonstration emboldened the remaining recruits, who gathered their courage to launch their attacks. After effortlessly dispatching this batch of monsters, Field led the group onward, swiftly reaching the outskirts of Rum Village. What could be the cause of these corpses? Field gazed at the trembling skull icon on the miniature map, scratching his head in confusion. Could it be that they were engaged in an exuberant dance? My lord, I can single-handedly eradicate the decaying corpses of Rum Village. The path ahead is far too perilous, and I can handle it alone. Ashina's eyes darted about, and an unaccustomed blush crept onto her pale face. This peculiar demeanor instantly piqued Field's curiosity about what Ashina had witnessed. Perhaps it was best to investigate together. Field stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, very well then. Ashina hesitated. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Field immediately regretted his obstinacy. A grotesque heap of decayed bodies was engaging in a grotesque imitation of humanity in the farmlands outside the village. The disorder was utterly bewildering. Despite the evident decay of their very forms, they seemed to be instinctively moving as if compelled by some primal urge. Field was rendered speechless, covering his face as he pondered. Had he inadvertently crossed into the realm of an H-game? It was no wonder that the female corpse he encountered earlier was devoid of clothing. The soldiers, amused by the absurdity, erupted into raucous laughter, dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere. Boom. Ashina could no longer contain herself and promptly commanded the dragon wolf to enact a purifying fire. The space warped momentarily as scorching blue flames engulfed the majority of the distorted figures, accompanied by the incessant crackling of shattering bones, until all that remained was ash. From the rear, several corpses, merely retaining a human silhouette, charged forth with piercing screams. Iron Hammer reacted swiftly, his towering form leaning back slightly, akin to a bow being drawn. As the corpses approached, he delivered a powerful shield bash that sent one sprawling, followed by a merciless trampling that crushed its fragile ribcage, rendering it motionless. The soldiers, unwilling to lag behind, recognized that these staggering corpses represented a bounty of silver coins. Amidst the chaotic thrust of their long spears, the unarmored corpses fell in rapid succession, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies. We shall advance into the village together, but remain within the radius illuminated by the fog-clearing lantern. Field's hands itched with anticipation. Had he not been entrusted with the pivotal lantern, he would have relished the opportunity to slay a few himself. With each thud, the corpses collapsed into pools of blood. The soldiers pressed forward steadily, and Field could distinctly hear the rhythm of their footsteps synchronizing, coalescing into a resonant thunder. A natural percussion that, when mastered, allowed each individual to sense the strength of the collective. Initially hesitant, the new recruits were soon swept up in the fervor and joined in the slaughter. Before long, the majority of the corpses in Rum Village had been vanquished, leaving a scene littered with decaying bodies and an overwhelming stench. Field arrived at the heart of the village, where a dilapidated well now lay in ruins. He set the fog lamp down and had scarcely issued the command to rest when he noticed a sudden surge of crimson skull icons erupting on the small map. Caution! Monsters lurk here. Nay, an overwhelming multitude. Without hesitation, Field prepared to call for a retreat, but the foes moved with astonishing speed, surpassing even a light gallop on horseback. "My lord, flee quickly." "I saw." The sentinel on watch rushed toward him, but Field interrupted him mid-sentence. "Departing from Rum Village now would lead us directly into the enemy's path. Our immediate priority is to find a defensible position." Chapter 22, Crisis Averted. "Encountering the peculiar little greens, my lord, please do not stray too far from me," Ashina said, gripping Field's arm and lowering her voice. "I am confident we can break through." Field comprehended her intent and nodded, stating, "I shall do so. However, until the very end, I remain reluctant to flee." He cast aside the cart, retrieving the crossbow and preparing it for action. Learning from his previous encounter, Field had prudently brought along crossbow bolts. Suddenly, a creature resembling a gnome vaulted over the crumbling wall, landing atop a guard. With its enormous maw agape, it began to savage its prey, the sound of its teeth gnawing through armor producing a sharp, jarring noise. The guard was taken aback, struggling violently, yet failing to dislodge the beast. Fortunately, Athena reacted swiftly, drawing her long blade and cleaving the creature in two. Was this a corrupted monkey? With its elongated limbs and tail, it was undoubtedly a primate. As if responding to some unseen signal, the entire village of Rum erupted into chaos, teeming with frantically leaping gnome-like creatures, a dark and tumultuous tide. Field forced himself to remain calm as he swiftly scanned the mini-map, striving to calculate the consequences of a single misstep that could plunge everyone into peril. "Run, head southeast. There lies a vast courtyard. 1, 2, 10, an ever-increasing horde of gnome corpses emerged from the ruins of Rum Village, leaping into Field's line of sight. "Release the arrows," Field commanded. The guards had been anticipating this moment and immediately unleashed their crossbows. The bounding monkey-like creatures exploded in a shower of crimson. As if colliding with an invisible barrier, their bodies collapsing to the ground. "Clear the path," Ashina ordered with a wave of her hand. The dragon-bred wolves advanced swiftly, exhaling lethal flames while pressing forward. Ashina herself took a decisive position at the rear. As 5 monkey creatures simultaneously lunged toward her, she deftly maneuvered, her elongated cavalry saber slicing through the air. In a flash of cold light, the 5 creatures were cleaved in half, their blood spilling forth as they fell. Out of the corner of her eye, Ashina noticed a creature crawling swiftly on the ground, attempting a sudden leap for a surprise attack. She raised her delicate alabaster leg and brought it down forcefully upon the creature's head. With a resounding crack, the creature's skull burst open, its eyes rolling away. Seizing the opportunity that Ashina had created, Field and his men rushed into the courtyard, where the nearby guards had already piled stones and decaying furniture to barricade the entrance. "This place is not safe. We must retreat further and take shelter behind the buildings," Field advised, glancing once more at the minimap. The relentless tide of red markers stretched endlessly, yet the solitary solace was that the monsters were not targeting him, but rather sprinting towards another direction. Merely brushing against Rum Village. "Block the main entrance. Take turns resting. They are merely passing through and will soon move on," Field rallied his comrades. With the dragon-bred wolves, Ashina, and the army, securing the entrance would not pose a challenge. Before long, the corrupted monkeys unleashed a torrential assault. However, Field's formation stood as a formidable bulwark, enabling the guards to hold their ground at the gate. Fully armored and equipped with sturdy shields, the guards were impervious to the monkeys' attempts to break through. Ashina's massive wolf resembled a fire-breathing tank, its thick armor rendering it impervious to the encircling corrupted creatures, which could not even breach a single scale. The sole drawback was that Ashina was compelled to dismount, relegating her to the role of an infantry soldier. Field panted heavily, his heart racing. The infamous reputation of the cursed land was not unfounded. His survival thus far had relied heavily on fortune. It was imperative to swiftly erect towering walls for protection. Rubbing his temples, Field felt fortunate that the monsters had not headed toward the grand winery. The group provided cover for one another, managing to hold their ground for half an hour before the tide of monsters gradually receded. Phew, I'm exhausted. Ashina drew her longsword, flicking off the blood that clung to it. Despite being a chosen one, her strength was not limitless. And this had been the most formidable wave of corpses encountered in the Twilight Domain. Thankfully, the last of the corrupted monkeys had been slain, leaving the area devoid of monsters. You've worked hard, Field remarked, his heart aching at the sight of Ashina, drenched in sweat. Not only did she bear the frontline burden, but she also dealt damage and alleviated the defensive pressure on others. It was thanks to her presence that no guards had perished. While it could be said that everyone was a burden to Ashina, training the guards was nonetheless essential. With a playful wink, Ashina teased, no meal is ever without merit. Thank you, Lady Ashina. The guards expressed their gratitude, their eyes now devoid of hostility and wariness, replaced instead by simple admiration. The humans in this world, unlike the peculiar individuals on Earth, harbored a deep-seated aversion towards demi-humans, viewing them as abominations born of beasts and humans, unclean beings. After a half-hour respite, they resumed their activities. Field prodded the corpses of the monsters with his longsword, curious about their anatomy and the purpose behind their migration. Rum Village had endured a decade of corruption. Most of the buildings had collapsed, windows shattered. What was once a village had devolved into a vast heap of refuse, and Field held little hope. Once the break concluded, the group of 5 set out to scavenge for spoils, taking anything of use. The Twilight Domain was sorely lacking in essentials, pots, pans, and even scrap wood would prove invaluable. Placing the fog-dispelling lantern at the village's center, Field gazed over Rum Village, contemplating whether it could serve as a stronghold. After wandering the village, Ashina returned to report. My lord, I noticed a peculiar plant emitting a green glow in a farmstead. I sensed magical energy emanating from it. Oh, let us investigate, Field replied, his excitement ignited by the allure of magic. Could it be a treasure akin to those in novels? Arriving at the house on the western side of the village, they found the main structure had collapsed, yet the outer walls of the courtyard were constructed of stone rather than flimsy fencing, allowing for remarkable preservation. Field immediately spotted a patch of verdant plants, glimmering with twinkling lights, as if embodying the very essence of life itself. Intrigued, he leaned in closer to examine them. Reminiscent of freshly sprouted greens, he extended a finger to poke at them, and a peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Achoo! Field let out a vigorous sneeze. Observing his reaction, Ashina chuckled lightly. My lord, do refrain from touching strange things indiscriminately. Wait, are you all right? Noticing Field's dazed expression and unfocused gaze, Ashina was taken aback and hurried forward to check on him. The veins on Field's forehead throbbed violently, beads of sweat emerging from his skin, and an immediate reaction coursed through his body. He caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from Ashina. Unable to restrain himself, Field swiftly seized Ashina's wrist. Chapter 23, The Devil's Plant. Oh, Ashina had yet to react. Field buried his face in Ashina's neck, the unique fragrance of the chosen one permeating his senses. Then, with fervor, he pressed closer. Her waist was soft and slender, fitting perfectly within his grasp. Please, don't do this, Ashina exclaimed, feeling the warm breath against her neck. She glanced around in a flurry of panic, but despite her words, she did not push him away forcefully. In fact, she found herself needing to restrain the overwhelming divine power within her. Otherwise, the surging energy might inadvertently harm her lord. As Field's breath caressed her, Ashina felt a shiver traverse her spine, her legs growing weak. In the next moment, Field's hand ventured toward the mosaic. How did things escalate to this point? Ashina couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair as she struggled against the pleasurable sensations coursing through her, while simultaneously attempting to control her divine power to prevent it from spiraling out of control. This dual focus only heightened her sensitivity. This cannot be happening. Ashina bit her tongue lightly, seeking clarity, and swiftly retreated. Though there was an inexplicable comfort in the situation, she chastised herself for such thoughts. After all, extreme content was not something that appealed to anyone. That plant was indeed troublesome. Amidst the gray mist, it seemed to harbor only malevolent forces. Ashina regretted not incinerating the suspicious item when she had the chance. Field, where are you? The guards had noticed Field's absence from the village center and were growing increasingly anxious in their search. Oh dear. Panic swiftly painted Ashina's cheeks. In her flustered state, she relinquished control and summoned divine power to focus on Field's brow. The pure divine energy immediately dispelled the effects of the magical plant. "Oh, I'm feeling quite dizzy." Field rested his head in his hands, gradually regaining consciousness, as the primal instincts within him were subdued by reason. Observing Ashina's cheeks flushed to the point of nearly dripping. Yet she feigned interest in the scenery. "I am fine," he reassured, as a guard approached, to which Field gestured for him to wait outside. It seemed he had yet to examine that small vegetable. Furrowing his brow, Field felt a sense of déjà vu regarding this matter. Shaking his weary arm, he immediately bent down, reaching out to pluck a sample, pondering whether this was indeed a magical plant. "Stop! By the winter goddess!" Ashina exclaimed, nearly dumbfounded. If this were to happen again, she might struggle to maintain her composure. She might even need to change into another dress upon returning. How could she allow Field to torment her so? "You have already studied this. This plant is exceedingly dangerous," she stated with exasperation, recounting everything that had transpired to Field in hushed tones. "What a grotesque plant," Field remarked, astonished, before sighing. "What a pity. I possess no memory of it." "What do you mean, what a pity? You have terrified me. If this plant devours souls, what will become of our territory?" Ashina retorted, her voice laced with irritation as she waved her finger. "Even if you desired me, it would not be through this. Ahem." Realizing her verbal misstep, Ashina promptly silenced herself. "Yes, burn it. As long as it is incinerated, the devil's plans shall come to naught," Ashina declared through gritted teeth, her crimson pupils seeming to ignite with fervor, reminiscent of fervent villagers participating in a witch-hunting assembly. Field watched Ashina, who was flustered and in a tizzy, and couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need to rush. When encountering new things, one must possess patience and an open heart. Just imagine, what would happen if we presented this to horses and cows? Ashina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and she gestured emphatically. "That's utterly bizarre. Crossbreeding is unacceptable." I mean, cows and horses cannot, but humans and demi-humans can." A burst of laughter erupted from Field, clearly amused by Ashina's own antics, which had momentarily clouded her intellect. The matter of livestock breeding would be significantly simplified with such herbs. Once the population of cattle and sheep increases, we shall have an abundance of meat. With a cheerful snap of his fingers, Field expressed his delight. The magical resistance of the chosen ones is remarkably formidable. Scholars from the royal court have conducted experiments revealing that ordinary chosen ones can withstand 35 to 70% of magical damage. Those specializing in defensive magic can even achieve complete immunity to spells, with the capability to rebound magical attacks. Field presented a jar to Ashina, allowing her to collect 3 samples along with the soil. The yield of coinage, however, was rather disheartening. The guards scoured the entirety of Rum Village, uncovering a total of 21 silver coins and 87 copper coins. The village was impoverished, and we were not the first visitors. Field picked up an ancient silver coin, gently brushing away the dirt to reveal its exquisite engravings once more. It was evident that both the Empire and the Orcs had pillaged Rum Village during their conflicts, making the scarcity of currency unsurprising. As for the remaining spoils, there was a barely usable chair, a chest, a dozen shattered pottery jars, and a considerable pile of firewood, all dismantled from the furniture of the houses. Fortunately, the return journey was smooth, devoid of any monstrous ambushes. As soon as they stepped within the borders of their territory, Field's spirits lifted. The farmland was free from writhing tendrils and flesh, refreshingly clean as if it had just undergone a thorough cleansing. What remained were only the toxic soils and the ashes of corrupted beings consumed by flames. "Master, we have eradicated all corruption within the territory and reduced it to ashes," the slave remarked, displaying a sycophantic demeanor as he hunched over. Field, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval, declaring, "Well done. Each of you shall receive your due reward." The slaves beamed with delight. "The subsequent task is to restore my grand vineyard, to eradicate the remnants of decay, replace the rotting timber, and mend the collapsed areas and gaping holes." Field had long devised a plan. Residing in a place beset by drafts and permeated with the foul stench of beasts was a torment to the body, even if his abode was the finest in the realm of Nightfall. "But, sir, I lack the skills of a carpenter," one of them lamented. Field was momentarily taken aback, seemingly having forgotten this crucial detail. He then called out loudly, "Is there anyone skilled in carpentry, masonry, or blacksmithing?" A profound silence enveloped the assembly, until the steward, Cal, candidly remarked, "My lord, those who possess such skills are all freemen. Slaves are but a burden." "Then let us recruit a few." I intend to journey to the city beyond the gray mist. What is the nearest city? Ah, yes, Maple City in the High Fortress province. Surely. They possess what we require. The steward's expression was one of regret. Each city's craftsmen belong to exclusive guilds, directly overseen by their lords. They cannot be recruited solely with gold. Furthermore, I doubt any craftsman would be willing to come to the Twilight Domain. I shall undertake the journey myself, Field shrugged. Accustomed to the fact that Cao would merely voice objections rather than propose solutions. Chapter 24. Awakening the Lord's talent. It is fortuitous that I can bring along some wine to sell. I shall label it as a rare treasure, which, in truth, it is, especially when accompanied by fantastical tales. It will undoubtedly sell well. Much like the hoard of a dragon, Ashina seemed to grasp the essence, yet remained somewhat perplexed. Field snapped his fingers. Indeed, Ashina, even a single boot found within the dragon's lair would be the possession of a mighty dragon. Furthermore, we are not lying. Those exquisite wines are indeed guarded by formidable corrupted creatures, albeit those creatures harbor no interest in the wine itself. Ashina stifled her laughter, unable to contain herself. The carpenter need not rush. First, we must clear away all the debris from the grand winery, the decaying equipment, and the stones that have fallen. We shall remove everything and then tidy up. I anticipate this task will take 3 days, and upon its completion, I shall reward each of you with 20 copper coins. My lord, your generosity knows no bounds. The generosity of Field has become a consensus among all landowners. Beyond the realm of the Nightshade, even free citizens working for an entire month might scarcely earn 20 copper coins. For Field, the coins he dispenses will swiftly find their way back to his purse. They are of little consequence. He even eagerly anticipates the day when slaves swiftly transition to freedom. For it is only as free men that they may take wives and bear children. Similarly, free citizens are bound to fulfill numerous essential duties, such as paying taxes. Lost in thought, Field suddenly felt an invisible force surging within him. Though there was no increase in power, he immediately sensed a profound change. He had ascended to the rank of a first-tier lord. Indeed, entering into a contract with the Chosen One holds the potential for becoming a lord. Field inherently possessed the talent of a lord, making his rise to prominence a natural progression. In this realm, there exists not only extraordinary knights, sorcerers, or chosen ones, lords too are capable of attaining levels, albeit with diminished lethality. A lord can perceive a general overview of their territory. Name, field profession, lord territory, Starry Night Winery and adjacent farmlands contracted Chosen One. Ashina population, 217 development level. 1. Nothingness, happiness level, -32, despair and oppression. Environmental value, -89, pervaded by corruption. Uninhabitable, probability of Chosen One appearance, 1 in 100 billion lordly talent. Minimap, capable of detecting surrounding creatures. Exclusive talent, panel, materializes biological attributes. Exclusive talent, prosperous domain, disperses the deathly mist within the territory, hastening the dissolution of corruption. Chosen One additional talent, beast taming, within the territory. Facilitating the breeding of war beasts, provided by Ashina. Seal, upgrades 50 wolf cavalry to the first tier, provided by Ashina. Field's eyes sparkled with delight, and he could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips as he erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at, sir? Ashina inquired, scratching her head in curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I simply recalled something amusing. Field extinguished the fog-dispelling lamp of the territory, startling everyone who thought he had succumbed to despair. Well, I shan't frighten you further, he said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I have mastered the Lord's talent. I can ensure our land remains untainted by corruption without the need for the fog lamp. The crowd remained skeptical yet dared not contradict him until Field extinguished the lamp. And the fog did not encroach even slightly. Only then did they relax. What followed was sheer jubilation, as nearly everyone succumbed to a delightful celebration. After all, the fog lamp could only sustain its efficacy for about a month, and without funds to purchase another from the church, they remained at risk. However, with the Lord's ability to dispel fog, they had truly anchored their presence in the night. Tonight, we feast. Each of you shall receive meat soup and 2 loaves of bread, Field announced with an exuberant tone. Saving 1 fog lamp equates to 25 gold coins. This is a remarkable profit of 250,000 black breads. Huzzah! The crowd erupted in cheers. The maid, Scissors, bellowed with her booming voice. This is fantastic news. No wonder I dreamt last night of my grandmother smiling at me. My Lord Field, you are indeed a born noble, with the blood of a lord coursing through your veins. Field, overwhelmed by the praise, felt a tinge of embarrassment and promptly addressed Cow, requesting, "Please prepare a serving of honey cake for my maid, my male servant, and the cook. Good heavens, my lord, our honey cakes are in short supply." Cow, ever the provocateur, exclaimed, "The maids can make do with your and Lady Ashina's leftovers. They are already the finest fare in the entire territory, and there is no need for additional servings." The scissors, creaking and gnashing, seemed ready to spring forth and mar Cow's visage in a fit of fury. The usually reticent maid, Sparrow, also simmered with indignation. "Enough. It is a rare occasion of joy for everyone," Field interjected. "Scissors, why are you standing there idly? Go to the storeroom and distribute the cake." Field was never one to skimp on such trifles. "Long live our lord," cheered the two maids, who had a penchant for sweets, their voices ringing with delight as they scampered towards the storeroom like two jubilant little birds. Meanwhile, Cow sighed and quietly contemplated the resources of the territory. To the southeast of the northern province lies the Morning Breeze province, where Field's father resides, while to the southwest is the High Castle province. Further north, one encounters the homeland of the Orcs. Field resolved to venture to the province of High Castle, a realm characterized by its 5 earldoms and predominantly mountainous terrain. Seated at a wooden table, the creaking of the dilapidated window furrowed his brow. Field endeavored to maintain his inner tranquility as he cautiously opened a tome entitled Grey Mists and Death, a work valued at 10 silver coins, authored by the renowned imperial scholar and explorer Lucas. On the first day of the 9th month in the year 147 of the twin calendar, today should have been a day of national jubilation, celebrating the day of awakening. However, for the sake of the Empire's future, I, Lucas, resolutely entered the forsaken and accursed land of the northern province. Fortunately, I was not alone in this endeavor. I was accompanied by 2 divine chosen ones of the royal lineage, along with the fallen noble Darren and his daughter, also a chosen one. Field leisurely picked up a slice of apple from the plate before him, savoring its sweetness as he chewed. The delightful juice tantalized his taste buds, invigorating his spirit as he continued to read. Accompanied by 3 extraordinary beauties, this journey promised to be filled with enjoyment. Although the royal chosen ones were terrifying 5th-tier beings, it did not hinder my visual indulgence. The 3 outer baronies of the north, Yunmu, Yemu, and Shinmu, were places I visited in my youth, renowned for their fine wines and lovely women. Now, however, they were rife with corruption, particularly from the repugnant batwomen who frequently assailed us. I suspect they were fallen women, as their bodies bore remnants of distinctive tattoos and jewelry. My guard, with his spear, bravely engaged one of the batwomen to gauge her strength. A truly fearless and adventurous fellow. May the goddess bless him. Chapter 25, The Blood Incident. The night attacker Field expelled a half-chewed morsel of apple, erupting into hearty laughter. It was utterly absurd that someone dared to lay hands on the grotesque female creature. Much like the preferences of modern individuals, it seemed that any female would find admirers. Wiping away the tears that had streamed from the corners of his eyes due to his raucous laughter, Field found himself pondering a curious thought. Could corruption create a reproductive isolation among individuals? The poor fork ultimately succumbed to the decay of its lower half, its once proud plumage transformed into a grotesque mass, leaving it to suffer greatly in its final moments. Corruption is, after all, a devil's curse. The fork may never ascend to paradise, apart from the chosen few. I believe no creature can withstand such a malediction. Field closed the book, overwhelmed by the abundance of sensory words that temporarily dissuaded him from reading further. Lucas could be deemed merely an adventurer or explorer. As a scholar, he lacked the requisite rigor. Not all creatures are incapable of resisting corruption, at the very least. Plants can. Field recalled the verdant plants collected from Rum Village, which were neither flesh nor tentacles. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from outside, causing Field to startle and nearly topple the teacup that was poised at his lips. The steaming tea splashed down, scalding him, and his damp clothing, under the cloak of night, would be difficult to dry. Field cast a glance at the small map, noting the absence of the skull insignia. It seemed yet another imbecile, unable to govern his baser instincts, had caused trouble. He rubbed his temples. The slaves were all mingled together, and incidents of violence and coercion were inevitable. For even the whip could scarcely alter their inherent nature. Slaves were devoid of the right to procreate, yet the majority struggled to secure even a meager meal, leaving little inclination for lineage. "My lord." A hurried patter echoed from the corridor, as the male servant, Vagan, urgently rapped upon the door. "Enter." "What is it?" Field approached the window and glanced outside. The night remained shrouded in darkness. The torches below were alight, yet all he could discern were faces filled with panic. Illuminated by the flickering flames, it appeared the situation was graver than anticipated. Vagan prostrated himself on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "My lord, our territory is in dire trouble." Field felt a surge of anxiety, yet he managed to maintain his composure. "Do not panic. Please explain the trouble at hand." "Robbers. Armed marauders have assaulted our territory." The young Vagan was overwhelmed with terror, his trembling hands shaking on the ground like those of a Parkinson's patient. Several slaves, who had gone to relieve themselves in the fields, were suddenly ambushed by bandits emerging from the mist. They killed 2 with their spears and abducted a female slave. Field stepped forward hastily, astonished as he inquired, "They chose to retreat instead of continuing their assault?" "Indeed, they departed at once." "How outrageous!" Field exclaimed in anger. "To retreat undoubtedly requires a measure of intelligence. Here I am, in this desolate, toxic wasteland, encountering brigands. Could there be a more absurd situation? Perhaps it is my dear stepmother and siblings. That is indeed a possibility. Should they obtain the information regarding the chosen one, it would spell danger." Field glanced at the small map once more, finding nothing unusual. This recalled to him the cavalry of Connor, who only revealed an exclamation mark when they approached within a certain distance. It appeared that the warning range of the small map was limited, only capable of reporting threats from the chosen and corrupted beings from a greater distance. "Inform the others to take refuge on the first floor of the Grand Winery." "I shall pursue," he commanded. Field retrieved his long sword from the rack and swiftly descended the stairs. As he reached the lower level, Ashina was already inspecting the bodies. Upon seeing Field, she immediately expressed her regret, her voice tinged with guilt. "I apologize for disturbing your rest and allowing the enemy to infiltrate our territory. It is my failure." "It is not your failure," Field reassured her. "The territory has yet to be fortified with walls, so it is not improbable for enemies to breach it." Given that Ashina had fought valiantly throughout the day, it is entirely understandable that she did not notice the enemy's approach. Field crouched down and reached out to tear away the tattered, foul-smelling burlap clothing from the corpse, tilting his head in perplexity. The wound on the abdomen was curiously angled upwards. Could those brigands have been dwarfs? It was indeed peculiar. Athena stroked her smooth chin, rhythmically shaking her leg, the white flesh of her thigh quivering slightly. Such subtle movements helped her maintain focus. Perhaps they were not human, but rather those loathsome little beings. Field's sense of unease gradually diminished. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he had initially feared, at least not life-threatening. "Ashina, can your wolf detect the scent of our foes?" The notion of employing a dragon-bred dire wolf as a mere hound seemed rather absurd. A spark of realization lit Ashina's face as she exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that sooner? Take me with you. I must witness the vile creatures that dare to invade my territory." Field gritted his teeth. Unlike the original owner of this body, he was far from benevolent. "I shall cleave their heads asunder." Ashina, well acquainted with Field's temperament, smiled and replied, "Of course. I shall be your sword." The dire wolf sniffed the corpse a few times, its eerie azure eyes fixating on the northeastern direction of the Nightshade territory. The adversaries had fled that way. Fortunately, they had not retreated southward, suggesting they were indeed not human. With a clatter, a dozen disheveled slave guards stumbled forth, many still struggling to don their armor, appearing quite bleary-eyed. Field forced a grim smile, suppressing the urge to scold them. One could hardly expect soldiers of this era to exhibit the discipline akin to that of the armies of Huagua. Undoubtedly, the guards had been sleeping soundly. So much so that even as Field prepared to set forth, most remained ensconced in slumber. Guard the territory. Do not allow the enemy to launch a counterattack. Field had no intention of bringing them along, prioritizing speed in pursuit. By the time the troops were fully assembled, the enemy might have already vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, it was imperative to elevate the importance of discipline and training. A slovenly army lacked combat effectiveness, unable even to safeguard its fundamental territory. As Athena pulled Field onto the giant wolf, the presence of his small map significantly diminished the chances of an ambush. The stability of the wolf's back surpassed that of a horse, and upon mounting, Field immediately felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Riding was not a difficult endeavor. The broad back of the horse, once one steadied their posture and became accustomed to it, revealed that riding was even simpler than cycling. After all, a bicycle possesses no intelligence, and many equestrian experts can even doze off while riding. Athena's dragon-breed wolf was even steadier, its rugged scales retracting seamlessly, fitting together like a modern masterpiece. Let us set forth. Driving the giant wolf, The duo swiftly plunged into the gray mist, surroundings blurred at an astonishing speed. The fierce wind howled past their ears, and the speed of the wolf riding was nothing short of astonishing, akin to the subway. In merely 4 minutes, Athena discovered the enemy amidst the dense, decaying woods. Chapter 26. The Gray Mist Goblins. I see them. Athena's crimson pupils shimmered with the glimmer of magic within the gray fog. The enemy was regrouping in a clearing, toying with the corpses of female slaves. I envy your ability to pierce through the mist. All I see is darkness. After signing the contract, a lord became immune to the toxic effects of the death fog, yet could not see through it, leaving fields surrounded by a blinding whiteness. What manner of creature was laying siege to the territory? A horde of diminutive beings? Dwarves? Yet they did not appear particularly stout. Could they be defeated? If not, it would be prudent to launch an assault alongside the guard. No worries. They are merely ordinary life forms. Athena sensed the warmth emanating from Field's chest, her back pressed against him as an involuntary, comforting purr escaped her throat. Yet, her tone remained nonchalant. We shall crush them. They remain oblivious to our presence. Field cautiously drew his longsword, striving to make no sound, and then whispered, "Let us vanquish them." A chilling howl, imbued with murderous intent, erupted, shattering the stillness of the gray mist. In response to the wolf's howl, a cacophony of frantic screams ensued. At that moment, Field's mini-map displayed a multitude of red exclamation marks. Indeed, only when non-corrupted beings harbored hostility towards me would such warnings manifest. Whoosh, a flurry of spears pierced through the gray fog, hurtling towards the two of them. The great wolf deftly evaded, transforming into a blurred figure that glided effortlessly past. If the enemy could see us, then our concealment within the mist held little significance. Field ignited the fog lights, and his vision immediately cleared. Surrounding him were the shadowy tendrils and vines, along with the grotesque remains of various decayed corpses. However, what captured his attention the most was a group of dwarves. More precisely, it was a horde of goblins, characterized by their prominent noses and sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary goblins, these diminutive creatures possessed the opaque, lifeless eyes of the deceased and skin resembling the hue of earthy clay. The abducted female slave, having traversed through the gray mist, had succumbed to the lethal fog, stripped bare and subjected to torment. Her left abdomen had developed a cluster of dense tumors due to corruption, and Field, afflicted with a phobia of filth, could barely steal a glance before feeling faint. Upon sighting a human, the gray goblins danced about provocatively, boasting an immunity to the gray mist, a most unwelcome revelation. Recognizing the goblins' appearance, Field quickly deduced that they were a species that had survived the culling of the deadly haze. Sparing one while slaughtering the rest seemed prudent. Ashina displayed no reluctance in her murderous intent. Understood. Suddenly, the figure of a colossal wolf appeared above the goblins. Looming over them, Ashina, witnessing the tragic fate of the slave, felt a surge of indignation. The speed of her spear increased once more, and with a sickening thud, it pierced the chest of an unfortunate goblin, causing blood to erupt violently as its body was propelled away by the wolf's force. Landing like a ragged cloth in the distance, bones shattered. The goblins, numbering over 30, clad in ill-fitting armor, surged forth like a tide of ochre. Armed with rusted spears, they attacked from all directions, while the more reckless among them attempted to dismount the riders in a desperate assault. Foolishness. The anticipated spectacle of defeat was merely a creation meant to entertain the masses, yet in the face of the formidable power wielded by the chosen, the goblins, at least the ordinary ones, stood no chance whatsoever. There was no need for fire-breathing. The great wolf rampaged through the tide of goblins, while Ashina consistently thrust her spear, each strike claiming the life of one or even several goblins. Blood spread and seeped into the northern soil, pooling in low-lying areas to form small crimson ponds, accompanied by the wails and screams echoing through the unique cathedral-like terrain of the northern province, resembling a hellish landscape. All the goblins, suffering significant losses, began to flee. However, exposing their unprotected necks to the highly mobile wolf cavalry was sheer folly. Ashina chose not to annihilate them entirely at once. In truth, a mere breath of fire from her dragon-breed wolf could obliterate these rodent-like beings in an instant. Drawing her longsword, Ashina leisurely pursued the fleeing goblins from behind. Field seized the moment, wielding his longsword to slice through the fleeing goblins, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh. Soon, only one goblin remained in flight, with Ashina trailing it from a distance. Creatures consumed by fear often lose their ability to think clearly, instinctively seeking refuge in the safest of places. As they traversed into a forest, Field discerned from his miniature map that a pebble path once lay here, traversed by countless travelers and merchants a decade ago. A route both secure and efficient. However, after years of decay, no traces of its past glory remained. Instead, a string of bones along the roadside affirmed to Field that he was on the right track. In a thicket within the dense woods, a camp was choked with corrupted thorns, writhing like worms, serving as the optimal dwelling for this band of goblins. Known as the Blackwood tribe, the goblin chieftain took pride in the name, claiming descent from the noble orc expeditionary forces. They had once launched a grand campaign against the human bastion, the Holy Griffin Empire, under the command of their emperor. Had they not met with failure, perhaps he would now be basking in the warmth of a human city, playing games with the princess. Alas, the treacherous humans seemed to have consorted with demonic forces, unleashing a miasma of death that obliterated all life in the northern realms. Yet, resilient goblins adapted to the corruption, evolving into the misty goblins. And the chieftain envisioned a future where they could breach the accursed human walls and capture some for their propagation. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps. As a tawny goblin stumbled into the clearing. "Boss, we found a human camp," it exclaimed in their guttural tongue. The chieftain's expression brightened by the beast goddess grace. "Where are they? I want." But before he could finish, his smile froze, for a towering wolf, over 2 meters in height, loomed before him. "Damn it. It's you who led the enemies here." The camp housed over 100 goblins, their combat prowess diminished compared to the 30 he had faced earlier. Field scanned the area, his mind racing with questions about their sustenance, wondering if they fed on corrupted plants. However, now was not the time for such musings. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he seethed, "Burn them all to ashes. How dare they assault my subjects?" This was no ordinary goblin. A decisive strike was warranted. Chapter 27. Eradicating the goblin menace. The scales at the wolf's throat erupted in a cloud of steam, followed by a surge of heat that twisted the very air around it. Scorching temperatures surged into the goblin camp, instantly dehydrating the surrounding corrupted flora. The goblins fared even worse, engulfed in flames, writhing in agony, while the remaining goblins scattered in panic. Field recalled the childhood memory of pouring hot water over ants. Flames danced across the camp, igniting goblins one by one, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Many were struck directly, reduced to a charred heap of ash, while the remaining creatures awaited their grim fate, defiantly retaliating with javelins and stones. The goblin chief, accompanied by a handful of loyal followers, brandished a spear and charged at Field. In an instant, the foremost goblin fell to the ground without a sound, its entrails spilling forth from a gaping wound. While the arrow that had claimed its life embedded itself in a nearby boulder, the fletching still quivering slightly. Ashina, disinterested in directing the direwolf's assault, nimbly knocked an arrow and swiftly shot at the goblins. The charging goblins had no time to contemplate retreat as they were struck down by a flurry of silver arrows. Before long, all the goblins in the camp lay slain, the earth scorched and cracked, littered with pale ashes. These goblins donned armor that surely could not have been crafted by them, suggesting that there were treasures nearby worth exploring. Field remained vigilant, though the mini-map revealed no resources. He picked up a piece of rusted, misshapen iron, which seemed to bear the mark of royalty, yet in such a dilapidated state, it was worthless even as scrap. The intricate and splendid floral patterns faintly indicated that this was once a royal shoulder guard, now absurdly worn as a helmet atop a gobliness head. Field's fingers danced across the surface, sending a cascade of rust to the ground. What was I expecting? These armors had decayed into mere scraps, devoid of value. Disdainfully discarding the rubbish, Field continued to rummage through the goblin camp. In this era, the notion of antiques was non-existent. "My lord, I suspect there is another nest nearby. It is peculiar that there are no younglings within the territory," he stated seriously, as he knew he could not afford to leave behind a band of vengeful creatures. To eradicate the roots is essential, otherwise, they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Ashtina cocked her head, sensing Field's heightened wariness towards the goblins, despite their diminutive stature. Nevertheless, upon the Lord's command, Ashtina meticulously searched the surroundings. True to their predictions, after a thorough exploration, they discovered goblin offspring concealed in a burrow not far from their territory. Parting the thorns that masked the entrance, Field bent low to enter. The entryway was quite small, but upon squeezing through, he found the interior surprisingly spacious, cluttered with debris, particularly heaps of armor and weapons, all in a state of utter disrepair. The pungent odors of rust and excrement filled the air. However, Field had grown accustomed to it, as the sin of decay was hardly more pleasant. A horde of goblins, each no larger than a weasel, huddled together in a corner, easily numbering over 100. Had they not been discovered, they could have regained their strength within a month. Beside the goblins were 2 malformed female deer, which, unsurprisingly, were the goblins' mothers. With no females among their kind, the goblins resorted to breeding with other creatures. And they reproduced at an alarming rate. Could they be a species immune to the deathly miasma? Field pondered, his eyes gleaming as he approached the deer, only to be met with disappointment upon seeing the mouths and eyes sprouting from their backs. Indeed, they were corrupted beings, albeit of a non-aggressive variety. Ashtina stifled a laugh, remarking, "Such peculiar goblins are indeed rare. The deathly miasma does not yield to just any creature." This was true. Otherwise, the Empire would have long reclaimed the vast northern provinces. Something was amiss. These goblins could breed using corrupted beings? Field suddenly grasped the implication, a chill running down his spine. With corrupted creatures abundant, should the goblins capture a significant number of female corrupted beings, they would pose a substantial threat to the Nightfall territory. This was indeed a concern. Vigilance regarding the goblins would be paramount henceforth. Ashtina drew a long blade from behind her waist. The draconic wolves were too large to enter, necessitating their direct intervention. "Let us proceed together. We must act swiftly." Field picked up a rusted mace from the ground and, like a whack-a-mole game, smashed the little goblins into oblivion. Then delivered a blow to the 2 corrupted deer, sending them to the depths of hell. After assessing the spoils within the cavern, Field gathered a collection of tattered armor, deeming the effort to transport them futile and worthless. However, one particular locked ironwood chest caught his eye. "Have you spotted the key?" Field searched all around. Ashina playfully winked. "Of course, my lord." With a casual flick of her dainty hand, she effortlessly tore away the iron lock from the chest, along with the decaying moss that clung to it. "Well, you are impressive." Field took a deep breath, cautiously opening the box with vigilance, silently praying that it did not contain any triggering explosives or a mimic. Fortunately, his mundane fears were unfounded. The first sight that greeted him was 2 flags, an old, faded griffin banner, and another unfamiliar one adorned with an odd design of eyes and a hexagram, reminiscent of a noble family's heraldry, much like the Rose family's emblem, which featured an abstract representation of a rose crafted from intricate symbols and lines. Field found the latter flag unappealing, deeming it somewhat effeminate. Beneath the flag stood a series of slender, sealed wooden tubes. With great care, he pried open one of the lids with a small knife and discerned that it contained a rolled parchment made of sheepskin. Ashina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her wolf ears perked up. It felt as though they had stumbled upon something intriguing. Could it be the long-buried secrets of royalty? Or perhaps a treasure concealed by some noble? Field was also quite curious. From the worn griffin flag and the royal armor, it was evident that these were remnants of the royal army's equipment. The parchment undoubtedly contained intriguing information. Carefully extracting the parchment scroll, Field noticed the flame pattern on it and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Ashina merely glanced at it before squinting in disappointment. "I sense magic flowing. I believe this is not a treasure map." Indeed, upon unrolling it, they discovered it was filled with incomprehensible symbols. This was a magic scroll. No wonder it seemed so familiar. My sister attended the Mage Academy and brought home similar scrolls to boast about. With a sense of impatience, Field aimed at the corpse of the corrupted deer and unfurled the scroll. Chapter 28. The Magic Scroll. A great surge of flames erupted from the scroll, igniting the 2 corpses. The flames crackled as they consumed the body of the corrupted deer. However, that was all there was to it. The used scroll lost its magical luster and was reduced to mere parchment for wiping, lacking any spectacular effects or the devastating hellfire of dragonkind. Field felt as though he had witnessed a fire-breathing circus act, even less thrilling than a gas canister explosion. "I seem to have squandered 10 gold coins," he realized, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. Although the damage from the magic scroll was minimal, the market price for a first-tier magic scroll was around 15 gold coins. And an antique magic scroll was valued at approximately 10 gold coins, not cheap by any means. Ashina, with a playful flick of her delicate tongue, smiled brightly and said, "How can this be considered wasteful? We have gained insight into the power of magic scrolls. Just as you mentioned, knowledge is best acquired through experience. Besides, it is my first time seeing a magic scroll. It is quite fascinating." This little girl was remarkably understanding, even providing herself with an excuse. "I merely mentioned it in passing." "I can't believe you remembered," Field said, feeling uplifted by her positive attitude as he affectionately patted Ashina on the head. Within the chest lay 24 magic scrolls. Subtracting the one Field had used, they anticipated being able to sell the remainder for 230 gold coins. A bountiful harvest indeed. Scavenging could be quite entertaining, Field mused, thinking that a leisurely stroll could yield such a profit. Due to the unique environment of the Northern Territories, adventurers brave enough to venture here were rare, thus many valuable items remained. Upon returning to the territory, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at Field's safe return. After all, if something were to happen to the Lord, they would face certain doom that very day. Moreover, Field was an exceptionally good person, the slaves thought to themselves, hoping he would always be their lord, providing enough sustenance for them to live comfortably, a life akin to paradise. "Ah, it's a goblin's head," exclaimed the well-informed Freeman Dog Claw, recalling, "I have seen these filthy little creatures in the grand city. They can even mate with sows, producing a litter of little goblins." Indeed, these monsters were the very ones that had attacked the territory. Field casually tossed the goblin's head to the ground and extracted a handkerchief to wipe his hands. "We have avenged the fallen. May they return to the embrace of the goddess. Long live the Lord. Our gratitude to you, my lord." The slaves expressed their heartfelt thanks, reveling in the newfound respect for the sanctity of life, no longer burdened by the fear of being slain by vile monsters at night. Though Field's motives were not rooted in human rights, but rather in eliminating threats to ensure the slaves could work diligently, this did not diminish their gratitude. Generally, lords remained indifferent to the lives of their slaves, preoccupied only with whether to enjoy apple or cherry porridge for supper. "You are dismissed. Return and rest," Field commanded, feeling fatigued himself. After resolving the goblin issue, he clapped his hands, suddenly reminded of another pressing concern, the woeful performance of the guards during the attack. The patrolling sentinels had hidden away to sleep, while the rest, in their apathy, remained unconcerned. Had it not been for the male servant, Vagan, rousing a few guards, the entire territory might have faced annihilation without their intervention. Without bolstering the military strength of the realm, even restful sleep would remain elusive. Relying solely on Ashina's words would surely fail to safeguard the entirety of the territory. After Field meticulously planned, he recorded his thoughts in a script only he could comprehend, then reclined on his bed. The dilapidated floorboards and windows of the grand estate immediately creaked and groaned, while an unpleasant breeze occasionally seeped through the cracks in the bricks. It was imperative to restore the house at once. In despair, Field covered his ears and buried his head beneath the covers, where only the remnants of civilization's fragrance lingered. The following day, tormented by his thoughts, Field consumed a slice of bread smeared with blueberry jam before assembling all his soldiers, including those inexperienced riders from the lower ranks. "Stand at attention," Field barked with a stern voice. The guards were acutely aware of their dismal performance the previous night, shrinking back in fear, some nearly soiling themselves at the thought of impending execution. Yet, they dared not utter a word, furtively glancing at Field's expression, hoping to glean some insight into their fate. Field had initially resolved to drag the negligent fool out and administer a thrashing of 30 lashes before the assembled crowd. However, upon observing the numerous emaciated figures, their ribcages starkly visible, and the sight of those clad in armor teetering unsteadily, he ultimately relinquished his impractical notion. Rather than 30 lashes, even a mere 10 would suffice to send them back to their origins, and though they might not perish, they would surely be incapacitated for months. To salvage them would necessitate the use of precious potions, resulting in a loss that would ultimately fall upon him. Most crucially, to strike them down would further diminish the pool of suitable soldiers among the remaining slaves. Field rubbed his temples, seeking solace in the thought that the guards subsisted on a meager provision of 2 small rye bread rolls each day, devoid of wages, freedom, and companionship. Reflecting upon their plight, he recognized that he too would be reluctant to exert himself under such circumstances. Last night, the patrolling guards had circled the territory 6 times, while those who failed to assemble were forced to run 3 laps as punishment, an unequivocal deterrent against any thoughts of deceit or evasion. As the guards exhaled in relief, some even broke into laughter, although the reasons behind their lord's fervor for running eluded them. It was undeniably preferable to the searing lash of a whip that could carve a bloody mark. "I love running." One guard chuckled as he cast aside his weapon and began to unfasten his armor. "Wait, don your leather armor first, and remember, each must carry a weapon," Field insisted. Before despair could etch their faces, he added in a tone imbued with devilish allure, "If we complete this before noon, everyone shall be rewarded with a piece of smoked meat. It is only right to replenish our strength." "Smoked meat? Good heavens! What did I just hear?" Is today a festival of sorts? Our esteemed lord. The previous complaints of hunger rapidly transformed into eager anticipation. The guards swiftly donned their leather armor, hefted their weapons, and began to sprint with wild enthusiasm. The scene was lively, drawing the curious gazes of slaves toiling in the nearby decaying fields. The remaining 10 or so guards exchanged glances, their mouths watering at the thought of smoked meat. Finally, a lynx-like figure mustered the courage to ask cautiously, "What about us? My lord, may we also partake in the running?" Field surveyed the surroundings, noting that only the elite among the guards remained, many of whom had dispatched over 10 undead. He raised an eyebrow and declared, "There is no need for you to flee. You were among the few who gathered last night. The smoked meat is rightfully yours. I have a new training exercise for you, known as standing at attention. Should you perform well, an additional reward of an egg awaits you." A collective gulp echoed at the mention of the egg. In their last encounter with Field, when he had provided them with eggs, many had greedily swallowed them whole after barely chewing, leaving some gasping for breath. The scarcity of food had instilled in them an insatiable craving for protein, and many had dreamt of savoring the taste of eggs. They had thought that such a benevolent offering would not be repeated. Yet they were astonished at how swiftly their coveted eggs had returned. "Simply follow my lead," he instructed. Field demonstrated the stance used during military training for the students of the Huagua, patiently correcting each individual. Among these exceptional guards, Field harbored considerable expectations, as they would undoubtedly be instrumental in constructing the future framework of the army. After completing this, he instructed the servant to bring forth chairs and took out an hourglass to measure time. "Endure for half an hour, and the egg shall be yours," he declared. A devilish grin spreading across his face. Hammer awkwardly jutted his backside, striving to stand upright, his hands clumsily pressed against the sides of his hips, and his feet splayed at a certain angle. This could easily be mistaken for a farcical performance favored by the nobility. Having heard of their penchant for jesters, Hammer, though never having encountered one, imagined that he must resemble such a figure. Nonetheless, he mused, for the sake of the eggs. It was all worth it. Could there be a task more arduous than hauling bricks or mining? Soon, Hammer would come to understand the terrifying nature of maintaining military posture. The fields, shrouded in the twilight, had yet to fully recover from the purifying potion and Field's lordly powers, their soil soft and yielding as if after a rain. Hammer found it nearly impossible to maintain his stance. To the observers, it was not the land that was at fault, but rather the trembling figures standing upon it. Their legs quaked like limp noodles. As they felt the weight of fatigue enveloping them, the guards realized that standing still was no simple feat. The tingling, aching sensations coursing through their bodies were akin to the agony of laboring under heavy burdens for an entire day. Hammer was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth and silently motivating himself. For the sake of the eggs. Several guards silently echoed this mantra. Determination etched on their faces as they fought against the swaying of their bodies. Field's lips involuntarily curled upwards as he cast a glance at the hourglass. Indeed, the incentives provided by material wealth were exceedingly effective. After leisurely finishing a cup of red tea, Field finally announced a break, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others, who collapsed like a heap of mud. The adult's genius lay in such treatment. This was how they ought to be handled. After checking in with the cellar steward, Cow, who approached with a freshly inked report, he noticed Field was tormenting the guards and assumed that Field had grasped the essence of nobility, to regard people as less than human. Cow felt an immediate sense of relief. "Ah, so you comprehend the power of discipline?" Field was taken aback, instantly adopting a more serious posture. The implications of standing at attention were not easily comprehensible to a medieval mind, and he was surprised that his steward possessed such progressive insight. Cow, scratching his nose in confusion, replied, "Discipline? I meant that when dealing with slaves, one should employ various methods of torment. Only then will they be submissive." "Oh, then it's nothing to worry about," Field said, his disappointment palpable as he reclined lazily in his chair, a mischievous smile emerging on his face. "This isn't torment. It's training. They have performed admirably, and I have decided to reward them with eggs at noon." "Eggs? For the slaves?" Cow was taken aback, his expression frozen in disbelief, mouth agape, nearly fainting from shock. "My lord, this is the second time you have engaged in such absurd behavior. Slaves should be fed whips, not eggs." While Cow could begrudgingly commend the creativity of stuffing shiny gold coins into the treasure trove of an old, unattractive witch, the notion of granting slaves eggs elicited a pang of sympathy. Cow could swear that Field's actions were an absolute anomaly, a shocking deviation even within the entirety of the empire. Not even the most notorious wastrels in the imperial capital would indulge in such extravagantly imaginative folly. Noticing the steward tugging at his collar for air, Field found amusement in the situation and reassured him, this is a cursed land, and thus, it cannot adhere to the conventions of ordinary regions. Here, all rules will be entirely new. I trust you will adapt. By the way, how is the wine inventory progressing? I came here for that very purpose. Transitioning to serious matters, Cal produced the results and excitedly reported, according to the standard sherry cask statistics. We have 3 barrels of barley wine, 7 barrels of mead, 7 barrels of olive wine, and 24 barrels of black pearl wine. Additionally, we discovered a rare sparkling wine. That is, champagne, but there is only 1 barrel. The first 3 types are plebeian beverages. It is the wine that holds true value. Much better than I had anticipated. Splendid, Field exclaimed, rising to pace back and forth, his heart racing with excitement, unable to remain seated, and he laughed heartily. The primary objective now is to liquidate all of them. Only when they are transformed into gleaming gold coins will I feel at ease. Should a monster slip in and wreak havoc, those coins would be lost. Cal, allocate a portion of the slaves to load provisions for 40 people for 10 days. Also, be responsible for checking the feed for the horses. I shall personally visit Maple Leaf City to meet the local nobility and secure a market for the wine. Is this not too perilous? The deadly smog is no trivial matter. It is unlikely that we will be as fortunate as before. Should we encounter a massive tide of corpses, unforeseen calamities could ensue. My lord, perhaps it would be prudent for the chosen one to lead the expedition? Cal voiced his concerns, discreetly glancing around to ensure that Ashina was absent before he breathed a sigh of relief. He harbored no fondness for that fearsome half-breed. Moreover, we have only spent a few days in the Twilight Realm. Everyone requires your guidance. Field let out a helpless sigh, recognizing the peril of his own inaction. If Ashina were to fall, he would be utterly incapable of safeguarding the Grand Winery. Without a small map, Ashina would inevitably encounter an overwhelming tide of corpses, not merely 1 or 2 batches. Field was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the northern province. They were akin to frolicking in a sea of decaying corpses, where a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. This is an order. Your task is simply to execute it with diligence. Field waved his hand dismissively, turning his face away, disinclined to offer an explanation. Cal was one of the only 2 individuals within the territory who could read, yet this did not imply he possessed any aptitude for governance. Allowing the chosen one to engage in trade would merely broadcast to the entire empire that Field, a minor baron devoid of favor, support, and utterly isolated, possessed a precious chosen one. Regardless, Field could not afford to lose Ashina, nor could he reveal her existence to outsiders. What, then, were they intending to do? Field noticed 2 female slaves engaged in a hushed conversation and made his way towards the outskirts of the territory. Perhaps they were sharing a small secret, indulging in gossip, or concocting a conspiracy. The likelihood of a conspiracy seemed slim. Without a fog light, escape was nearly impossible unless one directly awakened as a chosen one. It was likely they were merely slacking off, a pursuit in which Field was quite experienced. Chapter 30. Enactment of the New Decree, Journey to the High Fortress Province. The 2 women belonged to different races, yet it was evident that demi-humans and humans could indeed forge friendships. Field nodded in satisfaction, pondering whether he could present them as exemplary figures for promotion, thus discreetly following them. However, in the next moment, Field regretted his impulsive action. The 2 women squatted down in unison, their legs forming an M shape, revealing their dirt-covered, soiled backsides as they began to engage in unabashed debate. Field's pupils dilated in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! My eyes! They are indiscriminately relieving themselves on the streets. Is there no law?" This struck him as profoundly bizarre. Cal, however, merely touched his nose, not so much as furrowing his brow. He had long grown accustomed to such sights. The lower classes were, after all, rather filthy. The butler remained unfazed. In the sacred Griffin Empire, and indeed across the entire continent, such occurrences were rampant. The roads, streets, and even hallways were rife with excrement. Flies buzzed incessantly, and rats scurried about freely. Even the maidservants attending to Field would surreptitiously relieve themselves in the corners of the house. For the darkness outside was daunting and terrifying. Cal mused privately that perhaps the Lord simply enjoyed the thrill of voyeurism, though it would be impolite to utter such thoughts in his presence. Moreover, the first thing Field did upon arriving in Nightshade was purchase a trinket. Although that trinket had become a chosen one, Cal firmly believed it to be mere luck. After all, what noble was devoid of eccentricities? He had been so preoccupied with managing the affairs of his fief that he had neglected this matter, pressing his temples in an attempt to lower his blood pressure. Field suddenly recalled that the medieval era was notorious for its unsanitary conditions, which had even led to the devastating Black Death. His reliance on grand steeds for travel had shielded him from noticing the filth within his domain. Field wiped the sweat from his brow, resolutely determined that the chaos of the medieval era should never manifest within his dominion. Unsanitary conditions could foster viruses and incite ailments akin to the Black Death. The steward was perplexed. What were excrement and, well, viruses? Cow, he announced. I am about to enact a significant decree. Henceforth, no individual shall relieve themselves in public spaces. All waste must be properly disposed of in designated pits. With a flourish of his index finger, he turned his back, adding, You must ensure that everyone is made aware of this law. Should anyone transgress, they shall receive 3 warnings. Thereafter, fines will be imposed, 1 copper coin for slaves, and 3 for freemen. Fines? Cow's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. You truly are an economic genius. Field furrowed his brow and remarked, It is merely a fine. What relevance does it have to the economy? Numerous lords have already imposed taxes on breathing and blinking, yet the tax on excretion, nay. The fine for excretion is a truly original concept, a stroke of genius. If implemented, it could yield substantial daily revenues. The steward was overjoyed. Previously, Field's squandering of eggs had weighed heavily on his mind. However, witnessing Field's remarkable aptitude for extortion, on par with his prodigious ability to squander, Kaio felt a wave of relief. It seemed that the finances of the Nightshade domain could endure for quite some time. This is precisely what nobility ought to embody. Kaio bowed respectfully, declaring, You are the epitome of nobility. Field waved his hand in exasperation, urging them to proceed. He then continued the training of the guards. It was not until noon that Ashina returned to the territory, prompting Field to finally release the guards who were pleading for mercy and allow them to take their meal. He then summoned Ashina, who had just returned. How did it go at the barn? Was everything smooth? Field opened the small map, and the skull emblem marking the barn had been entirely erased, presenting a remarkably tidy appearance. Ashina playfully stuck out her little tongue, languidly stretching in a manner brimming with charm, and with a mischievous wink remarked, Thanks to your efforts, the eradication of the decaying corpses went exceedingly smoothly. The only lamentable aspect was that the barn yielded no valuable treasures. The mountains of wheat had completely rotted away, and even the barn had partially collapsed. Ashina produced a pouch containing samples of the barn's wheat. This was an anticipated outcome. You may go and rest now. After numerous battles, Field realized that having ordinary soldiers accompany Ashina merely added to her challenges. Thus, he devised a plan to split their forces. Ashina, leveraging her formidable combat prowess and agility, would frequently strike, clearing the surrounding hordes of corpses, while the guards focused primarily on training, dedicating their remaining time to cleansing the residual small waves of corpses. Field himself was tasked with overseeing the training of soldiers, as well as occasionally providing gentle massages to Ashina's legs and tenderly rubbing her tail and ears. Each individual had a clear role, and everyone envisioned a bright future ahead. Thus, Field spent a week in the twilight of the territory, which extended 5,000 square meters into the woods to the east, an area not much larger than a football field, yet a commendable achievement nonetheless. Expanding the area of control proved to be a formidable challenge. It necessitated the use of fog dispellers to first clear the local mists. Following this, the guards would eliminate any decaying corpses, and then the slaves would remove all traces of corruption, including vegetation and small creatures. Only after all these tasks were completed could Field's lordly powers offer lasting protection to that land, ensuring that no new corrupt beings would invade. Field had already discerned the patterns. Watch it, fool. Be cautious when lifting the wine barrel. If you continue to act so rashly, I shall bestow a firm kiss from my boot upon your rear end, then proceed to stuff your head into the filth of a sow. The anguished roar of the steward echoed from below. It was time to journey to the High Castle province. Field set down his quill, stretched lazily, and the maid, Scissors, promptly handed him his coat. The Nightshade territory had no sources of sustenance, and the food supply was dwindling rapidly. Acquiring provisions from the farmlands would take considerable time, thus necessitating trade imports. Upon descending the stairs, Field encountered the chief of the guards, Lynx, who stood at attention alongside his men, though their formation appeared somewhat askew. Field was exceedingly pleased. The extra rations had not been in vain, as the guards were no longer emaciated. My lord, we wish to be your shield, Lynx proclaimed loudly. Filled with respect for Field, the benevolent lord. Take us with you. Ah, you have always been my shield, but now I require your protection for the territory, Field replied, patting him on the shoulder. On this excursion, he would bring only 3 guards, including a blacksmith. However, he intended to take Ashina and her raiding cavalry in full. With a chosen 1 and 20 cavalrymen, his protective force was quite formidable. After meticulously outlining the defense strategies, Field turned to depart. A true noble is one who embodies the spirit of valor and benevolence, Lynx mused, for ordinary lords would never dare venture repeatedly into the perilous mists of death. Chapter 31. The perverse lord's imagination. Indeed, I take pride in being able to defend my lord and his possessions. One of the guards nodded in agreement. However, the steward, Cow, was deeply troubled, silently praying. The male servant, Jar, offered comfort, saying, "Do not worry. Lady Ashina is exceptionally powerful, and the winter goddess will surely protect our lord." Cow rolled his eyes in annoyance. "What do you know? I worry about what may transpire once our lord arrives in Maple Leaf City. You must understand. Maple Leaf City also possesses a chosen one." "Huh? But we are not going to war. We are engaged in trade. Surely, there won't be any conflict?" Jar stammered, intimidated by Cow's concerns. His voice diminished. "Moreover, I have faith in our lord's charisma. Everything will be fine. Field's recent behavior has thoroughly subdued the servants. Thus, you are merely a footman, vegan, and there is much you must learn." The butler wore a proud smile as he boasted. "The official faith of Maple Leaf City is that of the god of love and rejoicing, their chosen one. The enchanting dancer ascended from the realm of pleasure and has captivated countless nobles who willingly offer their wealth and even bodily fluids." "What? Such things exist?" Vegan was taken aback, his face flushing at the mere thought. "Otherwise, do you really believe that Maple Leaf City, a remote border town, could attain such wealth? Possessing numerous potion recipes and an irreplaceable commercial standing, solely due to the Baron of Maple Leaf's personal capabilities? Let me tell you. The last time our lord visited the female slaves, he even watched them use the restroom. How bizarre. If the local lord were to have the dancer unleash her divine powers upon Lord Field, with his self-restraint, surely, cough, I shall say no more." In Cow's perspective, Field was entirely there to pursue beauty, perhaps to engage in a play of pleasure that would lead him to forget his homeland. Vegan remained silent, silently praying that their esteemed lord would not succumb to corruption. "Wait, have I spoken too much?" Cow suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. If his words were to reach the ears of the lord or Ashina, he might swiftly find himself demoted from butler to stable hand, or perhaps face something even worse. Observing Vegan's innocuous expression, Cow broke into a cold sweat, beginning to worry that Vegan might spill the secret. Field was indeed reluctant to venture further into the Maple Leaf territory for trade. However, the foolish son of Baron Bull was likely still guarding the fortress gates. Having plundered Bull's domain himself, Field was not inclined to take such a gamble. The Baron of Maple Leaf was a wealthy magnate, amassing great fortune from the magical herbs cultivated in his lands, which he used to brew potions. Field was confident that the Black Pearl wine would fetch an excellent price. "My lord, must you go in person?" Asina sighed in resignation, polishing her gleaming sword as she observed Field preparing for the journey. The lord insisted on undertaking the perilous trip to the High Fortress province himself, despite her reassurance that she could handle it. "The journey is fraught with danger, and I would guard your treasures with my life, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occur. That is precisely what concerns me. I do not require you to risk your life for gold cannot procure a chosen one," Field replied, gently patting Asina's head, causing a blush to bloom on her cheeks. He patiently explained, "Moreover, I must personally visit the Baron of Maple Leaf. The products of the Nightshade territory will need to be absorbed by that affluent noble." There was one reason Field withheld: his ability to sense the surrounding monsters. Without his presence, the caravan would repeatedly encounter waves of corpses. Field ignited the fog lights, hanging them on the carriage as the caravan set forth. The hooves of the war horses clattered rhythmically against the road, accompanied by Ashina, the raiding cavalry, 3 guards, 20 slaves tasked with transporting goods, and the maid, Scissors, who attended to Field's every need. Upon departing from the Starry Night Tavern, it was as if they had plunged into the depths of hell. Grotesque flora twisted around them, and ominous shadows lurked, threatening to unleash malevolent spirits at any moment. The slaves, filled with trepidation, cast anxious glances about. Although responsible for the cargo, Field had still equipped them with spears for self-defense. The road was in disrepair, Field held a strong aversion to the corrupted surface, adorned with small tendrils. As it slowed the carriage's progress, it was imperative to mend the road, ideally establishing a trade route and constructing a concrete road connecting the Nightshade and Maple territories. Before he could lament further, a multitude of Crimson Skull insignias began to converge rapidly. Caution, they approach. Field breathed deeply. A howl. Ashina's colossal wolf roared, charging forward with great speed, swinging its lance with ferocity, instantly unleashing a torrential downpour of blood and anguished cries as the decaying corpses fell like harvested wheat. Red and white fragments of human remains splattering the ground. The dragon-blooded wolf shook its head, unleashing a spectral blue flame that incinerated swathes of the putrid bodies. The remaining cavalry swiftly drew their swords and brandished their weapons, launching an assault upon the horde of corpses. Despite their brief training, the subhumans were born cavalrymen, quickly grasping the essence of horseback combat. For Lord Field, charge! The cavalry surged forth. On the diminutive map of Field, red markers swiftly vanished, while more crimson dots began to converge. Come on, come on! Field, filled with fervor, unsheathed his long sword with a resounding clang. The Maple Leaf Fortress, similarly, stood as one of the Empire's frontier bastions, boasting formidable defenses. It was equipped not only with crossbows and catapults but also a multitude of mage towers, where floating magical crystals adorned the landscape. As the group crossed the threshold of Baron Maple Leaf's fortress, a brilliant vista unfolded before them, dispelling the endless gray mist for a vibrant world. Heavens, those knights emerged from the fog. Soldiers, speaking in the local dialect, pointed and whispered at the horsemen clad in ominous black cloaks, their steeds also draped in dark shrouds, exuding an air of terror. Such a sight was exceedingly rare. They must be adventurers or perhaps members of the Empire's reconnaissance corps. Look at them, their garments stained with the foul blood of corrupted creatures. Quickly shut the gates, lest the monsters from the mist follow in their wake. The commander cleared his throat, welcoming them to the Maple Leaf territory, wishing them a pleasant shopping experience. Thank you. Field had not anticipated such a smooth entry. He had prepared a pouch of gold coins as a toll, which ultimately went unused. He exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking he might encounter some difficulties. The cargo from Dumera consisted of 10 barrels of black pearl wine, along with a box of ancient, tattered magical scrolls, which Field worried would soon be relegated to mere toilet paper if he did not act swiftly. If only trade routes could be established, he would not need to undertake this journey himself. Throughout his journey, Field skillfully evaded countless massive hordes of the undead and vanquished several smaller ones. Otherwise, he would not have successfully reached the High Fortress province. He incurred minimal costs, losing merely half a cart of provisions to a pit. Chapter 32, A Realm of Decadence and Corruption, Simon's Special Reception. Of course, credit is due to Ashina's fierce battle. At this moment, she lay cocooned in a black cloak, exhausted and slumbering within the carriage, while the dragon-spawn wolf was recalled, relegating her to the role of a mere maid. The demi-humans were far too conspicuous. In the Holy Griffin Empire, any demi-human encountered was invariably a slave. To avoid drawing attention, Field decisively had them don hooded cloaks to conceal their identities. Continuing westward from Maple Leaf Fortress for a day leads to Maple Leaf City, a charming town nestled against the mountains. This place, too, is a blossom on the decayed branches of the Empire. Even before entering Maple Leaf City, Field sensed its opulence. The ludicrously low city walls, standing nearly 3 meters high, were adorned with flowers and silken banners, and scarcely a soul was stationed to guard them. A few scattered sentinels huddled together, guzzling wine and casting greedy, mocking glances at passers-by. In stark contrast, the distant Mage Tower and Adventurers Guild drew the eye. The streets were teeming with merchant caravans and travelers, even before entering the city. Vendors laden with goods hawked beverages, tobacco, and snacks. Maple Leaf City may lack significant defenses, yet it stands as a premier den of iniquity. The entire empire knows that Maple Leaf City is akin to a famished courtesan, whether through sweet words, be it scholarly or magical, glittering gold coins, merchants or nobles, or outright aggression, military tactics, it boasts scant defenses, allowing for unfettered exploitation. The city abounds with brothels, gambling dens, and gourmet delights. The only unwelcome patrons are those with empty pockets. A throng of beggars loitering at the city gates serves as a clear testament to this, many of whom are destitute noblemen stripped of their lands, having lost everything in this lavish haven. It was overwhelmingly extravagant. After a prolonged silence, Iron Hammer managed to extract a word from his parched vocabulary. Indeed, the future Nightshade domain would surpass even this in splendor. Field was brimming with confidence. for he had traversed the grand cities of his past life, and to him, Maple Leaf City was merely a bold and distinctive tourist attraction. Upon presenting his identification and paying the entrance fee, Field effortlessly entered the city. "Greetings, darlings. Your journey must have been arduous, but fear not, for I am your considerate and gentle guide. For merely 10 silver coins, I shall be your delightful treat today." The soldiers stood agape, their mouths watering, each one blushing profusely. It was truly absurd. No wonder Maple Leaf City enjoyed such a splendid reputation. Even his subordinates were astounded, and for Field, who had lived 2 lifetimes, it was a spectacle unlike any he had ever witnessed. After all, this was the very entrance to the city. Clearly, the figure before him was an exceptional software hardening engineer, possessing remarkable professional skills. Field found himself engulfed in a wave of heat. Having long heard tales of the debauchery that plagued Maple Leaf City, he had not anticipated such extravagance upon entering its gates. Truly, it was a place favored by the goddess of love. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand dismissively. "My lord, this locale is infested with devils. I would rather confront abhorrent, corrupted creatures." The maid, Scissors, blushed deeply, her petite hands fidgeting restlessly. As Ashina emerged from the carriage, she cast a disdainful glance at Field. Lamenting, "My lord, do you wish to indulge in merriment first? We can await your return. Do not doubt me so. I am not a frivolous individual." Jesting as he patted the shoulder of Iron Hammer, who was eagerly salivating and gazing about, Field quipped, "Your name is ill-suited. Perhaps it should be changed to Iron Rod." Iron Hammer sheepishly scratched his head. "My lord, I wish to make a purchase. I want to polish my spear." "How much have you saved?" In the Twilight Territory, slaves were permitted to possess private property, a privilege granted by Field. However, they could only save money, not spend it, for there were no places to spend. Not even a tavern in the Twilight Territory. Among them, the guards amassed wealth particularly swiftly, as slaying a corrupted corpse yielded a silver coin. Outside the Northern Territories, such rewards were highly coveted. 47 silver coins, Iron Hammer replied proudly. "Save it for now. This will not be our last visit to Maple Leaf City. Once you become free men, you may return here to revel." Field preferred to dangle objectives before them, motivating them to generate value rather than squander it on trivialities. "Ashina, purchase some delicacies with the cavalry, and then rest at the inn outside. I shall pay a visit to the local nobility." Maple Leaf Manor was among the few noble estates situated within the bustling city center of the empire. Baron Maple Leaf, Simon Maple, was a man who relished the company of others, unperturbed by noise or assassination attempts. Presenting his business card, Field waited at the manor's entrance for a moment. "Handsome Baron Field, I am the maid of Maple Leaf Manor, here to escort you inside. Your caravan is requested to use the side entrance." A strikingly alluring woman, nearly clad in silk swimwear, offered a deep bow to Field, displaying all her beauty. Only those of noble blood were permitted to enter through the main gate, and she implored his understanding. Field gently rubbed his temples, inhaling deeply to soothe himself. Baron Simon displayed his proclivities with unabashed candor. "Please, lead the way." Upon entering the estate, a maid swayed her hips enticingly, guiding Field through a labyrinthine path into a building adorned like a grand hall. Coughing lightly, Field was momentarily overwhelmed by the dense mist and smoke, causing him to nearly believe he had returned to the northern province, almost reaching for the fog lamp. Hee. "Don't touch that. Come chase me. If you catch me, I might just let you have your way." A group of 8 women laughed merrily. Splashing about in the hot spring, Field's gaze darted briefly, and his blood pressure surged. It was not due to any nefarious intentions, but rather the prospect of encountering the Baron of Maple Leaf's wife was daunting. Just as he turned to leave, a deep yet slightly comical voice called out, "Ah, Baron Field, there is no need for discretion. These are merely your attendants. Feel free to indulge." Goodness, this fellow is quite the character. Yet, Field remained unfazed. Engaging with the maidens could lead to dire consequences. If a child were conceived, Baron Simon might send assassins after him, and according to imperial law, the inheritance would belong to the child in the maid's womb. The Nightshade territory and Field S estate would fall under the joint rule of the Maple Leaf Barony. The maid accompanying him smiled mischievously, squatting down to unfasten Field S garments. After extricating himself from the awkward situation, Field adjusted his robe and straightened his attire. Adopting a serious tone, "Thank you for your kindness, Baron Simon, but I have come to pay you a visit and discuss a business matter." Field was well aware of the renowned beauty of the exquisite dancer. He had no desire to be entranced to the point of losing all sense, ultimately reduced to destitution. Although the maidens continued to flaunt their charms, Field, having grown accustomed to the allure of divine beauties, found no interest in the mundane. Chapter 33. The Wine Unveiled. Field's fairy tale. Your father was a valiant nobleman, the blood rose of the Ross family, whose legendary exploits have become part of the Empire's lore. Simon exchanged pleasantries. Yet the two shared no common ground. The old count's first chosen had perished long ago in the war against the elves. Simon exclaimed, "I hold deep admiration for his bravery and hope to meet him one day." Simon was a short, stout man with an exceedingly pale complexion, his face dotted with freckles and blemishes. Reclining in the embrace of two unclad maidens, he spoke before puckering his lips to extract a cherry from their hands, leisurely chewing it. With a sudden motion, he spat the pit, accompanied by saliva, onto the maiden's pristine skin. The maiden showed no sign of displeasure, instead giggling incessantly. It was indeed a scene of debauchery, and Field was not surprised. Many nobles exhibited such behavior, after all, having gotten everything they desired since childhood. Their thresholds for pleasure were exceedingly high, necessitating ever greater stimulation to attain joy. As long as he was not provoked, Field remained indifferent. At Simon's gesture, Field took a seat, offering a polite compliment. "You are the most adept nobleman at managing a territory that I have encountered. The prosperity of Maple Leaf City is unlike anything I have ever witnessed." "Ah, I appreciate your candor." The two, embodying the spirit of nobility, engaged in courteous exchanges for some time. "Truly, Field, you have inherited your family's valor and wisdom. Few possess the fortitude to venture into cursed lands and return unscathed." Simon laboriously sat up, waving his hand to dismiss the maidens, signaling the end of their idle chatter. He rose, stating, "Let us proceed to the parlor for our discussion. Since you find no appeal in these commonplace beauties, perhaps you might prefer elves or mermaids. Alas, I currently have none on hand." The previous batch was turned into delicacies and purchased by other nobles. Field felt a wave of nausea, yet maintained a stoic expression as he remarked, "Even mermaids exist?" "Of course," Simon replied, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Haha, then I have something to look forward to." "Truly, you live up to the title of the Maple Leaf Baron." Field laughed heartily, although he held little interest in underground banquets. He understood the necessity of flattery as a seller. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, "I owe my escape from the night to my loyal soldiers and the blessings of the goddess. I am quite astonished to have emerged alive. It seems fortune has temporarily favored me." Simon clapped his hands in admiration, stating, "I relish dealings with those who are fortunate." Upon entering the lavishly adorned reception room, Field's goods had been inspected and were now within the estate, with the sherry cask visible just outside the door. "What are these?" he asked. "A hammer." To present the monster for Baron Simon's inspection, Field was not in haste to sell his wares. Instead, he instructed the guard to present a skull, that of a mutated rat from the Grand Winery. The mere head was as large as a young man's torso, adorned with horns and sharp teeth, resembling a demon of the region, exhibiting a sinister grin. This was the first extraordinary creature I encountered in the Nightshade realm, a corrupted giant rat demon. Its fur blazed with violet infernal flames, and its claws could effortlessly rend heavy scales. When it opened its maw, it unleashed a wailing shriek of malevolent spirits. My vanguard, upon mere sight of it, lost 7 men to its demonic fire. Curse it, those were knights meticulously trained by the Ross family, reduced to mere cinders in the end. Drawing a sharp breath, Simon stroked his chin. The Maple Leaf Fortress had yet to face an assault from rat demons. They indeed appeared perilous. Nobility seldom valued the truth, placing greater importance on prestige and facade. Field raised the skull, a look of lingering trepidation in his eyes, and spun a fanciful tale. "This monster infiltrated my ranks repeatedly, its claws rendering us utterly defenseless. Can you fathom such despair? I could only pray for a miracle." Simon nodded in agreement. "It's akin to consuming the last drop of honey with no reserves left, a profound sense of hopelessness, in the face of life and death. It was the goddess who answered me, a bolt of divine lightning striking that wretched beast, granting my knights the opportunity to slay it. Thank the goddess." Simon listened, dumbfounded. Tracing the symbol of the loved deity over his heart, his voice trembling, "The northern province is synonymous with hell. The church and the royal family have attempted to conquer it numerous times in vain. The mere fact that you returned alive is nothing short of miraculous. Indeed. Yet for the peace of the empire and the sake of precious treasures, I willingly embrace the peril." Field shrugged, loosening his collar to cool off. Particularly when it came to treasures such as the long-lost exquisite vintage, black pearl wine, which had been extinct for a decade. This greedy rat demon was no fool. It fiercely guarded the wine collection. Good heavens, did I hear correctly? Black pearl wine. The royal banquet's exclusive beverage from a decade ago? Simon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me see those rare vintages. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Nobles are utterly defenseless against precious items, while Field's acquisition of the wine was not particularly challenging. Inflating its difficulty through mere words elevated its value significantly, enhancing its allure. As he pried open the barrel, the rich aroma of the wine filled the room. Simon eagerly tasted it, his face lighting up with rapture. This is the flavor. You know, my father had a bottle stashed away and only allowed me a sip last year on my birthday. The velvety, smooth texture. I wager my father would be consumed with envy. Field chuckled. Indeed, a noble beauty requires the patronage of esteemed aristocrats, just as exquisite wine calls for discerning connoisseurs. Even in contemporary times, individuals are inclined to purchase items steeped in narrative. For instance, dear family, I bring you good tidings. A shipment valued at 900 million has been negotiated down to a mere 9 coins, all thanks to my persuasive efforts with the proprietor. Who could resist such a bargain? I feel I have found a kindred spirit, and I have procured these precious wines. Simon candidly acknowledged this, and then summoned a servant to whisper a few instructions. Please wait, Baron Field. I must confer with my advisor regarding the pricing. This is no trivial matter. Of course, Field replied. After a brief discussion, Simon proposed a price of 500 gold coins per barrel, precisely the amount needed for Field's venture in the Twilight Realm. A standard sherry cask holds approximately 500 liters, with 1 liter equating to 1,134 pints. A standard serving of wine is 1 pint, and the aristocracy typically pays around 25 copper coins for a glass of wine. Thus, the total price for a common wine barrel is roughly 26 gold coins and 41 silver coins. Chapter 34. The sinful treasure of Maple Leaf City in the realm of auctions. A rare black pearl wine could fetch up to 20 times its initial value, typically fluctuating around 550 gold coins. However, auction houses take a commission of 10% and must remit a portion of the goods tax to the nobility, resulting in a maximum net gain of 400 gold coins from such sales. Field is engaged in packaging goods for sale, additionally selling directly to the nobility, thus evading any tax obligations. The price of 500 gold coins is exceedingly generous. My friend, may I procure the skull of that rodent creature? For 20 gold coins. I aspire to display this valiant trophy in my collection room. Certainly. Field feigned a grimace of pain while stifling a laugh. It was evident that his own tale had moved him. In truth, this wretched rodent had lasted less than 3 minutes before Ashina, and held no value for him whatsoever. Field raised his thumb in approval, for a distinguished status necessitates the adornment of exquisite artifacts. I believe it also bears the divine aura of miraculous power. After traversing the mercantile route, he amassed a staggering 20 gold coins, a yield that could only be described as terrifying. However, Field did not foolishly carry away all the coins. Instead, he prudently paid a fee of 30 gold coins to deposit 3,000 gold coins in the royal treasury established in Maple Leaf City. This gesture not only signified his goodwill towards collaboration with Maple Leaf City, but also safeguarded him against potential banditry upon his departure. Field was acutely aware that despite Simon's ostentatious demeanor, he might be secretly lamenting his financial expenditures and perhaps already devising plans to reclaim his wealth. In Maple Leaf City, profits are earned and spent freely, with no intention of returning home. Baron Field, it is a pleasure to engage in this transaction with you. The maid has prepared the bed and set the water to a comfortable warmth, ready to indulge the primal nature of man. Of course, not with those lowly maids. As anticipated by Field, after depleting a significant sum of gold coins, Simon could hardly contain himself, jiggling the flesh upon his belly. He affectionately linked his arm with Field's, declaring, I wager you have never encountered a lofty chosen one before. Field pondered to himself, my chosen one, so delightful and enchanting. Ahem, indeed untouched. For the chosen ones are rare treasures, exceedingly scarce. Field feigned a semblance of indifference. Simon, with an air of generosity, remarked, Humph. The Maple Leaf domain possesses a singular, extraordinary treasure. Come closer, allow me to present it to you. You have certainly never encountered such exquisite beauty. The rare jewel of the Daughter Kingdom is none other than its queen. Goodness. Could the extraordinary treasure of Maple Leaf City possibly be that dancer who could be pinned by both the stableman and the horse? Field's lips twitched, and indeed. Having spent 5,000 gold coins, Simon was eager to reclaim his investment. Coughing slightly, Field awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and diverted the conversation. Baron Simon, might I inquire if there are any dire wolves available in Maple Leaf City? I am in need of acquiring a substantial number. As Simon pulled Field upstairs, he replied, Dire wolves? Those rare creatures have only been found in the nomadic Khanate. They are quite elusive. Field's physical prowess far surpassed that of Simon, whose languid demeanor betrayed the toll taken by indulgence and vice. With a few vigorous jerks, Field extricated himself and took several steps back, clearing his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. The northern province is rife with corrupted flora, as well as writhing tendrils and masses of flesh. Horses often find their hooves ensnared. I require a stable of mounts more suited to the treacherous terrain. Moreover, the great wolves possess a certain grandeur. They shall become a symbol of my valor. Understanding that Field was beyond his grasp, Simon could only jiggle his fleshy belly in resignation. I shall instruct the caravan to keep an eye out for the great wolves. No one would refuse the allure of gold. Even the pups would be acceptable. I assure you, I can offer a price that will meet your satisfaction. Field mused to himself that once Simon procured the beasts, who else would be inclined to make such bulk purchases? At that juncture, he would still have the upper hand in negotiations. The Lord of Field possesses the remarkable ability to bestow titles upon 51st-tier wolf cavalry in a single breath, though this requires the presence of mighty wolves. These formidable allies will serve as a significant asset to Field. Furthermore, the lineage of the dragon-breed wolves must be preserved, for they represent an unparalleled treasure, akin to the royal griffins that trace their origins back to the sacred griffins of the founding emperor. The chosen ones can bequeath not only artifacts of immense power, but also creatures, technologies, and magical energies that are ripe for exploitation. I am determined to return to the northern territories to forge ahead, for I sense that wealth and glory beckon to me. With a brief farewell, Field turned and departed. Not long after Field's departure, Simon displayed an expression of profound anguish, lamenting as he made his way towards the guest room. Oh, my beloved, diminutive, pitiable, enticing gold coins. Alas, they have all forsaken me. Can there be anything worse? Perhaps only that time when my long loaf was broken. Upon reaching the guest room, Simon casually pulled open the door, revealing a captivating figure, draped in sheer garments, elegantly posed with her legs crossed, who had been waiting for quite some time. He had expected to see the handsome Baron of the Knight's Vale. The woman, though clad provocatively, spoke with a frigid demeanor, remarking that is hardly a long loaf. At best, it resembles a mere maggot. Disheartened by the Baron Field's disinterest in women, Simon lamented that he should have refrained from allowing those lowly maidens to charm her. He might have presumed I had no worthy offerings. I should have had you directly approach him. Who would have known it would yield a contract worth 5,000 gold coins? He mused, frustrated that the North still harbored hidden treasures. A land presumed to be filled solely with decaying corpses and writhing tentacles. Perhaps, he contemplated, I ought to send an assassin after him. Ah, your miserly tendencies have resurfaced. Long-term ventures yield greater profits, she teased. He has even saved money as a sign of goodwill. Now is not the time for violence, especially not in Maple Leaf City. Simon, feeling as though he bore the weight of 200 pounds, acquiesced. Very well, you are right. You truly frightened him with your utilitarian approach. Such an adorable young man. One I find myself wishing to possess. She provocatively licked her lips, reclining on the cushions, securing her right hand with shackles. With a cunning glint in her eye, she added, or perhaps he possesses unique tastes. Nobles often harbor peculiar preferences. Some favor handsome youths, others are drawn to children. And there are even those who take pleasure in witnessing carnage. Thus, Simon, have your servant inform him that on the 15th of the upcoming month, Maple Leaf City shall host an underground masquerade ball, ensuring his attendance to cater to all his whims. I have mentioned it in passing, Simon shrugged. The woman responded matter-of-factly. Then let us formally extend an invitation. The ball in Maple Leaf City welcomes all individuals of worth. Yet, I doubt he will survive that long. Fortune does not always favor him. The corrupt beasts of the northern province are not to be trifled with. Many a chosen one has fallen within their grasp. Chapter 35. The search for talent. The woman languidly swayed her delicate arms. That would be for the best. Did he not deposit a portion of his gold with us? The deceased are not protected by royal law, and when the time comes, there will be no witnesses to contest it. We may simply devour it. However, this clever and considerate young man, I truly cannot bear to see him perish. At the very least, I must experience his essence. Upon concluding her thoughts, the woman shackled her feet, a peculiar flush gracing her face. Administer the frenzy serum to the orcs in the basement, then bring them here. I have already secured myself ensuring that their rampaging divine power will not crush them. Simon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, expressing concern. Do take care. Do not exhaust the orcs to death. These robust creatures have become increasingly rare since the northern province was obliterated by the gray mist. The price of orc slaves has surged. Do you have any notion of how much I spent on acquiring them? This is the cost of your prolonged waiting, merely a trivial price to pay, Simon. Field stepped out of Maple Leaf Manor, the sunlight soothing his nerves. The issue of finances has been resolved. Now it is time to procure supplies. And this time he shall purchase an abundance of food and livestock. Due to the unique conditions of the Nightfall territory, even after the pollution has been eradicated, the soil remains deficient in fertility, resulting in minimal agricultural yields. Field intended to establish a ranch primarily for the rearing of chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, whose manure would significantly enhance soil fertility. It is noteworthy that in every city of the empire, prices vary considerably. A single copper coin can purchase a loaf of bread in Golden Eagle City, while in the impoverished Western Mountain region, it could merely afford one the fragrance of bread, as the vendor would allow one to savor its aroma. Maple Leaf City, with its thriving service industry, shows little interest in warfare, possessing a scant number of slaves, primarily women and children, while the price for able-bodied men has soared to more than 3 times that of women. Grain and fodder constitute the bulk of expenditures. While Nightshade territory yields no produce, relying entirely on Field to sustain the entire domain. At present, it is not Field who exploits the subjects, but rather the subjects who exploit Field. Only Field possesses the modern perspective. Had it been any other noble, such a losing venture would not have been pursued. Before procuring goods, I must first recruit some talents for management and internal affairs. Rubbing his temples, Field lamented the fact that there were only 2 literate individuals in the entire territory, with Cow's managerial skills being rather mediocre. Furthermore, there was a shortage of craftsmen, as the Grand Winery required repairs. Once his thoughts were organized, Field addressed his guard, Hammer. First, return the gold coins to the post station, and then accompany me to the tavern. The tavern serves as a medieval marketplace for talent and is one of the most reliable sources of information. After attending to all matters, Field entered the tavern in Maple Leaf City. The atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of noise, with individuals of varying heights and builds congregated, boasting of their glorious deeds. Others engaged in card games or games of chance, each person seemingly laughing heartily, yet those smiles were merely masks adorning their faces. Who could fathom how despondent they would become once the effects of the alcohol wore off? Dressed in a black noble robe, Field, with a finely crafted steel sword at his waist and flanked by 3 guards, entered the room, startling everyone into silence as they regarded him with peculiar expressions. Assuming he was there to apprehend a fugitive. 3 mugs of barley ale, Field declared, seemingly conjuring silver coins from thin air, leaving the remaining sum for you. Upon realizing that Field was not there for an arrest, the tavern swiftly returned to its lively chatter. My lord, we are grateful for your generosity. The innkeeper respectfully placed the wooden mug down, beaming with a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum, swiftly pocketing the silver coins. After all, 3 mugs of barley ale cost merely 15 copper coins, and Field had given far more than necessary. Do not rush. I seek to inquire about some information. First, enlighten me about the recent major events in the Empire. Field bestowed upon the Iron Hammer a generous gift of ale, although he himself held no interest in the coarse and bitter barley brew. Have you heard of the theft of arms from Bullneck? Count Nibelungen has already commenced his investigation. Naturally, the unfortunate Bull Baron is destined to face severe repercussions. However, I am quite intrigued as to who could so stealthily abscond with over 2,000 sets of armor, surely. Only the devil himself could achieve such a feat over 2,000 sets. Field furrowed his brow, realizing he had only managed to find 500 sets. Perhaps the old dung of Nibelungen had inflated the numbers, seizing the opportunity to settle accounts. However, this could be seen as a positive development. If the Count were to report truthfully, it would indicate his unwavering determination to unearth the perpetrator. Yet, the act of exaggerating figures suggests that the Count himself seeks to profit from the situation, likely leading to the arbitrary execution of some bandits as a means of settling debts. The machinations of the nobility invariably revolve around their own interests. Field smiled faintly. Very well, is there anything else? Indeed, there is a grave matter at hand. The imperial royal family has fallen victim to the theft of a 5th-tier artifact, an accursed trophy from the vile heretics, the Eye of Longing. It is said to possess the power to ensnare the hearts of men, transforming the ordinary into mere puppets. The audacity of these heretics is closely tied to their extensive westward campaign. The gateway and bastion of the prosperous Inner Sea, the imperial capital of the Golden Purple Empire, has now been besieged for a month, while all other cities of the empire have succumbed to their fall. Is there anything more? Field found the news utterly uninteresting, as it bore no significance to him. Residing in the Shadow Realm, the matter of theft was of no concern to him. After all, he was not the culprit, and the fifth-tier artifacts were beyond his reach. The bartender wiped the glass with his cloth and said, "It's all gone. If you're dissatisfied, I can offer you a pint of ale. I seek individuals to assist me in my endeavors. Do you have any connections?" Field replied, his disinterest in alcohol evident. The bartender, understanding instantly, whispered, "There's a pockmarked face, a true desperado. For merely 20 silver coins, he could even assassinate his own parents. Or perhaps you might consider the rabid mercenaries, a band of utter lunatics who take pride in feasting upon the hearts of their enemies. They demand a hefty sum, no less than 30 gold coins, yet rumors abound of them turning against their employers, so tread carefully. I have no need for assassins or mercenaries." Realizing the misunderstanding, Field waved his hand dismissively. "I am not seeking to eliminate anyone. Rather, I require capable individuals." He elaborated, "Specifically, I seek those with practical skills, such as management, architecture, herbalism, or craftsmanship." "Ah, that is indeed a rarity. Would you not seek the progeny of other nobles?" The bartender inquired. "Nobles typically employ knights or retainers for managerial roles. Do not underestimate retainers. They are, in fact, a privileged channel through which nobles gain an advantage from the very start. Retainers are often the younger sons of families, sent to learn martial skills and knowledge from other lords while assisting the nobility to become familiar faces. Let me think. There is a manager named Warden Tate, who is literate and capable. However, he is a rigid fool, having rejected monetary bribes in favor of upholding justice. Utterly hopeless, he was ultimately betrayed by his own subordinates and now wallows alone in misery." "That sounds promising," Field nodded thoughtfully. "Additionally, there is a horse hunter named Doom. That scoundrel who sneaked into the Lord's backyard at midnight and violated a stallion, managing to escape execution through his cunning arguments. A courageous pervert. Perhaps you could appoint him as a diplomatic advisor." Field nearly overturned the table. "By the gods, the hunter of Nightfall. The realm of Nightfall is in dire need of capable individuals, yet one cannot engage in diplomacy with the cadaverous. God forbid one stealthily ventures into the stables at midnight, only to find their beloved warhorse mutilated. Let us discuss Tate." Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Having gathered the necessary information, he approached Warden Tate and unceremoniously took a seat. "My name is Field, the Lord of Nightfall." He interlocked his fingers and spoke earnestly. "I require someone adept in management. Literate, especially one who can maintain control over slaves and discern subtle shifts in the atmosphere. I wonder if your professional abilities are up to the task." Tate, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, appeared exceedingly resolute. "I am indeed literate. I learned from an old monk in my youth. However, the issue lies in the fact that I am only experienced in managing prisoners. At least there is common ground. I shall offer you a salary far exceeding the market rate, 3 times what you currently earn. That is contingent upon living to spend it. I have a wife, a daughter, and a mother. The northern province is a place devoid of humanity. It is an absolute death trap. There is no denying that Nightfall is perilous, but to remain complacent may prove even more hazardous." Field shrugged. "I have heard of your integrity. During your tenure as enforcer, you have undoubtedly offended many, and your colleagues do not hold you in high regard. I suspect the local gang has long been plotting revenge, especially against your family. They dare." Tate's eyes reddened, and in a fit of rage, he slammed his wooden goblet, spilling beer across the floor. "Your reaction confirms my suspicions, and I believe you are well aware of the truth." Field understood that this struck a painful chord within him. "Let us venture into the night-shrouded realm. Perhaps it is a hell rife with corruption, yet it may prove preferable to one steeped in decay. Moreover, it is worth noting that the northern province is not an absolute dead end. At least, I am still alive. You have persuaded me." Tate, in a state of despondency, sank into a chair, fearing that the marauders might target his wife and daughter. "All I desire now is to escape. Perhaps the remote cursed land is my true sanctuary." Subsequently, Field assessed Tate's knowledge. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Field burst into laughter and placed a gold coin on the table. "This is a stipend for settling down. Seek me at the inn outside the city by noon tomorrow." Tate was nearly blinded by the gleam of the gold coin. He had not anticipated that this nobleman would so readily part with the coin after merely a brief conversation. This is far too much. In these times, Field, possessing considerable wealth, asserted with firmness, "This is a token of my sincerity. Do not let me down. Very well. Tate ceased to linger and swiftly departed. My lord, giggled a provocatively dressed woman as she leaned in closer. I hear you are in search of talent. Field cast a fleeting glance, only to find his gaze ensnared by an abyss. This chasm was indeed unfathomable. Ahem, do you have any recommendations? Field instinctively interjected. The woman dribbled the ball towards him and then gestured toward her bosom, saying, Deposit a silver coin into my treasure trove, and I assure you, it will be worth your while. Field was dazed by the collision with the cotton, quickly rising to his feet and maintaining a respectful distance. He then extended his hand, offering the silver coin to the woman. Miss, I seek only valuable information, not frivolous pleasures. Please take this matter seriously. He had already rebuffed the advances of a stunning courtesan, and he certainly would not fall prey to her wiles. The woman squirmed uncomfortably. It was her first encounter with someone earnest and gentlemanly. She spoke, Very well, my lord. I have a carpenter client, an old friend named Greyhound, whose craftsmanship is exceptional, particularly his carpentry skills. He aspires to seek fortune elsewhere, and perhaps you could recruit him. Where can I find him? Field inquired eagerly, rising once more. He has gone to the Merchant Guild in search of work, similar to the conditions encountered in the Twilight Realm. The streets of Maple Leaf City were rife with refuse and excrement, their combined stench overwhelming. Field rubbed his nose. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to experience a day of comfort. Good day. I am here to seek Greyhound. I understand he is in search of employment, and I believe there is a place for him in my domain. He addressed the front desk of the Merchant Guild. Oh, you have arrived rather late. He has already been recruited by the merchant and economic advisor, Kuchi, and is set to depart for Fulon City to construct stables for Lord Adrian Ross. Adrian Ross, Field's brother, was also the deranged noble who had slain the original owner's beloved. After the front desk attendant respectfully delivered this news, he paused momentarily before pointing behind Field. My lord, Kuchi has arrived. Perhaps with sufficient gold, you might procure the carpenter. Field turned his head and caught sight of Kuchi's face, which was filled with terror. Kuchi, a refined merchant clad in a finely woven linen shirt and sturdy leather boots, wore a woolen cloak that could sustain an ordinary person for 2 or 3 months. You. Kuchi stammered, believing he had seen a ghost, trembling as he clutched his son beside him. Oh, Valkyrie above. Can you see him? Damn it. Didn't Field go to the Nightfall? He has returned as a specter. His son, equally bewildered, rubbed his eyes and stretched his neck, disbelief etched across his features. Do not be so alarmed, Field interjected, stepping forward and raising an eyebrow at the middle-aged merchant. I am still very much alive. Surprised, are we? Kuchi was utterly confounded. In his recollection, few who ventured into the northern province ever returned alive, especially those without the protection of an army or a chosen one. Therefore, upon Field's entry into the northern province, the Ross family had already tacitly accepted his death. They had even emptied a room to serve as a temporary guest chamber, inviting friends and relatives to hold a morning gathering, wherein they sang, danced, and reveled late into the night. Damn it. I must inform Lord Adrian, Kuchi gasped softly. Yet as a seasoned merchant, he managed to maintain a facade of polite composure. Oh, thanks to the goddess's blessing. It is a pleasure to see you safe and sound, esteemed Baron Field. Though his words were gracious, Kuchi's lack of even the most basic courtesy betrayed his insincerity. I am equally delighted to see you, my brother's economic advisor, Field replied with a smile, showing no sign of reproach for Kuchi's rudeness. Kuchi patted his chest. You remain as kind as ever. I am not certain what brings you to the Merchant Association, but if I can be of assistance, it would be my duty. I believe Lord Adrian would be more than willing to help, as he often speaks of you fondly. Chapter 37. The Merchant's Teasing Disregarding the Pleasantries. Field nodded and candidly stated, I require a carpenter. I have heard that the Greyhound has been recruited by you. Since you are willing to assist, might I procure the Greyhound for my needs? Alternatively, I would be open to purchasing him outright, as my territory requires carpentry work. Kuchi's smile faltered. I was merely being polite, and you took me seriously. That may not be feasible. Fulong City requires carpenters to construct stables urgently. Without stables, the livestock industry of the territory may suffer significant losses. I trust you would not wish to see your brother's lands in jeopardy, would you? Very well, Field replied, pouting his lips and feigning disappointment, resembling a 200-pound child denied his desires, while inwardly he scoffed. Kuchi nearly chuckled at Field's expression. Still the same weak, ineffectual fool, unchanged. Truly a blemish upon the noble lineage of the Ross family. Kuchi maintained a serious demeanor, offering comfort. Deference is the virtue of nobility. You have always been a noble gentleman. Prioritize your needs, for my affection lies chiefly with my younger brother, Field remarked with a shrug, casting a lingering glance at Cucci before turning away. What a timid coward he is. Father, did you observe the pitiful expression on his face? He resembles a sickly dog. Lance, Cucci's son, could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as soon as Field departed. He doesn't even dare to vie for a carpenter. Lower your voice. After all, he is a noble. We must maintain a semblance of humility. Cucci dismissed Field with indifference, shifting his ample belly slightly as he continued. Field may not have ventured into the northern province. I suspect he has merely slipped away to indulge himself here. This matter must be promptly reported to the Baron. For a living, Field could claim a significant portion of the inheritance. The old count had been nearly drained by Field's stepmother, and the opportunity to divide the estate seemed imminent. As Adrian's economic advisor, Cucci stood to gain from Adrian's wealth. The more riches Adrian amassed, the more Cucci would benefit. A simple adjustment of the accounts would provide him with enough for a lifetime of indulgence. But what if he has indeed entered the northern province and returned unscathed? Luck is a fickle mistress, Cucci pondered. He nodded. Perhaps he has emerged to procure supplies. Lance, dispatch someone to ascertain his whereabouts. I shall load the goods swiftly and depart by morning. Yes, father, Lance replied, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Field retrieved a parchment from his pocket, inscribed with a shopping list. He needed to acquire slaves, for the Nightshade's personnel were sorely insufficient. Additionally, he required magical artifacts, fabrics, and provisions. He was lacking in every regard. The money he had barely warmed in his hands was already being tossed into the fire. Observing Field engrossed in his list, Hammer, in defense of their lord, mustered his courage to inquire, My lord, what shall we do about the carpenter? Should I deliver a sound thrashing to that old scoundrel and reclaim him? I am aware of the situation. Let the bullets fly for a while, Field replied with a slight smile, preferring not to elaborate. First, we must procure the fog lamps. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Hammer said, scratching his head in confusion, entirely oblivious to the meaning of bullets. Field arrived at the church, a place where those who could collect taxes from royalty and nobility were undoubtedly exceedingly affluent. The walls of the church were adorned with exquisite stained glass, depicting the tales of the god of light. Under the reflections of sunlight, these panes shimmered with golden brilliance, casting a vibrant array of colors. He approached the elderly priest of the church, who was momentarily entranced by the curves of a nun. I require a fog dispeller and a purifying potion. How much do they cost? Field cleared his throat. The old priest, startled, responded, Ahem, oh, you are the lamb seeking divine favor. Welcome. I must clarify that the cost of the fog dispeller is not merely a matter of money. It is a matter of devotion and atonement. The fog dispeller requires a contribution of 25 gold coins, while the purifying potion necessitates a donation of 1 gold coin. May the goddess of light bless you. It was indeed exorbitant, undeniably a significant profit. Field has statistically observed that to swiftly eradicate the corruption of an acre of farmland, 3 vials of purification elixir are required. Furthermore, the fog-dispelling lantern can only sustain its effects for approximately 25 days. Merely remaining in the territory to purify the farmland incurs a daily expenditure exceeding 20 gold coins. The purification of the water well is even more daunting, necessitating an estimated 80 vials of purification agent for it to be deemed safe for consumption. This is still the outcome of Field not fully engaging in the reclamation efforts. Very well, I shall acquire all of it. Field had no desire to interact with charlatans, yet these unique products were solely in the possession of the church. With even the royal family lacking the secret formula, the elderly priest's eyes sparkled, his previous displeasure evaporating as a broad smile creased his face, akin to the bark of an ancient locust tree. Wait, I am willing to offer more. A man with a prominent nose entered, producing a certificate of gold coins. I wish to contribute an additional 10 gold coins to the god of light. Please bestow upon me all divine gifts. The priest paused, his countenance radiating joy brighter than a blooming chrysanthemum. Splendid, splendid. I can sense your deep in piety. 20 coins. Field, maintaining a stoic expression, continued. The man with the large nose smirked, saying 21 coins. 30. 31. Very well, it is yours. Field decisively conceded, furrowing his brow as his mind raced. Could this individual be a plant from the church? Today, he had neglected the auspicious signs and now faced such misfortune. Regardless, Field was unwilling to suffer a loss. 30 coins was already a steep price. He could not guarantee that he would be so fortunate again to stumble upon black pearl wine. Nevertheless, the items I desire are not so easily claimed. Regardless of whether you are affiliated with the church, seizing my possessions demands a price. Watching the man with the large nose take the goods, Field discreetly handed a small pouch of coins to a guard, whispering a few words before continuing his shopping with an air of nonchalance. Haha. Just as he turned the corner, Field heard the raucous laughter of the man behind him. Did you see his expression? More amusing than a circus clown. Coochie's son, Lance, dashed out from an alley, his eyes alight with excitement. How does it feel to tease a noble? Quite the exhilarating experience. I shall inscribe this event on my gravestone, and my children will be proud of me. The man with the large nose, hands on his hips, chuckled triumphantly for a moment, but soon felt a wave of apprehension. Lance, he is still a noble. Is it truly without consequence? Of course, it is without concern. Under the protection of Baron Adrian, there is nothing to fear. Field is notorious for his cowardice. After all, when Baron Adrian had his beloved killed, did he not emerge unscathed? Haha, that is indeed amusing. The two exchanged malicious jests for a while. Lance, grinning, nudged the bearded man with his elbow, chuckling, let us continue to tease him. But we must return the goods shortly. If my father discovers I have misappropriated such a sum, he will surely have my head. Haha. Chapter 38. The Sale of Scrolls and the Merchant's Second Disturbance. Upon arriving at the Mage Association, Field intended to sell his collection of magical scrolls, which had aged considerably. He feared that if left unattended, they would inevitably turn into mere scraps of paper. This ancient magical rune appears to be a relic from 8 years past, efficient and potent, though time has diminished much of its magical essence. Dressed in a manner reminiscent of Gandalf, the wizard meticulously examined the scrolls before setting down his crystal and kindly stating, I shall take them all for a total of 100 gold coins. Only 100? Field, possessing considerable wealth, found such a meager sum unsatisfactory. Purchasing a single magical scroll typically costs 15 gold coins. With 23 scrolls in his possession, he deemed anything less than 200 coins unacceptable. The wizard stroked his beard thoughtfully. Please, do not rush. These scrolls are far too antiquated. The newer the magic, the better. As a form of energy, time merely erodes magical potency, and these runes have fallen behind the times. Contemporary magical scrolls are far more efficient. How scientific. Field had assumed that magic, much like the tales in fantastical novels, grew stronger with age. However, in this world, the evolution of magic rendered the old obsolete. Akin to how no one wishes to use an abacus after the advent of computers. 150 is my final offer. Field's countenance darkened. After a gentle caress of the scrolls, the wizard conceded, deal. Let us consider this a budding friendship. Is this a spellbook? Surely, it is exorbitantly priced. Field marveled as he retrieved a splendid tome entitled Flame Robe from the shelf, marked at 320 gold coins. It was indeed a rare quick-casting spell, albeit a consumable one. The wizard lightly tapped the book with his staff and patiently elucidated, by dripping blood into this recess, you will effortlessly master this new magic. The runes within the book are merely magical patterns, requiring no comprehension. Field was astonished. Is it really that simple? What else could it be? Magic is meant to unravel the mysteries of nature and to communicate with the rules. Naturally, the simpler, the better. Wizards are human too. No one enjoys sifting through a plethora of outdated relics. However, mere mastery is futile without the impetus of magical power. The wizard kindly offered a word of caution. Field possessed no magical prowess whatsoever, and within the entirety of the Night Realm, only Ashina wielded extraordinary power, drawing upon divine energy. It seemed that purchasing the spellbook was of little consequence. As Field cast a fleeting glance at the approaching figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. An intriguing choice indeed. This incantation required casting upon a bird, thereby granting the caster the ability to perceive through the creature's eyes. Experiencing the exhilaration of soaring through the skies, all for a mere 200 gold coins. I was captivated by the allure of flight and decided to make the purchase. Field resolutely prepared to part with his coins. I bid 201 gold coins. The overly eager figure with the prominent nose leaned in once more. This time, the sorcerer paid him no heed, merely casting a glance at the large-nosed individual and stating coolly, this gentleman was here first. Field silently admired the wizard, recognizing him as a conscientious merchant. Just an additional 10 gold coins, and this tome shall be mine. The man with the prominent nose grew anxious. The wizard, initially disinclined to engage with such foolishness, turned to find Field fervently winking at him, signaling for his cooperation. Very well, but you must remit payment at once. The wizard felt a twinge of confusion, yet his astuteness prompted him to comply with Field's request. Field immediately assumed an anxious demeanor, exclaiming in frustration. I refuse to believe you can afford it. The burly man promptly produced a certificate from the Merchants Association, slamming it onto the table. It bears the deposit guarantee of Baron Adrian. Field, with a sullen expression, replied, Then I demand the luminous aurora. I shall part with an additional gold coin, he added. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, and before long, the burly man deducted 1,300 gold coins from Adrian's deposit, leaving him drenched in sweat. At that moment, the soldier who had gone to attend to business returned. Well, it seems you have triumphed, Field remarked with a smirk. Taking a couple of steps toward the exit before turning back to say, Congratulations, enjoy this newfound pleasure. Field had just stepped out. Refund it all. The spell book is far too expensive. The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had nearly collapsed under the burden of 2,000 gold coins. If the Baron were to find out, he dared not contemplate the consequences. The sorcerer's expression darkened. Are you jesting with me? I am the chief mage of Maple Leaf City. You snatched this order from a noble guest and now seek a refund? I dare say someone wishes to be transformed into a sow and served at the commoner's table. Can I just get back the original price? Pleaded the bearded man. The premium is a gift from me, my lord, he added, his bravado dissipating in an instant, for the sorcerer was not to be trifled with. The mage snorted. Since you made the purchase in the name of Baron Adrian, the refund must come directly from him. Very well. The bearded man shrank back, clutching a hefty stack of hastily acquired spellbooks, swaying unsteadily as he exited. Upon stepping outside, he muttered under his breath, Damn that old stickler. If Adrian finds out, I shall surely be flayed. I must consult with Lance. That scoundrel dares to toy with my wife. Brothers, let us take him down. A cacophony of frenzied howls erupted from the crowd, sending shrieks of alarm rippling through the air. The bearded man, busy loading the spellbooks onto a cart, perked up at the ruckus, finding solace in the fact that someone was faring worse than he. However, his amusement quickly turned into horror as he saw several angry, contorted faces rushing towards him. Lance emerged from a nearby bakery, delicately holding a sumptuous cream cake. Field must be driven to madness by now. How could a foolish, cowardly wretch like him be my rival, the son of the economic advisor of Fulon City? Yet soon, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Kill that bastard. A dozen or so ragged beggars, armed with rusted daggers, pounced on the bearded man, bringing him crashing to the ground. One particularly pockmarked individual, with a mouth full of broken teeth, began viciously stabbing at the bearded man's neck. In the midst of his agonized cries, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the area in a gruesome display. The bearded man wished to scream, but his windpipe had been brutally severed, leaving him only able to produce a wheezing sound. Regret consumed him. His mind was filled with endless remorse as he realized that after he purchased the church's supplies, Field had promptly hired these mad assassins to eliminate him. A typical nefarious noble. He had once enjoyed a happy family life, but thanks to that wretched Lance, he had sought thrill by provoking the aristocracy. Now, he was truly doomed. Indeed, it was all too easy for a noble to annihilate a commoner. Even those ruffians would likely face little punishment. A few gold coins could secure their release within no time. After all, the dead could not provide gold, but the living could. Lance, I curse you. With a sudden convulsion, the bearded man lay lifeless, his eyes wide open in death. The coachman, guards, and two laborers found themselves besieged, surrounded by frenzied assailants who ruthlessly stabbed with their rusty blades, soon collapsing into a pool of blood. Chapter 39. United Nobility. The merchant caravan of Fulon City women screamed in terror, some eager to witness the spectacle pushing forward while the timid fled in the opposite direction, turning the already cluttered and filthy streets into a chaotic scene. Field smirked, nodding at Hammer. Taking advantage of their armor, Hammer and his companions swaggered into the throng, leading away the horses laden with the bearded man's goods. Rance's eyes widened, bloodshot and incredulous as he beheld the unfolding chaos. Everything had been meticulously planned. How could it have devolved into such disarray? That foolish Baron. Curse be his name. The money. Rance realized Field's intentions, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The sum he had misappropriated was no trivial amount, and now it had all been seized by Field. When Baron Adrian learned of this, he would surely flay him alive. Rance muttered to himself, I was merely toying with him, not even that. It was merely fair business competition. How could he resort to such despicable means? Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Rance spotted Field standing on the steps. Is this amusing? Field mouthed, then mimed a knife across his throat. With Rance frozen in shock, Field turned elegantly and departed. Let's not procure supplies for now. We shall head outside the city. Additionally, keep a vigilant eye on Kuchi's movements. Stretching languidly, Field reveled in his triumph. Today was indeed fortuitous, netting nearly 2,000 gold coins. Truly, once the shackles of mundane morality are cast aside, gold flows like a tide. You dare to provoke me? It is time to deliver a minor shock to this commercial conflict. The imagined commercial war, where business elites engage in brilliant games of wit and strategy. The reality of commercial warfare, resolving issues directly with a mere pittance. My lord. That was the pockmarked face. It cost a total of 8 gold coins. I swear by the goddess, I followed your instructions precisely, never once mentioning your name. A guard smirked while presenting the remaining coins. Well done, Field replied, rewarding him with 2 silver coins. The other guards looked on with envy. Earning 2 silver coins for merely relaying a message made them eager to present themselves more often before the Baron. The next day, on the borders of Maple Leaf City, Kuchi's caravan advanced swiftly, laden with valuable goods. The sound of hooves resonated charmingly on the cobblestone path. In the extraordinary night, Gareth rode atop a magnificent black steed from the north. With such a bounty of magic potions, Baron Adrian is indeed wealthy, Gareth mused, greedily eyeing the wagon, as if he could hear the delightful clinking of crystal vials. If only I could possess a crate of those potions, I would effortlessly ascend to the rank of a 3rd-tier knight. He has been perched at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for 2 years, however. Due to the scarcity of wars in recent years, he has had no opportunity to amass wealth and has instead found himself idly serving as a guard in a merchant caravan. Damn it! A sudden outburst of curses erupted from the wagon, startling Gareth. He gazed at the wagon for a prolonged moment, reassured that Kuchi had not emerged, and breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his murmurs had been overheard. Kuchi's face turned pale as he scolded, "Why did you provoke the Baron? Then why are we leaving Maple Leaf City so abruptly?" Lance did not respond directly, his countenance brimming with defiance. "Because this is the domain of Baron Simon. What more do you desire? Do you wish to mock Baron Simon?" I apologize, father, but we ought to report Simon to the Baron and then apprehend Field." Lance was indignant, asserting he killed Big Nose. "I witnessed it firsthand, and I can testify if necessary." "Do not mention Big Nose to the nobility. The death of a commoner is akin to the demise of a rat. Furthermore, you fool, do you understand the consequences of falsely accusing a noble? The entire continent would not harbor us. Even if it is not a false accusation, the nobility will assume it is." Kuchi gasped, clutching his head, his mind buzzing with pain. "I did not anticipate your foolishness. It seems that a life of ease has rendered you arrogant, to the point of considering yourself among the noble class. Nobles excel at forming alliances. Despite their frequent infighting, they unite remarkably against attacks from the lower classes. Once they have vanquished the lower ranks with cavalry and lances, they greedily engage in the squabble for spoils. This is dictated by class. If Field were to be toppled by the commoners, the authority of other nobles would be immediately undermined, leading to a cascade of 2nd and 3rd nobles being overthrown by the lower classes. Unlike the loosely organized commoners, the nobility genuinely supports one another in times of need. This is also why Field, with nothing to his name, has no slaves or servants to mock him, with the most rebellious being the steward. Kuchi appeared to age 30 years. "Do not be deceived by my stature among the lower ranks. Other merchants respect me. With just a word from Baron Adrian, I could be hanged by sundown, without the need for delay. You are no different. If you truly expose Field, the first to eliminate you would be Baron Simon, who would then negotiate with Adrian and Field regarding matters of interest." Lance felt a chill run through him, fearfully asking, "What should we do then?" "First, return to Fulon City and inform the Baron that Field is still alive. Baron Adrian will deal with him. As for the gap of 2,000 gold coins, I must carefully consider whether to manipulate the accounts or claim that Field sent men to plunder us." "Plunder? Field could not possibly have the capacity to plunder us. And Sir Gareth would not assist us in fabricating evidence." Lance remained unconvinced, insisting, "Field is nothing but a treacherous little man. Had it not been for your vow to the goddess, I would have always deemed Field a coward. I never imagined he was capable of murder." Even Kuch was astonished by the absurdity of this reasoning. It was common knowledge that Field lacked a solid foundation. It was merely your foolishness and self-importance that led you to mock him. What was that rumbling sound? Before the two could fully emerge from the carriage, they heard the extraordinary knight Gareth proclaim, "There are bandits attempting to plunder our caravan from Full Inn City. They are truly oblivious to their own demise, unaware of my presence." Kuch stepped out of the carriage and immediately spotted a group of 20 armored cavalrymen, cloaked in black and wielding lances. Hovering on the right flank of the caravan, the wind howled fiercely, occasionally revealing glimmering scales and armor beneath their dark cloaks. Reminiscent of the ring wraiths from the Lord of the Rings, they exuded malevolence, coldness, and a palpable aura of slaughter. Do you dare call this a bandit? Kutch instinctively wanted to curse, but upon observing Gareth's nonchalant demeanor, he quickly relaxed. Ah, I was the one who panicked, with a second-tier knight present. There is no cause for concern. To those endowed with extraordinary power, ordinary cavalry truly are akin to mere bandits, easily dispatched with a single encounter. Chapter 40. The plunder. A first-tier knight could single-handedly contend against 5 ordinary heavy cavalrymen. A second-tier knight should have no trouble facing 20. Furthermore, they had knightly attendants and caravan guards, and once the workers were armed with crossbows, they could hold their ground for a time. With his mind now at ease, Kutch commanded with authority, "Halt your advance, protect the cargo, and prepare for battle." The others in the caravan, lacking the aura of combat, were greatly intimidated by this display. Upon hearing his words, they hastily retrieved their weapons, primarily short spears and swords among the guards. It had been a long time since I tasted battle. I am itching for the thrill of combat. Gareth could hardly contain his eagerness for the glory of battle. With a squeeze of his horse's sides, he charged forward, exclaiming, "Come on, I hope you can hold out a little longer." His attendants immediately followed suit. As they were about to engage the enemy, a terrifying wolf howl echoed through the air, causing Gareth's steed to tremble violently, halting its momentum. He had to reach down and soothe its mane to calm the creature. What is this? Gareth sensed an overwhelming, icy presence. Within 3 breaths, a colossal wolf ascended the ridge, surveying the crowd below with regal poise. Its body was covered in heavy, glossy scales, and its formidable form seemed ready to consume a man whole. The brutal gaze of the beast sent shivers through the caravan. Ashera, cloaked in black, sat atop the giant wolf. This was not the time to reveal her identity, yet her presence immediately plunged Gareth into terror, for his aura of power was trembling. The rank of this chosen one was of no consequence. A first-tier chosen warrior, as long as they were combat-oriented, could certainly slay a third-tier knight with ease. A chosen one. Damn it, what is happening here? Despite every cell in his body urging him to flee, the pressure was like a floodgate unleashed. Gareth's knightly spirit would not permit him to run. Moreover, he relied on escorting the caravan for profit. To flee now would diminish his worth. He bellowed, "Kutch, you fool. Quickly, let the caravan take flight. I can only buy us some time. For the glory." Gareth gritted his teeth, drawing his weapon and mounting his steed. For the glory. The 5 retainers beside him clenched their jaws and followed suit. Huh, the esteemed chosen one is actually participating in a raid? Gareth's roar was filled with potent fighting spirit, reverberating painfully in the ears of those nearby. As long as they pledged loyalty to Baron Adrian, wealth, servants, and resources would be theirs for the taking. Gareth hoped to induce shame upon the chosen one, for it was indeed a rare spectacle for such a figure to resort to plunder, regardless of where the chosen one stood within the empire. Securing a position within the noble's castle was merely a matter of uttering a word. However, Ashina displayed no interest in responding, while the dragonborn wolf slightly crouched, resembling a bowstring poised to unleash its tension. With a low growl, Gareth recognized the unwillingness to negotiate and immediately charged forward on his steed, seeking to seize the first strike. Suddenly, the dragonborn wolf unleashed a torrent of searing flames, incinerating the surrounding earth into a desolate wasteland. Alarm bells rang in Gareth's mind. He swiftly grasped his spear, allowing tendrils of white fighting spirit to flow from his palm, enveloping the weapon in an aura of formidable intimidation. Boom! Gareth swung his spear with fervor, crashing it against the fiery column, causing flames to scatter wildly. Yet, his complexion paled as his internal organs trembled from the impact. Is this the combat prowess of a knight infused with fighting spirit? Quite formidable indeed. Ashina's wolf ears perked up, intrigued by her first encounter with a knight of such caliber. Suddenly, her crimson pupils constricted sharply as a sense of impending danger washed over her. Nonchalantly, she commanded the giant wolf to evade. Despite its seemingly large and cumbersome form, it vanished in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, Gareth, encased in white fighting spirit, surged forth like a high-speed train. His heavily armored form combined with the weight of his warhorse concentrating immense force into the tip of his lance. With a thunderous crash, he struck the very spot where Ashina had once stood, creating a deep crater and sending debris flying. Damn it, she managed to evade. Gareth seethed with frustration. The high-tier combatants had already clashed, and Silver Claw, the captain of the raiding cavalry, instinctively glanced at Field, who was observing from a distance. Raising his spear, he shouted, "Charge! Leave no survivors among the rebels! Kill! Kill!" These cavalrymen, though recently trained and lacking in skill, had triumphed over numerous waves of corpses. Harboring no fear of their foes, after all, nothing was more terrifying than the grotesque abominations they had faced. With audacity, they surged towards the merchant convoy. 20 cavalrymen charging forth with the might of 200, an unstoppable force. Kutch, who had long served the Ross family in commerce, had encountered countless ruthless bandits and even the private soldiers of unscrupulous nobles. Yet, witnessing the Chosen One leading a battalion of elite fully armored cavalry into the fray was a sight he had never seen before. Startled by the cavalry's onslaught, he anxiously thought, could it be Baron Maple Leaf leading this raid against us? I have heard of his insatiable greed. This is utterly beastly. Fire the arrows. The hastily assembled young men scattered arrows in a disarray. Unlike the fragile light armor and the easily folded heavy armor depicted in cinematic portrayals, fully armored soldiers exhibited a terrifying resilience against the onslaught of projectiles. The sound of clanging metal echoed, yet most remained unscathed, their pace unbroken. Only a misfortunate soul, struck in the calf by a crossbow bolt, tumbled from his mount before a second bolt could be loaded. The distance of 100 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. The cavalry, propelled by their charge, crashed into the supply convoy. A young man wielding a crossbow was the first to be targeted, impaled by a lance through his shoulder, shattering his right arm into a pulp. The ensuing cavalry rushed forward, trampling him into a gruesome mess. Run for your lives. The young men finally realized they had been led into a trap by Kutch. They were merely helpers, earning a few coins for transporting goods, yet inexplicably found themselves as human shields. Kutch had intended to use them as fodder to absorb the cavalry's fiercest charge, but soon regretted his decision. The collapse of morale was instantaneous. The young men disbanded, discarding their weapons and fleeing in all directions. This chaos disrupted Kutch's own guards, who also lost the will to fight. The wolfmen, born for cavalry, seized the moment as the enemy fell into disarray, drawing their swords to slash and stab indiscriminately. Positioned above, they struck downwards, inflicting casualties with mere flicks of their wrists. Those unfortunate enough to fall were swiftly crushed underfoot and their bodies reduced to a bloody pulp. Help! I want to go home. Die! Kill them! Chapter 41. Pillage Part 2. Amidst the cries of slaughter, anguish, and despair, all souls unleashed their primal instincts. After a brief encounter with Ashina, Gareth heard the agonizing screams of his comrades behind him. Upon witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of the masked figure before him, rage surged within him, fueling a furious assault on Ashina, while his followers launched their attacks from every direction. "Boring, let me send you back to the embrace of the goddess," Ashina remarked, her tone laced with indifference. Though a second-tier knight skilled in special techniques, Gareth was ultimately too feeble. A fierce wind surged as Ashina advanced rather than retreating, swiftly thrusting her spear with a terrifying density. The spears rained down like a celestial river. Typically, Ashina allowed her dragon-bred wolves to attack, as they excelled in dealing with groups and swiftly clearing corpses. As a chosen one, her personal combat prowess was unrivaled. This is dire. Gareth was overwhelmed by a multitude of twinkling stars before him, a surreal and bewildering sight, as he finally comprehended the glint of the gun. A cascade of crimson splattered forth, resembling a red drapery suspended in the air, lingering ominously. How swift! This is the power of the divine. The attendants, in disbelief, fell en masse, lifeless, their blood staining the ground. Gareth, his heart a desolate gray, was struck by more than a dozen bullets, his body turning frigid as he descended from his steed, only to be seized mid-air by a dragon-spawn wolf, which tore through his armor and savored him. For a human imbued with fighting spirit was merely a delicacy to it. Meanwhile, the greyhound curled within the overturned cart, desperately burrowing through cabbages to cloak himself. "O beloved goddess, this is truly horrifying. I beseech you, do not let them discover my presence. I would offer everything." With a final gasp, the last guard of the caravan collapsed into a pool of blood, leaving scarcely a soul alive from the entire convoy, save for a few rough-clad laborers and several maidens. "Halt!" Field rode over, halting the bloodthirsty cavalrymen. The once gleaming armor of the riders was now tarnished, stained red with blood, their very beings exuding an ominous aura of slaughter, akin to demons. The soldiers who had witnessed bloodshed were in a starkly different state from those who had not. After assessing the casualties, it was found that 3 raiders were injured, 2 of whom had fallen from their mounts due to inadequate horsemanship, suffering severe injuries that would confine them to bed for the time being. No one had perished, for each was clad in fine armor, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to breach their defenses. It was no wonder that in ancient times, the possession of armor was a capital offense, Field mused inwardly. He then nodded to the crowd, proclaiming that for every head taken, a silver coin would be awarded. Commending their efforts, the injured were assured they could rest without concern for medicine or food, as he would provide. Having acquired a substantial amount of potions during the raid on the Cassantian fortress, he felt confident in his promise. Long live the Lord! The crowd exclaimed, deeply moved. The next order of business was to tally their spoils. I am the economic advisor to Baron Fulon City. Spare me. One of the captives pleaded. Silence. Silverclaw shot a fierce glare at Kuchi, seizing him and his son like 2 lifeless dogs, dragging them before Field. Field, draped in a black cloak, understood that the reputation of nobility outweighed all else. Should he be seen plundering, it would undoubtedly complicate his future business endeavors. We meet again, he remarked, a dangerous smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an unsettling calmness. It's you, Field. Upon laying eyes on his visage, the expressions of the 2 men froze, their mouths opening and closing in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words to convey their shock. Speak of my brother, his military might, defensive strategies, and the chosen one. Kuchi, sensing the malevolence in Field's tone, recoiled in terror. What do you intend to do? Did you not proclaim your intent to kill me and my beloved? Field interlaced his fingers, delivering his ominous words with an unhurried demeanor. As for myself, I am one who believes in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You scoundrel, he is your brother. You both share the blood of the Ross family. Kuchi exclaimed. With a swift motion, Field's silver claws struck him twice, knocking out 3 of his teeth. Show some respect, he admonished. How amusing it is that you permit him to slay me, yet deny me the right to retaliate against him. Before opposing me, one must be prepared for the consequences. Field waved dismissively, unperturbed. Your bravado matters not. I possess ample means to extract the truth from you. I will speak. I will speak. Lancel shouted. Adrian commands 1 4th-tier knight and 12 3rd-tier knights, with a total force of 500 men, capable of summoning 3,000 militia in times of war, remarkably formidable. Most importantly, Adrian possesses 1 2nd-tier chosen, known as the Fire Spirit Butterfly, Allison, who is a swift spellcaster and leads an extraordinary battalion of mages exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. Of course, in the short term, Adrian can only wield a fraction of this power. After all, the knights are loyal to the old count, and as a newcomer, Adrian is merely a fledgling lord, unable to command them effectively. The 2, in a moment of desperation, divulged all their secrets without reservation. Field nodded, acknowledging his brother's formidable strength. It was futile to contemplate defeating him now. The priority was to return to the Nightfall territory and tend to the land. I shall forgive you, he declared. Field turned his warhorse around and made a gesture across his throat towards Silverclaw. The Kuch father and son hastily rose to their feet, but before they could take a step to flee, they were mercilessly knocked down, several steel blades descending upon them with ruthless intent. I curse you to hell, they screamed in terror. Field shrugged. I forgive you, though I did not extend that mercy to my subordinates. And do not forget to behead him as a final act. This scene left Greyhound and his companions utterly astonished. The once lofty Kuchi was now dragged out by ruthless soldiers, stripped of his garments, and mercilessly stabbed multiple times. Damn it, what misstep led me to abandon Maple Leaf City? Greyhound, in despair, wished he could turn back time by a day to slap himself soundly. However, the anticipated blade did not descend. Instead, Field, mounted on his steed, declared, You are now conscripted. Those with skills, step to the right. And who is Greyhound? Almost everyone eagerly rushed to the right, even those without any abilities. Conscription? Skills? Greyhound momentarily stood in shock, followed swiftly by a surge of elation. Did this mean he would not face death? I am Greyhound. My lord, what are your commands? I am willing to do anything. He hastily stepped forward, disregarding the dampness on his trousers, and knelt before Field. I am the Lord of Nightfall. I have heard of your woodworking skills. If your performance meets my expectations, life will be far better than in Maple Leaf City. Furthermore, the same applies to the rest of you. Field gestured to the remaining 7, 3 of whom were Kuchi's maidservants. This old fool's servants outnumbered his own, a fate well-deserved. Chapter 42, The Spoils of Plunder. Encounter with the church. The cavalry had already begun to organize the spoils of war. Silverclaw opened an exquisite large wooden chest, and the perfectly arranged crystal vials inside nearly blinded him. He exclaimed with excitement, "My lord, you must see this. There are so many potions." Field strode forward, unable to contain his mirth despite his worldly experience, and burst into hearty laughter. "This is not merely a potion, but a magical elixir, a specialty of Maple Leaf City." "A magical potion?" Ashurna, seeing her lord's delight, smiled in return. She picked up a vial of the potion and swirled it before her eyes. The chestnut-hued liquid danced within. Suddenly, a look of doubt crossed her face. Could this be something peculiar? She couldn't allow the Lord to come into contact with anything strange, reminiscent of the last time with that malevolent plant that transformed people into lecherous fiends. To cultivate one's fighting spirit, one must consume this substance, just as Gareth had earlier. Aspiring to become an extraordinary knight requires first taking the awakening potion, followed by training with the magical elixir. However, the cost of such potions is steep, often exceeding 50 gold coins per vial, making it difficult even for knights to afford. This leads to a widening chasm between the powerful and the less fortunate. The affluent can procure more potions, thus growing even stronger. The disparity among the extraordinary can swiftly increase. Yet, for the chosen ones, these potions hold little value, serving merely as supplements, to be consumed casually as one might enjoy a beverage. They were of no use to Field personally. Having missed the age for awakening his fighting spirit, he decided to inspect the other goods. With eager anticipation, he rubbed his hands together, akin to the thrill of unboxing a treasure. After a half-hour of clearing the battlefield, Field acquired 2 crates of magical potions, totaling 60 bottles, alongside 327 gold coins. Armor and equipment for a second-tier fighting spirit knight, a cartload of silk, a crate of healing potions, 12 pack horses, and a myriad of other items. The overall estimated value reaching 5,000 gold coins. "We are all one family. What is yours is mine," he thought, unceremoniously seizing the entire caravan. Indeed, wealth does not flourish without unexpected gains, and horses do not thrive without their night forage. Casually leading the newly trained cavalry to plunder, he achieved a haul equivalent to the high-risk delivery of rare wines. As for his brother's reaction, he cared not a whit. After organizing his spoils, the group returned to the outpost outside the city, where Tate awaited. "I thought you had changed your mind." Tate exhaled deeply. Though Field had left soldiers behind at the outpost to encourage his patience, Tate had sold his house and could not find peace until he met the Baron. With his typically stern demeanor, he managed a rare jest, thinking he might be able to pocket a gold coin. Field chuckled lightly, remarking that he would miss out on a fortune. His family disembarked from the donkey cart, bowing respectfully to Field. Among them, an elderly woman adorned with a headscarf and possessing prominent rabbit-like teeth, evidently Tate's mother, stood out. Tate's wife was rather unremarkable, even to the point of being unattractive. With a dark complexion and widely spaced eyes, where the left eye appeared unfamiliar with the right. In stark contrast, Tate's daughter was exceptionally beautiful. Her skin as pale as snow, clad in a flowing blue dress. After offering them a nod and a smile, Field declared, "Let us procure supplies. The slaves we purchase will be entrusted to your management. I have faith that you shall not disappoint me." Though Tate felt uncertain, the lack of alternatives compelled him to assert loudly, "Please, leave it to me, my lord." Thanks to his brother's financial support, Field saved funds that would have gone toward purchasing fog lights and purification potions. Consequently, he acquired 300 slaves, comprising 200 men. The reluctance of Maple Leaf City to engage in warfare had rendered slaves scarce, with most of those purchased being elderly or frail. The remaining goods primarily consisted of vital provisions and fodder, ensuring sustenance for the territory for 3 months, alongside 5 cattle, 20 sheep, 2 war horses, and 25 pack camels, as well as an assortment of noble furniture and attire. The total expenditure amounted to 1,970 gold coins, with a significant portion allocated to livestock, indicative of an era where livestock surpassed humans in value. Additionally, Field procured 3 homing pigeons, the kind that coo softly. Fortunately, Tate demonstrated a degree of managerial aptitude, categorizing the slaves into 2 groups, robust men and vulnerable women, children, and the elderly, each bearing different loads. This significantly enhanced the group's carrying capacity, rendering the procession less cumbersome. Field mused to himself that the investment in wages had proven worthwhile. The group set off that day, resting for the night upon reaching the border of the High Castle province. The following morning, Field emerged from his tent to his surprise, finding members of the church present. A contingent of 30 knights from the Holy Armor Order radiated an aura of martial fervor. Additionally, there were 20 nuns, clad in austere and modest habits, distinctly different from the modern styles that featured high slits. Field could only glimpse their faces, as even their ears remained concealed. The slaves knelt before them, while the nuns fervently preached. Unlike the religious practices familiar to the people of Huagua, which often involved encouraging virtue in exchange for incense offerings, the church in this world not only collected taxes from kings but could also impose penalties upon them, deploying punitive forces against heretics. In the prosperous southern inland sea region, it possessed a bountiful nation comprising 3 provinces. In total, there existed over 100 nations, including the Holy Griffin Empire, all officially subscribing to the faith of the Church of the Goddess of Holy Light, also referred to as the Mother of all Gods. However, the veracity of her maternal status remained shrouded in mystery, for no one had truly witnessed a deity. The only miracle attributed to the divine was that of the chosen ones. Everything else could be fabricated, and Field found himself speaking freely, unburdened by any psychological weight. "We apologize for intruding upon your rest." The nun did not claim to have forgotten. Rather, she eloquently provided an explanation. "Very well, I can accept this reasoning," Field shrugged. "Wait, are you Sir Field Ross?" A nun clad in a pristine white robe gazed at Field in astonishment. "Goodness, have you truly survived in the realm of darkness? Thanks be to the Goddess of Holy Light. This must surely be a miracle." Field displayed a look of confusion. "Do you know me? All things are miracles." A gentle and melodious voice emanated from behind the nun, who immediately stepped aside, respectfully standing aside. The speaker was also a nun clad in a white robe, but the radiant angelic symbol upon her forehead indicated she was one chosen by the divine, a holy light chosen. "I am Eliza, a 3rd-tier chosen from the church. When we passed through the Rose territory, we heard you were venturing to the Twilight domain, and we prayed for your success." A 3rd-tier chosen possesses formidable combat prowess, to the extent that one might say a single individual could stand as an army. Field instinctively worried that she might expose Ashina. Yet Eliza barely cast a glance at Ashina. The chosen ones appeared to possess the ability to shield one another. Chapter 43, A Conversation with the Nun. Field had previously observed that the mini-map would not display the contracted chosen ones, even if Ashina did not conceal her presence. Field could not discern her symbol on the mini-map. For those who were not contracted, their positions would be marked on the map. However, once contracted, they would vanish from view. It was no wonder that fortune smiled upon me. There was a beautiful nun offering her prayers on my behalf. Field chuckled to himself, for he had never received any assistance from the church. Ashina was not a chosen of the holy light, but rather a chosen of the winter from the demi-humans. He stepped forward with a dignified smile and inquired, "Have you come to find my expedition team solely for the purpose of evangelism?" "Not merely that, esteemed Baron Field," Eliza replied, her hands clasped together, the enormous fluffy cotton ball swaying gently between her arms, exuding both allure and sanctity. Field felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Squinting as he replied, "Please elaborate." "Our mission has always been one of redemption and purification, Baron Field. You find yourself isolated and vulnerable in the Twilight realm, constantly facing the threats of the deceased, and your subjects are but lost lambs. However, the church could establish a chapel within your dominion, as well as a garrison for the warriors of faith. I believe this is a commendable proposal that could alleviate your defensive burdens." Though Eliza spoke with an intensely provocative tone, the more Field listened, the more peculiar it seemed. Had he not possessed commendable skills in managing his expressions, he would have furrowed his brow in perplexity. Was this not akin to garrisoning troops? Inviting deities is easy, but sending them away is quite another matter. Such a formidable 3rd-tier chosen one as yourself squatting in my territory would surely lead to an immediate change of allegiance. Furthermore, during Field's initial visit to the Twilight realm, he had not received a shred of support from the church. Now that he had secured a foothold, the church appeared as if drawn by the sin of opportunity, utterly shameless. "I must decline, for we have yet to establish a firm foundation. If you wish to assist, gold and fog-dispersing lanterns will suffice. My subjects and I shall certainly pray each night, extolling the grace of the goddess." "Very well, we shall revisit this matter at a later date," Eliza replied, her expression one of feigned disappointment. "Agreed. Delaying our discussion is not out of the question," Field concluded. Field tapped his forehead, dispelling the distracting thoughts. "Ah, Sister Eliza, where are you headed? Perhaps we could accompany you for a stretch, and even travel by carriage," he suggested shamelessly. If they were willing, he could lead them on a reckless journey to the heaps of corpses. thereby benefiting from the power of the Chosen One and clearing away the gathered undead of the Nightfall domain. However, if they wished to return to their own camp, that matter was off the table. Eliza, with her toes wrapped in white silk, was well aware of Field's intentions and promptly declined, saying, "There is no need for company. Purifying the monsters is, after all, a trial and a form of asceticism bestowed upon us by the goddess. We appreciate your kind offer." Field pouted, expressing his regret. "What a pity. I must inquire, is your journey to the northern province solely to vanquish the monsters?" "Partially, yet our primary objective is to reclaim the lost artifacts." Eliza traced a peculiar pattern across her chest, her gaze heavy with sorrow. "In our struggle against the invasion of the orcs and to rescue the corrupted souls, the church has dispatched numerous armies and chosen ones, many of whom have perished in the northern province. As messengers of the divine, it is imperative that we retrieve their artifacts, lest they fall into desecration. Upon the death of a chosen one, their soul and divine power remain within the weapon, thus forming an artifact. However, these artifacts degrade over time, ultimately reducing to mere grains of sand. Our journey will not take us through the Twilight Realm. So we appreciate your kind intentions. How many artifacts exist in the northern province? Are there any in the Twilight Realm?" Field's eyes sparkled with curiosity. But upon noticing Eliza's distressed expression, he spoke in a tone of empathetic concern. "Oh, perhaps I could assist you in your search. If we were to find them, I would gladly exchange more fog lamps and purification potions for them. Thank you for your generosity. But we are unable to fulfill either of your requests. The artifacts belong to the god of holy light, and fog lamps and purification potions are not mass-produced. They are crafted using the limited resources of the holy light's chosen ones. Well, in any case, their availability is quite scarce." Field remained undeterred. "So, do you possess the coordinates of the Imperial artifact? What about the Shadow Realm?" "I am uncertain, Baron Field. Nonetheless, I still hope to establish a church within the Shadow Realm." Elisa sensed Field's tenacity. She too was unwavering. With gentle hands, she grasped Field's arm. And then something even softer pressed against him, akin to a powerful breeze that enveloped one in the splendor of nature. "There shall come a day when my pioneering group secures its footing and achieves a semblance of self-sufficiency. At that time, I shall certainly notify you." Field shamelessly continued to indulge himself, yet callously presented Eliza with an unattainable vision. He feared that a firm refusal might lead to dire consequences. Although the likelihood of such an outcome was virtually non-existent, the church's influence had waned significantly in recent years, with various empires striving to extricate themselves from its grasp. Should they further antagonize the nobility, their downfall would be imminent. After conversing for an extended period, the two failed to reach any semblance of consensus. "Select 50 robust slaves and arm them with long spears. We are to venture into the mist," he commanded loudly. Upon issuing the order, Field mounted his steed and inclined slightly towards Eliza, bidding her farewell. "Goodbye, enchanting sister." "Farewell," Eliza replied, effortlessly mounting her horse with a graceful motion. "May the holy light protect you." The return to the Nightshade territory was fraught with challenges, compounded by the presence of approximately 350 slaves and captives, which significantly increased the risk of encountering a horde of the undead. As Field had anticipated, upon entering the northern province, their cumbersome convoy was immediately besieged by relentless attacks. Foul corpses erupted from the ruins, decaying forests, and the very soil, surging towards them with a terrifying ferocity. "Oh, goddess, what have I witnessed? Living demons." Tate and the slaves shared expressions of sheer panic, desperately searching for a way back, yet only met with the oppressive gray mist that obscured the heavens. A disquieting realization dawned upon Tate. They were ensnared in a dire predicament. Previously, he had dismissed tales of the North being rife with monsters and death as mere abstractions, lacking the impact of first-hand experience. However, Tate soon fell silent, not due to fortitude, but from the overwhelming horror unfolding before him. The Black Knights surrounding Field drew their cavalry sabers in unison. More terrifyingly, the blades were not gleaming, but rather stained with the dried, reddish-brown blood and yellowish-white grease. No more than 2 days. Tate, drawing on his years of experience managing death row inmates, instantly recognized that those blades had just claimed lives and were eager for more. "Slaves, no chaos. Do not run." Tate, wary of becoming a target himself, attempted to calm the slaves while casting anxious glances at his family's carriage. Chapter 44. Arrival at the camp. Do not panic. Kill the fugitives. The cavalry captain, Silverclaw, brandished his saber and bellowed in a chilling tone. To Tate's bewilderment, the cavalry showed no intention of attacking the corpses. Instead, they began to encircle the slaves like shepherds herding their flock, poised to unleash carnage at the slightest provocation. How ruthless these cavalrymen were. But what about the corpses? A question flashed through Tate's mind. In an instant, a colossal black wolf leapt forth, its movements fluid and unhesitating. The beast darted through the throng of zombies, effortlessly slashing with its claws, crushing or dismembering the undead with ease. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their fear momentarily forgotten. Was there a giant wolf in the ranks? They had not seen it before, accompanied by crackling flames that danced like arcs of electricity. A blue fire surged from the wolf's maw, rapidly expanding geometrically as it swept across the battlefield. The sound of the flames consuming everything around, akin to the crack of firecrackers, echoed in their ears, clearing the advancing horde of corpses. What is happening? Tate felt overwhelmed by the deluge of information, his mind racing to keep up. It is my chosen one, Ashina. Field patted the stunned Tate and gestured towards the maid-like Ashina beside him, then instructed Tate. Tend to the slaves, we must move swiftly. Yet Tate found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless in his confusion. Field actually possesses a chosen one as a maid? Even in the affluent Maple Leaf territory, there exists only one enchanting dancer chosen by fate. What could have drawn a chosen one to pledge loyalty to Field? It is no wonder that Baron Field dares to venture into the Nightfall territory. For he is under the protection of a chosen one. As the elder often says, this is merely the beginning. Field's maid chuckled lightly, her eyes narrowed in amusement. Remarking that if I am not worried, what could you, as a man, possibly fear? Tate awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed by the maid's teasing. We must gather our spirits. The more efficiently we act, the lesser the chance of being encircled by the horde of corpses. Field cast a glance at the small map, where numerous skull icons stirred restlessly, filling the entire map and instilling a sense of foreboding within him. The horde has become more agitated. Those accursed corrupted beings seem endless. Quickly, we must get the slaves moving. Field's tone grew urgent. While breaking through the horde is perilous, remaining stagnant equates to awaiting death. Tate gritted his teeth, dismissing any further hesitation. Yes, my lord. Countless corpses surged forth from the gray mist, only to be reduced to ash by the dragonborn wolves, followed by an unyielding tide of decaying bodies, akin to moths drawn to a flame, with no end in sight. Field's apprehensions materialized. By the time the group arrived at the Grand Winery, 39 souls had perished due to the onslaught of corpses and monsters. One warhorse had suffered a broken leg, while 2 pack horses met their demise through savage bites. 7 goats had been sacrificed to lure the horde of the undead, resulting in significant losses. Fortunately, provisions remained intact, and none of the cavalry fell in battle. Tate's visage darkened, nearly resembling coal, for this journey had surpassed a lifetime of perilous moments. His wife and daughter dismounted from the carriage, trembling with fear, their legs buckled beneath them, and they collapsed to the ground, dazed, clinging to each other in a quivering embrace. To claim that they did not regret venturing into the northern province would certainly be a falsehood. Throughout the journey, the relentless attacks by the undead had scarcely relented. Had it not been for the enveloping gray mist, which rendered escape impossible, Tate would have gladly struck himself in frustration and turned back. Upon reaching the territory, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He had anticipated the northern province to be dire, yet Field's castle proved equally dismal. In truth, it resembled a drafty winery from all sides. Indeed, it was nothing more than a grand winery. Thankfully, the armored guards and the formidable prowess of the chosen one, Athena, provided him with a glimmer of hope. Field's mood was rather dismal. Compared to the first expedition, the losses incurred this time were significant. After all, there were no human shields to protect them. The complete annihilation of Connor's knights had allowed Field to reach the Grand Estate unscathed. This venture had been overly ambitious. A contingent of 300 was unwieldy and vulnerable to attacks. Rubbing his temples, Field attempted to adopt a more optimistic perspective. Fortunately, as long as they could return with the provisions intact, it would not be a total loss. The good news was that during his prolonged absence, the territory had not suffered any assaults. The slaves were already tilling the soil, and the first batch of farmland had been successfully purified and was ready for production. Although the land was barren, it was certainly preferable to leaving it fallow. The absence of plows hindered their efficiency considerably. As Field rode towards the Grand Winery, he observed the slaves laboriously digging holes with their hands or crude tools. The scene starkly contrasted with his previous experiences of farming. The lack of field ridges indicated their ignorance of crop rotation techniques, and there were not even ditches separating the plots. The Nightshade territory possessed several oxen, which, when paired with plows, could expedite cultivation. However, it mattered little. The extent of farmland was limited, and the slaves could still accomplish their tasks through sheer human effort. This would also keep them occupied, preventing them from indulging in mischief after their meals or engaging in brawls. The entirety of the Nightshade territory. Was it populated solely by slaves? Tate was taken aback. Field was the most distinctive lord he had ever encountered. Yet, it was not entirely the case. A small patch of land south of the Grand Winery had been allocated to free men, about a dozen individuals, whom he had brought along. Field spoke candidly. As there were few secrets in the Nightshade territory, after all, without the fog lamps, ordinary people would find it difficult to escape. Tate's mouth hung agape, as if he could swallow an ostrich egg. So this place is akin to a vast prison. The haze serves as a cage. Your role is to be my domestic advisor, preventing slave revolts and overseeing their labor. It truly resembles a prison, Tate remarked, his lips twitching. Yet there are distinctions. They are still human. I intend to allocate a portion of their labor time for rehabilitation, perhaps to cultivate new skills or rectify certain vices. Field's gaze fell upon the excrement scattered about, and his brow furrowed once more, particularly at the sight of indiscriminate defecation. His previous edict seemed remarkably ineffective. Thankfully, the weather was not warm. Otherwise, Field might have found it hard to sleep. Tate had recovered from his earlier trepidation and was now surveying the surroundings. The slaves working in the fields, upon spotting Field astride his majestic steed, immediately abandoned their tasks, rushing forward to kneel in reverence. Following them were the patrolling guards and Cal, who wandered through the fields. They approached the returning party with excitement. "Thank heavens, my Lord Field, you have finally returned," Cal exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. He was overwhelmed with concern that Field might have slipped away unnoticed or, worse, perished on the journey, leaving him in utter despair. Chapter 45. One must always confront reality. Indeed, this was largely due to Asina and the valiant warriors who fought to protect him with their lives. Field would not mention the matter of the minimap, as it remained a personal secret of his. Ashina's eyes were slightly heavy, and her beautiful gaze rarely betrayed a sense of languor. After nights spent tirelessly slaying the undead, even the chosen one could feel fatigue. Nonetheless, her wolf ears still swayed with pride, indicating her good spirits. Without uttering any flattering words, Ashina merely nodded to the crowd. Recently, she had grown fond of Field's calm demeanor, rarely displaying her lively side in front of others. It was only in private that she enjoyed playfully teasing him. "We are willing to lay down our lives for our Lord." Upon hearing Field's praise, Ironhammer and the others immediately straightened their postures. For some reason, their lord took particular delight in seeing others stand tall. Since he favored it, they were more than eager to oblige. Ironhammer struck his chest plate with his right hand, which was stained with dried blood, exclaiming, "Thanks to the blessing of the goddess of winter, our beloved lord is safeguarded." "All right, going out has made you all the more sycophantic, a bunch of toadies," Cal scoffed, rolling his eyes. Yet a smile played upon his lips. Each soldier who returned added a measure of safety to their territory, allowing him to sleep soundly at night without the fear of venturing out, even to relieve himself. "My lord, if I may be so bold, please refrain from such dangers in the future. I pray every night, troubled to the point of insomnia," Cal shouted. "This time, I shall remain within the territory for the foreseeable future. Although Maple Leaf City is splendid, it lacks the warmth of home when compared to my dilapidated domain. And the journey is too arduous." Field, feeling weary, waved his hand and instructed that accommodations be arranged for my advisors and the free folk, and a portion of land be allocated for the slaves, to be situated beside the previous encampment for the enslaved. Field found himself temporarily devoid of energy. Having been utterly exhausted by several days of frenetic combat and intense map reconnaissance, the cavalry would enjoy a 3-day respite, and so too would the Ironhammer. He granted them a well-deserved break to recuperate. "Cal, please organize the freemen to prepare meals for the slaves, distributing 2 loaves of bread and a portion of vegetable soup to each. I cannot bear the thought of them surviving the tide of corpses only to perish from starvation." The 30 or so deceased slaves, most of whom were elderly and slow of foot, elicited a pang of regret from Field. Such loss of labor was a tragic waste. Upon returning to the Grand Winery, Field finally felt the air rejuvenate around him, although a faint odor of mildew lingered. It was far more refreshing than the stale atmosphere outside. The stone walls revealed their true colors, free from the blackish-purple residue of decay, and the interior was pleasantly damp. A clear indication that the maid, Sparrow, had diligently cleaned the estate. The previous presence of excrement within the house had vanished. He had witnessed ample evidence of it before, likely the result of a servant's negligence. Thankfully, with Field's growing authority, That individual no longer dared to behave in such a manner, though it was also possible that he had taken it upon himself to clean up. He mused to himself, I hope I do not catch that rogue. Field was curious about which miscreant it might be. Should it be the maid, she would certainly face a stern reprimand. After enjoying a satisfying dinner and a relaxing bath, Field languidly reclined in a cushioned armchair, every fiber of his being basking in relaxation. The newly acquired furniture lent an air of sophistication to his room. At last, the chairs and bed had been replaced with exquisite pieces that exuded nobility. Alleviating his concerns about creaky seating, Field retrieved the magical tome of flame attire. Although he possessed no magic himself, his curiosity regarding the arcane arts remained unquenched. A series of knocks resonated at the door. Not perturbed by the interruption, Field returned the tome to the bookshelf and cleared his throat. Please enter. My apologies for the intrusion, Lord Field, came the voice of Tate, the one commonly referred to as the warden. In this era, nicknames were a commonplace occurrence, and Field often fancied himself adorned with titles such as Iron Rod or Devilish Muscle Man, as they bore an alluring charm. My lord, I have come to ascertain your thoughts to manage the Twilight Domain with greater precision. Tate, having traversed the entirety of the Twilight Domain without respite, bore a distinct odor of perspiration, his demeanor tinged with anxiety and concern over whether this year's focus should be on taxation, population, or food, issues that were of paramount importance to the nobility. You have entered your working state more swiftly than I anticipated, Field remarked with a nod of approval. Earlier, witnessing Tate's countenance resembling that of a black chimpanzee, Field had feared he might resign from his duties. Tate, speaking earnestly, replied, one must confront reality. My family is irrevocably bound to the Twilight Domain, and I must exert every effort. I certainly do not wish for my children to perish at the jaws of a decaying corpse. Very well. But the forthcoming focus of our endeavors shall not be on taxation, food, or population, Field stated, sipping his red tea. The dilapidated state of the Twilight Domain precluded any productive output. Setting hard targets, even one as lofty as a daily revenue of 100 million gold coins, would be futile, mere rhetoric, devoid of substance. Field had no interest in engaging in such empty posturing. The primary objective must be the gradual reclamation of the corrupted farmlands and dwellings, organizing manpower to eradicate all traces of corruption. As the Lord, I possess the domain's innate talents. If we cleanse the corruption thoroughly, we can prevent the miasma of death from permeating our lands. Field paused momentarily and continued. The second objective is to educate the slaves, transforming them into obedient laborers endowed with professional skills, ideally leading them all to become free men. I aspire to enlighten individuals, as you should be the expert in this regard. However, I must caution you that despite the pitiable appearance of some slaves, a portion of them have engaged in unlawful activities clandestinely. We must address these issues swiftly to facilitate our further endeavors. Nobility lies in humanity, not in one's profession. Similarly, degradation stems from one's circumstances, not from one's essence. Ironically, oppression also exists among slaves. Tate was taken aback by this revelation. Your insights on management are astonishingly precise, well-structured, and remarkably foresight. Truly remarkable. He thought to himself that this individual, despite appearing so earnest, was quite adept at flattery. Field chuckled. Isn't this a rather fundamental ability? Not at all, at least not in my experience. Generally, a lord's concerns revolve around this year's taxes, food supplies, military matters, family affairs, and the daughters of noble lineage. Your attention to the plight of the commoners is quite unprecedented. Oh? Field lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a pleasing sound. He enjoyed drumming on the table while deep in thought. Thanks to the wisdom of the Huagua people and the advanced modern education he received, even his seemingly mundane actions appeared astonishing to the people of this era. Chapter 46. Ineffective decrees and fertilizer. Additionally, my lord, I believe the Nightshade territory requires proper housing. The slaves are constantly crammed into tents made of rotten wood and tattered cloth. This situation is troubling. But what is even more alarming is the lack of housing for the free citizens, which could lead to discontent among the populace, should you care about their opinions. This issue will take time to resolve. Field withdrew a spare map from the bookshelf and handed it to Tate. Once I reclaim the eastern forest and the quarry, there will be a possibility of addressing the housing situation. I also need to consider selecting suitable land. Here's this map for you. Feel free to share any ideas you may have. Yes, my lord. Tate felt a sense of trust and support. Although the Nightshade territory seemed even less developed than a slum compared to the Maple Leaf territory, it appeared that something novel was beginning to take root here. The following morning, a maid brought forth pudding, white bread, and goat's milk. The territory lacked dairy cows, possessing only beef cattle, but fortunately, goat's milk was quite palatable, albeit in limited supply. Ashina wore a lace-trimmed, form-fitting noble gown, which Field had purchased in Maple Leaf City, modified slightly to suit his aesthetic preferences. Although Ashina cherished her maid's attire, she chose not to wear her work uniform today, opting instead for the dress. Her appearance almost rendered Field unable to meet her gaze. He had to mentally prepare himself to regain his composure. With her long hair cascading loosely, Ashina rested her chin on her hand, her eyes, a captivating blend of allure and wildness, partially veiled and half open, giving her a dreamy allure, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Her white silk stockings hugged the flawless contours of her legs, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The way she sat, with her legs crossed, revealed an enticing hint of mystery. In this era, stockings did exist, though they were not of the modern, ultra-thin variety. Instead, they were thicker, allowing only a faint glimpse of flesh-toned sheen, devoid of any exposure. Unlike the rigid sitting posture typically associated with noble maidens, Ashina's toes, encased in stockings, playfully wiggled in her slippers. While others of noble birth might find such behavior impolite, Field was delighted to see Ashina express her vivacious, wolf-like nature, thus teaching her merely a few refined manners rather than imposing all the rigid feudal customs. After all, this was the Nightshade territory, and Field was the one in charge. What shall I do today? Ashina languidly scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth with a silver spoon, revealing a satisfied smile. After savoring the sweetness, she blinked her large eyes and suggested, "Shall we go treasure hunting? It would be delightful if treasures could still be discovered." Previously, the discovery of wine and magical scrolls had brought substantial income to Nightshade, leading Ashina to become somewhat enamored with the prospect of treasure hunting. "If we are not going today, and should you be inclined, you may accompany me to the lower districts." Field furrowed his brow and finished his goat's milk, which was rather unpalatable, particularly since the chef had added salt to it. Ashina paused for a moment, repeating the peculiar phrase, "To the lower districts?" Ahem. It simply refers to providing guidance to the farmers and slaves in their labor. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashina replied, "Very well, let us go together." Upon departing from the Grand Winery, one could immediately observe the disheveled slave encampment, though it was currently deserted, as the slaves had been sent out to work by Tate early in the morning. The slaves did not have breakfast. They scarcely had time to eat. In fact, even the freemen would forego breakfast, as it was considered a luxury. The average medieval person typically consumed 2 meals a day. The midday meal, referred to as breaking the fast, was somewhat formal, requiring gratitude and prayer to the deities. Dinner was more casual. Field had noted that what was termed dinner was actually a late-night snack, as freemen ate very little in the evening. Breakfast, known as the small meal to break the fast, was generally reserved for the nobility, who were expected to adhere to certain etiquette, such as not taking their breakfast back to their chambers and washing their hands with a shallow basin and a towel before each course. Of course, none of this was particularly important, as Field still adhered to the dining customs of his homeland. "I regret not having ridden a horse." After taking just a few steps, Field covered his face in exasperation, for the road was strewn with excrement. While manure could enrich the soil, it required proper composting. Clearly, my previous edicts had become ineffective. Field glanced around in search of Cow, then turned to the maid, Scissors, instructing her to summon that old rascal, Cow, along with any articulate freeman. Before long, Cow approached with an air of embarrassment, accompanied by an elderly man known as Old Turtledove. Old Turtledove had originally been a villager from Bullhorn, but after being brought over by Field's cunning, he had subtly assumed the role of the new village chief, capable of addressing minor issues among the freemen, such as neighborhood disputes and familial conflicts. "Good day, sir." They both inclined their heads in greeting. "Good day," Field responded with a smile, then inquired, "Is the matter of public defecation still difficult to resolve? Please share the challenges you're facing." Cow, appearing somewhat guilty, replied, "There are simply too many of them. Moreover, each one is as dim-witted as a pig. The moment my advice escapes my lips, their thick heads forget it entirely. Furthermore, they dismiss oral counsel, often claiming it to be their first offense. Indeed, even among some of the modern elderly who engage in misconduct, mere verbal admonishments prove utterly futile, akin to the sound of flatulence. Furthermore, in my boundless benevolence, I have granted them 3 chances each, a considerable multitude, amounting to hundreds, thus creating an overwhelming burden as night descends. Having exhausted all kind words, it is time to take decisive action. Field is eager to confiscate their instruments of wrongdoing. Henceforth, It is decreed that anyone caught relieving themselves indiscriminately shall face punishment. Free citizens will incur a fine of 1 copper coin, and those lacking funds shall receive a lash. Slaves, on the other hand, shall endure triple the penalty, either 3 copper coins or 3 lashes, with no further warnings issued. Field's expression darkened as he further organized the children and women among the slaves to collect excrement daily, gathering it into piles. What a fastidious and industrious noble! Mused old doves, excrement is merely that. I fail to comprehend the rationale behind such exertion. Are they to construct a statue, perhaps? Do you practice fertilization and composting in your agriculture? Field inquired, turning to old doves. Fertilization? Old doves responded, his face a portrait of bewilderment. We do water the crops, weed the fields, and catch pests, of course, and above all, we pray. We beseech the goddess for bountiful harvests. Field's lips twitched. And it was no wonder that in this era, there were so few people, yet food was insufficient, leading to starvation. Even the most fertile land would exhaust its vitality from frequent cultivation. You ought to apply fertilizer, Field suggested, pointing towards the farmland, where manure was accumulated to be used for irrigating crops after planting. Oh, goddess of harvest! What have I just heard? I should tear my ears off. The old dove's eyes rolled back, nearly succumbing to apoplexy. Had the individual before him not been a baron, he would have surely raised his fist in a brawl. Chapter 47. From farmland to kitchen, a comprehensive transformation. Just moments ago, I was pondering how Baron Field was fastidious about cleanliness, only to discover that his intention in collecting manure was to contaminate food with filth. How aristocratic! How extravagant! To cover the bountiful gifts of the goddess of harvest with vile impurities? This is blasphemy, liable to invoke horrific divine retribution, such as locust plagues and droughts. My lord, you must be jesting. The old dove's face flushed crimson as he rambled on about various farming experiences, insisting, we are professionals in agriculture. I have tilled the land my entire life, how could I possibly not understand? Field did not engage in debate with the traditionalists but merely waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps you are correct, but I must cultivate the land of the slaves according to my specifications. This is a command. My lord, only magical beings and the chosen ones possess the ability to influence agricultural yields. Faced with such a significant matter as food production, To hesitated to allow Field to act recklessly. You need only to pray continuously, and the divine will respond to your pleas. Ah, once again, the divine, Field sighed, rubbing his temples. The existence of chosen ones and magic is indeed a treasure of this world, yet it has also exerted a substantial stifling effect on production and technology. The most prevalent issue is the lack of diligence in labor, leading to a significant decline in initiative, the inability to produce food, the poverty of life. Or even a simple misstep would be attributed to one's lack of piety, resulting in donations to the church while waiting for miracles to manifest. I understand that magic and the chosen can affect yields, but the Nightfall territory cannot do so. We must seek alternative paths. Ashina is purely military and offers no assistance in production. This is my command. Compost must be prepared and then irrigated into the fields. Furthermore, when planting radishes and cabbages, utilize the ridge cultivation method. For wheat, the soil must be tilled twice, striving to keep the land level. Ridge cultivation boasts advantages such as improved aeration, fertile soil, and loosened earth, yet Field refrained from elaborating, as he had grown accustomed to dealing with these traditionalists. This is my edict. The fields of the slaves must adhere strictly to my requirements, while you may plant as you wish. With only about a dozen free men, they could not cultivate many acres, making it convenient to use their plots as a reference. As you wish. Although the old dove displayed evident reluctance, the land belonged to the nobility, and Field had granted leeway, permitting them to cultivate the fields without fertilization. Before traversing to the estate, Field spent a portion of his childhood in his rural hometown, where he acquired a fundamental understanding of agricultural practices. Of course, even if this knowledge proves inapplicable to the contemporary fields, it amounts to little more than a minor loss. After all, the land at Nightshade Manor yields scant produce. Subsequently, Field personally guided several enslaved individuals in cultivating a modest ridge, after which he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Will next year see the land at Nightshade Manor flourish with wheat and vegetables? Ashina glanced back with keen interest. One can only hope. Though it will surely not suffice to feed everyone, necessitating reliance on imports. If only meat could be cultivated. Wiping the corner of her mouth, Ashina expressed a greater fascination with meat. After all, it is the most delectable of foods. Field, as a carnivore, nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, Vegetables can also be prepared deliciously. It's merely that my chef has not ventured into such culinary explorations, or perhaps his meat dishes are rather mediocre. The current methods of cooking are exceedingly unrefined, such as braising fish heads in cream, simmering cabbage for an eternity to create a mushy concoction, haphazardly stewing meat with fruits, and concocting a gelatinous mixture of fish stock, lamb fat, and animal offal, which is utterly repugnant. The chef at Field operates in a similar manner. Despite Field's repeated requests to refrain from skewering oranges while roasting meat, the devilish chef firmly believes that this practice enhances the flavor. Is it true? I find the current barbecued meat exceptionally delectable. As Ashina tilted her head, she pondered whether vegetables could also be transformed into something delicious. Certainly. Today, I happen to have the time to show you what true culinary delight entails. Field glanced over and noticed Tate commencing work at the new slave camp. It was fortuitous that my advisor was already engaged, providing him with an opportunity to prove his worth. Let us first visit the kitchen. Previously occupied with defending the territory and eradicating corruption, Field had not scrutinized the chef's methods, but today, he decided to personally inspect the kitchen to prevent any peculiar dishes from being concocted. The kitchen, reminiscent of the one previously established at the Grand Winery, was quite spacious. However, upon entering, Field immediately sensed its stark simplicity. Unlike a traditional Chinese kitchen, there were no stoves. Instead, a makeshift camping setup was fashioned from triangular supports and a large pot, requiring careful handling to avoid spills. The walls were adorned with an abundance of smoked meats, while the floor was cluttered with various vegetables. A tree stump in the corner bore an axe, serving as a tool for chopping bones. Additionally, there was a grill, which already held meat chops and 2 apples. The chef, who called for a serving platter, had a particular fondness for fruit preparation, as it was a skill he proudly possessed. Although he would marinate fruits and create fruit pies, which Field could reluctantly accept, it was still a matter of contention. The chef, with his round belly, the most corpulent individual in the territory, was admired by all the slaves and free folk alike. He chuckled heartily, proclaiming, my lord. Today I shall prepare apple-roasted meat chops, Brussels sprout soup, and orange almond braised ham, with a touch of chili for seasoning. Field, upon hearing about the orange almond braised ham with chili, could hardly contain his indignation, nearly succumbing to apoplexy. The last time the chef had prepared such a dish, Field had taken a single bite and followed it with 5 cups of red tea to cleanse his palate. Without hesitation, Field ordered the entire platter be given to the servants. Astonishingly, everyone praised the meal's exquisite taste. It seemed they had seldom tasted good pork. Mistaking slop for a royal feast, remove the orange almond braised ham. I wish to create a new dish called dry pot beef. Gather some beef tenderloin, onions, radishes, mushrooms, and chili peppers. Field commanded, "What is a dry pot?" Observing the chef's hesitant demeanor and puzzled expression, Field felt compelled to reiterate his words with greater emphasis. No one enjoys being questioned in their area of expertise, a sentiment Field could comprehend. Yet, in order to avoid the perils of culinary disasters in the future, he adopted a tone of authority. He yearned to demonstrate the process himself, but the humiliation of a noble cooking would be too great for the chef to bear. Do not simply pour water into the pot or onto the plates. This method of cooking is entirely novel. Listen to me. First, clean and prepare the ingredients. Then pour some oil into the heated pan. This step is known as heating oil, and then, meanwhile, the maid Sparrow, under the protection of 5 guards, was preparing to serve food to the slaves. The task primarily fell to 10 free citizens, with Sparrow overseeing the operation and making her presence known. It was imperative for the slaves to understand who was providing for them. The midday meal consisted of barley porridge and black bread, the latter of which, sourced from Maple Leaf City, was of far superior quality compared to what was purchased in Golden Eagle City. Chapter 48. Black Feathers and White Feathers. The chaotic diners, the midday meal comprised porridge and warm black bread, the latter being significantly improved from previous batches, weighing 10 pounds and containing copious amounts of bran. At least it was not tainted with stones, sand, or wood shavings. The bread was cut into fist-sized pieces for easy distribution. As the slaves caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of food, they unhesitatingly abandoned their tasks and rushed towards the cart. The guards promptly raised their halberds, positioning themselves in front of the slaves, sternly admonishing them to refrain from advancing. "I want to eat. Damn those bricks. It's me, you bastard. After feasting on eggs for days, have you forgotten us?" Some slaves began to appeal to past camaraderie, while others resorted to curses, including several who had previously shirked combat or training and were dismissed from the guard. They now regretted their choices, unable to sleep soundly through the night. Haunted by thoughts of former cellmates now enjoying a life of luxury, a fate more painful than death itself. Each time they awoke, they would slap themselves in frustration, lamenting, "I truly am a fool." After all, the guards indulged in meat daily, a privilege that represented the pinnacle of existence in the eyes of the slaves. Who could have imagined that the guards would not merely serve as cannon fodder, but that the Baron would actually provide them with sustenance? No stealing. The Lord has decreed. Line up to receive your portions. The guards paid no heed to the former comrades' attempts at camaraderie since they began to receive extra rations, such as smoked meats and eggs. They had become unwavering loyalists to Field. They were more devoted than sycophants. Now, if Field commanded them to assault their own fathers, these once starving individuals would charge forth without hesitation, engaging in a righteous display of aggression. "Form a line, please arrange yourselves into 10 rows. The maid Sparrow called out in a high-pitched voice, and upon noticing the crowd's indifference, she placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Line up. Otherwise, you shall not eat." Such beautiful women. If I can spend just one night with her, I would gladly forfeit 50 years of my life. "Silence, you cur. She is a noble lady, beware, or I shall have your tongue extracted." I realized my mistake. The unfortunate fellow who spoke out was immediately drenched in sweat, fearing he would be dragged away by the guards to meet his demise. Clearly, the maid's pristine and elegant attire led the slaves to a misapprehension, mistakenly believing that the Sparrow was also of noble birth. This, too, is an unseen privilege of serving as a castle maid, as one's status invariably rises above that of the commoners. Much like a driver serving a superior, when the superior is absent, the driver assumes that authority. Fortunately, the Sparrow did not hold a grudge against them. Had the scissor wielder been present, he would have surely used 2 black loaves as bait to incite the other slaves to thrash the one who misspoke. In truth, the Sparrow reveled in being regarded as a noble lady. The sensation of being admired was utterly intoxicating. She cherished the task assigned to her by Field and endeavored to excel in it. Before long, the slaves jostled and squeezed together, barely forming 10 lines, while a few stronger individuals cursed and dragged others to cut in line. However, such transgressions were swiftly quelled by the guards, who charged in with a decisive blow, toppling the miscreants, ensuring not a single egg was wasted, all transformed into a display of combat prowess. Those who cut in were relegated to the back of the line. The Sparrow placed her hands on her hips, striving to project an air of fierceness. The slaves finally settled down, reminiscing about the recent display of violence. "Huh, did you see that? Just one punch. My word, those fellows are formidable. No wonder they can slay the undead. I heard the Baron allocates meat to the guards daily. I wish to join them, so I too could strike at will." The slaves excitedly chattered, finding that violence provided a release for their pent-up emotions, becoming fodder for conversation for months to come. How terrifying. The disheveled girl, by you, tightened the filthy cap atop her head. This stinking burlap hap belonged to another kind-hearted elderly slave, who met his end on the way to Nightfall District, captured and torn apart by a bat demon. Fortunately, the warm hat remained, and the sisters would take turns wearing it, sharing their scant possessions. Her twin sister, Heyu, had already begun to sob softly. "Be strong. Just ignore them, and soon we shall eat." Though both were but 11 years of age, the elder sister had matured earlier, tightly holding her sister in her embrace to shield her from being trampled and crushed by the throng of slaves. Luckily, the sisters found themselves positioned relatively close to the front. "This is food bestowed by Lord Field. You must work diligently for him." The Sparrow repeated this mantra incessantly, believing it wholeheartedly. Only the dear Baron would generously share such provisions. The Sparrow pouted, recognizing the perilous journey the Baron undertook to procure this food. "Work hard." Bayu silently pondered this several times before letting out a long sigh. They once possessed a blissful family, with parents who toiled tirelessly, cultivating the land regardless of the weather's whims. The father, a master of slingshot marksmanship, would sell his catches at the castle, occasionally returning with the noble's leftover scraps, which were the happiest moments for the sisters. The delectable remnants often graced their dreams. Their names were bestowed upon them by the grace of birds. Alas, their father's fate took a grim turn when he picked up branches from the forest, intending to craft a superior slingshot. The forest was the private domain of the nobility, and even the smallest of treasures, be it animals, berries, or branches, were off-limits, a transgression punishable by law. That very evening, their father was hanged for the crime of encroaching upon noble property. Their mother fell victim to the vile intentions of the security captain, enduring repeated assaults before succumbing to madness and leaping into the river. The sisters narrowly escaped his clutches, yet in their desperate quest for survival, they were unwittingly captured and sold into slavery in the Maple Leaf Territory, where they endured 3 days of hunger before being handed over to a lord named Field. Bayou contemplated death several times, believing it to be a release from the abysmal reality they faced, convinced that the Nightfall Territory was no different from her homeland. Each person was allotted a bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of black bread, which constituted their evening meal, as no additional food would be distributed that night. 2 pieces of bread were the daily ration, and the sheer absurdity of receiving 2 pieces struck Bayou with disbelief, her eyes widening in shock as she whispered, "Is this some kind of jest? A day's worth of 2 pieces of bread and porridge? By the grace of the divine, could this truly be real?" On the journey to Nightfall, 2 pieces were meant to satiate hunger for a swift passage, yet upon arrival, it seemed more than generous. Typically, one would expect a loaf every 2 or 3 days. Surely, the Lord must have overindulged in drink, leading to this error in decree. Chapter 49. Everyone could rest. Albeit briefly, Bayou trembled with excitement, certain that they would be satiated. "We have so much to eat." Her sister, wiping away her tears, turned to Bayou with a soiled grin, exclaiming, "It's our turn soon." As she felt her sister's small hand clutching hers tightly, Bayou's resolve strengthened. If she were to perish, her timid sister would surely fall prey to the scoundrels and meet her end in a cold, dark corner. She had to survive. No shoving. And do not reach out. Your filthy hands will spoil the porridge. The villagers serving the food cursed as they brandished sticks, using a ladle to scoop a meager portion of thin porridge, flecked with sparse grains that even a dog would scorn. How fragrant! So many grains! Bayou's sister's eyes widened in astonishment as she instinctively released her sister's hand, recognizing that such a thick porridge was a rarity, reserved for festive occasions. The villager then tossed a piece of black bread, the size of an adult's fist, with an impatient expression towards Bayou's sister. "It's still warm." She swallowed hard, ready to take the bread and leave. "Wait." The sparrow called to Blackfeather, retrieving a loaf of bread from the basket and tucking it into Blackfeather's embrace. Offering a sympathetic smile, "You've got one less. You might go hungry tonight." The villagers, displeased by the deliberate shortage of bread, grumbled. "This insignificant little wretch doesn't deserve 2 loaves. One is sufficient for her to last 3 days. Should they find themselves with an excess of food, they might seize the opportunity to pilfer some while the maid was distracted." The sparrow, aware of their intentions, crossed her arms defiantly and turned her face away, declaring, "This is Lord Field's command. The Lord has decreed that every slave receives 2 loaves and a serving of porridge." Very well. In the affluent Bull Territory, adult slaves are entitled to a loaf every 2 days, while children receive one every 3 or 4 days, the villagers retorted with a sarcastic tone. "But this is the Nightfall Territory. Everything here is entirely new." The sparrow, feeling a surge of indignation, emphatically reiterated Field's frequent assertion, "Everything is anew." The guard maintaining order furrowed his brow. The mention of the Bull Territory always struck a nerve, as Lord Field had endured humiliation there. He immediately cast a disapproving glance at the villagers. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, and one of them meekly admitted, "You are right. It was my mistake." White Feather felt a swell of vindication but dared not express her approval openly. Instead, she cast a grateful glance at the sparrow. To her surprise, the sparrow returned her smile. "Did I just see that correctly? Such an elegant and pristine woman smiled at me." White Feather felt a rush of warmth, leading her sister to a secluded corner where they sat down. Without hesitation, she devoured a piece of bread, licking the bowl of porridge clean, which now gleamed from her efforts and could be reused. For the first time in a long while, the young girl experienced a sense of satiety, her previously emaciated belly slightly rounding. "Oh, how delicious!" Her sister, drooling, opened her mouth wide, ready to gnaw on a second loaf, startling White Feather, who quickly slapped her sister's hand. "No more. We must hide this." White Feather spoke sternly. Feeling the sting on her hand, her sister pouted, tears immediately welling in her eyes. "Don't cry," White Feather soothed, gently stroking her sister's head. "Such good days are rare. If we consume all our food, we might starve in an emergency. So let us hide the bread and only eat when we are truly desperate." "Okay," Blackfeather replied in a small voice, handing the bread to her sister, pouting, "But you mustn't eat it secretly." White Feather chuckled at her sister's cleverness, playfully pinching her nose. All right. I promise to call you when it's time to eat." It was not just the 2 sisters who acted thus. The majority of slaves would hide their bread, for to them, it represented not merely sustenance, but the very continuation of life itself. Who knows what orders the noble lord will issue tomorrow? Even if the Lord is benevolent and willing to provide food for everyone, the executors below may not comply, as evidenced by the villagers' behavior today. Sister, what do you think the Lord is like? Black Feather asked, hugging her knees. Well, I suppose he is a portly man with a beer belly, a mouth full of rotten teeth, and an air of arrogance. White Feather replied with a hint of irritation, recalling his appearance. After finishing her words, she glanced around cautiously. Or perhaps he is a bearded drunkard who forgets to revise his decrees after a hangover. Black Feather, salivating, reminisced, don't say that. Someone who provides bread is a good person. As lunchtime came to an end, the guards shouted, urging the slaves back to the fields. Sparrow felt somewhat fatigued. Yet working for the noble lord brought her joy. Humming a little tune, she returned to the kitchen of the grand winery, eager for her own lunch. What are you all gathered around for? She inquired upon seeing several colleagues seated at the table, their expression serious. The maids loved gossip. Sparrow. This is the lunch bestowed by the noble lord, a special dry pot beef. It's quite rare. Usually, we only receive leftovers, but this time, we got a portion directly. One of the servants explained, the fondness for Field being partly due to his picky eating habits. The chef prepared many delicious dishes, such as fruits, smoked fish, and a medley of nuts, but Field would only sample a bite, leaving the rest for the servants to relish. Of course, there were also meat steaks, goat's milk, and even the most delectable venison. Just a single bite could bring them joy for an entire month. In contrast, they had little affection for Ashina, who never left any food behind. Ashina always finished her meals with a cheerful smile, a stark contrast to their beloved lord. Ugh. How could one look like that? Like burnt dung, somewhat resembling my aunt who turned to a charred corpse in the flames. Scissors bluntly remarked, noting the absence of fruit and sauce, questioning how it could possibly taste good. Like Field's dark culinary creations, the servants now found themselves drenched in sweat. They had never seen or heard of such dishes, similarly believing it was another whim of Field's culinary madness. Jar glanced at Scissors, already contemplating reporting her remarks. Scissors. You mustn't speak carelessly, Sparrow said indignantly, elbowing her. You are insulting the Lord's gift. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I mean. I hold Lord Field in the highest regard. Scissors quickly apologized, smiling at everyone. If the Lord were to hear of this, she might find herself wed to an ugly, twisted old man. Next time, I'll make sure to clean your rooms properly. Please forgive my slip of the tongue. At least it smells good. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Observer. What are you all staring at me for? Goodness, can you really be picky about beef? We are all servants, not nobles. Although it may look strange, if the noble lord commands you to eat actual dung, you must do so. Upon concluding her words, the sparrow delicately scooped a piece of beef with a spoon, embracing a mindset of fearless abandon as she consumed it. In the next moment, her palate was immediately captivated by the distinctive flavor, the meticulously marinated beef, fried to achieve a crisp exterior while remaining tender within, offered an explosion of savory juices with each bite. The dry pot cooking method significantly enhanced the beef's texture, allowing the vegetables to absorb its essence while returning their own fragrant freshness. It was perfection. What a farce those apple and almond stews were. No wonder the Lord had no appetite for them. After a prolonged silence, the sparrow mustered a pained expression and muttered, "O divine deity, how utterly unpalatable. I shall dispose of it." Dispose of it outside? If it is unappetizing, it could be given to the slaves, interjected Scissors, squinting with suspicion as she reached for it, only to be deftly evaded by the sparrow. Something was amiss. There was a trickery afoot. The others quickly realized the situation and rushed to seize the dish. And before long, a small bowl of dry pot beef was completely devoured. Even the remnants of the sauce were licked clean from the plate. It was utterly delectable. Scissors smacked her lips, lingering in delight. Truly, the Lord possessed an exquisite taste, knowing of such culinary wonders. Indeed, our master is of noble lineage, came the whispered acknowledgement from the chef, who was left in disbelief, murmuring, "How can this be? Why is it so extraordinarily delicious?" Field himself found the dish rather mediocre, at least not to his desired taste. The salt was excessively abundant, and the cooking time was poorly managed. Moreover, there seemed to be an odd addition of sweet curry powder, rendering the flavor peculiar. Field smacked his lips and turned to Asina. "What do you think?" With her mouth stuffed, Asina could only give him a thumbs up in response. "You glutton," Field remarked, leisurely sipping his tea. Initially planning to relax for 3 days, he found himself restless the very next day, as his territory yielded no produce and remained perilously vulnerable. An unsettling anxiety gnawed at him, compelling him to take action. Although there were numerous matters concerning his domain, They could not be resolved with mere words. Thus, Field resolved to address the pressing issue of scarce timber. Field, having tidied his attire, opened the door only to encounter Ashina, bow drawn and weapon in hand. She appeared to have just returned from the outside. Her face splattered with the remnants of battle, while the map revealed a newly cleared area devoid of skull markers, evidence of her handiwork. "Good day, my lord," Ashina greeted him, her stern expression melting away into a warm smile as she lifted her skirts in a graceful gesture. "What tasks await me today? I am fully restored." She pointed to her eyes, which indeed bore no trace of the previous dark circles. Her crimson wolf-like gaze sparkled with vitality and allure. Remarkably, she had journeyed back from the Maple Leaf territory after 4 days and nights of relentless combat, and just 1 day of rest had rejuvenated her completely. "The resilience of the Chosen One is truly astonishing," Field mused. "Just in time, as I am preparing to lead the troops to reclaim the lumberyard." "And I require your protection," he stated. "Wonderful. It is always delightful to work alongside you, my lord." The young woman wagged her tail but suddenly furrowed her brow as a troubling thought crossed her mind. "My lord, I sensed something amiss last night. Around 3 in the morning, I felt something lurking in our territory. I patrolled the vicinity several times but found nothing unusual. However, I trust my instincts are infallible." "No wonder you are armed. Do you have any idea what it might be? Could it be goblins again?" Field's realization of the gravity of the situation dawned upon him as he stroked his chin in contemplation. "That shouldn't be possible. Goblins can hardly escape your grasp." "It is not goblins. I recognize their scent. What I detected last night was the stench of corrupted creatures, entirely unfamiliar and capable of masking its presence from me." The winds revealed everything. The aroma was laced with an overwhelming essence of slaughter and hostility. Field fell silent for a moment. "I understand. You should have breakfast first, and I will alert the patrolling guards to exercise caution." Ashina shook her head and, after careful consideration, replied, "Perhaps it would be prudent to tighten our defenses, organizing patrols of 5, equipped with horns." She rarely offered opinions on military matters and seldom spoke on domestic affairs. Field could simply instruct her, and she would comply. Had Ashina lived in ancient Huagua, the emperor would surely have favored her. However, her reluctance to voice opinions only heightened Field's regard for her insights. The situation must indeed be perilous. Field nodded gravely. Ashina had remained unperturbed even in the presence of a third-tier rat demon, indicating that whatever had her on edge was no trivial matter. A new round of conscription needed to commence, as the current defensive force was insufficient. He would assign this task to Tate. Rubbing his temples, Field hoped that the lumberyard still had timber available, as wooden walls would greatly ease their defensive efforts. "I will protect you with my life," Ashina vowed earnestly. The lumberyard lay to the east of the Grand Winery, at the confluence of forest and lake. This lake, once a beautiful ribbon connecting the Grand Estate to Starry Night Lake, was now choked with bones, countless grayish-white decaying reeds, and skeletal remains standing amidst the water, which had turned a murky gray-black. To purify this lake would require thousands of vials of cleansing potion, aside from the writhing vines and scattered bones. The most frequent sight along the way was the tentacles, which had emerged from the overgrown weeds. Field had long since grown accustomed to such sights. His first encounter with the Cthulhu mythos had filled him with horror and dread at the grotesque scenes, but after repeated exposure, he found the small tentacles on the ground rather mundane, even somewhat endearing. These tentacles were not the kind that ensnared women in anime to bear offspring. They lacked offensive capabilities and strength, merely hindering the progress of wheels and horses. One of Field's simple pleasures was to prod the surrounding tentacles with his lance, watching them curl up like sensitive mimosa leaves. As they marched, the river gradually fell under the shroud of the fog lights, and the lumberyard across the water became faintly visible, with immense structures lurking in the darkness like a monstrous beast poised to devour. The guards had dispersed, engaging in combat with the decaying corpses. "Do not make too much noise. The corpses have keen hearing. Assist me," instructed Captain Lynx, lowering his voice to the 2 men beside him before swiftly advancing and locating a female corpse. With a swift motion, Lynx grasped the middle of his spear and drove it into the neck of the corpse. The nearby guard immediately moved forward, seizing the hair of the corpse that was about to scream, and with Lynx's help, they yanked the head off without even wrinkling their brows at the grotesque scene. Chapter 51. The Lumberyard, Part 1. Throughout the encounter, hardly a sound was made except for the occasional crisp noise of armor scraping. However, another guard near Lynx, distracted, inadvertently stepped on a squirming mass of putrid flesh, instinctively gasping in surprise. With a roar, 3 corpses surged from the gray mist, claws bared, ready to attack. The blundering guard attempted to shout a warning, but was quickly silenced by a hand over his mouth as Lynx hissed fiercely, "What are you doing?" No need for alarm. Having transformed significantly from his previously timid slave persona through relentless combat, Lynx charged forward, thrusting his spear and feeling the satisfying resistance of iron against flesh. The unarmored corpse was easily gutted, its body nearly folding in two. As two more corpses closed in, Lynx stepped forward, seizing the right hand of one corpse, driving the spear into its throat without hesitation. With his left hand, he swung a small shield to knock down the last corpse. With a sickening crunch, Lynx trampled the defeated corpse, smashing it repeatedly with the edge of his shield until it was reduced to a pulp. "Captain." The guard who had caused the commotion stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment after witnessing Lynx's efficiency. "Be cautious and continue clearing the path," Lynx replied, not holding the incident against him. The other guards swiftly eradicated the remaining scattered corpses. Ahead, there appeared to be a large mass, likely the stone bridge. Lynx searched along the riverbank until he found the bridge, overgrown with aquatic plants, where several corpses were trapped, their vacant eyes gazing skyward. "Did you hear that sound?" one guard inquired. The group held their breath, and indeed, faint cries for help pierced through the mist. "Are there living people?" Excitement surged among them. Finding survivors in the night was a rare opportunity. "Let us go rescue them." Curiosity must be set aside. "The Baron has commanded us to locate the stone bridge. I shall report this matter to him first," Lynx asserted. The sentinels were engaged in battle. While not far away, Field was diligently practicing his equestrian skills. As Field tightened his grip on the reins, the steed surged forward, the wind howling past his ears, eliciting a thrill akin to that of a roller coaster ride. Fixating on a decaying corpse ahead, Field raised his lance, aiming it squarely at the grotesque figure. With a swift thrust, the lance trembled before piercing through the creature's neck, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent. In the heat of battle, hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. "Dear Field, trust in your instincts." Ashina urged her colossal wolf to draw alongside him, presenting two choices: deliver a thunderous strike to their adversary or tactically evade, seeking a more opportune moment to engage. Field nodded thoughtfully. "If we slow down, the impact will significantly diminish." Indeed, once cavalry becomes ensnared among infantry, they risk being unhorsed and slain. "Report. We have located the bridge." The bobcat trotted over, and additionally, we heard cries for help. "Crying for help? Are we mistaken?" Field furrowed his brow, glancing at the small map. On the opposite bank, a myriad of skull markers densely populated the area. Ashina sniffed the air. "I do not sense the presence of any unfamiliar beings." Everyone heard it, yet I did not permit them to investigate. The bobcat scratched his head. "I apologize for the trouble. This child has been astute since a young age." Field nodded in satisfaction, stating, "You have performed admirably. In the northern province, caution is paramount. Ashina, the forthcoming battle relies on you to forge a path to the lumberyard. A massive tide of corpses is beyond the capabilities of mere guards. It necessitates the intervention of a chosen one." He commanded, "Lynx, you shall lead the guards to protect the slaves." On this expedition, Field brought along 10 slaves tasked with transporting supplies and, fortuitously, collecting spoils of war. Even the smallest of ants are flesh during the journey. They had gathered 12 copper coins and 2 copper ornaments. Ashina summoned the draconic wolf to the stone bridge. The wolf slowly opened its jaws and suddenly unleashed a torrent of ethereal blue magma, transforming the gray lake into a brilliant hue of blue. The sizzling sound echoed as aquatic plants were incinerated, revealing the true form of the once-blocked bridge. Was that floating wood? No, it appeared to be a magical plant. Standing on the bridge and surveying her surroundings, Ashina's gaze fixed upon a brown wooden lump several meters away, covered in writhing moss. A flower with purple, velvety petals stood proudly there, emanating a faint, ethereal aura, its tips glimmering with delicate light. Indeed, it was a manifestation of magical energy. An extraordinary sight to behold on driftwood. Without hesitation, Ashina leaped to the nearby riverbank, reaching with her spear. However, before she could make contact, the driftwood suddenly elevated, splitting open with a menacing crack, and a chilling light converged into a beam, sending a wave of danger coursing through her. How cunning! To conceal itself in the water and mask its scent. This was no mere driftwood. It was a second-tier corrupted crocodile. The crocodile erupted from the water, its massive 6 to 7 meter frame exuding a repugnant stench, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth lunging forward with lethal intent. The draconic wolf cast a fleeting glance at the beast, its limbs pressing down slightly before it surged forth, effortlessly evading the crocodile's assault. Crash! The colossal head collided with the riverbank, sending a cloud of gray dust into the air. The corrupted crocodile, seemingly impervious to pain, twisted with an almost unnatural grace and swiftly turned. Its enormous tail lashed out with tremendous force, crashing down upon the spot where Ashina had landed. In an instant, a resounding thud echoed, creating a significant depression in the riverbed, causing the lake to churn violently and disturbing a multitude of grotesque, corrupted fish. The crocodile's gray pupils scanned the area for a moment before gradually halting its movements. "Are you searching for me?" Ashina's skirt rustled as she appeared behind the crocodile, then swiftly thrust her spear, imbued with an indomitable brilliance, piercing through the corrupted beast, erupting a vast cloud of blood mist into the air. Before the crocodile could retaliate, Ashina gracefully landed upon its head, wielding the formidable power of winter as she delivered a fierce strike, cleaving down upon the monster's skull. Suddenly, the hard-as stone scales of the crocodile shattered, splattering brain matter and blood across the lake and riverbank. The grotesque fish, sporting hands and feet, approached, emitting bizarre cries as it licked the blood. "Alas, I regret to inform you that you too fall within the realm of obliteration." With that, the dragon-blooded wolf leapt into the lake, dragging the crocodile's carcass ashore, before turning its head to unleash a torrent of flames, incinerating the feeble creatures within its sight. It is unfortunate to waste such a large crocodile. Had it been an ordinary beast, it could have served as a meal. Ashina plucked a magical purple flower from the crocodile's remains, pouting in regret, though the hide might prove useful. Chapter 52. The Logging Site, Part 2. What purpose does this magical plant serve? Field, having learned from past experiences, refrained from recklessly handling it and instead craned his neck with curiosity. "Ashina, do you know?" Ashina hastily placed the magical plant into a jar, cautioning, "Do not sniff or gaze too carelessly. What if we were to poison ourselves?" "You are being overly cautious," Field replied awkwardly, remembering the last incident that left a significant impression on the young girl. "I am unaware of its specific effects. If only we had an apothecary. For now, let us take it back and nurture it." With that, Ashina set the jar onto a small cart. The slaves, obediently, approached to dissect the crocodile's remains. "Help!" A frantic female voice pierced through the haze, reminiscent of the desperate wails of one struggling in the flames, grasping at the edge of life. Ashina's wolf ears twitched as she turned towards the logging site, her nostrils flaring. "I too hear someone calling for help. And it originates from the direction of the logging site. However, there is no sin of the living. Indeed, this is the northern province. The likelihood of any survivors is exceedingly slim, so let us remain vigilant," Field remarked, unfazed, drawing his sword with a wary expression. To call for help for such an extended duration, and with such vitality, suggests either a lack of true danger or a mimicry by some creature. "I shall be cautious," Ashina declared, gripping her spear tightly as she dashed into the fog, sprinting towards the logging site. Within mere seconds, a throng of corpses emerged into view, huddled together, occasionally twitching, aimlessly pressing inward towards the logging site. Creak. The heavy walls of the logging site groaned under the strain as the rotting corpses, sensitive to sound, were drawn closer by the cries for help emanating from within. "Help!" The eerie plea grew louder, suddenly resonating from within the building. The source of the sound was indeed within. Field was correct, and there were no living souls among the pile of bodies. Ashina urged the giant wolf to leap to a higher vantage point, surveying the area with a smile of delight. There remained a significant amount of timber. The territory's structures would have a place to land. Around the lumberyard, several clearings were piled high with timber, most of which remained unscathed, while some had succumbed to decay, sprouting mushrooms and moss. However, when compared to the monstrous trees, the wood here was undeniably a precious resource. This lumberyard, part of the grand estate, not only served the manor but also supplied the city of Starlight, boasting an impressive yield. A river flowed nearby, allowing the felled timber to be cast into the water, drifting downstream to Starlight City, where it could be retrieved for use, thus conserving considerable manpower and resources while reducing transportation costs. Suddenly, a slender tail tipped with spikes shot forth from the side of Ashina, radiating a sharp menace as it lunged unexpectedly. For an ordinary person, even a warrior of considerable prowess might have fallen victim to such a sudden assault. Yet Ashina remained ever vigilant. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she nonchalantly tilted her head, the tail grazing her hair as it passed. With the enemy's attack thwarted, Ashina thrust her spear in the direction of the assault, striking true at the assailant's throat, then twisting the spear. The spinning weapon unleashed a barrage of crimson arrows. For the attacker was a lowly Tier 1 corpse, its eyes wide in terror, its neck nearly severed, unable to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. As if nothing had transpired, Ashina murmured, "We cannot set fire here. If all the wood burns, Lord Field would be enraged." Yet the multitude of corpses surrounding her was overwhelming, and without employing area damage techniques, it would take at least a day to eradicate them all. An idea struck her. She knew exactly what to do. A howling cry erupted from the dragon blood wolf. In essence, it proclaimed, "I shall strike down 10,000. With that resounding call, it was as though a dinner bell had rung, activating all the corpses in the lumberyard, their twisted forms turning to gaze in her direction. The horde surged forth like a tide of darkness, their faces etched with murderous intent. "Crush them, Black Wolf," Ashina commanded, patting the wolf on the head. The dragon blood wolf's limbs flickered with blue light as it crouched slightly, then surged forward with the ferocity of a relentless train, cutting through the mass of corpses as if they were mere chaff. Boom, boom, boom. A straight line of corpses disintegrated into a mist of blood, and anyone caught in the collision met a gruesome fate. Without pause, the dragon blood wolf gathered its strength for another strike, while Ashina executed a graceful flourish with her spear, playfully sticking her tongue out at the oncoming tide of the undead. The fearless horde of corpses howled, staggering forward in a frenzied pursuit. As Ashina leisurely guided the tide of undead in another direction, she took advantage of the terrifying mobility of the dragon-blooded wolf to lure the throng to a more distant clearing. Turning back, she unleashed a torrent of dragon flames upon them, reducing them to ash before patiently enticing the next wave of cadaverous foes. By the time the slaves had stripped the crocodile skins and claws, Ashina had already concluded the battle. "My lord, the undead at the lumberyard have been dealt with, and the site remains intact. It is likely to yield some rewards." Field, invigorated, raised his fist and exclaimed, "Well done. I appreciate your efforts." However, just as he was about to set off, Ashina, her cheeks slightly flushed, pointed to her head and puffed her cheeks, saying, after such a prolonged battle, "My head feels a bit dizzy. I need a gentle touch to feel better." The young girl had become accustomed to Field's reassuring gesture, as he would always pat her head in encouragement after vanquishing their foes, thereby conditioning her to expect this comforting action. Field could hardly bear the situation, quickly placing his hand on Ashina's head to comfort her. "All right, don't faint now, don't faint," Ashina, with a gleeful expression, exclaimed in delight. After clearing the obstacles on their path, the group arrived at the lumberyard. As Field surveyed the surroundings, he noticed 3 structures: a timber processing plant, a lumber storage warehouse, and a residence for the lumberjacks. Suddenly, a chilling cry for help echoed from within the house, sending shivers down everyone's spine. They turned towards the sound, finding the front door wide open, revealing a scene of chaos, overturned furniture and dismembered limbs scattered about, yet there was nothing alive within. The atmosphere was dreary, only the faintest draft of wind stirring the air. Oh heavens! Surely this is the work of malevolent spirits. The guards, who had initially intended to advance, exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitating as they grasped their spears. Their willingness to confront the undead did not diminish their fear. The slaves were so terrified they nearly lost control, and had it not been for Field's presence, they would have surely fled in panic. Chapter 53, the first tier artifact. This was an era steeped in superstition, where the fear of demons and phantoms was beyond the comprehension of modern individuals. What could it mean? Was that cry for help truly emanating from a creature of darkness? Field furrowed his brow, summoning the mini-map to scrutinize it once more, confirming the absence of any life forms within. "My lord, this is quite peculiar. I am certain there are no signs of life in the lumberyard. However, please exercise caution." Without hesitation, Ashina positioned herself protectively in front of Field, concerned that a strange entity might emerge to assail the lord. There should be a basement within. The sound resonated hollow and prolonged, as if emanating from the depths below. Field studied the small map intently, piecing together clues with his knowledge of physics. "Your esteemed identity necessitates that you maintain your distance. Allow me to scout ahead." He instructed Black Wolf to safeguard the Baron. Ashina, opting to leave the draconic wolf behind, drew her long blade, bending slightly as she held it defensively before her, cautiously advancing into the room. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from within. The sound originated from a corner of the room. Ashina perked her ears, tracing the eerie and menacing voice, and slowly approached the corner. Why would there be a carpet in such an area, especially one made of wool that a lumberjack would not procure? After surveying the surroundings, Ashina's eyes lit up as she noticed something peculiar. She promptly lifted the dust-laden carpet, revealing a pull ring. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out. Indeed, it led to a basement. "Let me see what you are hiding." With a creak, the hidden door swung open, releasing an overwhelming stench of blood. "Ugh, How revolting. Even the chosen one found herself gagging, squinting as she peered downwards. Ashina's pupils dilated in shock, and she swiftly retreated from the danger zone, channeling her divine power into her blade, poised to cleave whatever might spring forth. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Field did his utmost to remain composed, while the guards held their shields and spears at the ready. 1 breath. 2 breaths, half a minute passed, yet no foe emerged. Ashina flicked her tail. I distinctly saw a woman in white. No need to rush. Time is on our side, Field reassured her. It is indeed quite strange. Even Ashina found herself intrigued. Cautiously, she leaned closer to the basement entrance for a better look. Then exhaled a sigh of relief. My lord, there is no danger. The basement houses a magical artifact capable of preserving sound and images. The magical fluctuations must have been too faint for me to detect. Upon hearing this, several slaves collapsed to the ground, their bodies turning limp like puddles of mud. Field wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled. That's good. It must be a recording stone. I encountered such an artifact during my visit to the Mage Association in Maple Leaf City. However, hearing cries for help from humans in the death-ridden northern province is indeed terrifying. Lynx, ensure the slaves are well protected outside and have them gather the spoils. I shall venture down to investigate. The basement was somewhat ventilated, and Field, alongside Ashina, cautiously descended the rickety staircase to the depths below. Goodness! Field gasped, startled beyond measure. Even one accustomed to the sight of decay like him found himself frozen in terror, drawing in a sharp breath. The room was filled with gruesome remnants of humanity. And 5 young girls, their upper bodies exposed, were grotesquely nailed to the wall, having succumbed to evisceration. Their desiccated intestines mingled with repulsive, corrupt worms, spilling onto the floor, while blood converged from all directions to form an eerie ritualistic circle in the center of the basement. In the middle of this grotesque tableau lay another girl, presumed to have been dead for over 3 years, nearly fused with the ground, yet her nun's attire easily revealed her affiliation with the Church of the Holy Light. The most compelling evidence was the recording stone that continuously played an unearthly scene. A girl clad in a white robe, her eyes filled with dread, desperately screamed, "Help me." Shortly after, a shadowy figure severed her limbs and discarded a writhing insect. As the creature burrowed into her body, a copious spray of blood erupted, accompanied by wriggling tendrils, sinister incantations, and the girl's agonizing cries. Once the recording concluded, it paused momentarily before replaying. The bizarre imagery, coupled with the hellish setting, left Field utterly horrified. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Ashina, possessing a more resilient spirit, who broke the silence, exclaiming, "My lord, she is a chosen one." "Ah, so you mean someone is hunting the chosen of the Holy Light?" Field, having regained his composure, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Due to his position and perspective, he considered matters of statecraft and diplomacy. It was conceivable that the Empress had dispatched agents, as it was no secret that the Holy Griffin Empire sought to extricate itself from the Pope's influence. Of course, it could also be the machinations of the Kingdom of Franvia. Ashina, momentarily bewildered, wore a foolish expression. How would I, a white wolf demi-human, know anything about human imperial diplomacy? By the way, how did you discern she was a chosen one? Field dismissed his previous musings, realizing that imperial diplomatic affairs held little relevance to him. Ashina strode forward, retrieving a dazzling silver brooch from the corpse, and waved it in her hand. Because of this. See, no wonder I didn't sense any magical energy earlier. The recording stone is powered by divine force. Field then noticed the soft and mysterious glow that enveloped the surroundings, a chill pervading the air. Initially attributing it to the basement, he soon realized it was all emanating from this small artifact. The moment he removed the brooch, the shadow stone ceased its function. The tragic fate of the maiden gradually fading away, leaving only a gentle silver luminescence in the basement. Yet, Field paid little heed to the shadow stone. Upon receiving the brooch from Ashina, he observed, to his astonishment, that despite resting for so long in the basement alongside the corpse, it bore not a trace of corruption. Field's gaze was intently fixed upon the enigmatic brooch, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes as he murmured, "How remarkably similar this is to my family's sacred artifact." The exquisite craftsmanship was such that even contemporary machinery could not replicate it, let alone the profound power it contained. For this was indeed a first-tier artifact. Otherwise, how could it possess divine strength? Ashina, with a playful pout and arms crossed defiantly, retorted, "Is that so surprising? Although I lack an artifact, I possess a divine gift. You may touch the black wolf. The variety of divine gifts is vast, and each chosen one receives a random item upon awakening, with weapons being the most common. Ahem, just a touch will suffice. While Field was overwhelmed with joy, he also took care to attend to Ashina's petite feelings, playfully ruffling her hair. Chapter 54. The silver iris brooch. Though Ashina's tail wagged in delight, she stubbornly exclaimed, "Perverted lord! If you suddenly tug at me again, I shall bite you." "I am so frightened." Although Field had previously harbored suspicions, he dared not affirm them. However, upon receiving a definitive answer from Ashina, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. It is essential to understand that divine artifacts are only bequeathed upon the death of a chosen one. And chosen ones are rarer than giant pandas, thus, the artifacts themselves are even more scarce. Consequently, each divine artifact is subjected to stringent control by the Empire and the nobility, rendering their circulation nearly impossible. The Empire had once, due to financial difficulties, sold 5 such artifacts, one of which, classified as a first-tier artifact, had a base auction price of 1 million gold coins. Field felt the weight of heavy gold in his hands. This must be what Sister Eliza spoke of, the many relics left behind in the northern province. Field was filled with a sense of prideful glee, recalling how he had once asked Sister Eliza if there were any relics in the Nightfall territory, only to be met with her haughty silence. According to imperial law, everything within a lord's domain rightfully belonged to them. Field unceremoniously affixed the label of the artifact to the Nightfall's creation. The church? We are hardly acquainted. It is said to be of earthly origin, passed down through generations. A claim made since ancient times. After toying with it for a while, Field presented the brooch to Ashina, inquiring if she could make use of it. "That would be unfeasible," she replied, "for this is a divine gift from the goddess of holy light, which conflicts with my winter power. To force its use would only result in backlash. However, you may wield it, or perhaps another could as well." Ashina gently pushed the brooch back to Field, suggesting, "If you were to let a drop of your blood touch it, it would recognize you as its master. I believe it would prove beneficial for you." "Very well," Field replied without hesitation, for he had long coveted the artifact. He promptly pricked his finger with the brooch. As an enigmatic force radiated outward, the brooch absorbed his blood, and Field immediately sensed the holy light flooding into his being. A wave of inexplicable warmth enveloped him, and the comfort it brought made him involuntarily hum in delight. Upon acknowledging its master, the artifact felt as if it were an extension of his own hands, his will seamlessly intertwined with it. Within the Lord's panel, a new category appeared, denoting the divine artifact. Divine artifact, silver iris brooch, first-tier artifact, source, goddess of holy light effect. The bearer can freely alter their appearance, physique, and voice. This is an illusion and does not alter one's true structure. Active. Activate the brooch to transform it into a silver iris longsword, first-tier artifact. Special effects reserved for the chosen of the holy light. Field chuckled heartily, hands on hips, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. This seemingly unadorned effect was, in truth, remarkably powerful. The ability to effortlessly alter one's appearance, voice, and physique suggests that one could easily assume the guise of the neighbor, Wong. "Sister-in-law, don't look back. I am indeed your brother. Or rather, sister-in-law, feel free to glance back. I truly am your brother. Alternatively, stepmother, please continue. I genuinely am your father." "Lord Field, it appears your thoughts have wandered to peculiar realms, as evidenced by the drool escaping your lips." Ashina's eyes glimmered with suspicion, pondering whether this miraculous artifact bore strange capabilities. Field wasted no time, directly employing the power of the iris brooch. After a moment of spatial distortion, Field transformed into the likeness of Ashina. Ashina covered her mouth, her pupils trembling with disbelief. "Oh no, this is terrible. My lord has turned into a girl. What am I to do?" "No, wait. This is just my appearance." A mischievous grin spread across Field's face as she playfully declared, "Let me test the size." With a cheeky smile, she reached up to her chest and gave it a light pat. However, what appeared to be 2 plush white cotton balls turned out to be mere illusions, not even brushing against the yarn. Noticing Ashina's astonished expression, Field chuckled and said, "It's all an illusion. No need to panic. I'm not that peculiar." Ashina sniffed the air. Finally reassured, the scent and heartbeat remain unchanged. It truly is an illusion. Yet, this ability to change is quite impressive, capable of deceiving my eyes. However, the scent cannot lie. You must be mindful of that. Indeed, it seems one cannot easily deceive the perceptive, but it is certainly quite useful. Field bent down to glimpse beneath the skirt. Oh, please, do not. The young girl was on the verge of tears, lamenting her decision to entrust such a thing to him. Very well, I shall cease my jest. After disabling the brooch's transformation ability, Field activated another power, and forthwith a magnificent longsword, shimmering with silver light, coalesced before him. Unlike ordinary weapons, the iris longsword quivered slightly, as if imbued with sentience. Alas, only the chosen of the holy light could unleash the full potential of this artifact. Transforming the sword back, Field affixed the brooch to his attire. This ability not only allowed him to alter his appearance, but also to conjure concealed weapons. It seemed the chosen one had once been an assassin, taking on the guise of someone familiar to the target, and then striking when the enemy's guard was down. All while embroiled in various romantic escapades, such a narrative sounded like something out of a cinematic tale, rather thrilling indeed. However, with the corpse now reduced to mere fragments, Field had little desire to forsake his noble status to play the role of Jingku. He shrugged. Let us take the recording stone as well. I suspect her demise is not as straightforward as it appears. Perhaps this footage will yield some advantage in the future. By the way, Ashina, make a note of this peculiar array design. It truly evokes a sense of unease. I share that sentiment. Field emerged from the basement, ascending the creaking ladder. To find the Lynx had organized the slaves in search of useful materials, which they piled in the clearing before the lumberyard. The collection consisted largely of furniture, along with some logging tools. Upon seeing Field, the Lynx hastened forward to report. Honorable sir, the logs here are nearly as thick as my waist. Transporting them will be an enormous undertaking. Our manpower is limited, so perhaps we should first clear away the smaller planks and return for the logs at a later time. Indeed, that seems to be our best course of action. Field surveyed the area. The timber that had withstood the ravages of time included many types previously unknown to him. Sturdy and durable enough to serve as main beams for large constructions, yet exceptionally heavy. After taking a few steps, he turned back to say, additionally, send someone to bury the bodies in the basement. There is no rush. Attend to this matter once you have completed your current tasks. Oh. And take care on that old wooden staircase. Do not risk injury. The young girls who perished in the basement had met uncertain fates, but their demise was undeniably tragic. Having claimed their artifact, it was only proper to show some form of acknowledgement. In terms of transporting the logs, let me see if there is a shortcut available. Field opened the small map, intending to identify the most efficient route for transportation. From the Grand Wineries. What is this? A scarlet that was meandering at the boundary of the territory. Chapter 55, Crisis. The territory is under attack. Field vividly recalled the moment he first arrived at the Grand Estate, when he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched by some unseen creature, a cold shiver that, once experienced, is never forgotten. That gaze emanated from the basement of the main mansion, marked by a red dot on the small map. Initially, Field was perpetually on guard, fearing an imminent attack. However, as time passed, he noticed that the red remained utterly stationary, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had contemplated strengthening himself before confronting the lurking menace. Yet now, that very red dot had inexplicably appeared at the periphery of his territory, without any prior warning. Simultaneously, an eerie array of skull symbols had materialized out of thin air. Indeed, it had manifested seemingly from nowhere. Just a minute prior, the surroundings had been tranquil, and he had diligently cleared the area of rotting corpses. That creature had emerged. A cold sweat broke out on Field's brow as he sensed the impending danger, prompting him to urgently summon Ashina. What is it, my lord? Field merely called out a name, and Ashina leaped up from the basement, swiftly gliding to his side, her eyes instinctively scanning the surroundings. The entity you mentioned has returned to spy around the territory. You should return and safeguard our domain. I shall gather our forces and follow shortly. Field did not panic or shout erratically. Instead, he pondered for a moment before lowering his voice and stating, it would be ideal to confront it if we can, but if not, we must retreat to the Grand Estate. If that fails, we shall withdraw entirely. Remember, do not act recklessly. The Nightshade realm can function without any one individual, but the absence of a chosen one could lead to annihilation in mere moments. Ashina nodded solemnly, mounting her draconic wolf. A surge of intense violet and azure radiance erupted from the black wolf's form, the colossal creature resembling a black missile as it fiercely propelled itself into the shroud of deathly fog. The various corrupted beings in its path were instantly obliterated, dust swirling and stone scattering. Ah, the absence of extraordinary power is indeed troublesome, Field sighed, especially when faced with otherworldly foes. It is easy to succumb to a sense of helplessness. Yet, after a brief moment, he clenched his teeth, suppressing the tumultuous and tedious emotions. It would be strange for our territory not to be invaded. Otherwise, the nobles would have long since reclaimed the northern province. Field commanded loudly, "Bobcat, leave the cart here and swiftly lead the troops to the Grand Winery. Prepare for battle." "Yes, my lord," replied Bobcat, discarding the bench he was holding. Meanwhile, at the Grand Winery, a low, mournful horn sounded for the first time, perhaps echoing the invasion of orcs a decade ago. Yet, upon hearing the horn, the slaves, initially bewildered, looked around in confusion. Upon noticing the armored guards assembling, they quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The territory erupted into chaos as slaves and free men abandoned their tools and fled towards the Grand Winery. Amidst the screams, cries, and curses, the throng surged chaotically. "Stay calm. The monsters are still far from you," shouted Tate, wielding a whip, desperately attempting to maintain a semblance of order among the panicked crowd. Ironically, this only confirmed the slaves' fears. There truly were monsters approaching. The panic intensified, with people stumbling and falling amidst the turmoil. Fortunately, Ashina's timely advice prevented Field from sending the slaves to explore new territories. Instead, they remained in the vicinity of the Grand Winery to loosen the soil, allowing them to reach the winery promptly. This imposing stone structure bore the aspirations of the Starry Night family for their wine. Constructed from meticulously chiseled blocks of marble, it resembled a fortress, spacious enough to serve as Field's chosen stronghold. On the second floor of the winery, Cal was incensed to see the slaves rushing in for refuge. "My lord should never have allowed them to seek shelter. Those damned lowborn will dirty the floors," he ordered. "Jar, tell the guards to keep a close watch, preventing them from ascending to the upper levels or descending to the basement, contrary to the direction of the fleeing slaves." A squad of 20 guards organized their equipment while gathering towards the source of the horn. "Damn fools, what are you running for? If anyone is to perish, let it be a standing firm." Hammer spat on his hand, then polished his beloved mace until it gleamed. "I am just 9 silver coins away from my freedom. Once I'm free, I'll indulge in daily drunkenness and head to Maple Leaf territory to show those roasted chickens what a man from Nightfall is made of." "Huh? You'd better live to see that day, Hammer," remarked a nearby guard, donning his iron helmet. Clad in full armor, he claimed as he ran. "I will. I will." The hammer struck the helmet with force. The crowd ran for a while, and a multitude of decaying creatures appeared within their line of sight, instantly revealing the state of the territorial boundary. Corpses, an overwhelming number of them, surged into the territory, their phantoms racing and wailing. Some of the corpses indiscriminately attacked the carts positioned in the fields, while others had a clear objective, racing towards the Grand Winery. Occasionally, arrows whizzed through the air, piercing the horde of corpses and pinning some unfortunate ones to the ground, thereby diminishing their numbers. Following the trajectory of the arrows, the hammer wielder spotted a wooden fortress engulfed by the undead. Due to the scarcity of resources during the night and the constant need to expand their living space, there was no substantial wall. Instead, there was a small wooden fort. Wooden stakes were hammered into the ground, forming a circular makeshift fortress. Though referred to as a fortress, it consisted merely of a low wooden wall barely reaching chest height, resembling more of a sheep pen. Behind the low wall, wooden supports formed a triangular stable structure, upon which sharp objects or vines could be placed. Behind the wooden wall, there was just enough space for soldiers to stand in 2 rows to launch their attacks. But similarly, the engagement area for the corpses would also diminish. This wooden fort was undoubtedly more suited to the current territory than a wall. Reality was not a game. Constructing a wall was not as simple as a few clicks of a mouse, but erecting a small wooden fortress was quite straightforward. Field had designated the wooden fort as part of the soldiers' training and had constructed several of them, not anticipating their significant utility. Those referred to as sheep dung were valiantly thrusting their halberds through the gaps in the wood, needing no aim, mechanically stabbing outwards. They could bring back a mass of mangled flesh. Occasionally, guards would retrieve arrows from boxes, loading their crossbows and firing at the corpses that had scaled the wooden walls. "Follow me, let us support the sheep dung," the hammer wielder bellowed, shouldering his spiked mace and heading towards the wooden fortress. The corpses, too, had noticed this group of iron cans. Their previously staggered and erratic steps suddenly quickened. A particularly robust corpse, with an exceptionally muscular right arm, led the charge, pushing other corpses aside. The crowd understood. This creature was either an extraordinary undead or an exceptionally fierce being. Even while sprinting at full speed, Its steps and arm movements maintained a peculiar steadiness, the muscles in its right arm undulating. Undoubtedly, it was about to unleash a thunderous strike. The hammer wielder continually relaxed his shoulders, ready to confront the beast head-on, yet was restrained by a comrade. "Stop relying on your foolish brute strength. Let me handle this. Don't forget to treat me to a barley beer later." The speaking guard stood tall, retrieved a longbow from behind, and with all his might, drew it back, aiming at the approaching corpse. With a buzzing sound, the arrow sliced through the air, its sharp whistle echoing as it covered 30 paces in an instant. The corpse, eyes glinting with ferocity, leaped forward, evading the arrow with a sudden burst of momentum. The decaying corpse behind collapsed, blood oozing forth as a stray arrow pierced through its abdomen, pinning it to the ground. "Oh, how cursed it is! This creature can evade arrows. Grant me another chance, and I shall surely slay it. Enough of this. That feeble thing of yours is better suited for shooting at a roasted chicken's belly." "They are charging forth, form ranks." The hammer bellowed, "For Lord Field, for the Nightfall realm." The crowd roared in encouragement. A small formation rapidly took shape, their footsteps resonating like a drumbeat against the earth. Clad in iron helmets and armor, the guards gripped their weapons tightly, straining to advance, the friction of their palms against cold metal producing a creaking sound from the exertion. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided with a resounding clash. The sound of weapons mingling with flesh echoed, and the seemingly unstoppable decaying creature was struck by two long spears from opposite directions, causing it to stagger. Its defenses faltered, and in an instant, a spear thrust deep into its belly, the corpse howling as it fell to the ground. What a wretched scream! The hammer's eyes widened, hoisting his mace high before bringing it crashing down, flattening the creature's skull, cold blood splattering in every direction. Even when faced with monstrosities, the advantage of armor and lengthy weapons remained overwhelmingly dominant. Beware! Before the hammer could revel in his triumph, a fierce wind swept in from the side. Heeding his comrade's warning, the hammer hastily raised his weapon to block, only to hear a sharp clang as his mace was violently jolted. The tremendous force struck his shoulder armor, causing his complexion to pale. Another grotesque corpse leaped forth, swinging its fists, their grayish glow enveloping its strikes. "Be cautious. It is an extraordinary corpse." The clang echoed again. A searing pain shot through the hammer's hand as his iron mace bent under the assault. Had his armor not absorbed some of the impact, his hand might have shattered under the force. Yet, undeterred, the hammer gritted his teeth and pressed forward. With a mighty thrust of his arm shield, he barreled into the mindless corpse, which only clawed at him in response. The shield rose high, its edge striking the creature's nose and eyes, instantly shattering its nasal bones, foul blood and repugnant slime mingling across its face. Blinded and deprived of its sense of smell, the corpse began to thrash wildly. The frenzied creature, possessed by a spirit, unleashed a torrent of erratic movements, forcing the guards to maintain their distance. The tremendous force overturned the hammer, and he found himself on the brink of being crushed beneath the rampaging corpse. In the next moment, a brilliant silver streak sliced through the air, piercing straight into the creature's throat, its might undiminished as it continued to penetrate through several more corpses. How timely indeed. As the dragon breed wolf came to a halt, Ashina swiftly knocked her bow, unleashing silver arrows in every direction to eliminate the more formidable undead. The first-tier corpses were utterly incapable of withstanding the divine-infused projectiles. Even the scarce second-tier undead, upon being struck, would be rendered incapacitated, no longer posing a threat. Ashina scanned the battlefield, searching for that ghastly entity. This time, there would be no escape. The guards felt a sudden lightness, as if the oppressive weight of despair that had engulfed them during the encirclement dissipated, replaced by a fierce resurgence. Reinforcements had arrived. Let us vanquish them. Send them to the depths of hell. The guards cursed vehemently as they charged at the undead. How could they be bested by the extraordinary corpses when they could not even overcome these lesser creatures? Ashina, unable to locate the observer, decided to assist the guards in dispatching the lesser foes. Black Wolf, unleash your breath. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, followed by a violent eruption of azure flames that surged into the densely packed throngs of corpses, reminiscent of a celestial weapon, sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, the horde of undead erupted in a dazzling display of fire, with countless corpses sizzling and transforming into twisted silhouettes amidst the flames, flailing and howling before collapsing into ashes. Suddenly, a colossal scorpion-like creature landed in the territory, rolling twice upon the ground. Its 5-meter-long form was particularly fearsome. Ashina's brow furrowed as she discerned through the fog that this monstrous scorpion had been cast into the fray rather than having come of its own volition. Judging by its aura, this was indeed a legitimate third-tier creature, Though not as potent as the rat demon from the Grand Winery, it was still formidable. Carelessly treated as a mere plaything. Undoubtedly, this was the work of that enigmatic individual who dared not reveal themselves, still probing the defenses of the territory. A glint of cold determination flashed in Ashina's eyes. Last night was merely a reconnaissance, but today they had unleashed corrupted beings, clearly a cautious individual endowed with intelligence. Ashina narrowed her eyes, drawing back an arrow as immense divine power surged into her bow. The once mundane arrows now emanated a faint but formidable aura of a divine artifact. Woe betide you should I capture you. There would be consequences. In the next moment, Ashina distinctly spotted through the mist a figure concealed amidst the trees, manipulating iron chains to hurl a dozen or so corpses into the nightfall territory. As if treating it as mere sport. This was the moment. Die. With overwhelming divine power, the silver arrow soared forth in an instant. Ashina's wolf ears perked up, catching the fine, sharp sounds of the arrow piercing flesh, tearing blood vessels, and shattering bones. It struck true. A satisfied smile graced Ashina's lips. Let me see what manner of creature you are, but first, the third-tier monster must not be allowed to ravage the territory. Once the corrupted giant scorpion was dealt with, the scales of victory would swiftly tip in favor of the nightfall territory. You handle the remaining undead. I shall pursue. As Ashina addressed the guards with a single phrase, she commanded the dragon-breed wolf to unleash a burst of fire upon the face of the colossal scorpion, effortlessly drawing its ire. The corrupted scorpion, with its sluggish pace, trailed behind the dragon-breed wolf, only to consume dust. Ashina skillfully lured it away from her territory, disregarding the monstrous creature behind her, and swiftly made her way to the location of the shadow. Chapter 57. A new chosen one, yet hostile. A woman, her eyes tightly shut, lay amidst the thickly corrupted underbrush, blood gushing forth. An arrow had pierced her chest, the frigid essence of winter's divine power utterly obliterating her heart. Along with her left side, which had been shattered, her once elegant black dress now appeared tattered and torn. Not a corrupted being? Impossible. I distinctly sensed the sin of corruption. Ashina found herself ensnared in confusion, instinctively drawing closer. As her pupils constricted, an alarming sense of danger surged within her. No. Not human. Black wolf, retreat. Ashina and the dragon-breed wolf withdrew with lightning speed. In the very moment of their retreat, a 2-meter-long sword, colored in ominous red and black, soared from the woods, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines, and struck down fiercely. Boom. The massive blade barely grazed the cheek of the dragon-breed wolf as it struck the ground. Although it did not make contact, cracks appeared upon the wolf's facial scales. The sound of chains clanking echoed, and the great sword was drawn away. Ashina's crimson eyes rarely revealed such gravity. This was a sword adorned with eyes. Grotesque in its appearance, with a slender chain extending from its hilt, resembling a serpent of steel from afar. A divine artifact. Indeed, a chosen one. Ashina observed the movements of the figure before her with a cold intensity, understanding at last why she could not sense them. It was the essence of divinity. Among chosen ones, perception is hindered. Correct. An abhuman chosen one, or should I say, a delicacy of abhuman nature? A voice that exuded an air of elegance yet maintained a gentle tone echoed, reminiscent of a neighborly matron. The great sword emitted countless threads of blood that penetrated the chest of the woman in the black dress, causing her flesh to writhe and swiftly mending her wounds. An exceptionally eerie aura, akin to awakening, slowly unfolded before Ashina. That arrow was truly memorable. I had intended to test the waters further, but I did not anticipate your awareness. The woman casually withdrew the arrow, smiling enchantingly, and effortlessly grasped the floating great sword, standing at a height of 173 meters. Her front was delicately unsteady, while her rear was taut, swaying precariously. Her long legs were strikingly straight, embodying an explosively perfect physique. Each step she took sent ripples through her shapely calves, creating curves that left men breathless. Ashina caught sight of the bat wings at the woman's back, along with a slender demonic tail, and with a chilling smile remarked, "Are you a demon? It is my first encounter with a corporeal form. How intriguing. I am not a demon, merely a delicacy of abhuman nature. You may call me Rosalia Starry Night, 24 years of age, a first-tier chosen one." So she bears the surname Starry Night? As Ashina suddenly recalled, the former master of the Knight's Veil was none other than the Starry Night family. That name sounded familiar, as if she had heard it from the Lord. All right, hurry up and fill my belly. It feels so empty and uncomfortable, Rosalia exclaimed. Her face twisted with insanity as she swung her chains, propelling her body forward like a cannonball, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. Humph. We are both first-tier chosen ones. Who is afraid of whom? Ashina mischievously winked and playfully remarked, "Besides, if your belly is empty, my lord can help you conceive a child." If Field were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be pleased, praising Ashina for her understanding and affirming that his efforts in raising her were not in vain. With a clang, Ashina was undeterred. The two figures darted swiftly past one another, their long spear and chains intertwining amidst a cacophony of harsh friction, unleashing intense waves of energy. The woman pressed closely, swinging her great sword in a fierce strike. This sword resembled the two-handed great swords wielded by the Empire's elite infantry, capable of both defense and offense. Its heavy mass able to inflict damage upon heavily armored foes. As a divine artifact, its lethality was unquestionable. When the long spear and great sword clashed, sparks erupted, accompanied by a shrill sound. The draconic wolf beneath Ashina launched an attack, a torrent of dragon flames forcing Rosala out of the combat zone. With a sweeping motion, the chains lashed out, and Rosala charged forward, wielding her great sword in a powerful strike. What a loss! My energy is depleting rapidly, Ashina gritted her teeth, her divine power waning amidst the collisions. The opponent's weapon was a divine artifact, while her spear was merely augmented with divine energy. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous. Moreover, the woman before her, seemingly delicate, possessed strength far exceeding that of the monsters encountered earlier. Ashina knew her divine gift was a nimble draconic wolf, and there was no need to confront her opponent's strength head-on. As the figures passed each other, Ashina refrained from a direct clash. Instead, she executed a cunning arc with her spear, angling it with precision to slip past the guard of the great sword and pierce directly into Rosala's pristine shoulder. With a splatter, blood flowed freely. What a cunning little pup, Rosala chuckled, and then several tendrils of blood surged from her great sword, sealing her shoulder wound. Ashina, incensed, protested loudly. "I'm not a pup. I'm a wolf." "No, wait. I am a white wolf human. They're the same. I'm so hungry. I want to eat." "Then go get pregnant." "You must be a dog. I am a wolf." As the two continued their banter while battling, Rosala soon realized something was amiss. She found that she was gradually unable to land a hit on Ashina. The only time Ashina would engage in a direct confrontation was when she was cornered, striking swiftly before retreating. Once they distanced themselves, Ashina would let her massive wolf unleash flames or shoot arrows directly. With a thud, an arrow lodged itself into Rosala's pristine neck, and she let out no sound, collapsing to the ground as blood slowly oozed from the wound. Black Wolf. Let her simmer for 3 minutes. No, make it 30 minutes. As Ashina raised an eyebrow, she resolved not to approach any closer. Fully aware that without employing her divine technique, it was improbable that her opponent could perish so easily. The ambient energy in the air swiftly condensed into the maw of the dragon-breed wolf, as though the very atmosphere had been drained. The overwhelming dragon flame surged forth, precisely as Ashina had anticipated, prompting the seemingly lifeless Rosalia to spring back to life. This time, it was too late to flee. She could only brace herself, raising her great sword to shield against the dragon fire, while crimson tendrils once again surged forth from the blade, mending Rosalia's wounds. The roar of the dragon flames persisted for a full 3 minutes, fracturing the earth beneath and reducing the soil to mere dust. The dragon-breed wolf finally ceased its assault. Enduring for 30 minutes was beyond its capacity, as if it were being utterly drained. Ashina lifted her eyelids slightly. Hearing the heavy footsteps of an approaching creature behind her, the great sword remained intact, indicating she was still alive. However, the corrupted giant scorpion had arrived, presenting a considerable nuisance. True to Ashina's expectations, a sinister glow flickered from the eyes embedded in the hilt of the great sword, and countless blood tendrils erupted, weaving into a humanoid form once more. Yet, unlike before, this time Rosalia appeared considerably diminished, transformed into a young girl of similar age to Ashina. Clad in a black gown, her visage bore resemblance to her previous form, yet lacked the alluring charm, radiating an aura of purity instead. Chapter 58. Repelling Rosalia and battling the giant scorpion. Ashina's eyes widened as she fixated on Rosalia's chest, noting a stark contrast from the previous overwhelming impression. The current form of the rabbit could only be deemed average. Huh? She has actually shrunk. How vexatious that this creature would not deceive me again. Rosalia, incensed by her failed ruse and having endured 3 minutes of searing flames, grasped the great sword with her delicate hands, her long, fair legs intertwining defensively. Even her tone had taken on a youthful quality, truly intriguing. However, such a foolish deception would not ensnare any rational individual. With a charming smile, Ashina waved her hand, while her left discreetly retrieved an arrow from her quiver, adopting a conciliatory tone. But tell me, why do you attack the Nightshade territory? Corrupted beings are a common enemy to us all, are they not? Does this noble lady need to explain herself to a wretched subhuman like you? The Nightshade territory is inherently my domain. You are the intruders. Moreover, not just you, but all invaders, humans, orcs, or mindless goblins, including whatever pathetic lord you refer to, deserve to be consumed by me. Why did she harbor such animosity towards her own territory? Ashina speculated recklessly that this individual might be an assassin dispatched by the Ross family. Such a fate would be deserved, especially given her disrespect towards her own lord. In an instant, Ashina's beautiful eyes brimmed with a fierce, murderous intent. She rarely felt anger, but upon hearing this woman explicitly declare her intent to kill her lord, she was incensed. Memories of crude remarks overheard in Maple Leaf territory surged forth, and she unabashedly expressed her malice. If your belly is empty, the creatures of Nightshade territory can surely fill it. Why has the treatment deteriorated? Just a moment ago, it was said that the Lord would arrive, and now it has transformed into a beast. It would be better to summon your Lord instead. No, wait, it wouldn't matter who comes. Ashina smiled slyly. You filthy, uncouth savage. Rosalia's vocabulary for insults was limited. After a moment of struggle, her fair face flushed crimson with indignation as she spat. I will slay every last one of you. Then come and try. Ashina retorted, raising her hand to release an arrow without hesitation, launching herself forward with a burst of speed. In her youthful form, Rosalia moved with greater swiftness. She merely tilted her head aside to evade the lethal arrow, gripping her great sword tightly to counterattack. The two figures clashed like high-speed trains, unleashing terrifying waves of energy that distorted the very fabric of space, shattering the surrounding corruption with their aftershocks. Rosalia swiftly relinquished her sword and grasped the chain, extending her weapon's reach tremendously. The air crackled with a fierce surge, resembling a sanguine streak of light, as she thrust it with blinding speed into the hind leg of the dragon-breed wolf. A resounding boom echoed as several shards of black scale shattered, accompanied by a torrent of blood as divine power ravaged its form. For the first time, the dragon-breed wolf emitted a pained groan, having withstood the full force of a rat demon-esque strike without so much as a whimper. Hit. Let us see how you scurry around like that loathsome rat. Rosalia smirked. You would do well to kneel and beg for my forgiveness now, or you shall suffer greatly. Humph, perhaps not. Ashina's melodious voice chimed in. Black Wolf, charge. A surge of intense azure energy erupted from the giant wolf's limbs. As a divine gift and a rare living artifact, it was not easily incapacitated by a mere strike. In moments, the dragon-breed wolf, propelled by a violent thrust, streaked like a comet, trailing a brilliant blue tail, crashing into the unsuspecting girl. Like a magnificent cannonball, Rosalia was sent hurtling into the forest behind her, displacing sand and stones as the corrupted vegetation was flattened, creating a vacuum in their wake. Within mere seconds, a delicate, boneless jade hand propped up the great sword as she rose, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. You've hurt this lady. It's time to get serious. Listening to the voice amidst the dust, Ashina felt somewhat speechless. Quite the resilient one, she remarked, her tone laced with fatigue, as the dragon-breed wolf's injured leg trembled slightly. Chosen ones were inherently tough, and this creature seemed to have fully maximized its resilience. Boom. A massive figure crashed into the battleground. The frenzied, corrupted scorpion emitted a grotesque chirp, its gray eyes flickering with rage and agony as its enormous pincers lunged toward Ashina from either side. Like two indomitable scissors, they viciously snapped at her. You've arrived, and this could prove troublesome. As Ashina commanded the dragon-blooded wolf to swiftly retreat, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs imbued with the power of winter. This peculiar flame was not only effective in incinerating corrupted beings but also produced a formidable slowing effect. The three-tiered corrupted creatures were of catastrophic proportions. Wherever the iron pincers passed, be it twisted corrupted plants, decaying corpses, or even solid rock, the outcome was invariably the same, an explosive shattering. The terrifying prowess of the iron pincers was thus evident. Ashina recognized the necessity of distancing herself from the giant scorpion before confronting that woman. Calmly analyzing the situation, she found that matters were not as dire as she had anticipated. Rosalia was unexpectedly shouldering a great sword and turning to depart. Just wait. Once this lady is dined, I shall settle the score with you, she declared, entwining chains that ensnared two oblivious corpses, and with a swift motion, the great sword flew forth, mercilessly shredding them into fragments, while the pure life energy was absorbed by the blade. What a splendid artifact! It seems to draw its power from slaughter, and then utilizes the great sword for healing. It dawned on Ashina that Rosalia's notion of dining was merely a euphemism for senseless killing. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. In a series of agile movements, Rosalia vanished into the haze, her presence elusive. If the chosen one desired to escape, tracking her would prove exceedingly difficult. The inability to sense her made it all the more challenging. Even Ashina had eluded detection beneath the very gaze of the three-tiered light chosen. Damn it. Then I shall deal with you first. Ashina fumed, directing her ire towards the frenzied giant scorpion. Were it not for its interference, she might have already subdued Rosalia and added another artifact to her domain. As she deftly maneuvered through the onslaught of iron pincers, she evaded all attacks. Her gunfire erupting like constellations, striking true against the scorpion's claws without a moment's pause. Unable to withstand the relentless assault any longer, the pincers erupted, revealing a ghastly wound. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon-blooded wolf clawed at the soft flesh of the wound, forcing dragon flames into its maw. The overwhelming fire spread within the scorpion's belly, igniting excruciating pain that compelled the corrupted creature to wail in agony. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as the surrounding gray mist dissipated, heralding the arrival of Field and his cavalry for support. By the time Field arrived, the unfortunate corrupted giant scorpion had been charred to a crisp. "Are you all right?" he inquired as he dismounted and rushed over, noticing the fresh blood dripping from the dragon-blooded wolf. Unbeknownst to him, he had clenched his fists in anxiety. "Where are you hurt?" Ashina replied with a sweet smile. "Thank you for your concern. Thanks to you, I am indeed unharmed. The blood belongs to the enemy." "Oh." "And the black wolf has sustained a few injuries." The dragon-blooded wolf appeared somewhat weary, its long trek and injuries causing it to lay on the ground, baring its teeth. The sight of the wolf injured shocked Field. It seemed the enemy's strength was formidable, for he had never witnessed it falter before. His brow furrowed in worry. "We must take it back to the territory. Our stock of potions is ample, and we shall surely heal it at once." Field circled around the dragon-breed wolf and noticed a gaping wound on its hind leg, a gruesome sight of mangled flesh and oozing blood, with wisps of gray smoke rising from it. His heart ached at the sight, and he gently patted the wolf's head, uncertain if it could feel his touch through its thick armor. As a divine gift and an exceedingly rare living artifact, it possessed a formidable presence in its territory. Moreover, it required no sustenance, capable of gnawing on nearly anything, and when hungry, it would feast on carrion, truly the foremost laborer of the Nightshade domain. "What is Wonkai? Are you referring to the black wolf?" Ashina inquired, a puzzled expression crossing her face before her features brightened with a smile. "There's no need for such trouble. Ordinary potions have little effect on it. I will simply recall it and nurture it with divine energy for a day." "That's a relief," Field sighed deeply, his furrowed brow finally relaxing. "Now, tell me about the monsters you encountered." "Ah, but before that," Ashina leaned closer to Field, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "I've had my share of hardships too, you know. Why is it that I'm the only one who has to deal with the black wolf? Who was it that said, 'If you suddenly disturb me again, I shall bite you'?" Field found himself in a perplexing situation, decisively reaching out to touch and rub his temples. Ashina, with a look of mild discontent, soon regained her composure and softly spoke. "I apologize. I lost track of that individual. Do not blame yourself. I am aware of its whereabouts. It lies within the basement of the main building. Anything that poses a threat to our territory must be eradicated." Field cast a glance at the mini-map, observing the red dot lingering in the main building. "Pray tell, what manner of creature is assailing our domain?" "It is a chosen one, who identifies herself as Rosala of the Starry Night." "Impossible!" Field exclaimed, bewildered. The classic tagline from the infamous advertisement regarding the last bus of the 13th route flashed in his mind. "What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xianxing has been drowned for 10 years. Rosala was the daughter of Baron Sophia of the Starry Night, last seen alive a decade prior during the outbreak of the Gray Mist, reportedly torn to shreds by monsters." A shiver ran down Field's spine. How had this situation taken such a bizarre turn? Ashina scratched her head. "Regardless, that woman claims to be who she says she is. Do not fret. Her strength is comparable to mine. Moreover, she possesses a demonic tail, likely a ruse by a monster. It must be a monster, otherwise she would not have lingered in the Nightfall territory for so long." Field found it hard to believe that a pampered young lady would hide amidst the monsters in the main building. But could she truly be a chosen one? Noticing Ashina's serious nod, Field pondered. It seems even monsters can manifest as chosen ones. Curse it. This matter has never been mentioned by the Church or the Empire, and there is scarcely a whisper of chosen monsters in the public domain. They are undoubtedly concealing many secrets. Field stroked his chin thoughtfully, let us first assume that Rosalia is a corrupted chosen. It remains uncertain whether the corruption occurred prior to death or subsequently. However, it is evident that death must precede corruption. In this regard, Ashina possesses unequivocal authority. The knowledge I have acquired informs me that the chosen are impervious to corruption. Well, now that we have identified the nature of our adversary, our path becomes clearer. Field's frustration surged, and he clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, "Let us crush it thoroughly. How dare it assault our territory? Whether it is a corrupted chosen or a remnant of the nobility, it must perish." Previously, the meaning of the red dot had eluded him. The unknown always incites the greatest fear. Yet, having engaged in battle with her, it no longer holds such terror. Besides, his condition has significantly improved since his arrival, bolstered by a well-formed guard and a stronghold. "I am not in optimal condition and require a day of rest," Ashina murmured weakly. "The Black Wolf also needs time to recover from its injuries. Naturally, I must prepare and mobilize the entire territory. The number of corrupted creatures in the main building is far too great. Your guard's assistance is imperative. If you wish to cultivate a stable environment, you cannot obstruct me. Then brace yourself for the consequences." Upon returning to the territory, Tate reported the casualty figures. Due to Rosalia's peculiar method of summoning the undead, which involved ensnaring them with chains and casting them forth, the numbers were relatively modest, resulting in only 3 lightly injured guards. Ironically, the slaves, who had not faced any attacks, suffered more. 7 sustained serious injuries from being trampled during the chaos, narrowly escaping death, though their lighter weight mitigated the pain of being stepped on. 22 sustained minor injuries, including 1 male slave who was struck by another amid the turmoil, barely qualifying as a light injury. Field fell into a brief contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh, what a collection of wretched fools. Just look at the floor. Littered with footprints, it will take at least 3 days to clean up." Cal lamented dramatically, expressing his dissatisfaction. "They should have all been dealt with long ago." The knight seemed to have ushered in a semblance of urbanization in the domain. "My lord, it is my fault." Tate sincerely apologized. "I have let you down, please. Punish me." Given the current level of education and discipline, it is evident that the majority are ignorant, slaves included. There is no need to chastise Tate, especially with the impending large-scale mobilization. Once the main building is secured, I shall impose a 3-day reduction in rations for the slaves, not for soiling the floor, but for disobeying orders. Additionally, I shall require you to work with greater diligence from this day forth. Waving his hand, Field spoke gently. "I trust your family was not unduly frightened?" "No," Tate replied, on the verge of tears, having anticipated a harsh punishment from Field. To his surprise, the Lord was remarkably compassionate. He opened his mouth several times, ultimately bowing to express his resolve. With impending warfare, Field would not choose to punish at such a critical moment. "Well, that is reassuring. All agricultural labor has been suspended, and the male and robust female slaves have been assembled to transport timber from the logging sites, dig pits, and construct fortifications. I require troops to defend the main building. The elderly and infirm shall be tasked with transporting supplies, tending to the wounded, and incinerating the deceased. I permit the use of force." Chapter 60. If we lose, we must engage in a resurrection match. At the break of dawn, the deep thud of the carpenter's hammer echoing from below filled the air. After arriving at Nightshade Keep, the Greyhound became one of the busiest individuals, with unending carpentry tasks each day. He was currently supervising slaves in the open space beneath the Grand Winery, instructing them in the construction of rudimentary barricades. His craftsmanship was commendable. The woman had not exaggerated her praise. Field pushed against the impeccably fitted window, which no longer emitted the dreadful creaking sound. Looking down at the barricades being crafted through the night filled him with relief. "Scissors, please bring a portion of the sweet honey porridge to the Greyhound. We cannot allow the sole carpenter of Nightshade Keep to go hungry." "Certainly, my lord," Scissors replied. Noticing Field was adjusting his attire, he hurriedly stepped forward to assist, expressing concern. "My lord, are you also going?" "Indeed, this battle is of great significance." Field unsheathed his steel longsword for a brief moment before sheathing it again. He had been plagued by nightmares these past few days. Unless he eradicated the monsters from the main building, he feared he would never find restful sleep again. As the domain expanded, the areas of activity for everyone grew larger. Yet the boundaries drew ever closer to the main building. A confrontation with Rosalia was inevitable. Field cast a glance at the small map, observing the crimson-red dot in the basement of the main building, slowly moving as if it might emerge at any moment. I shall not permit anyone to disrupt the development of my territory. Scissors opened his mouth, intending to dissuade the Lord Baron from proceeding, but the words morphed into, I wish you victory. I shall do so. Field replied in a light-hearted tone before departing from the Grand Winery. You ought to dissuade the Lord from going. The maid Sparrow paused in her task of wiping the table, hands on her hips, gently admonishing, it is far too dangerous. Why not let the chosen one take the guards instead? Scissors rolled his eyes. It is not that simple. The last time I accompanied the Lord to Maple Leaf territory, I realized that many matters were entirely different from our expectations. Warfare is not merely about lining up on either side and engaging in barbaric combat. It relies on strategy and command. I cannot articulate it precisely, but our Lord can accomplish what others cannot. Sparrow pouted, still irked that she had not been taken along last time, leaving her feeling disheartened, and now witnessing Scissor's pretentiousness only served to further infuriate her. Field emerged from the Grand Winery, where Ashina had already assembled her troops. The main building was situated perilously close to the borders of the territory. Field had gathered a contingent of 18 cavalrymen, 47 infantry soldiers, and 30 temporarily armed slaves, in addition to a militia composed of 5 free citizens. According to the defense decree, free citizens bore the obligation to safeguard the territory, although Field had no intention of deploying them. This battle had already depleted the defensive capabilities of the territory, leaving only the wounded behind. Should they fail to conquer Rosalia, the fate of the territory would be irrelevant. They could simply engage in a resurrection match with Lao. 2 individuals, leaning on wooden staffs, approached. Esteemed Lord, allow us to join the fray. We are still capable of fighting. They were the ones who had sustained injuries while defending the territory. Despite receiving medicinal treatment, they still required time to recuperate. Field patted the shoulders of the 2. Let us first cultivate our strength. Moreover, I do not intend for you to remain idle. Rather, you shall oversee the slaves as they toil, contributing to the cause of Nightfall. The group set forth, navigating a path illuminated by fog lamps. As numerous slaves constructed rudimentary wooden fortifications along the way, the creation of these inexpensive, small-scale fortresses with layered defenses and equipped with crossbows represented a temporary yet optimal solution. Though the absence of firearms was a lamentable shortcoming, Field regretted that he must prioritize the advancement of gunpowder technology in the future. The main building of the Starry Night estate stood as a paragon of romantic and solemn architectural style. For over 230 years, the Starry Night family had toiled in the northern province, opting not to erect fortresses or castles, but rather to expend all their efforts on the creation of this artistic manor. Corridors, Roman columns, sculptures, and fountains adorned the estate. However, these splendid embellishments could not preserve the lineage of the Starry Night family. Ultimately, the family, now extinct, fell under the joint rule and inheritance of the distant Rose family, and eventually came into the possession of Field. Outside the main building, slaves busied themselves, clearing an area and driving wooden stakes into the earth. 3 rudimentary semicircular wooden fortifications began to take shape. In addition, they set up wooden barriers, relying on the overwhelming advantage of numbers and their fearlessness in the face of death, as long as they could diminish the enemy's numerical superiority with a multitude of debris. Victory would not be difficult to attain. Furthermore, the slaves were tasked with transporting purification potions, reagents, and military supplies like crossbow bolts, placing them in the corners of the wooden forts. The guards had donned heavy armor, their long halberds resting on their shoulders, forming a formidable forest of sharp, menacing weaponry. Lynx and Hammer each led a squad. Though there were only over 40 men, each had fought in several battles and were not mere figures waving banners. In that moment, the halberds stood tall, signifying a robust military presence. The warhorses shifted restlessly, and Field tugged at the reins, commanding, cavalry, clear away the wandering corpses. The animals displayed a heightened sensitivity to danger, seemingly more acute than that of humans. They were visibly agitated, an unprecedented occurrence. Without a doubt, Rosalia possesses formidable combat prowess. You shall handle her, Ashina. Field's gaze was fixed on the small map, where a blood-red warning symbol evoked a sense of urgency within him. Leave it to me. Ashina's crimson eyes swept across the structure before her, and she extended her slender finger. She must be in the basement. I can sense varying degrees of threat in the other rooms, but the basement exudes an eerily profound silence. This is quite peculiar. Field, impressed that the young woman had disowned this, gave her a thumbs up. Shall I charge in first to investigate? Ashina inquired. Field shook his head, advising patience and the importance of conserving strength before the enemy emerged. It was prudent to cleanse the surrounding area of the decaying corpses to prevent a recurrence of the previous encounter, where the corrupted beings had disrupted their efforts. This battle must be resolved in one decisive strike. Ashina nodded obediently. Outside the main building, numerous corpses lay strewn about, their clothing in tatters or fused with their decaying flesh, creating a grotesque spectacle. The cavalry surged forth like a tempest from the left flank of the formation. Racing across the square, the horde of corpses was swiftly divided into smaller clusters by the cavalry's charge. Once these smaller groups posed no threat, Silver Claw led the cavalry to encircle them, their mounts colliding with the bodies, producing a sharp cracking sound. The impact shattered bones, and any that brushed against the horses were reduced to mere rolling heaps, trampled into a mass of flesh by iron hooves. There was no need for the cavalry lances. With their long swords, the riders effortlessly claimed many severed heads, under Ashina's adept training and the rigorous combat experience. The slave cavalry had quickly become comparable to the knights of lesser lords. These battle-hardened riders needed little time to cleanse the outer perimeter of the corpses. Chapter 61. The assault. The main building consisted of 4 levels, its stone walls overrun with purple, corrupted flora. Through the broken windows, glimpses of the interior revealed overturned furniture and the remnants of corrupted beings' secretions, reminiscent of a spider's lair. A cluster of hollow-eyed corpses huddled together, most clad in burlap garments, with some donning tattered armor. Field even spotted a corpse draped in a mage's robe. Be cautious. The sounds of battle have disturbed them, Ashina warned. No sooner had she spoken than the floor-to-ceiling window on the 3rd floor burst open, unleashing a horde of grotesque corrupted beings, accompanied by maniacal laughter. A gaunt corpse landed heavily, charging towards Field without granting him a moment to marvel. 1, 2, Ashina began to count. However, it was futile. There were far too many to tally. A glance revealed at least 100 emerging, with more continuously joining their ranks. Faced with such a multitude of monsters, a grave expression crossed Field's face. Ashina shook her head, clarifying, "No, I'm analyzing their ranks. There are numerous extraordinary corrupted beings among them." Extraordinary corrupted beings. And quite a few at that. Field's eyelids twitched, yet he maintained his composure. He signaled the cavalry to retreat, ordering them to regroup while the polearm soldiers took defensive positions behind the wooden walls, preparing to unleash enchanted arrows. The slaves sounded the horn, and upon receiving the command, the cavalry quickly abandoned their skirmish, hastening back to the formation, panting heavily, their long swords trembling not only from fatigue but also from overwhelming excitement. As adrenaline surged through their veins, slaves moved busily among them, continually reloading crossbows and coating arrows with purifying elixirs. What Field referred to as enchantment involved soaking arrows in purification potions imbued with the divine power of holy light, which effectively countered corruption. The undead tide swiftly approached the wooden fortress where the lynx resided. Behind the wooden walls, the polearm soldiers formed a dense line, straining to extend their pikes toward the advancing corpses. "Loose," Field commanded. In an instant, Ashina drew her bow, releasing a silver arrow imbued with the essence of winter, resembling a magnificent comet, which struck the foremost second-tier corpse squarely on the head. The arrogant expression of the second-tier corpse vanished, or rather, it was obliterated as a significant portion of its skull was shattered by the arrow. The sound of twang echoed like a signal upon witnessing the silver projectile. The rearguards and armed slaves unleashed a volley of crossbow bolts, the sharp reports resembling firecrackers, creating a cacophony, without the need to reload. The guards passed their spent crossbows to the slaves behind them, who promptly reloaded and returned them, ensuring that the barrage of arrows continued unabated. As if a swarm of locusts descending upon the battlefield, the arrows tore through the air, instantly inciting cries of anguish and a rain of blood among the horde of corpses, as numerous undead fell like wheat before the scythe, succumbing to the onslaught. The crossbow bolts were inherently powerful, targeting flesh and blood beings devoid of armor. A single bolt was sufficient to slay an ordinary corpse, and some even penetrated through, dispatching the undead behind as well. Even the extraordinary corpses fared poorly, as the potent purifying effect of the potions enabled them to be dispatched with ease. Even if they did not perish, the intense burning sensation would inflict severe pain upon their already numbed souls, rendering them combat ineffective. The use of such a plethora of purification potions was indeed extravagant. Beware of the enemy's ranged attacks, Ashina cautioned, instinctively positioning herself in front of Field. She had been closely monitoring the battlefield. "Allow me to take the offensive. Do not rush. I have faith in the soldiers of Nightshade," Field replied through clenched teeth, glancing at the mini-map where a red dot still lingered in the basement. "We are all first-tier chosen, Conserving our strength increases our odds of victory. Indeed, Ashina affirmed, her crimson gaze scanning the battlefield, reminding, be wary, for the enemy may also possess long-range capabilities. After enduring several waves of arrows, the soldiers found themselves within the range of the corpses, while grotesque monsters from behind unleashed a barrage of bone spikes towards the formation. Thanks to Ashina's warning, Field swiftly responded, cease fire, raise shields. Prepare for engagement. The soldiers immediately lifted their iron shields to protect their heads. Almost simultaneously, the clanging of metal echoed as the bone spikes struck the formation, intercepted by shields, iron armor, and wooden walls. The many soldiers still grimaced from the sharp stings. Alas, the slaves in the rear were not so fortunate. 3 were impaled and killed instantly by the bone spikes, while the remaining slaves, terrified and trembling, turned to flee but were deterred by the cavalry position behind, fearing they would be cut down as deserters, leaving them in a state of confusion. Take cover behind the low wall and continue loading crossbow bolts, Field instructed with a wave of his hand. Beware the arrows. As Ashina twirled her spear with a single hand, the rapidly spinning weapon resembling a rotor as it deflected all incoming bone shards. Field's forehead beaded with sweat. Yet his expression remained unyielding. He could not afford to display panic in front of his soldiers. The varieties of corrupted creatures were numerous, and those he had previously encountered, mere howling corpses, were but the most rudimentary of cannon fodder. Fortunately, when he first arrived at the Grand Manor, he had not rushed in recklessly. Had he launched a direct assault on the main building, he might have found himself utterly annihilated. Boom! A corrupted creature charged forward like a rabid dog, heedless of the gleaming spear that awaited it. It collided violently, its head impaled upon the weapon, while its body slammed against the wooden wall, dislodging a cloud of dust. Roar! 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 A relentless tide of corrupted beings surged forth from every exit of the main building, their voices hoarse from furious growls as they crashed against the defensive line. The wooden fortification strategy proved exceedingly effective. The corpses had to either breach or dismantle the formidable wooden walls to inflict harm upon the guards, who, armed with spears and mace, effortlessly shattered the skulls of the undead. In less than a quarter of an hour, countless corpses lay defeated beneath the wooden barricades, the air thick with an oppressive and rancid stench of decay. Then it came, just as Field contemplated signaling the cavalry for a flanking maneuver. He suddenly noticed a red dot amidst the wave of corpses. A chill of dread washed over him. Fortunately, he had not let his guard down. Had he delayed even a second longer, the entire defensive line might have crumbled under the onslaught. Field murmured softly, she is concealed among the corpses. Leave it to me. Ashina, clearly becoming serious, adopted a grave demeanor, speaking less than before. Pretending to be oblivious, Ashina departed from the left flank, feigning an assault on the decaying corpses, urging the dragon-breed wolf to charge forward. Suddenly, a robust surge of black-red energy rippled outward. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the nearby corpses erupted, disintegrating into a mist of blood, their reverberations echoing through the air. Humph, still so fond of underhanded tactics. Ashina's expression turned frigid, disdain etched upon her features, as she effortlessly evaded the explosive onslaught, having been prepared for such a strike. Chapter 62, Shock. The etiquette of corrupted beings, supplement to yesterday's update. After a period of recuperation, Rosalia reverted to her refined, commanding state. Why? How could she evade my divine technique? Rosalia's pupils quaked. Typically, an ambush by a divine candidate is nearly impossible to anticipate, as divine power is neither martial nor magical, eluding perception. In response, Ashina merely shook her head with a cold smile, eschewing further dialogue as she urged the dragon-breed wolf to launch an assault. A ghostly blue light flickered, appearing beside Rosalia in an instant. With an astonishingly wide yawn, the dragon-breed wolf revealed its array of sharp teeth, driven by its terrifying biting force, and sank its jaws into Rosalia's delicate form. Due to the exertion from unleashing her divine technique, Rosalia found herself in a transient state of exhaustion, helplessly watching as the foul maw descended upon her. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as Rosalia was devoured from the waist up. Black Wolf, swallow it down. Although this tactic was grotesque, Ashina showed no mercy. I refuse to believe that consuming you will not restore you, she coldly stated. In merely 3 seconds, it became evident that this method was futile. The dragon-breed wolf experienced intense discomfort, despite its usual diet consisting of decay. Streams of blood surged within its mouth, violently assaulting it, even puncturing its lower jaw and shattering numerous teeth, causing a torrent of blood to seep forth. With a retch, a mass of flesh was expelled, and the dragon-breed wolf appeared immensely distressed. How dare you allow a lowly mutt to consume me? You ought to be hanged. The bloodline's rife. Restoring Rosalia to her human form, yet the briefly regained noble visage was merely an ephemeral experience. Field barely comprehended the scene before him as an elegant and pure noble lady glared furiously at Ashina. It is a great wolf, not a mutt. Ashina waved her delicate white finger, arching her brow with a hint of playfulness, evidently relishing in teasing Rosalia, deriving endless amusement from correcting her. Then, covering her mouth with a laugh, Ashina inquired, "Will you attempt to flee again, esteemed noble lady?" "Well, I have never fled," Rosalia retorted, maintaining her noble honor. A flush of shame and anger colored Rosalia's face, causing the long chain attached to her left hand to tremble violently. Enraged, she gritted her teeth and cast a glance towards Field. The Holy Griffin Empire must have suffered greatly at the hands of cowardly soldiers. How else could it have fallen to the demi-humans within a mere decade? Even the northern province has succumbed to the selection of demi-human deities. Field gazed into Rosalia's radiant starry eyes, and both were momentarily taken aback. My goodness, am I truly dreaming? You are a human lord? Rosalia's mind spun in confusion, her delicate hand resting upon her forehead. A human lord, and of ancient nobility no less, has managed to form a contract with a demi-human? Why am I experiencing such a dream? Surely, I must be light-headed from hunger. Ancient nobility? Ashina was perplexed as well, casting a questioning glance at Field. It sounds so grand. While this title may not hold great significance, she had indeed not ventured beyond the Twilight territory for a decade. Field found himself in a state of bemusement upon encountering the archaic notions of nobility in the northern province. A decade ago, more accurately 7 years past, the epitome of true aristocracy was denoted by dark hair and eyes, along with a sun-kissed complexion and pronounced features. In stark contrast, golden and red tresses, along with other haphazard hues, including Ashina's silver locks, were deemed inferior, often labeled as barbaric or savage. However, the ancient realm of the Inner Sea, the Empire of the Phoenix, had long since fallen, and even its rightful successor, the Empire of Purple Gold, had recently succumbed to a heretical siege. Simultaneously, the eastern nomadic incursions had ushered in calamities and a plethora of dark-haired slaves. The so-called symbols of ancient nobility had thus veered into another extremity. Unless one could substantiate their lineage, they were relegated to the status of slaves or enemies, subject to harsh discrimination. Of course, the Holy Griffin Empire itself was the architect of this paradigm, with its elite, including the Empress herself, being golden-haired barbarians. Surely, they would not disdain their own kind. Greetings. Though this is not an occasion for a ball, it is a pleasure to meet you, Field remarked. To his surprise, Rosalia's demeanor had softened considerably. She had quelled her anger, a faint smile adorning her countenance as she gracefully bent her long, shapely legs slightly at the knees, lifting the hem of her gown with both hands to acknowledge Field with a genteel nod. In a land beset by the curse of tainted blood and decaying corpses, she appeared like a golden flower in full bloom, a beauty akin to that of a work of art. Good day, beautiful lady, Field reciprocated with the courtesy befitting nobility. After enduring countless disdainful glances in the Rose territory, he was astonished to receive a greeting from a lovely noblewoman in the Nightshade domain. It seemed that life was rife with unexpected turns. Of course, it would be preferable if she were indeed a living being. The red dot on the mini-map transformed into a rudimentary panel. Name, Rosalia Starry Night level. Tier 1, Corrupted Chosen. Type, Corrupted Hybrid Infantry status, Confused. Extreme Bloodlust Lord. None, not defeated, contract unavailable. In other words, could a contract be established upon her defeat? Field rubbed his eyes, scarcely able to believe the revelation. Field decided to first attempt a peaceful approach. Rosalia, perhaps we could engage in a conversation? Not a chance, Rosalia replied with a sweet smile, her voice laced with a hint of longing as she wrapped her arms around herself, trembling slightly. Although I have no desire to harm nobility, I can hardly contain myself at the thought of slicing through the flesh of an ancient aristocrat. The anticipation sends shivers of excitement through me. That moment would illuminate my life forever. How twisted you are. It became evident that a corrupted being is driven solely by a primal desire for slaughter, regardless of any memories or wisdom they may retain. The negotiation had failed. Ashina, eliminate her. Field issued a direct order to launch an attack without hesitation. Whoosh. Silver arrows darted through the air. Huh. Do you think your petty tricks will work a second time? Rosalia, ever vigilant against hidden threats, reacted swiftly at the sound of the whistling wind, expertly deflecting the arrows with a flick of her chains. Her murderous intent surged as she swung her greatsword, cleaving the surrounding corpses in two, an influx of life energy flooding into her weapon. With an extraordinary technique, she unleashed the endless decimation. The magical eye at the center of the greatsword glimmered with a terrifying crimson light, and with a powerful hum, 7 or 8 waves of destructive sword energy surged forth. The surface of the sword energy bore the ashen hue of corrupted beings. A mere glance at it felt like one's very spirit was being drawn into madness and despair. This time, there would be no escape. The destructive sword energy, as if tearing through the very fabric of space, swiftly sealed off all escape routes for Ashina. Hold strong, Black Wolf. Ashina resolutely abandoned her mobility, finding no direction to flee, and instead sought refuge behind the dragon-breed wolf. The wolf's scales bristled, and its ethereal blue flames surged forth, enveloping it as though donning a suit of armor. Chapter 63. Oh no, it seems I've brought the boss home. Part 1. The immense sword energy, measuring several meters in length, pressed outward with a tangible force, obliterating any obstacles in its path, be they the surrounding corpses, trees, or structures, reducing them to mere dust in the air. Under the terrifying ripple of energy, the guards defending the wooden fortress trembled in fear, their faces drained of color. What an awe-inspiring technique, Field thought, sweat beading on his brow for Ashina's sake. The dragon-breed wolf's defenses skyrocketed, flames enveloping its scales as though they had been tempered in fire. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the two forces collided. The nearby corrupted beings were annihilated before they could utter a sound. A mournful wail echoed as the dragon-breed wolf was hurled backward, its flesh and bones scattering violently, while Ashina staggered back, finding a momentary gap to escape the onslaught. Several other waves of sword energy gradually receded from view, ultimately fading into the void. Dazed, Ashina shook her head to rid herself of the thick dust, casting her gaze towards the dragon-breed wolf. Responding to her call, the wolf shakily rose to its feet, its once beautiful scales now marred, half shattered, with fragments lodged in its flesh, revealing deep, ghastly wounds that rendered it a fearsome sight. Haha, do you think this is the end? Rosalia's face was equally pale, yet she rallied her spirits, swiftly dispatching her kin around her, continuously absorbing their life energy. When I say I will devour you, I do not speak lightly. Thwack! A crossbow bolt struck Rosalia's back, erupting in a blinding flash. Ouch! That hurts. Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, Rosalia leaped up in fright, hastily drawing forth and shattering the crossbow's bolt into fragments. Her indignation directed at Field as she demanded, "Where has your noble spirit gone? How can you resort to such treachery?" "Noble spirit, my foot. Let us speak of that once I've survived," Field retorted pragmatically, hurriedly reloading the empty crossbow while urgently shouting at the dazed soldiers, "Stop standing there. Fire the arrows." In an instant, a flurry of arrows descended, their feathers steeped in purifying elixirs, highly effective against corrupted beings. With no choice, Rosalia ceased her onslaught on her kin and instead swung her chains to deflect the incoming projectiles. Yet, numerous arrows still found their way through the gaps in her chains, striking her body and emitting a hissing sound as they burned her skin, eliciting cries of agony from Rosalia. If this continues, she will undoubtedly succumb. Field's tension eased, realizing he must manage the damage to avoid outright killing her. However, a terrifying turn of events unfolded. Rosalia ceased to block the arrows, allowing them to strike her unimpeded. "The chosen of the holy light are truly bothersome, but do you really think these can kill me?" She scoffed, casually breaking one of the arrows in her hand, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "It may sting a bit the first time, but one becomes accustomed, and it's rather pleasant, actually." "Goodness, must you be so twisted? Are you truly a masochist?" Field gasped in awe, his respect deepening, but he quickly donned a faint smile and added, "Ashina, spare her life. She still holds value." The assault by Field merely afforded Ashina the time to refine her divine skill. The divine skill, the Spear of Extreme Frost, was unlike anything Rosaire had wielded. Ashina seldom employed her divine skills, for if she missed, she would be unable to unleash another for a considerable duration. Yet, its potency was indisputable. A slender, yet remarkably swift, spear of divine energy rapidly magnified before Rosaire's eyes. Boom. Unlike the initial release at the Grand Winery, Ashina did not have to concern herself with collateral damage to the structures. This time her divine skill unleashed its true potential. The deafening explosion reverberated across the heavens. As though the entire starry estate trembled violently, the ground rent asunder by the ferocious force. Ordinary individuals were left reeling, their ears ringing until near deafness. The terrifying power erupted before Rosaire, whose expression had yet to solidify. the crimson hue draining from her visage, replaced by a ghastly pallor. She violently expelled a torrent of blood mingled with fragments of her innards. Before the blood could touch the ground, it was obliterated by the fierce winter energy, along with Rosaire herself, vanishing into the void. Was it over? Field, overwhelmed with trepidation, gasped for air, feeling as if his very ashes had been scattered. Perhaps this was a fitting conclusion, one he could accept. "My lord, be cautious. She is not yet dead." Ashina interposed herself before Field, delivering the shocking revelation. "My lord, you and the soldiers should retreat. The ensuing devastation will be even greater. Indeed, there are few undead remaining." Field cast a glance at the mini-app, the surrounding corpses. Having suffered under the relentless bombardment of the two chosen ones and the guards' attack, were nearly eradicated, with only a handful of survivors within the main building. "Lynx, let us proceed to the second line of defense." Before Field could depart, the smoke was suddenly whipped away by a fierce gust. Before the main building lay a cracked, ruined black great sword, from which blood flowed incessantly. Yet, this time the material seemed insufficient, slowly weaving into a charming figure. Delicate little feet touched the ground as a youthful version of Rosaire gradually materialized, resembling an adorable porcelain doll. She slightly parted her rosy, delicate lips, pouting indignantly, "That hurts. My head feels like it's going to be knocked askew." Despite her cuteness, Field was nearly at his wit's end, transformed from a mature woman to a girl. And now to a little girl, one would expect a beating to result in growth rather than diminishment. "Have you the strength to wield a weapon now?" Ashina questioned in astonishment, for the greatsword towered over the petite figure. "Dreadful. I'll explode along with you." The greatsword behind her glimmered with a dark gray light as Rosaire extended her soft, fair hand, sweetly declaring, "Gluttonous greatsword, dissolve," as if glass had shattered. The greatsword instantly crumbled into fragments. Countless twisted veins of blood converged into Rosale's body from all directions, coalescing into a singular form. A western dragon, towering 3 stories high, slowly emerged from the void, constructed from these bloodlines. Its grotesque bony wings unfurled, adorned with strands of blood and decaying flesh. Devoid of any sense of majesty, instead exuding an aura of death and decay. "Ashina, let us proceed together." Field felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness for the first time since arriving in the northern province. Ashina had utilized her divine powers and was now in a state of exhaustion, while the dragonkin wolf suffered immensely. Ashina waved her hand dismissively, speaking in a light-hearted tone. "There is no need. She is merely struggling at the end of her rope, having shattered even her artifact." "Do you still have a trump card?" Field exclaimed with joy. "Of course, I also unleashed my full power." Ashina responded with a confident smile. Chapter 64. "Oh no, it seems I have brought the boss home." The corrupted dragon that Rosale had transformed into could not soar through the skies. Its wings, located at its waist, swept outwards, sending the wooden fortifications of the first line of defense and the surrounding corpses flying as if they were mere toys, scattering debris everywhere. The chaos was palpable, with soldiers fleeing in disarray while others battled the undead, amidst the cacophony of human screams and falling objects. The once clear situation was now muddled in confusion. The enormous eyes, radiating a chilling aura of death, lifelessly surveyed the ground below, and then the dragon's body began to move, reminiscent of an ancient machine draped in cobwebs, each step shedding chunks of flesh and blood. As Ashina had stated, Rosala was engaged in a desperate counterattack, judging by her appearance. She could shatter into a pile of flesh at any moment. With a roar, the dragon's gaping maw, along with its cheeks, tore apart, unleashing countless white energy orbs imbued with a disquieting power of corruption, raining down like a meteor shower, each orb a harbinger of indiscriminate destruction. Despite the dragonkin wolf being grievously wounded, it continued to spew fireballs and intercept the energy orbs with direct assaults. Yet, these efforts proved futile, as some soldiers were struck by the orbs, meeting a gruesome end. To make matters worse, the surrounding undead began to converge, drawn by the earlier commotion. "Damn it. Even in death, she remains a threat. She must be stopped from claiming more lives." Ashina's previously carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce determination, her teeth clenched with anger. Moreover, her path led directly to the Grand Winery. Should she reach the winery, all of their hard work would be in vain. Curse it. I must unleash my full power. Do not lose hope. Field was taken aback, narrowly evading a flying wooden crate, and deftly plunged his longsword into the skull of a decaying corpse. "My lord, please take cover. I shall swiftly deal with that fool," Ashina urged, leading Field to a place of safety, her demeanor fraught with urgency. "Black Wolf, come forth, prepare to charge." Startled by Ashina's call to the dragon-blooded wolf, Field quickly grasped her arm, imploring, "There is no need for mutual destruction. I sense her impending collapse. Let her unravel on her own. As long as you remain, we can reconstruct 1,000 territories. I understand, yet I vowed to protect the Nightfall domain and its denizens. Please trust in me. I have declared myself your sword." Ashina declared resolutely, before turning and charging towards the corrupted dragon, alongside the blood-soaked dragon-blooded wolf. Black Wolf, charge. The dragon-blooded wolf, cloaked in filth and blood, crouched low as if stalking its prey, an abundance of ghostly blue flames engulfing its form, vaporizing the blood that flowed from its wounds. With a grotesque visage that seemed to hail from the depths of hell, it surged forth like a cannonball, launching itself into the air. Resembling a blue comet trailing a fiery tail, colliding directly with the corrupted dragon, which was already on the brink of collapse and offered no defense, allowing the wolf to crash into its belly. Dragon-blooded Black Wolf, disintegrate. A muffled sound echoed, and in that instant, countless black scales pierced through the corrupted dragon's body, scattering through the air. Waves of nearly tangible ghostly blue flames radiated outward from the dragon's abdomen, expanding in concentric circles. Even in death, the corrupted dragon let out a wretched cry, as the explosion of the artifact unleashed a force that scorched the very soul. Field, from a distance, could perceive her agony. With a thunderous roar, the corrupted dragon's pupils constricted, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Countless fragments of flesh and strands of blood rained down, crackling as they fell to the ground, while the colossal skeleton was reduced to mere dust. Field raised the shield above his head, feeling the rhythmic pounding upon it. While his mind was consumed with concern for Ashina's situation, dispersed corpses began to draw near. Damn, the relentless swarm of cockroaches. Field drew his sword and swiftly dispatched one of the undead. Before he could slay the others, he witnessed a warhorse collide with another corpse. The newcomers were a cavalry unit, comprising a total of 8 men. "My lord, we have arrived late." Silverclaw scratched his head through his iron helmet, equally disheveled, as they were all of slave origin, and spoke with utmost candor. "Not too late." Field observed 2 streaks of light racing towards the main building and immediately mounted his horse. "Follow me to the main building. Leave it to us." Silverclaw expressed his concern, "But please, be cautious." "Let us go," Field replied tersely, spurring his horse forward. "Protect my lord." The cavalryman promptly followed. Meanwhile, on the other side, it hurt so much. Rosalia was plummeting through the air, struggling to open her eyes. Just as she managed to squint slightly, she beheld a pair of crimson eyes filled with chilling malice. Behind Ashina loomed a spectral wolf, her complexion pale, yet her anger was unmistakable. "Greetings, noble lady," Ashina remarked, reveling in her first experience of self-detonation. Though it was the dragonborn wolf that exploded, she too suffered considerable backlash. "So, how does it feel to have a divine artifact explode within you? Does it sate your hunger?" With that, Ashina, nearing the ground, delivered a simple yet forceful punch that sent Rosalia crashing into the building. Rosalia smashed through a wall, her body tumbling until she finally came to a halt against another wall. Her once pristine legs were now filthy, and her elegant black gown was in tatters. Detestable subhuman. "Do not think you can break the will of a human noble." Rosalia gritted her teeth, attempting to rise. In the blink of an eye, Ashina was upon her, the crimson glow of her eyes shimmering like jewels in the darkness. Grasping a cavalry saber, the elongated blade scraped against the ground, producing countless sparks. To the unknowing observer, it would appear as if a deranged butcher were mercilessly pursuing an innocent young girl, a nightmarish version of a chainsaw killer from another realm. With a swift thrust, Ashina pinned Rosalia against the wall. Her predatory gaze scanned Rosalia from head to toe as she playfully licked her slender, sharp nails. "I am curious. Do you possess an infant form?" Due to the detachment of the dragonborn wolf, Ashina was now in a rampaging state, bolstered by divine artifacts. "You cannot kill me. Corruption will ultimately pervade the entire world, and I shall be reborn amidst the shrouds of death," she declared, casting a disdainful glance at Rosalia and nonchalantly waving her hand. "Suit yourself. Why am I losing?" Rosalia, in her youthful form, found her resolve faltering, tears streaming down her cheeks as she coughed up blood. Despite possessing divine abilities that could also lead to artifact detachment, she faced utter defeat. In the battle of the chosen ones, every ounce of power was paramount. "From the moment my lord became aware of your presence among the corpses, your chances of victory were reduced to 0. Moreover, you cannot control the undead, can you?" Ashina interrogated. "Well, I have assistants, just like this." Upon finishing my words, I was suddenly met with the sound of hurried footsteps. Chapter 65. Oh no. It seems I have inadvertently brought the boss home. Ashina, are you all right? The soldier cleared the debris, and Field emerged from the wall's breach, followed closely by other soldiers wielding shields and knives, all bearing expressions of vigilance. Field immediately spotted Rosalia pinned to the wall, accompanied by the smiling Ashina, which finally eased his anxious heart. You too, go out and keep watch. With a wave of his hand, Field commanded the soldiers, who promptly responded and exited. Thanks to your blessing, I am unharmed. No longer exhibiting the ferocious demeanor seen during the earlier conflict, Athena has returned to her previously gentle disposition. Field was deeply pained to witness Ashina's deteriorating condition. The spectral figure of the wolf spirit behind her swayed and twisted, as though it might vanish at any moment. The disintegration of the artifact, while promising greater power, was merely a temporary measure, to be employed only as a last resort. Your wolf. Field gestured towards the apparition, his concern palpable. I never anticipated the artifact could self-destruct. Will it recover? How significantly will it affect you? It won't affect me greatly. A brief rest will suffice, and the wolf can also recuperate, Ashina replied, having noted Field's concern for her well-being. Leaning closer to Field, she whispered. The black wolf requires 7 days to regain its peak condition, but it can still fight after 3 days. That is reassuring, Field exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. However, after retracting the wolf spirit, Ashina visibly weakened, her form swaying unsteadily. Field promptly stepped forward to offer assistance. Well, in truth, I do not require any support. However, the sudden approach of the Lord took her by surprise. Ashina instinctively averted her gaze, appearing somewhat bashful, and finally cast a cautious glance at Field. Ah, is that so? Haha. Field's hand hovered in the air, a moment of awkwardness enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of fainting after a slight sway. In the television shows of yore, characters would sway and promptly collapse, rendered unconscious, leaving the stage open for further antics. A mere sway does not equate to fainting. Oh, the folly of such assumptions. However, I shall indulge you. With that, Ashina flashed a charming smile and leaned into Field's embrace. Instantly, a wave of floral, feminine sweetness enveloped him, and he found himself at a loss as to where to touch, for every sensation was delightful. Oh dear, please refrain from wandering, Ashina exclaimed, covering her face, then turning to make a face at Rosaria, who hung on the wall. With a dramatic sigh, Rosaria spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly succumbing to her frustration. Must you be so excessive? If I were to be defeated, it is I who should showcase the defeat animation, not you lot preparing to perform for me. Let us show some respect for the little one. Must you gaze upon her with such childish disdain? You. Do not heed that insufferable subhuman? She was terrifying when she struck me, Rosaria protested with a raspy voice. After her exclamation, the two resumed a more serious demeanor, as overly extreme antics were seldom appreciated by the audience. Dear sir, how do you intend to deal with this creature? Ashina transformed into a medieval peasant, her eyes glinting with a fearsome intensity as she suggested, perhaps we should extract useful information through interrogation and then dispose of her. Or sell her directly to the Church of the Holy Light. Do not expect to glean any information from my lips. Nobility shall not yield, Rosaria lamented, her eyes brimming with tears, her delicate and exquisitely chiseled features rendering her utterly adorable. Field cast a glance at Rosalia's status bar, which had transitioned from undefeated and unable to contract to contractable. Wouldn't it be splendid to contract her? Field reasoned that killing her would be a waste. Such an act would inflict significant loss upon their territory, thus she must be captured for labor reform. Huh? The two women exclaimed in unison. My lord, has Ashina done something wrong? Why cast me aside? Ashina instantly wilted, her ears drooping like those of a dejected dog, her face a portrait of grievance. Roar, roar, roar. Truly, as a member of the ancient aristocracy, your discerning eye is commendable. Submitting beneath my feet is a wise choice. However, as a corrupted being, contracting with a human was impossible. I could infect you, presenting you as my personal consort. Rosalia was delightfully wicked, striking a triumphant pose against the wall. Upon hearing their responses, Field was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly patted Ashina's head. How could I ever abandon you? He proposed, why not contract both? Rosalia chuckled incessantly, but her laughter was so vigorous that she coughed up blood. Of course, that is not feasible. Your teacher is exceedingly irresponsible. As a chosen one, even among those of the same divine lineage, one can only contract a single individual, let alone the fact that I belong to a different, even antagonistic, divine race. Furthermore, only beings of the same kind can mutually contract, such as humans with humans and demi-humans with, etc. Why would you even contemplate contracting a demi-human chosen one? Are you disguised as a demi-human? Huh? Is it truly so? The three wore expressions of bewilderment. Well then, let us give it a try. Practice reveals truth. Field was not one to abandon his objective due to a mere statement, and besides, surely she did not wish to perish, did she? This sentiment struck a chord with Rosalia. Even as a mad, corrupted being, she possessed wisdom and did not desire death, nor did she wish to suffer. She still recalled Ashina's earlier remark about breeding her with animals, and who could know if the demi-human before her might take such words to heart. You are quite audacious. The Empire has conducted countless experiments. Otherwise, why would those high-ranking officials relinquish precious chosen ones to their offspring or subordinates? Sighing, she added, well, if divine backlash occurs. Do not blame me. Ashina, filled with concern, implored, perhaps it is best to reconsider? I shall double my efforts. Let us attempt it once. Field gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall grant you this. Rosalia tore away her tattered gown, revealing her snow-white thighs, upon which the mark of the chosen glimmered with an eerie radiance. Countless shades of ashen death surged forth, coalescing into an indistinct and unfathomable silhouette of a goddess. Then, a divine link surged into Field's body. Rosalia emitted a mischievous chuckle. Her tone soft yet playful. You are playing with fire. The power of the corrupted goddess will undoubtedly lead to your demise, shattering your very soul. Before her words could fully dissipate, the contract was successfully established. Huh? Rosalia's radiant starry eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really successful? This must be a jest. Field felt little to no emotion as he casually waved his hand dismissively, remarking, a trivial matter, goddess of corruption. We are well acquainted. What goddess? Apologies. I adhere to materialism and atheism, so please do not come to serve me in such a manner. Ah, I meant to say, labor for me diligently to fortify my territory. It seems I no longer harbor the desire to eliminate you. Rosalia shook her head, her gaze becoming crystal clear, as the once malevolent and morbid glint vanished from her eyes. Sigh, this is truly exhausting. Field randomly chose a piece of dilapidated furniture to sit upon for a moment, pondering, wait, does this mean I have effectively brought the villainous boss home? Chapter 66. Athena's prank. The Lord's panel of Field has now also revealed the name of Rosalia. Name: Rosalia, Starry Night level. First tier, Corrupted Chosen One. Class: Guardian Infantry. Corrupted Hybrid. Divine Skill: Endless Slash, consumes vitality or divine power to unleash a massive sword energy strike. Artifact: Gluttony Greatsword. Absorbs vitality. Condenses blood threads, capable of effortlessly mending the host's body, with the side effect of inducing a sense of hunger. Special ability: Corrupted Immortality, a body composed of special divine energy, exceedingly difficult to kill, even if reduced to fragments. The soul returns to the death mist, awaiting the next descent. Legion Skill: None territory bonus. None. Field gazed at the panel, contemplating the peculiar nature of the corrupted beings, who indeed seemed to possess a form of immortality. It was quite reasonable that they could not bestow benefits to legions or territories, as corruption invariably leads to devastation. However, this posed little concern, for with Rosalia at his side, the combat prowess of his territory had undoubtedly doubled. Previously, whenever Ashina ventured out, Field was always filled with anxiety, fearing for the safety of his home. Now, with Rosalia, the Nightshade territory finally boasted both offensive and defensive capabilities. He never anticipated that corruption would yield chosen ones, nor did he foresee the possibility of forging contracts with them. This northern province was far from being a cursed land. It was, in truth, a treasure trove of fortune. Field was overjoyed and resolved to capture all the wondrous beings, to contract every corrupted chosen one. The presence of one corrupted chosen signified the existence of many more. Simultaneously, Field learned that those corrupted chosen ones yet to be contracted were marked by red dots on the map. Field turned to the two individuals. Ashina and Rosalia shared the same expression, winky face. Ah, have you truly formed a contract with her? Ashina's pupils trembled in astonishment. No wonder I was perplexed when you contracted me. There has never been a precedent for contracts between demi-humans and humans. Not only can you form contracts across different races, but you can also contract multiple chosen ones. It's utterly astonishing. Field waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of attention. The extent of one's eccentricities determines the variety of alliances one can forge. To the denizens of another world, it was a slight yet profound shock to encounter a person from Huagua. After all, I too owe my growth to your guidance, my esteemed lord. As Ashina reflected on Field's earlier words about making her a chosen one, She realized that such an opportunity had bestowed upon her the strength she possessed today. Release her, she commanded, referring to the contract of corruption that bound the chosen one, which was inherently restrictive, providing no cause for concern regarding treachery. Pointing at Rosalie, who was pinned against the wall with a long blade protruding from her chest, blood gushed forth in torrents. For an ordinary individual, the volume of blood lost would have surely sent them to the afterlife, engaging in a resurrection match with Lao. Very well, but I urge you to proceed with caution. Corruption embodies the devil. After a moment's contemplation, Ashina stepped forward to extract the long blade, returning it to its sheath, all the while baring her teeth in a warning to Rosalie, do not even think of harming anyone, especially my Lord Field. Otherwise, I shall nail you to the wall once more. The little girl lowered her gaze, lacking the energy to speak. Without the healing power of the gluttonous great sword, she was unable to recuperate. What a severe injury, Field remarked, removing his robe to apply pressure to Rosalie's wound, then retrieving a potion from his pocket to staunch the bleeding. Although common potions were of little effect on the chosen ones, they were certainly preferable to inaction. I'm quite all right, just need a bit of sleep, Rosalie murmured, her eyes fluttering as she attempted to articulate her thoughts. Yet her words came out muffled and indistinct. What? Field leaned in to listen, only to discover that Rosalie had succumbed to unconsciousness. In her final moments of awareness, she had expressed her profound gratitude to the Lord. Ashina's ears perked up at this, but her eyes darted around innocently, her hands clasped behind her back, exuding an air of naivety. Field smiled with relief, appreciating the little girl's understanding. In truth, Ashina had heard quite clearly that the little girl mentioned pregnancy, indicating that it was not the right time. Previously, during a banter with Rosaria, she had threatened her, claiming that if caught, she would ensure her pregnancy. Who could have anticipated that it would actually come to pass? Now, there remains a pressing question. Should the matter of the corrupt divine selection be disclosed in the Nightfall territory? Field found himself in a quandary. This was not a matter of indifference, as it pertained to both the Nightshade domain and the trajectory of his own future. Such matters could not be treated lightly. Whether it was the ability to contract with the corrupted chosen or to expose them, both were pivotal decisions in the realms of diplomacy and domestic affairs. Throughout the continent, no tales of the corrupted chosen circulated. Corrupted beings were consistently regarded as demons, and indeed, they bore a striking resemblance to them. Should it become known that Field could forge contracts with demons, the repercussions would be dire. Countless righteous individuals would undoubtedly seek to raise the Nightshade domain to the ground. Furthermore, even the gentle Ashina had instilled a sense of unease among the humans of the territory. The appearance of Rosalia would surely incite a complete upheaval among them. Ashina refrained from offering any opinions on domestic or diplomatic matters, smiling as she said, I shall heed your counsel. I will unconditionally support your decisions. Then we shall keep it a secret for now, Field replied, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we require clandestine strength. At your command, dear master. Ashina stretched languidly, revealing her exquisite curves. Her skin, glistening with perspiration from battle, appeared as radiant and flawless as fine porcelain. In the dimly lit room, she exuded an enchanting aura, playfully declaring, Lord Field, I want to eat meat when I return. 3 servings. Oomph, when have I ever denied you meat? Field replied, lifting Rosalia in his arms. Let us return to the grand winery. On the 3rd morning, Rosalia lay peacefully upon the grand bed, the covers rising and falling with her steady breaths. Her delicate, slender lips, paired with her snow-white skin, resembled a delightful strawberry adorning a creamy cake. The window was ajar, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in. Field gazed out, noticing that while the sky remained somewhat hazy, it had cleared significantly. Perhaps soon he would behold the sun. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he sipped his red tea, realizing he had never missed the sun so dearly. Although the flora continued to thrive, the absence of sunlight felt undeniably peculiar. I have nothing in particular that I miss, he mused. Yet, she had been asleep for 3 days without stirring. Ashina pinched Rosalia's cheek. Having taken care of the little girl these past days, ensuring the maid remained uninvolved with corrupted beings. With a mischievous smile, Ashina leaned closer to Rosalia's ear and teased. If you continue to sleep, you might just end up pregnant. Rosalia furrowed her delicate brows, displaying a look of discomfort, though not entirely resistant. With the offspring of a dragon-blooded black wolf, Ashina said with a playful smirk. Rosalia exhibited a struggle, clutching the blanket tightly as if battling for her very life. Haha, I was merely jesting, dear noble lady, Ashina declared, halting her playful antics. Rosalia returned to her tranquil state. The memorial ceremony is about to commence. Let us proceed together. Chapter 67. Post-war remuneration. The memorial ceremony was set to take place in the southeastern corner of the territory, in a clearing that had been purged of corruption. Due to its considerable distance from the Grand Winery, crops had yet to be sown there. Field delineated a region designated as a cemetery. In the recent military operation against the main building, 26 lives were lost, including 15 slaves, 7 guards, 1 freeman, and 3 cavalrymen. The majority perished at the hands of Rosalia, the chosen one, whose unleashed power was too terrifying to fathom. Yet, such is the nature of war. It is an inevitability that death accompanies conflict. Only in a fairy tale does one find a scenario where only the enemy perishes. As the Lord. Field's duty is to care for those who remain alive. Thank you, Goddess of Holy Light, for collecting the souls of your servants. Thank you, Goddess of Holy Light, for granting peace to the souls of your children. The eulogy was delivered by the aged freeman, old Turtle Dove, whose extensive experience allowed him to recite the words, albeit with a faltering voice and trembling hands, revealing his emotional turmoil, though it was likely compounded by sheer nervousness. The slaves were cremated, while the freemen were granted the privilege of burial, a right reserved for those of higher status. The adherents of the Holy Light believe in divine judgment. Upon death, one is to rest in the river of light, awaiting the goddess's decree of their final fate, ascension to heaven or descent into hell. This belief system is nearly universal across the continent, as the official faith venerates the Holy Light goddess. In truth, there was a palpable lack of sorrow among the crowd. Most appeared numbed, attending the mourning merely because Field summoned them to do so. Moreover, they were rewarded with a crust of black bread and exempted from labor. For many, particularly the slaves, death held no novelty. Hammer reached into his chest, feeling the weight of a gold coin concealed within. There truly was a gold coin. How surreal. Before arriving here, he had never laid hands on gold, nor had his father or grandfather. If they were alive, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. The coin's delightful weight was intoxicating. He had slain enough decaying corpses to earn this coin, and by handing it to Field, he could shed his status as a slave and finally lead a life that resembled humanity. Hammer had little interest in old Turtle Dove's recitation to him. Slaves were merely sent by the noble lords into dark, unlit mines to toil, often surviving on a mere morsel of dry bread every few days, perishing from hunger, cold, sickness, or the jaws of monsters. Such was the norm. Rather than dwell on others' miseries, he preferred to contemplate how to secure more bread for himself. To the guards. The goddess of Holy Light served but one purpose, the fog-clearing lantern and purifying potions. The Lord is about to speak. A comrade nudged Hammer with an elbow. Don't flaunt that coin of yours. Immediately, Hammer straightened. Oh, we must heed the Lord's words. Field spoke concisely, without lengthy discourse. Yet his words resonated deeply with the Iron Hammer, especially the notion that they would transform into heroic spirits, eternally safeguarding the Nightfall domain, a sentiment we shall forever cherish. This particular statement left Iron Hammer in a state of perplexity, stirring emotions within him that he could scarcely articulate due to his lack of education, leading to a flurry of unrefined excitement. Most astonishing was Field's announcement of a compensation, referred to as a pension, for the deceased. The guards were entirely unaware of this fund, a newly established regulation that Field had just unveiled today. Field cleared his throat. Compensation for a free citizen amounts to 1 gold coin and 20 silver pieces, while a slave receives 20 silver. The compensation is to be given to relatives. If none are present, it is to be confiscated and utilized to enhance the army's provisions. When the coins were handed to the widow of the deceased free man, nearly everyone's gaze was transfixed. Such a fortunate occurrence? Many women whispered to one another, expressing awe at the substantial sum. The blacksmith felt a multitude of fervent glances directed his way. The once overlooked guards instantly transformed into objects of desire for the women. Even some attractive free women regarded the slave guards with curious eyes. Curse it! I ought to father a son soon. I cannot allow my wealth to benefit others. This was the prevailing thought among the guards. Let us disperse. Having completed these matters, the resolution of the war could finally be deemed accomplished. As he walked along the road, Field sighed, saddened by the numerous lives lost, many of whose names lingered in his memory. You have done remarkably well, said Ashina, as she gently took Field's arm, smiling tenderly. Field nodded, feeling invigorated. It can indeed be better. In truth, ordinary individuals, or rather slaves, do not require funerals. Fighting for you is an obligation. Ashina pondered for a moment and remarked with a tone of astonishment, You are far too benevolent. Slaves are like the wild grasses of the prairie, abundant everywhere. I have also been a slave and recognize my own lack of worth. I cannot read or manage. Oh, do not think so. All these skills can be acquired, Field said, patting Ashina's head with a smile. It is the people who forge history. Just as wild grasses constitute the prairie, the nobility and elites are merely. Ahem, where was I going with this? Field initially intended to convey that nobles and elites are merely exceptionally beautiful flowers or trees, yet they must rely on the meadow. However, this ideology proves futile in the present context, as productivity fails to align with such notions, merely leading to unnecessary vexation. Engaging primitive beings in discussions about A would be less effective than simply offering them a peach. One should focus on ensuring the well-being of the subjects. This is the essence of the Nightshade domain, a realm anew. Field snapped his fingers. Indeed, the pensions are beneficial without any detriment, greatly enhancing morale and alleviating their worries. Good day, my Lord Baron, came the greeting from Tate, who approached, accompanied by more than 30 slaves and 3 carts laden with chopped wood and 2 crates of dark bread. Good day, Tate. How's the clearing of the debris around the main villa progressing? Nearly complete, though we still have about 7 trips to make. We have recovered a considerable amount of resources, so we shall forego lunch at the Grand Winery today, Tate replied with efficiency. Moreover, we will transport the timber along the way to construct walls and wooden fortifications. Excellent, but let us refrain from getting too close to the buildings, as there are still scattered monsters within. The reclamation of the main villa is a certainty, and given the weakened state of our chosen ones, there is no need to take unnecessary risks at this juncture. Field surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his future move to the main villa and subsequently vacating the Grand Estate to serve as a dormitory for the servants. The Grand Estate, situated at the heart of vast farmlands, could efficiently oversee the cultivation of all the surrounding fields. Thank you for your concern. I shall exercise caution. Tate, preoccupied with numerous tasks, offered a brief report before departing. By the way, Ashina, accompany me to inspect the young greens. Chapter 68, Young Greens, Northern Divine Oil. Indigo. The little greens referred to by Field are not the ordinary vegetables one might consume. Rather, they are magical plants from Rum Village, capable of instilling a profound desire for procreation. Field named it sungrass, a rather unmelodious title, yet simple and memorable. Ashina's tail stood upright, her delicate face flushed, the toes wrapped in white silk brushing against the ground. Is it too early in the morning for such exuberance? Field naturally remarked, indeed, the night brings no yield. I am nearly at my wit's end. It is a rare opportunity to have magical flora, and it certainly deserves meticulous study. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ashina replied helplessly. Very well, but I must insist that you maintain your distance for your own safety. The chamber designated for cultivating the sungrass was located in a corner on the 2nd floor of the Grand Winery, secured with iron chains and marked with a warning to refrain from entry. Without a key, access was impossible, although one could theoretically enter through the window. However, any fool daring enough to attempt such an entrance would soon find themselves driven to madness by the magical plants, wreaking havoc upon the stone walls of the winery. Alternatively, they might leap out of the window into the nearby cattle pens, contemplating the peril of provoking a cow, all while risking a fatal encounter with an irate bull. The sungrass in the ordinary soil was on the verge of withering. Inside the room, Ashina observed, oddly enough, the sungrass in the corrupted soil appears to be thriving. Thankfully, we had the foresight to establish a control group. This particular plant is unique to a corrupted environment. Field pondered, reflecting that life tends to carve its own path, even amidst desolation, where existence can still be found. Yet it bears no toxins, Ashina declared, taking a bold bite without a trace of hesitation, noting the pleasantly sweet flavor. You are impressive. The divine immunity of the Chosen One is indeed formidable. I merely caught a whiff earlier, and it made me want to indulge, although Ashina was the only one present at that moment. Perhaps I shall test it on Rosalia next. After extracting the wilting sungrass and crushing it into juice, Field kept his distance, observing Ashina methodically complete her task. He instructed, now, add well water, make it a generous amount. Soon, a vial of blue potion, emitting a subtle aroma, was prepared. Let us test it on the sheep. Within the sheep pen, there remained 11 sheep, comprising 2 rams, 1 old and 1 young. The initial plan had been to slaughter the old ram for meat. However, following the battle at the main building, 2 war horses had perished, and the remaining feed could sustain the other animals, thus postponing the sheep's fate. With a decisive pour, Field administered the potion into the mouth of the old ram. Before he could assess its condition, the ram erupted into a frenzy, bleeding madly. Its once elderly gait vanishing in an instant as it salivated and charged into the flock of ewes, unleashing a chaotic rampage. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. The ewes had never witnessed such a spectacle. Before they could react, the frenzied ram mounted them one by one, igniting a scene of sheer pandemonium. If accompanied by music, it would be reminiscent of the refrain, "Grandfather is called Grandpa, and Grandma is called." How brutal. Field licked his lips. Already contemplating further trials, we must record the duration of the potion's effects to avoid any unfortunate incidents in the future. Let us hasten the birthing process and generate more sustenance. As Ashina murmured to herself, contemplating the prospect of the nightshade veil producing an abundance of sheep, she felt a surge of joy. By 4 in the afternoon, the ram lay almost lifeless on the ground, gasping for breath and frothing at the mouth. The ewes were slightly better off, huddled together in fear, their eyes drooping with exhaustion. 6 hours and 32 minutes had passed. Field rubbed his dizzy head. Having watched nearly 7 hours of sheep footage solely to ensure the accuracy of his data, it would need to be diluted at least 1,000 times, he thought. If a normal man were to endure 6 hours without respite, he would surely perish. If even the sheep could not withstand it, one could only imagine the toll on a human. "Sir, please have some tea. This is as per your instructions. It's called egg tart. Isn't it? The chef has prepared it for you. Do tell me if it meets your approval." Ashina approached with a tray laden with pastries and red tea. Placing it on the low table beside Field's chair, thoughtfully brewing the tea, which was, of course, apple-flavored. The egg tart resembled a pancake, but exuded an enticing aroma. It was a rare treat, considering that cream, milk, and sugar were scarce commodities. They would indulge once the nightshade veil prospered. Field took a bite. Savoring the taste of apple chunks, quite delightful, though the presentation left much to be desired. He resolved to reward the chef with this month's silver coins. "I wholeheartedly agree." Ashina blinked in delight. "By the way, that sheep must have perished, correct?" "Indeed, it clings to life, but there is no need for rescue, nor any hope of it," he replied, glancing at the pitiful old sheep, which had returned to the embrace of the goddess, should she choose to welcome it. With a playful flick of her tongue and a cunning smile, Ashina suggested, "Let us slaughter it for meat." Field, well aware of Ashina's ulterior motives, knew she was eagerly anticipating roasted lamb chops. He chuckled indulgently. "Right, instruct the chef to clean out the entrails." "Hooray! Long live Lord Field." Dilute the potion another 1,000 times, or perhaps 1,500 times. We must ensure its scent does not incite madness. A potency lasting 10 to 20 minutes will suffice. I plan to sell it all in Maple Leaf City, that decadent place, which will undoubtedly take a liking to it. Field mused to himself. At the very least, Baron Simon must have enjoyed it. When he lay amidst a pile of women, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Likely a mere fade. "As you wish, my lord. However, I would prefer to engage in battle. Must I continually concoct potions henceforth?" Ashina replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. "As long as we determine a suitable ratio, and the scent of the potion does not affect people adversely, we can delegate the task to the townsfolk. Moreover, a single herb can yield a substantial quantity of potions, so it shouldn't be too troublesome." "Indeed." Ashina agreed readily this time. Yet she pondered further. "What do you intend to name it? How shall we price it?" Spending considerable time with Field had gradually expanded Ashina's thinking, allowing her to consider matters more holistically, a phenomenon colloquially termed as becoming smarter. "That's an excellent question. I must deliberate on the pricing, but I have already conceived a name," Field proclaimed with pride. "One part will be coated in flour and formed into pills, to be called decay. Another part will remain bottled, named Northern Divine Oil. Naturally, the bottled version will be reserved for the nobility, as commoners cannot afford glass vials. The glass vials of Nightshade territory are a luxury afforded by the contributions of potions and purification elixirs." Decay. Ashina seemed perplexed by this enigmatic term. Shaking her head, her animal ears swaying in unison, she joyfully remarked, "However, I find Northern Divine Oil quite melodious, as this is a product in which I, Ashina, the chosen of winter, have participated. Any product that involves a chosen one will undoubtedly command a higher price. Then let us name it Joyful Beans." Field mused after a moment of contemplation, dismissing further thoughts. "It sounds rather intriguing, does it not?" Chapter 69. Awakening. Field decisively named it Joy Beans. After finalizing the matter of Joy Beans, Ashina indulged herself with a sumptuous lamb chop. Ah, what a delightful dinner it was. She pondered whether to bring a portion for the little girl, uncertain if she would adapt to human food. After ladling a bowl of porridge and slicing 2 pieces of white bread, Ashina lifted the tray, in an effort to conceal Rosaria's presence. Ashina had been taking care of her these past few days. Rosaria was recovering well, and Ashina estimated that she could eat and digest food. Field yawned, expressing concern. I wonder when she will awaken. You've had quite a task these days. He reflected, if only I had known, I wouldn't have struck her so hard. Ashina felt a twinge of regret as she ascended the stairs with the tray in hand. Field walked behind Ashina, lifting his gaze to behold her long, graceful legs, which straightened and curved as she ascended the steps, particularly alluring against the backdrop of white silk. The sound of her slippers softly padding against the ground echoed in the air. Ahem, it is not your fault. It seems one must endure like Sleeping Beauty. What is that? Ashina had never read fairy tales. Field chuckled. Only a kiss can awaken one. When I next tell you this story, you will understand. As her ears perked up, Ashina seemed electrified, shivering slightly as she whispered, what a peculiar tale, it's not unfeasible, but please refrain from sharing it during daylight. The two engaged in light banter until they reached Field's door. Upon opening it, they were taken aback. Where had she gone? The blanket had been tossed aside, and Rosalia's figure was nowhere to be found. This is troubling. She hasn't fled, has she? Ashina quickly positioned herself in front of Field, warily scanning their surroundings. With a flick of her wrist, a dagger materialized in her hand. Be cautious, she may attempt a surprise attack. The chilling frequency of Rosalia's stealth assaults lingered vividly in Ashina's memory. Do not panic. The contract shows no irregularities. Allow me to sense her whereabouts. Field furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure. The Lord and the Chosen One possessed an invisible divine connection, although the map could not pinpoint the location of the contracted Chosen. As long as she did not actively conceal herself, the Lord could discern her approximate whereabouts. In the cemetery? Ashina's thoughts were grim. Surely she wasn't digging up graves for food? Or perhaps attempting to infect corpses? Such corruption of biological matter is perilous. Should we gather our forces? To prevent greater losses. It should not come to that. If she harbored malevolent intentions, the corruption of the contract would bring about her demise. It would be prudent to investigate first. The constraints of the corruption contract are exceedingly stringent. Those who violate it face obliteration of their souls. The winter contract, however, is somewhat more lenient. Any breach by either party merely results in severe injury, not death. Naturally, the contract is reciprocal, and the Lord cannot bring about the death of the contracted Chosen One. Accompanied by Field, Ashina swiftly approached the periphery of the cemetery. A gentle breeze wafted through. The shadows of trees swaying gracefully, and the stillness of the night enveloped them in tranquility and serenity. The surrounding corruption had long been cleansed, and as long as they kept a safe distance from the gray mist, the grand winery now appeared like a secluded cottage amidst the fog-laden woods. Rosalia remained in her childlike form, her black dress fluttering in the wind, revealing her delicate skin, which glistened like the moon in the night. Though she presented the visage of an innocent little girl, her brilliant starry eyes betrayed a profound sadness. After a prolonged silence, Rosalia folded the black handkerchief in her hand into the shape of a flower and gently placed it before the gravestone. I'm sorry, she sighed deeply. Having mourned, Rosalia turned to return to the room, but was met with the entranced gazes of Field and Ashina. Oh, well, I merely stepped out for some fresh air. What has happened to the grand winery? She exclaimed, flustered and at a loss. Then, feigning innocence, she crossed her arms and remarked, the night is indeed lovely. Wouldn't you agree, Field? Do not address the Lord so casually, Ashina gently admonished. Even a chosen one must observe propriety. Rosalia puffed out her slender chest, hands on her hips, and declared haughtily, I am a noble, and moreover, Field's sister. It is only fitting I may call him by name. Very well, Miss Rosalia. Field chuckled inwardly, delighted to see her awake. Come inside and have something to eat. Field, as a noble with the spirit of a knight. You should not be so audacious as to tease a noble lady. I am still unmarried and cannot enter a gentleman's chamber without due decorum, Rosalia replied with pride. Though you, like everyone else, are smitten with me at first sight, I shall uphold the dignity of a noble lady. However, now that you are my lord, I may grant you a modicum of favor. In her lifetime, Rosalia was a renowned beauty, sought after by countless admirers, and since becoming a chosen one, she had only grown more enchanting. However, Ashina is undoubtedly not one to be underestimated. Field would certainly not be swayed by her mere beauty. Moreover, she presently resembles a petite and delicate young girl, exquisitely charming in her innocence. Field playfully struck Rosal all on the head with a candied chestnut. That hurts, Field. How excessive. You scoundrel. Tears brimmed in Rosalie's eyes as she covered her head. I shall ignore you for 30 seconds. You dramatist, do you wish to die now? Field remarked, bemused. He had not even hit her hard. How could a chosen one be reduced to tears? Rosalie, feeling aggrieved, replied, yes. By the way, please refrain from behaving like this while running about the territory. As Shina surveyed the surroundings, you might frighten the citizens. Such an adorable lady as myself is a blessing for them to behold. They could boast about it for a lifetime. Boast? Are you referring to the devilish tail behind you or the tiny wings at your waist? Ashina chuckled. From now on, you must conceal your face when you venture out and wear a cloak. If your existence is discovered by the church or other nobles, it could lead to significant trouble. I hope you understand. That is trivial. I rarely revealed myself in the past, which noble lady would parade about like a monkey for the common folk to see. Rosal gracefully curtsied, her demeanor shifting from playful to mature. She addressed Field with solemnity. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Perhaps we have had our disagreements before, but I ask for your forgiveness. We are in the same boat, sharing both honor and disgrace. That is for the best. Field responded, relieved. By the way, as your chosen one, I must inform you in advance that I am a corrupted chosen, of no assistance to the territory's productivity. Rosala placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of entitlement. However, I am a noble, well-educated, and adept in internal affairs. Additionally, I have a gift for you. What is it? Field inquired, intrigued. You shall find out soon enough. Rosala smiled mysteriously. Do not be afraid. Relax your mind. Also, Miss Ashina, please do not be anxious. Chapter 70. Rosalie's gift. Haha. How has the gluttonous greatsword transformed into this? Field could not contain his amusement as Rosalie's artifact was summoned. The once fearsome and imposing greatsword now seemed more fittingly named the gluttonous dagger, measuring no more than the size of a palm. What was more astonishing was that the once terrifying, abyssal magical eye at the hilt now exuded wisdom, resembling the playful eyes of a husky, blinking adorably. Do not interrupt. Rosala wished to laugh as well, but bit her lip, striving to maintain her serious facade. She stamped her foot in exasperation. After the artifact is summoned, it requires time to restore. Just look at Ashinas. Surely you do not believe her dog still possesses its former grandeur. It is a wolf, Ashina emphasized. Field was amused by the antics of the two lively companions, struggling to suppress the corners of his mouth that were eager to rise. All right, I won't interrupt. Humph. You must make good use of this. Do not squander my first, and only, time. Rosala proclaimed, her words audacious and bold. Before Field could retort, she transformed into a crimson thread and dove into the gluttony greatsword. In an elegant arc, a pure line of blood pierced into the nape of Field's neck. Goodness! Field exclaimed, startled, immediately feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. However, he quickly regained his composure, reassuring Ashina beside him not to be anxious. For Rosala bore no ill intent. A warm current surged within him, an energy previously unknown coursing through his veins, flooding each cell of his body. In an instant, every pore of Field's body opened wide, his spirit soaring as if on a roller coaster, tightening abruptly before his mind went blank. As though his thoughts transcended to a higher dimension, merging his soul with his body. Soon, pure combat energy began to manifest, flowing through every corner of his being. This as Field felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could crush a bull with ease. Of course, it is combat energy. Am I not impressive? A soft, endearing voice chimed in his ear. This is eternal combat energy, only at the first tier, but should I advance, you will ascend alongside me. Field was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Having missed the age for cultivating fighting spirit, he was now unexpectedly granted the opportunity to regain it and step into the realm of the extraordinary. Fighting spirit was not a common commodity. Countless ordinary nobles dedicated their lives in pursuit of it. Yet, Field had acquired it with relative ease. If others were to learn of this, particularly his brother, who had consumed fighting spirit potions and gone through fits without ever ascending to the rank of a first-tier knight, they would surely be infuriated to the point of illness. It was no wonder so many sought the chosen ones. Field marveled at the peculiar abilities possessed by each chosen one, which were indeed formidable. While Rosalia seemed of little assistance to the territory, she had proven to be immensely beneficial for his personal growth. This was a singular opportunity for a rebirth of fighting spirit, and he must not squander it. Of course, as the Lord, he should not rely solely on his fighting spirit to show off, The matters of battle should be left to others, and he must prioritize his own safety. Just as the voice faded away, Rosalia's bloodline dissipated, only to reform into the figure of a small girl. Once again, take care of yourself. Do not be reckless. Rosalia admonished, one hand on her hip, the other extending a delicate finger in a gesture reminiscent of a teacher. No problem. Now that he had advanced to the first tier of fighting spirit knights, he possessed a degree of self-protection against ordinary threats. However, should he encounter a chosen one, he would still be swiftly dispatched. Field was acutely aware of this reality. One should not be arrogant. Hubris invites calamity. Field added with gratitude, "Thank you for your generosity." If she had refused to speak, he would have remained oblivious. The panel was flawed, and there were many pieces of information he lacked, such as the possibility of divine artifacts being disengaged. Perhaps his lordly abilities had not yet been upgraded. As long as I am not bullied in the future, that would suffice. The maturity in Rosalia's eyes vanished, replaced by a playful innocence as she declared, "So, Field, your bed shall now belong to me." Just after saying not to bully you, you turn around and claim my bed? Such a leap in logic was astounding. We ought to share a slumber. Perhaps it is my fragrant essence that has captivated her. Yet I am still unmarried. This seems rather hasty, as alliances are no trivial matter. Rosalia, shy and bashful, suggested, "You should have another bed. I permit you to remain a meter away from me." At some point, Ashina had stood behind the little girl, lifting her as one would a doll, pinching her cheek and saying, "Noble miss, you shall certainly share a room with me. Do not disturb the adult's rest." "Ah, welcome to interrupt. It would be best if both of you joined. I can withstand it, being the devilishly muscular man I am. I detest subhumans. Release your sharp claws, Baron Field, and save me." Rosalia's eyes widened in alarm as she waved her hands frantically at Field, "My knight. Will you merely stand by as the wicked dragon wreaks havoc?" Ashina was not pleased, retorting, "You are the dragon. If you do not behave, I shall unleash the black wolf upon you." "Bite me? Impossible. It must also be in a weakened state." Rosalia wriggled free, boasting, "Behold your little pup." Field cast a curious glance at the newly transformed dragon wolf, wondering what it would look like. A flash of blue light enveloped the scene, and a small black puppy, reminiscent of a moonlit night, tumbled to the ground, adorably clumsy. Wait. Let us talk this out. Don't unleash the dog to bite." Before Rosalia could finish her teasing, the dragon wolf lunged at her, prompting the little girl to scamper about in fright, ultimately taking refuge on Field's back. Field covered his face, exclaiming that there would be quite a spectacle ahead. It is no wonder that Ashina endlessly delights in teasing Rosaria. She has discerned the essence of Rosaria's playful nature. The following morning, a resounding chime echoed as Rosaria struck her gluttony greatsword, producing a melodious reverberation. The 3-day period had elapsed, and thus, my lady's gluttony greatsword had returned to its rightful place. Although it was not yet in its peak condition, it was still serviceable. After the artifact's disassembly, it required 1 day for reforging, 3 days for usability, and 7 days for complete restoration. Rosaria had rested for 3 days, making today the perfect opportunity for use. Field. Next, I must engage in slaughter to regain my strength. Let us venture forth to vanquish foes. Any creature that obstructs your path shall be cut down. The little lowly, hands on her hips, wielded the great sword with an expression of a formidable leader guiding you to glory. Calmly munching on a piece of bread, Field nodded in agreement. "It just so happens that I wish to test my combat prowess as well. I shall rely on you today." "Must I truly be on duty today?" Ashina lamented, her beastly ears drooping, glancing at the duty roster with great sorrow. The schedule was marked with alternating days, adorned with drawings of dog heads and skeletal wings, symbolizing the duties of guarding the Grand Winery. Field quickly patted his head to reassure, "Tomorrow we shall unite. The territory requires your guardianship." "Very well, Rosalia. To ensure the noble is well protected. Should a single hair be lost, I shall unleash the black wolf upon you." Chapter 71. The dowry in the hidden depths of a small iron mine within the Nightfall territory, a decaying corpse, shackled and bound, lurched toward Field with a ghastly wail. Field drew forth the long sword of Iris, stepping closer to the decaying corpse. With the leverage of his shoulders and elbows, the blade hummed forth effortlessly. There was no sensation of obstruction, as if slicing through delicate tofu. The sword's brilliance cleaved into the corpse's visage, severing its entire jaw, scattering shattered teeth across the ground. While the foul blood gushed forth with reckless abandon, the corpse then collapsed, emitting a horrifying wail. Field advanced, placing his foot upon the body of the deceased. delivering a final strike to ensure its demise. With a sigh, he noted that nearly all the corpses in the mine had been dispatched. They must have been criminals in life. Not far from the Grand Winery, as our territory expands, we shall soon be able to mine. Shaking his slightly trembling hand from exertion, he glanced back at the 12 uniformly attired bodies, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Indeed, most of the criminals had been conscripted to the front lines as cannon fodder against the orcs, leaving few behind. By the way, have you acclimated to the power of combat aura? Rosala rummaged through a nearby chest, grumbling about the need for soldiers to assist her, lamenting that she had to search for items herself. Chilled blood trickled down the blade, making Field's right hand feel sticky and unpleasantly slick. I am nearly accustomed to it. The combat aura has significantly enhanced my strength and speed. If only there were a manual to expedite my training. Rosala dusted off her hands, shaking her head thoughtfully. There is no rush regarding the manuals. Your talent should not be squandered on mere combat aura. We must focus on fortifying our territory, for its prosperity will facilitate the advancement of the Chosen. Moreover, most combat manuals originate from the Chosen themselves. They are not extraordinary. Your ability to forge contracts with various Chosen talents is unprecedented. Securing more of these allies will be of greater benefit to you. You are correct. Combat is ill-suited for a lord. Possessing the means for self-preservation is sufficient. Field would not abandon his noble status to indulge in reckless abandon as a berserker. What would become of the ladies if he were to falter? Clang, clang, clang. There it is. Rosala joyfully flaunted the modest key in her hand, its simplicity captivating. What is this? A spark of interest ignited in Field's eyes. With Rosal A, a native noblewoman, by his side, the secrets of the Nightshade territory were nearly transparent. This concealed mine was absent from the maps available in the marketplace, and even his own small map bore no indication. Yet, Rosala was well acquainted with the caverns. Follow me, there is something delightful in store, she giggled, concealing her mouth. You are bound to be thrilled. Something delightful? It's a new game. Come on. It's even more exhilarating than a game. The two meandered through the fog, ultimately halting at a hunter's cabin. Once inside, Rosala wielded a great sword to smash open the floorboards, revealing an iron cellar door beneath. Inside lies my secret dowry. Rosala beamed with mischievous pride. It took me ages to save this up. My mother, that miser, forbade me from mingling with men, prohibited marriage, and even plotted to send me to a convent to safeguard her treasures. Field was taken aback, staring intently at the young girl before him. Is this something I am allowed to know? In this world, much like the East, women require a dowry upon marriage. This dowry is not solely comprised of vast sums of money or servants. Some generous nobles may even bestow entire cities or territories as part of the marriage settlement. However, when faced with stingy families, complications arise. Take, for instance, the king of Franvia, who, despite possessing vast fertile lands and countless gold, chose to send several of his daughters to a convent to avoid the expenses of a dowry. Of course, you may know. Rosalia chimed in with the exuberance of a cheerful magpie as she swiftly descended. My dowry is a first-tier divine artifact, you see? The basement was damp, with unpleasant dirty water occasionally dripping down, splattering onto a somewhat decayed golden chest. In the center of the basement, a display stand held a finely crafted crystal cup. Yet devoid of the luster of a divine artifact, it bore cracks instead. How unfortunate, Rosalia lamented, trembling as she cradled the cup. Tears streamed down her cheeks. After just 11 years, its power had completely dissipated. Divine power, as a form of energy, is inevitably subject to depletion. Without the nurturing of a chosen one, divine artifacts gradually degrade, ultimately turning to dust. What an exquisite creation. Truly, you are the daughter of the Starry Night family, and your taste is impeccable, Field remarked, gently patting the little girl's head to offer comfort. Noticing Rosalia's continued silence, his heart ached. But there is still an entire chest of treasures, is there not? If you desire a divine artifact, I shall procure one for you in the future, and you can begin to amass your collection again. Foolish, foolish. Whom am I saving the dowry for? It all belongs to you. Rosalia retorted with a small punch, and after calming down, she wiped away her tears. Do not touch that chest. It contains a treasure chest monster that captures individuals and forces them to bear offspring. I wonder if it has perished after 11 years. Curse that treasure chest monster, Field exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Why would one keep such a grotesque thing in the house? To deter thieves, I suppose. After carefully storing the damaged crystal cup, Rosalia began to dig a small pit in the corner, retrieving a key. However, her excitement was evidently diminished. I still have a bit of pocket money, not much. Let us take a look. Field inquired curiously, approximately how much? Perhaps over 1,000 gold coins, along with some jewelry and precious ornaments, provided they haven't been discovered by anyone, came the reply. Impressive. Field was taken aback. The young girl had managed to amass such considerable wealth that even a decade after her demise, she still had riches at her disposal. In contrast, upon his arrival in this realm, he was utterly destitute. Regrettably, the fortune amassed by the Xingye family over generations had been entirely seized by others. Rosala spoke with gravity. What transpired? To be honest, I find this matter perplexing. Why did you not abandon the northern border province? The empire had disseminated warnings about the deadly miasma, yet as nobles, you seemed oblivious to it, Field remarked, bewildered. Indeed, this situation is exceedingly strange. Before the outbreak of the gray mist, my mother, Lady Sophia, clandestinely removed all the wealth, artifacts, and potion formulas from our family treasury, taking them away without my knowledge of their destination. As the war raged fiercely, the orcs breached 17 strongholds within 3 days, and even the central city of the north, Lionheart City, faced a bloody massacre with the fall of 20 chosen ones. Yet, the major families exhibited no semblance of a response. I was unable to contact my mother. The Nightfall territory lacked any fortifications. In desperation, I contracted our defensive lines and dispatched scouts in a bid to evacuate the populace to Xingye City for refuge. Chapter 72. Expectant mothers. Yet no increase in population, however. Before the scouts could return, the guards reported the emergence of corpses in the lumberyard. The sudden onslaught of these decaying bodies caught Nightfall territory off guard, and soon the corruption spread along the river, infiltrating Xingye City, which became instantly infected. Nightfall made no move and succumbed to the blighted state. I intended to consolidate my forces and rely on the main building for defense. As you are aware, I was ultimately slain by the unexpectedly appearing corrupted dragon, and upon regaining consciousness, I had transformed into a corrupted chosen one. Field pondered the eerie runic array of the lumberyard, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The rumors circulating suggested that the former empress had communed with the forces of darkness, sacrificing all the inhabitants of the Twilight territory to vanquish the orcs and their minions. Beyond that, uncertainty loomed. Rosala shook her head, dismissing past events as inconsequential. Look, we have arrived. That cave is where I have stashed my savings. From now on, that wealth shall be ours to share. Guided by Rosala, the two discovered a concealed cavern, surrounded by numerous shattered corpses still fresh in appearance. Something felt amiss. Field, take care of yourself. There have been living beings in this place recently. Rosala furrowed her brow, summoning her gluttonous greatsword. There are indeed individuals moving about in the cave. I hope they are merely a few foolish thieves, for I yearn to savor the taste of human blood. Are you certain they are living humans and not goblins? Field retrieved his iron shield and unsheathed his Iris's sword, adopting a defensive stance. Indeed, I am quite certain, the uniquely sweet and sanguine aroma of humanity. And is that the scent of amniotic fluid? How extraordinary. Is someone here pregnant amidst the mists? At the mention of pregnancy, Rosala momentarily froze, casting a furtive glance at Field's expression. She then licked her lips, adding, however, my senses are not as keen as Ashina's, so do exercise caution. Without encountering any resistance, the pair successfully ventured into the cave. A fog-dispelling lamp? Field immediately noticed the luminous small fog lights, radiating a gentle glow that dispelled the mist within the cave. Indeed, it was akin to amniotic fluid. Shortly thereafter, Field was confronted with a scene that was utterly eye-watering. Women lay sprawled on the ground, their abdomens grotesquely ballooned by the monstrous entities, rendering the sight unbearable. Truly, this was the realm reminiscent of an age game. Field was taken aback, instinctively leaning down to assist the women. However, he abruptly halted his actions, for the peculiar northern province was not a place to be recklessly meddled with. He cautioned himself, is this the work of goblins? No, it cannot be. How could goblins possess fog lamps? No, Rosala replied with a smile, her gaze fleetingly resting on the large stone within the cave. She then nonchalantly continued, these women are beyond saving. Their minds have been shattered, rendering them mere vessels for monstrosities. The infants within them could emerge at any moment. Field observed Rosalia winking at him, instantly comprehending the little girl's intent. He feigned nonchalance while gradually moving toward the corner, his right hand gripping the longsword tightly, his nerves taut as he murmured, how unfortunate. unaware of who the perpetrator may be. It seems I must inquire with the master of this place. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a shadow descended from above, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, crashing down upon Field with a ferocious intent. Die. To think one would attempt to ambush me. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Field leaned back slightly and raised his shield. Before the impact could register, a grotesque greatsword, tethered by iron chains, shimmered with overwhelming malevolence and struck the assailant midair, cleaving them in two. It was as if a watermelon had burst open, blood splattering everywhere, while pure life energy was voraciously siphoned away by the gluttonous blade. Daring to ambush the mistress' lord, one must be weary of life, Rosalia scoffed, her expression shifting to one of delight. The essence of a combat knight, how delectable. With the first strike executed, Rosalia relinquished her pretense, turning to the boulder with a mischievous grin as she unleashed the gluttonous greatsword. Crimson and obsidian lights swirled around it, cleaving through the enormous stone. Come forth and kneel before the mistress' lord. As the sword passed, the stone yielded. Two figures emerged simultaneously, both women. Cursed, discovered, truly deserving of the chosen one's title. There was no escape. If that was the case, they would take them down together. The two exchanged a determined glance. Field crossed his arms before his chest, inquiring with an air of authority, "Who are you, and what brings you here? Speak the truth, and I may consider sparing you." "I am not a villain. I am Baron Field, known as the Lion of the North." This was, of course, mere bluster from Field. From the moment they laid eyes on the chosen one, their origins mattered little. They would either become part of the Nightfall Legion or be buried in the earth. The northern province was far from the simple place it appeared to be, and Field sensed the whiff of conspiracy. Spare us? You should be more concerned for your own safety," the red-haired woman cackled. "I regret to inform you that even the chosen one can exhaust their divine power. For the intrusion you have committed, you must pay with your life." "The price of life? If you were truly formidable, there would be no need for ambush." Despite such reasoning, Field remained vigilant. "Be cautious, Rosaria. Retreat if danger arises." "No problem," Rosaria smiled. "Everything is under control." With a sudden tearing sound, the two women shredded the scrolls in their hands. The bound women cried out in agony, and in the next instant, grotesque creatures with spider-like legs erupted from their bodies, blood splattering in a grotesque display. As the spiders emerged, they scaled the cave ceiling in bizarre postures. The red-haired woman, like a devout acolyte, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Let you taste the wrath of the vengeful spider." Rosaria's lips curled into an adorable smile. "I shall savor it well. My stomach is quite empty." The 13 shrieking spiders unleashed a chorus of eerie wails, and in an instant, Field's mini-map exploded with countless red skull icons, nearly painting the whole map crimson. It was more spectacular than the previous monkey corpse tide, as innumerable corrupted spiders surged toward the cave. Corrupted spiders, common among corrupted creatures, were the size of hunting dogs and adept at pouncing on and tearing apart their prey. One or two posed no threat. Even slaves could crush them. But a tide of spiders was another matter entirely. The air was filled with the unsettling sound of skittering, sending chills down one's spine. "Ha! Do you hear that delightful sound? Countless spiders will engulf this place. You shall be buried alongside us." The two women laughed maniacally, resembling lunatics, causing Field to take a step back in alarm, fearful of contagion. Subsequently, they shockingly stripped themselves bare. Lying in a spread eagle position, "We are willing to offer our flesh and blood to honor the descent of the divine. May glory shine upon us." Chapter 73. Unparalleled Harvest. Ugh, such poor physiques, all clumsy muscle. "They must be soldiers of the Empire," Rosaria remarked casually, casting a glance. She neither killed the vengeful spider nor struck down the two women. "Field, please refrain from staring so openly. Trust me, my figure is far superior to theirs." The little girl stood proudly with her hands on her hips, wearing an expression that exuded an air of unassailable confidence. After being called out by Rosalia, Field maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and openly admired their performance art. "What are you attempting to do? By the way, can you wash up?" The overwhelming stench of the ocean is detectable from 20 meters away. The two women, eyes closed, remained silent, murmuring incomprehensible prayers. It seemed they were awaiting their fate to be devoured by insects, appearing as cultists entwined within the military ranks. Rosalia grasped the gluttony greatsword, swinging it nonchalantly. Yet it appeared their hopes might be dashed. "Be cautious," Field warned, raising his shield in anticipation of an attack from the vengeful widow spider. Within half a minute, a multitude of corrupted spiders surged forth from the cave entrance, resembling a creeping black tide. Before the smaller spiders could reach Rosalia, a widow spider the size of a motorcycle could no longer contain itself. It twisted grotesquely in midair, then launched its sharp legs towards Rosalia with ferocity. How dare a newly born first-tier creature act so brazenly before me? At the moment of impact, Rosalia effortlessly seized the spider's leg with her delicate white hand. Then with a fierce toss, sent the widow spider crashing against the stone wall like a kite severed from its string. Before the spider could emit a sound of despair, the gluttony greatsword was hurled back, cleaving it in two and splattering viscous fluids everywhere. The remaining corrupted spiders had now arrived. Just food, Rosalia remarked, grasping the chain to maximize her sweeping strike. Suddenly, she unleashed the greatsword in a fan-shaped arc. As her palm swept through the air, a terrifying force cleaved the atmosphere, producing a deafening sonic boom. The gluttony greatsword and its trailing chain surged forth, resulting in a violent explosion of blood mist, accompanied by the screams of numerous spiders and the sickening sound of severed flesh. The cave's floor was instantly littered with foul blood and dismembered limbs. Such a terrifying killing radius, akin to the draconic flames of a dragon-type wolf. It seems Rosalia can effortlessly inflict area damage, Field mused, relieved to see the spiders eradicated. However, the recollection of Rosalia as an adversary instilled a sense of dread within him. He pondered what might have transpired had she chosen to disregard Ashina and recklessly charged into the fray. Countless essences of life surged into the greatsword, transforming into strands of blood that flowed back into Rosalia's body. Let us have more. The more I kill, the more exhilarating it becomes. Rosalia's pupils quivered with excitement as she unleashed a series of terrifying sword lights, invoking her divine skill, Endless Slash. 3 arcs imbued with corruption and death surged through the air, slicing through the cave's rocky walls. The sword energy collided violently with the advancing tide of spiders, plowing through for miles, obliterating everything in its path, be it spiders, trees, or stones. All were shattered to pieces. Using a divine skill now? Truly courting death. The 2 madwomen ceased their prayers, instead donning expressions of cold amusement. Field raised his hands in a gesture of indifference and remarked calmly, "Why can't we have a conversation? Perhaps our territories could engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Arms, artifacts, or even slaves, all are negotiable. Recently, I acquired something delightful called joy beans, rumored to soothe one's temperament and restore femininity. And you? Do you believe you are worthy?" The red-haired woman erupted in laughter. But her amusement was rendered grotesque by her rigorous training, her physique as hardened as her chest muscles. Even as she laughed, there was no grace to be found. "You short-sighted nobles will never comprehend the grand world we aspire to build." Field's eyes widened in shock, but upon recalling the atrocities committed by these individuals against women, in their frenzied fanaticism, he quickly extinguished any thoughts of collaboration. With a look of disdain, he interjected, "Do not speak in half-truths. Riddlers should vacate Gotham." In conclusion, nobles like you must perish, the red-haired woman replied coldly. "Do not presume that the chosen can safeguard you. Divine skills are not to be unleashed casually. Divine skill, unrelenting." Just as the red-haired woman finished her statement, Rosalia unleashed a powerful counterattack, having amassed enough life energy to activate her divine ability once more. The brilliance of her sword light expanded in both range and ferocity, manifesting as 7 waves of lethal sword energy, slicing through the air in the bewildered gaze of the red-haired woman. Where the sword aura passed, spiders were obliterated, their mangled remains and blood scattered across the ground, creating a repulsive carpet of flesh. "Savage woman, make your spider delicacies more potent. Bring forth more." More. An overwhelming surge of pure life force flowed into Rosalia, gradually transforming her form from that of a young girl to that of a blossoming maiden, her voice maturing alongside her physique. What manner of creature is that?" Both deranged women retreated a step in astonishment. They had not anticipated this turn of events. Wasn't it supposed to be a swift depletion of divine power followed by retreat, ultimately being overwhelmed and devoured by spiders? Field's patience was finite. Adopting their haughty tone, she coldly declared, "Do you even deserve to know? Be gone." Unlike the typical chosen ones, Rosalia's divine ability, which consumed her life force, was perfectly suited to her. With the power to absorb life, she grew stronger with each battle. Consequently, a direct confrontation with Rosalia was ill-advised. Guerrilla tactics or overwhelming firepower were preferable strategies. For instance, Athena's divine skill could obliterate one of her forms and damage her artifact. Within a minute, Rosalia unleashed her 3rd unending strike. Countless strands of sword energy nearly leveled the cavern, annihilating the corrupted spiders. Inside, the remaining widow spiders, their voices hoarse from futile calls, could not summon any more corrupted spiders, merely staring blankly at one another. Field discerned the palpable fear reflected in the widow spider's compound eyes. Is the ball already over? I am but half sated, and the thrill has yet to reach its zenith. With an elegant turn, Rosalia unleashed her colossal sword, imbued with bloodlight and ferocity, striking at blinding speed, reducing the widow spiders to mere pulp against the stone walls. As Rosalia's unfriendly gaze swept over her, the usually taciturn madwoman's pupils dilated in terror, and yellow fluid streamed down her thighs, her eyes regaining clarity. Humph. Now you comprehend my prowess, do you? You were so full of bravado before, Field thought, nearly choking with laughter. Wait. Halt. We can negotiate as you mentioned earlier. I will reveal everything. We hail from. Chapter 74. The Imperial Investigation Corps. Perhaps due to overwhelming fear, the woman's frenzied expression suddenly turned lucid as she clutched her hair in anguish, pleading, Please, stop. We are the Imperial Investigation Corps. Hurry and rescue Miss Sherry Gassina. She is on the Claudia Road, retreating towards the Twilight Territory, carrying vital information regarding the corruption. Her words seemed sincere. The earlier madness was a facade of a shattered mind. Rosalia nodded solemnly and urged the two women, for the future of the Empire, divulge the crucial information. I sense a force within your minds that is rapidly expanding. We were attacked by terrifying corrupted monsters. Miss Sherry instructed us to retreat with the wounded, but in the Twilight Territory, we encountered. Just as a critical word was mentioned, both women's heads exploded simultaneously, yellowish filth splattering everywhere. Rosalia swiftly positioned herself before Field, gesturing to shield her from the filth. They triggered a restriction. The spellcaster forbids them from thinking or mentioning a particular topic. No wonder they appeared deranged. They had been mentally ensnared. Field furrowed her brow, her demeanor grave, fingers interlaced in contemplation. The Imperial Investigation Corps primarily focused on assessing the extent of corruption. Logically, no human should have attacked them. The spread of corruption was a matter of utmost concern for the safety of all humanity. Field paced back and forth, grappling with the possibility of a personal vendetta against the Survey Corps or perhaps the machinations of a clandestine organization. She had intended to articulate a particular term, yet was thwarted in her attempt. It was truly exasperating. The concepts of corruption, heresy, and cultism had become an indistinguishable jumble. Field found himself in a state of bewilderment, as various factions stirred restlessly. The impact of the heretical crusade was indeed profound. After a moment of contemplation, Rosalia shrugged her snow-white shoulders, stifling a yawn and delicately raising her hand to shield her mouth. I am utterly uninformed about the current state of the Empire, she remarked. But this matter bears no relevance to us. No matter how dire the circumstances may be, can they truly be worse than languishing amidst a heap of corrupted beings? As Field's chosen one, Rosalia possessed no awareness of the tainted creatures, having transformed completely into a thoroughgoing traitor, mercilessly slaying the corrupted without hesitation. Indeed, upon her reminder, Field nodded in agreement. As a mere baron, I have no sway over the Empire's grand affairs, with no vested interests to pursue and all major powers fraught with trouble. As long as they do not provoke me, they are of no consequence to my existence. Fieldton felt at ease as he sheathed the long sword adorned with irises, transforming it into a brooch that he pinned to his heart. He flicked his wrist and mused, I must ponder over the matters of the Survey Corps. I shall return to the Grand Winery first. I am delighted to see you relaxed, Rosalia remarked, lifting her skirt and smiling at Fieldon. I believe my hidden savings remain intact. In her youthful form, Rosalia appeared somewhat aloof. She tiptoed gracefully, traversing the remains of a spider, and unearthed an iron chest from the cavern's corner. This is it. Well, a golden legend. Upon opening the chest, Fieldton was momentarily dazzled. His eyes met with a plethora of glimmering gems and coins. A variety of exquisite jewelry, crafted from gold and silver, adorned with a kaleidoscope of precious stones, sparkled brilliantly in the dim light. Moreover, the chest was brimming with an abundance of gold, silver, and bronze coins, indicating that she had even stashed away copper coins. This is for you, Rosalia said softly, lowering her gaze, her voice considerably gentler. Her alabaster feet seemed restless, her knees brushing against each other, even reddening from her evident unease. Are you truly giving this to me? Fieldton felt a wave of uncertainty. It was the first time in his life, across 2 lifetimes, that he had received a gift from a girl, and from such a beauty at that. Furthermore, Rosalia had mentioned that this was her private savings, intended as a dowry. Could it be? Rosalia's gown would indeed alter with her form. The upper part of her dress, secured by a circular clasp at her neck, seemed to overflow with the fragrance of cream upon her snow-white skin, revealing a generous expanse to Field. She had not been mistaken. Rosalia's figure was indeed remarkable. The mature form would undoubtedly be even more splendid. Of course, Sir Fieldton, all of this is your fortune, to be dispensed at your whim. Rosalia smiled as she raised her gaze. From now on, you shall be my foot servant. In a flurry of thoughts, Fieldton pondered what to do about the declaration from the noble lady. This plot was unfolding far too rapidly. He mused that they had only known each other for a few days, and now marriage was on the horizon. Field felt a flush of embarrassment, his head spinning. Instinctively wanting to embrace her. I truly have no way to deal with you, as your husband. Wait, what did you just say? As my foot servant. She replied, stifling a laugh with an elegant hand over her mouth. Foot servant? What on earth is that? Field exclaimed, slapping his forehead as cold sweat began to stream down his face. It is, of course, someone responsible for attending to my daily needs, ensuring my happiness, massaging my delicate feet to relieve my fatigue. Naturally, when you come to pay your respects in the morning and evening, a kiss on the back of my foot will suffice. As for other areas, whether you may kiss them will depend on your performance. In Field's mind, a question mark slowly emerged. Return to me the adorable little lowly version. This unsettling older sister is far too frightening. Initially, I believed Rosaria to be submissive. But upon closer inspection, could she possibly be dominant? This is utterly outrageous. Field resolutely refused, then lightly tapped her on the head with his knuckles. He offered Rosaria a piece of candied chestnut, exclaiming, Do not be so absurd, young lady. If I do not discipline you today. It seems you fail to grasp the difference between authority and subservience. While I am willing to indulge in foot massages, that should not be considered a formality. I may enjoy doing it, but it does not imply that I am obligated to do so. An affinity for delicate feet does not equate to being a sycophant. That equation is null and void. With a playful smile, Rosaria teased, Oh dear Field, I was merely jesting. How could I ever bear to see you as a slave? I sense you are not entirely joking. Field let out a deep sigh, then smiled and said, Thank you for your generosity. You may keep the jewelry. I shall take the coins to develop our territory and will repay you 100-fold in the future, as long as you treat me well. I appreciate your gentleness and sense of responsibility. Rosalia felt a surge of happiness, dismissing the earlier jest, and added, In truth, I wish to be your foot servant. Please. Spare me from such declarations. Field nearly choked on his own words. At least refrain from saying such things now. You truly are an M. I did not misjudge you. If this continues, we shall be struck down by the laws of the universe. By the way, let us conduct a search nearby, since they are the Survey Corps. They must have equipment in proximity. Field's thoughts turned to serious matters. He was nearly driven to desperation, having suffered substantial losses in the battle at the main building, and was now ravenous for weaponry. Chapter 75. Who is spreading rumors? The two searched near the cave and indeed discovered 5 carriages belonging to the Survey Corps. The horses that pulled them had perished, their bodies covered in tentacles and tumors. It would not be long before they transformed into corrupted steeds. Field had no choice but to deliver the final blow to end their suffering. Inside the first 2 carriages lay numerous male corpses. Lifting the white cloth revealed their bodies riddled with bite marks and torn wounds. They were likely casualties of the Survey Corps, all now lifeless. Their eyes wide open in expressions of unfulfilled rage. There are no living souls here. Rosalia shook her head, then brandished her blade to sever the heads of the corpses, preventing any possibility of reanimation. Field naturally remarked that the meticulous arrangement of the vengeful widow spider indicated a mind free from rudimentary errors. The 3 carriages contained treasures of great worth. Field had discovered armor superior to that of the border fortresses, 10 sets of heavy chain mail. In an era devoid of gunpowder weaponry, the defensive prowess of chain mail was nothing short of terrifying, as most weapons failed to penetrate, and the force of blunt instruments was significantly mitigated. The value of these 10 sets of chain mail was sufficient to purchase an entire farm. Additionally, there were 17 pieces of heavy horse armor, a selection of exquisite weapons, 2 crates of combat potions, and a box filled with bloodstained personal effects, including jewelry, coins, farewell letters, and family banners. Undoubtedly, they had exhausted their supplies. Aside from their rigid weapons and armor, they possessed neither potions nor food. Field immediately discerned the crux of the matter. He had only discovered half a piece of gnawed jerky, hidden close to his heart. He shook his head, lamenting the dire plight of even the wounded who had retreated ahead of him, and dared not imagine Miss Shirley's predicament. It was likely they had been defeated and were now performing a defeat animation with the corrupted creatures. After all, there were no supply depots along the route. nor villages for them to pillage. The knights of the empire were unable to procure sustenance. Rosalia, with one hand on her hip and the other swinging her morning star like a propeller, playfully declared that even the chosen ones needed to eat. Except, of course, for the invincible Miss herself. For Rosalia, slaying was akin to dining. You shall receive my title, the first model worker of Nightfall Domain, Field chuckled, bestowing the title upon her. From this day forth, the dragon breed wolf that survived by consuming corpses and Rosalia, who thrived by dispatching them, would be known together as the first model workers of Nightfall Domain. Absolutely not, Rosalia protested loudly, threatening him with a punishment of 30 seconds without being allowed to kiss her feet. Compared to grand titles like the Enchanting Dancer or the Crimson Rose, the title of First Model Worker of Nightfall Domain seemed utterly ludicrous. Thus, it was imperative that our army establish a robust logistics system. Field chose to ignore Rosalia's audacious remarks. Unlike the Eastern principle of preparing provisions before mobilizing troops, the Empire's nobility did not place sufficient emphasis on logistics, often resorting to pillaging to replenish their food supplies. Only the Kingdom of Franvia, influenced by mercantilist thought, began to enhance military support. Yet, the prevailing sentiment across the continent remained one of seizing resources from the enemy. Having secured the carriages with chains and dragged them back to the domain, Rosalia took the time to wrap her jewelry carefully, hiding it in a place known only to her. She must be a hoarder, so fond of concealing her treasures. Field quipped, returning to the grand winery ahead of her, just as he directed the slaves to store the spoils. He had barely settled into his chair when he was interrupted. My lord, Tate requests an audience. The pot-bellied servant, holding a cloth, was busy cleaning the entire winery. Let him in. As Tate entered, he wasted no time discussing work. My lord, I have discovered that the enslaved population is experiencing severe internal conflict. Slaves are already at the lowest echelon. How can they still engage in infighting amongst themselves? Field straightened his posture, gesturing for him to continue. The situation is such that robust slaves, relying on their physical strength and combat prowess, tend to carve out territories and populations for themselves, thus forming gangs that engage in internecine conflicts, such as stealthily uprooting the crops of rivals. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of conflict. And slaves are not exempt from this reality. Within these gangs, hierarchies emerge. The stronger slaves not only shirk their labor but also delegate tasks to the weaker ones, resorting to brute force to seize their food and wealth. Field exhaled a heavy sigh, his tone laden with discontent, lamenting that an abundance of resources paradoxically accumulates among the indolent, while those who toil are left with scant rewards. My provisions are being squandered on those who indulge in laziness, while the diligent laborers struggle in hunger. Indeed, your analysis is astute. Tate, filled with righteous indignation, expressed his disdain for parasites, insisting that we must root out and execute those scoundrels. Ah, your stance appears somewhat extreme. After the tumult of battle, our population stands at a mere 427. We cannot afford further losses. Slaughter will not resolve the issue, rather, it would diminish both the population and the happiness of the territory. No one wishes to live in a realm where death by hanging is a constant threat. Even if we eliminate one group, another will inevitably arise, for the accumulation of resources is an innate instinct. We cannot unjustly blame individuals for this. Do not expect everyone to be a paragon of virtue, Tate. Otherwise, what is the purpose of governance? Field, possessing a remarkable sense of reason, gently tapped his fingers on the table. Tate, yesterday I screened 30 individuals for new recruit training. You will have them assist in suppressing and punishing gang members, temporarily serving as a security force. Turning to the curious Cal beside him, Field continued, additionally, Cal, you are to dedicate an hour each evening to instruct the soldiers and security team, teaching them a few of the most commonly used words and numbers. What? Why teach them to write? Once they step onto the battlefield, they could meet their demise at any moment, Cal protested, his expression rife with reluctance. Moreover, they are as dense as wood. They are unlikely to learn anything. Simply follow my instructions, Field replied, waving his hand dismissively. Cal, still unwilling, exclaimed, what? I've heard rumors circulating that I have been spying on the female slaves while they use the restroom. Field leisurely sipped his tea. Oh, I cannot fathom which accursed scoundrel would utter such absurdities. The goddess shall surely render his tongue to ashes. Cal was so frightened that beads of sweat adorned his brow, his legs trembling like strands of noodles. I shall undoubtedly instruct the soldiers in the art of writing. This is not a burden bestowed upon me by my lord, but rather an honor that I shall cherish profoundly. Very well, off you go, Field remarked, setting down his teacup. Cal scurried away in a flurry. Tate, looking perplexed. Rose to say, "My lord, I too shall attend to my duties. Do not be hasty. I intend to devise a novel method of labor organization, whereby tasks are allocated to individuals. For instance, a slave who cultivates an acre of land shall receive 5 copper coins, and for managing the decay of a plot, a reward of 3 copper coins will be granted, rather than the chaotic system of collective labor and shared remuneration we previously employed." Chapter 76, Mastering Quick Magic Indeed. I plan to abstract the copper coins into a concept I shall call labor points. One merely needs to perform simple arithmetic beside a name, without the necessity of dispensing actual currency. After all, money can be pilfered, but labor points cannot. Field gestured with his hands, explaining that upon accruing the value equivalent to a gold coin, a slave's status could be absolved, allowing them to transition into free citizens. Furthermore, as the resources within the territory increased, labor points could be exchanged for additional bread, essential goods, or other items. They would strive for a better life. Driven by their aspirations, Tate's pupils dilated in realization. Indeed, as long as labor points were recorded, robust slaves could not seize them. Moreover, only individuals who completed their tasks would earn labor points, preventing the strong from exploiting the system. Field was on the verge of concluding the conversation when suddenly he recalled the expiration of the previous prohibition against indiscriminate defecation. "No. I have succumbed once again to my overly civilized and benevolent tendencies. I have overstepped." He patted his head, contemplating that this matter should be approached as a long-term objective, progressing gradually, step by step. First, let the security team rigorously tackle gang issues, encouraging reports. Those who commit wrongdoing shall have their assets confiscated, endure public flogging, and then be dispatched to the most arduous tasks to labor intensely. Field struck his fist upon the table. For those who harm the populace, severe punishment coupled with hard labor shall be enforced. Your sense of justice is astonishing. Tate trembled in shock, privately reflecting that arriving in the Nightfall territory might be the wisest decision he had ever made. "Go forth. I shall monitor the process in real time." After bidding Tate farewell, Field sought out Ashina, intending to discuss matters concerning the Survey Corps with the 2 chosen ones. Rosala had yet to return. "You come first. I have something to discuss with you." Field ushered Ashina into the room. In broad daylight. We are to Ashina's voice dwindled as she spoke, ultimately covering her face in embarrassment. "Indeed, waiting idly is a waste of time. It is an opportune moment to study magic." Field retrieved a book on accelerated magic from the shelf and handed it to Ashina. "Can you master this? Or perhaps replicate a copy?" After perusing it, Ashina replied, "I am unable to replicate or utilize it. This is a creation of the Chosen Ones, akin to a divine artifact. Conversely, either you or others may learn it. Would you care to try? Just like the Church's fog-clearing lantern and purification potion, it is indeed another product of the Chosen Ones, which explains its exorbitant price." Field felt disappointment wash over him. It appeared that no one in the territory possessed magical abilities, and it seemed the book would gather dust for now. A charming smile graced Ashina's lips as she spoke in a teasing tone. "However, precisely because it is a creation of the Chosen Ones, there exists the possibility of harnessing divine power. If you wish to experiment, I can lend you a bit of divine energy. You should be able to perform it yourself without issue." "You can actually lend it?" Field was astonished. "Does this mean I could become a Grand Mage?" "That is not feasible. It is not that I am withholding it, but divine power can only be transmitted to a contracted individual, and the effect is particularly weak, making it challenging to utilize. It is not like Rosala sharing her fighting spirit. You will understand upon trying. It is less than 1% of what a first-tier mage could achieve." Ashina rose on her tiptoes and then seated herself upon Field's desk, crossing her legs, her toes playfully curling around her slippers. Even the sheerest of stockings could not conceal her delicate soles, with a perfect arch that sculpted an exquisite curve. "My lord, should you feel disappointed, do not blame me. It is best to seek a magic book with minimal magical consumption." Field stared in a daze at the elusive figure that emerged before him. This young lady's audacity had grown remarkably. When he first acquired her, she would only dare to sit on the floor to eat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she now confidently perched on his desk, legs crossed. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she claimed his very face as her seat. Though, he mused, that might not be so bad after all. Field cleared his throat. "I shall not hold it against you." "Very well then." Ashina's wolf ears suddenly perked up with a mischievous glimmer. Her playful spirit ignited. With a sigh, she spoke in a tone laced with both resignation and allure. "To attain divine power, one must engage in a kiss to facilitate the transfer. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Ashina's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly darted out her tongue, waving her hand to cool down. Heavens, what have I just uttered? Regret washed over her. Not a problem. I have long anticipated this very statement. Field suddenly stood up and approached Ashina with decisive steps. Hey, I was just joking. Ashina, startled, became flustered. She was inherently a reserved individual, and her audacity to tease Field stemmed solely from the affection he routinely showered upon her. Field paid no heed to the multitude of concerns, seizing her hand with a firm grip, while his other hand began to roam, gliding over her skin with a slick touch. Subsequently, there was a soft entrance, sweet upon the lips. This was not an exaggerated expression from a chivalric tale, but rather a genuine sweetness. The warm breath that arose caressed her face, offering an exquisite comfort. As for Ashina, she was uncertain whether she was bewildered or merely apprehensive of causing harm to Field. Her eyes remained tightly shut, trembling slightly. Knock, knock, knock. My lord. I have come to repair the floor, as you instructed this morning. The voice of the greyhound echoed from outside. Ever since he had been brought to the Nightfall domain by Field, all the carpentry tasks within the camp had fallen to him. Not now. Return tomorrow. Field replied with a tone that brooked no argument. He had completely forgotten about this matter. The greyhound, startled by Field's fearsome tone, stumbled back. The sound of his retreat a chaotic scramble. Ashina, equally startled, seized the opportunity to extricate herself from Field's embrace, rubbing her head as she spoke. Perhaps another time. Let us discuss the matter of divine power instead. Absolutely not, Field retorted, visibly agitated. Spare me this. I was jesting. Transmitting divine power does not require such intimacy. Ashina clicked her tongue, recalling how close she had come to suffocation moments earlier, despite the inexplicable exhilaration that enveloped her. Field was taken aback. Where do you kiss? Nowhere at all. My lord is quite eccentric. Ashina shyly covered her face. All right, I shall let you off this time. The covenant of the Chosen One is far more steadfast than a marriage certificate. There is no rush. Ashina reached out and tapped Field's forehead, a surge of pure power, infused with a terrifying pressure, flooded in. Field felt as though a towering snow-capped mountain loomed before him, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, the weight of the pressure was but a fleeting moment. As Field regained his senses, he discovered himself drenched in sweat. That is all I can manage for now. Observing Field's fatigued demeanor, Ashina felt a twinge of concern. Her knowledge stemmed from tradition, and practical application inevitably varied. She dared not act recklessly. Are you all right? Though it was merely a fragment of divine power, it was sufficient to catalyze rapid magic. Of course, this fragment held no utility in other respects. Akin to borrowing 2 batteries from an AI to power a flashlight, yet it did not imply possessing the AI's computational prowess. Extracting the shared essence of the feathered beast. Field let his blood drip into it, and the spellbook immediately began to flutter, its enigmatic runes radiating a brilliant glow. Field immediately mastered the magical technique of empathy with feathered beasts, as if it were an innate ability. Although he did not comprehend the specific meanings of the runes, he could nonetheless invoke their power. Now, I shall put this to the test. Chapter 77, Divine Perspective. Current state of the territory. Taking a white dove from the pigeon coop, Field cast the magic of feathered beast empathy upon it. A stream of silvery energy shot forth from his fingertips, penetrating the dove's mind. In an instant, Field felt his perception expand, akin to watching a split-screen video, leaving him momentarily unsure of where to direct his attention. Fascinating. Fortunately, Field conceived a brilliant idea. He reclined back onto his bed and closed his eyes. The screen immediately darkened on one side, revealing only the dove's perspective. Ashina, release the dove. Certainly. With that, she opened the ancient wooden window of the grand winery, allowing the dove to soar into the vast sky. Field immediately gained a divine perspective, witnessing the entirety of the Nightshade territory. The prevailing tone was a murky brownish-black, tinged with a hint of pale gray. The earth, steeped in the miasma of death, though somewhat purified, still bore traces of its former hue. From above, it resembled an antiquated black and white television set. The slaves resided in makeshift tents constructed from decrepit wood, tattered cloth, and dried grass. The fragmented timber had been scavenged, a scarce resource. The decaying flora posed no threat to life, rendering any hope of building homes futile. Those in dire conditions lacked even a shelter, forced to wrap themselves in tattered burlap and huddle together for warmth during the night. The lives of the free folk were marginally better, exempt from forced labor. They were engaged in excavating the earth to construct their homes. Field beheld the quintessential fire pit, a central fixture in the dwelling that served a dual purpose akin to a stove and a northeastern heated bed, utilized for cooking and warmth. Women wove fabric beside the fire pit, occasionally glancing at the pot simmering with porridge. The cooing doves, enticed by the aroma, flapped their wings and landed on the earthen walls erected by the free folk. Ah, how I longed for the days in the bull territory, though sustenance was scarce. At least there was a roof over my head. Silence. Do you not remember the 5 lashes I received last time? The woman weaving fabric shot her husband a fierce glare, adding, Do not expect me to tend to your ailing backside. I would sooner marry a slave soldier from the guard than continue this life with you. Oh, cursed be this short-sighted harpy, you would dare to consider a slave. The man seethed with anger, lamenting that a slave could never rise above their station, and that their future sons would also be enslaved, as would their grandsons. The woman, lacking decorum, spat disdainfully, Bah! The Lord has proclaimed that any slave who earns a gold coin shall be set free. Do you grasp how much the guard can earn? It is said that Hammer has already amassed a deposit of 1 gold coin. I have never seen such wealth. She mused that if this fortune returned to the bull territory, it could elevate them to the status of the village's wealthiest. Humiliated, the man nearly succumbed to his fury. But can you even leave? There are no merchants, taverns, or markets in the Nightshade territory. Having wealth serves no purpose without a place to spend it. Such establishments will come in due time, the woman retorted defiantly. Do not use that as an excuse to shirk your duties. I am already weaving. I could directly trade for oats at the winery. Nobles are not to be trusted. The bull baron takes so many young girls each year, claiming they are to become maids and choir members, yet none ever return. Our little Finny is among them, and we have heard nothing. Silence enveloped the room. Field silently listened. It was time to establish a market or a system of exchange to facilitate the circulation of goods and commodities. Otherwise, the productivity of the freeman would face a considerable setback. As for the young girl, it was likely that she had encountered some misfortune at the hands of the bull baron, yet he could not concern himself with the bull baron. At least not at this moment. The homing pigeon, lured by the aroma of porridge simmering in a pot, could no longer contain its urge and descended. The porridge in the pot had yet to reach a full boil, but tiny bubbles were already forming, and the bran floated on the surface. In this era, it was hardly more than the water used for washing rice, yet in the realm of nightfall, it was considered a delicacy. Heavens, where did that bird come from? Get away. That is for the children. The couple shared a unanimous opinion regarding their food and immediately waved their hands to shoo the pigeon away. It was not Field's cruel one to torment the villagers, but rather his utter inability to control the pigeon. This small magic granted him merely the ability to see and hear. The pigeon fled in a panic, repeatedly circling near the grand winery. And Field worried several times that the foolish bird might collide with the deathly mist and transform into a monstrous creature. Fortunately, animals are quite astute to the dangers posed by the fog of death, and the pigeon ultimately settled in a field cultivated by slaves. Field could observe the crooked furrows where the slaves were diligently planting broad beans. One male slave, seemingly disengaged, absently scooped out a shallow pit with his hands, cast the seeds into the hole, and carelessly trod upon them, causing some to be dislodged from their resting place. He could hardly be bothered to glance back. Moving on to excavate the next pit. This was still preferable, for another slave had already succumbed to slumber amidst the furrows. Field even witnessed individuals consuming seeds raw. Goodness! If this yields any produce, it would be miraculous. He nearly leaped from his bed, rushing to the fields to apprehend them and administer a sound thrashing. No wonder slavery was destined for extinction. Such inefficiency would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. Fortunately, at that moment, a foul exclamation pierced the air, urging them to rise and work. Tate, accompanied by 2 members of the security team, new recruits enlisted by Field, approached wielding clubs and whips. They administered a severe beating to a few slaves. Those foolish enough to pilfer seeds would see their food supplies halved within 3 days. As for the slackers, ensure they redo their tasks. This plot of land shall yield no rewards for them. And the idler? Let him carry wood. The exertion will surely dispel his drowsiness. Move swiftly. Do not squander the master's provisions. Tate swiftly rendered a series of judgments, with the 2 new recruits displaying gleeful malice as they hurried to execute them. A fitting punishment, neither brutal nor overly lenient. Field observed the proceedings with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The execution of orders was executed flawlessly, and Tate's promptness in carrying them out immediately after Field's directives pleased him greatly. A person capable of appropriately enforcing decrees is indeed a treasure for the Nightshade domain. Sister, look at the pigeons over there. Hush! Field was still contemplating when he heard a girl's voice. The dove, drawn by the sound, turned to see two filthy little mud monkeys, their wide eyes blinking at him in surprise. Quite a rarity, they were twins. Comparing them back and forth, Field confirmed their identical features, yet their temperaments differed greatly. The one clutching a stone appeared strong and assertive, while the crouching girl wore an expression of timid melancholy. Wait, a stone? Field was taken aback. Bayu gripped the stone tightly in her hand, her mind racing with the bird-hunting techniques her father had imparted to her. She bent slightly, her right hand firmly clutching the sharp rock. Sister, don't do this, Bayu exclaimed in alarm, wanting to scare off the dove. However, feeling her sister's gaze, she shrank back, too fearful to act. Licking her lips, Bayu recalled the sin of meat, and her stomach involuntarily twitched, saliva trickling down the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, sister. We'll soon have bird meat to eat. Chapter 78. The bird was struck. The dove, blissfully unaware of its impending fate, remained motionless, cooing innocently. Field could not control the pigeons. He could only silently pray that they would not be struck. Sister, please don't. As he saw his sister about to hurl a stone, the black-feathered one frantically waved her hands. Stop. That is the property of our Lord. Fool, the bird is not. Before the younger sister could explain, the white-feathered one swiftly threw the stone, hitting the flapping pigeon with unerring precision. Field felt as though the world around him was spinning, and when the vision of the dove cleared, he beheld a pair of crystalline eyes fixed upon him. They were strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of pure and unblemished sapphire blue. Yet, within those eyes, he discerned an unmistakable glimmer of sheer appetite. According to the laws of the empire, all that exists upon the land belongs to the local lord, a fundamental tenet of the Griffin Empire, asserting that land is the domain of the nobility. However, this legislation harbors a loophole, as it does not encompass the oceans and skies. Consequently, hunting birds is indeed permissible, whereas engaging in unauthorized hunting, be it of squirrels or rabbits, or the act of gathering branches and timber, remains unlawful if it pertains to the land. Nevertheless, lords are empowered to issue regional decrees, thereby modifying imperial regulations. For instance, they may designate specific areas for collecting firewood and grant permits to hunters. Field's face darkened as he contemplated summoning the servant to retrieve the dove. Sister, return the dove to the Lord's castle, he instructed. The black-feathered one trembled, for the night realm harbored no ordinary birds, only monstrous beings capable of flight. Thus, it was evident that the dove belonged to the Lord. What, indeed? The suddenly enlightened white-feathered one gasped, her pupils dilating in shock. Yet, she stammered, what if? What if it is truly wild, or perhaps a divine gift? Moreover, she was painfully aware of their exposure. Other slaves had witnessed their act against the dove, and greedy eyes from every direction were fixed upon them, each yearning to partake in the spoils. The white-feathered one understood that using the excuse of finding an injured dove would no longer suffice. They have struck the Lord's dove. We must report it, she declared. Lord Tate has proclaimed rewards for informants. Surely, it cannot be wild. She recalled seeing a caravan with bird cages, and it was undoubtedly the Baron's pet. Pets and wild beasts are matters of great distinction. The noble lord, upon discovering that his pet had been harmed, would undoubtedly resort to cruel punishments. Oh, whoa. The sister had already sunk to the ground, tears streaming down her face, washing away the dust and leaving trails of sorrow. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Sister, their father had been hanged for merely taking a branch from the Lord's estate. The white-feathered one, in despair, collapsed beside her, the injured dove in her hands feeling akin to a searing brand. The thought of her own demise and the torment her sister might endure at the hands of vile men was too harrowing to entertain. She could only muster a stubborn resolve, declaring, "We shall heal the dove." Poor child, Field sighed, rubbing his temples. He attempted to sever the divine connection with the feathered beast, and after several attempts, he succeeded. Field sat up and beheld Ashina curled up beside him in slumber. Her exquisite brows were gently furrowed, and her elongated yet rounded toes, adorned with a subtle pink hue reminiscent of delicately applied nail polish, caught the light. This softness, complemented by her smooth, alabaster skin and the perfect arch of her foot, evoked a profound sense of tenderness and admiration. Field unreservedly assisted in massaging the delicate feet. Alas, how unfortunate it is that the Lord must stoop to such tasks for his subordinates. The young girl let out a vague, sleepy hum. Oh, the lecherous Lord. Subsequently, she shot Field a reproachful, yet charming glance. It would be better to refrain from using punitive measures on the young maiden. Although the pigeons are not inexpensive, the soul that inhabits Field, originating from the modern era, would never truly condemn a wayward girl to death. A single lash of a whip could send her back to the womb for a rebirth. Absolute exoneration or an excessively lenient punishment would also be inadvisable, as it might foster an impression among the subjects that their lord is overly merciful, even cowardly or saintly, potentially inciting other slaves to follow suit. In the predatory realm of the sacred Griffin Empire, Field must maintain an unwavering authority. My lord, a slave has come to report. An unwise fool has injured your pigeon. The male servant, Vagan, hurriedly approached, knocking on Field's bedroom door. Field stretched lazily and remarked, I understand. Procure 3 loaves of black bread as a reward for the informant. Fair is fair, and those loyal to oneself should indeed be rewarded. Your generosity is truly commendable. The jar, filled with admiration, promptly went to fetch the bread. This fellow has been rather sycophantic of late and has also reported the rumors spread by Cal. Field stroked his chin thoughtfully. The jar is indeed steadfast in loyalty, and it would be prudent to encourage him to learn the art of management. The castle will inevitably recruit more servants in due course, necessitating a reliable individual to coordinate their efforts. Field rose to open the door, descending the stairs alongside Ashina. The 2 sisters huddled together below, trembling with fear. Bayu had often imagined the moment she would meet the Lord, how she would pay her respects and kneel, but this time was different, having erred. Her mind was consumed by dread. Perhaps Baron Field was a beast with a grotesque visage, a demon who preyed upon children, now seizing the opportunity to devour them. The sisters recalled their father, who had knelt before the castle, awaiting the Lord's judgment. They had once prayed for a miracle, yet their father ultimately met a tragic end. Hang for all to see in despair. Creaking, the door of the grand winery swung open. Bayu beheld a young man striding towards her. Clad in a fitted black robe adorned with a splendid silver brooch on his chest, a fine steel sword hanging at his waist, he moved with an air of vigor, in stark contrast to the cringing servant. He must be one of the Lord's knights, Bayu speculated, recalling the ballads sung by minstrels that extolled the knightly virtues of handsomeness and valor, now vividly realized before her. The only disparity lay in her own circumstance. How splendid it would be to be a princess or a noble maiden, rather than a slave awaiting her fate. Kneel down and avert your gaze from the Lord's eyes. The steward, upon witnessing the 2 girls' foolish demeanor, was seized by indignation. How dare they trespass upon the Lord's property, especially when the Night Lord's estate possessed but 3 pigeons? The 2 young girls quaked as they knelt, while Field massaged his temples. As a youth raised under the banner of equality, he could not bear to see the common folk suffer. In truth, it was a trivial matter, a mere apology, perhaps a recompense of 100 coins. How did you bring down the pigeon? Field asked, feigning ignorance, and upon noticing the tremor that coursed through the small girl, he softened his tone. Do not be afraid. Speak plainly. I threw a stone. The 2 shrank like frightened kittens. Bayu stammered. I swear. I truly had no idea the pigeons belonged to the Lord. Chapter 79, The Chosen Council. Field chuckled, unsure whether it was sheer luck or skill that led to his successful shot. The pigeon was in decent condition, though its right wing was injured, reducing it to a clumsy, ground-bound creature, aimlessly gazing about. I will heal it. Black Feather, mustering her courage, clenched her fists and, with tear-filled eyes, implored. Please do not harm my sister, I beg you. I will do anything. Ha ha, poor little girl, he replied. I have no intention of taking a life, especially since the Nightfall territory has yet to issue a decree prohibiting the hunting of birds. Field allowed himself a moment of respite. The imperial edicts merely asserted that the land belonged to the nobility. Only the territorial regulations promulgated by the nobles would dictate the riches of rivers and skies. However, the pigeon indeed constituted my personal property, thus I sentence you both to labor reform. Every evening for a month, you shall clean the chicken coop of excrement, without any compensation. Do you have any objections? The 2 sisters were left dumbfounded. Field questioned, Is there any dissent? No, none at all. We are grateful for your grace. The 2 responded with excitement, overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had never anticipated such a lenient punishment. Collecting chicken droppings hardly constituted a penalty. For the 2 sisters who had labored on the farm since childhood, it was merely a part of their daily routine. Proceed to the yard behind the grand winery to find the steward, Cal. He will instruct you on what to do, starting from today. After Field finished his tasks, he gazed at the figures of the 2 running away, his expression one of bewilderment. Why are they being punished yet appear so elated? Ashina playfully winked. Perhaps they feel honored to be working for you? Upon returning to their room, they discovered that Rosalia had somehow arrived before them. Seated at the desk with her long legs elegantly crossed, sipping Field's red tea, yet holding Field's development plan with a perplexed expression. I cannot comprehend a single word you have written, she remarked, flipping the paper back and forth in confusion. "It's a miracle if you could understand it." "It was penned in modern Chinese," Field replied. "I intended it to be so, to prevent any spies from sneaking in and uncovering my little secrets." With a shrug, he continued, "Now that Rosalia has returned, let us discuss matters regarding the Survey Corps." Field recounted the intricate details of this expedition to Ashina. The decision to rescue Sherry Gassina or to abandon the endeavor was fraught with uncertainty. Indeed, there was a possibility that their efforts might prove futile. A matter to be set aside for the moment. He pointed to a paper map of the northern province, where the outermost 3 territories were known as Cloudvale, Nightshade, and Dawnbreak, leading to the High Castle and Reek provinces. Notably, Cloudvale could also connect to the realms of elves and dwarves, and historically, it had been a battleground where elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs clashed. The corrupted creatures therein were significantly more formidable than those in Nightshade. In contrast, Nightshade and Dawnbreak were relatively safer due to the presence of the Imperial Defense Line and the purging forces of the royal and ecclesiastical armies, which kept the more powerful corrupted beings at bay. The deeper one ventured into the northern province, the more terrifying the adversaries became. The Claudia Road served as a crucial route from the Griffin Viscountcy to Nightshade. If they still possessed mounts, they could reach Nightshade in a day. Field was deeply conflicted regarding the matter of rescue. His motives were not driven by altruism or a mere fascination with the fact that the individual in question was a woman. Gassina, if memory served, belonged to a prestigious family with a 6-century-long history, devoted to the goddess of war, known for their valor and loyalty, and held in high esteem by the royal family as one of the few influential dukes. The empire was home to 7 elector counts, whose ranks could include earls and viscounts, with titles often reflecting power but not always directly correlating. The throne was theoretically attained through a voting process. However, in practice, it remained a hereditary position within the Griffin family. Even though the previous empress had transformed the northern province into a land of corruption, the current empress still hailed from the Griffin lineage, and the nobility of the northern province had not opposed her, as they had all perished. Furthermore, the empire boasted 13 dukes and 67 marquises, yet less than a third of them wielded actual power. Most dukes merely held nominal territories, with land managed by imperial magistrates. The influence of the Gassina family had dwindled to less than 1,000th of what it was a decade ago. With a wry smile, Field acknowledged the truth. The Empress's loyal hound was undeniable, yet the vanguard against the orcs was indeed the Gassina family, shrouded in mist. Bearing the brunt of the expeditionary forces and the mainstay of the investigative corps, with their ranks nearly decimated. In short, it was an overwhelming situation, leading to all the responsibilities being thrust upon him. Rosalia nearly spat out her red tea, quickly dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. Miss Sherry's value was bound to diminish significantly. As a noble, Rosalia was acutely aware of what Field sought: profit. Nobles could secure genuine benefits through oaths of promise or legally binding agreements. Should they succeed in saving Sherry and negotiate a favorable accord, Field stood to gain something substantial. Though whether she would survive remained in question. Field took a seat, glancing at Ashina, who appeared utterly bewildered on his left, and then at Rosalia, who was sipping her tea. To his surprise, the only others participating in the discussion were all chosen ones. Field fell into a reverie. In the future, there will be more chosen ones. Will we need to cast votes then? Nevertheless, the overarching direction must still heed my counsel. It would be preferable if they perished, for the equipment and treasures they leave behind would belong to us, sparing us any further complications. When considering matters from a perspective of self-interest, all words turn frigid, and Rosalia is no exception. However, the likelihood of total annihilation is slim, as the Survey Corps will undoubtedly have chosen ones to provide escort, albeit in a severely diminished state. Should they be in a dire condition, our options would be to either seize the chosen ones or eliminate them entirely, Field stated coldly. Yet, if their condition is tolerable, extending a helping hand could earn goodwill and benefits, or one might simply negotiate terms with Sherry, engaging in negotiations with other nobles, unlike the previous indiscriminate generosity of the original owner, would hold genuine prospects for profit. Would that not expose the territory? Ashtina inquired. Field articulated with remarkable clarity. This is of little concern. Firstly, their willingness to eradicate the corrupt entities along the way will alleviate our burdens. Secondly, the law of the Nightfall domain asserts that no one in the entire empire can encroach upon me at will. Thirdly, the Nightfall domain is utterly inconsequential, devoid of any value. To the discerning eyes of noblemen, the Nightfall domain is worthless, Otherwise, the northern provinces would have long been claimed by the aristocracy. As no one wishes to expend precious resources in a land steeped in corruption, the only genuine concern arises from familial malice. Yet Field had already revealed his survival during his previous visit to the Maple Domain. The Nightfall Domain cannot remain indefinitely shrouded in the mist. It will eventually come to light. Of course, the most crucial elements, such as the existence of the Chosen One, must remain concealed. This requires meticulous planning on my part. Chapter 80. The Surge of Corpses, Sherry's Chosen One in the Dead of Night, within the shrouded gray mist. The thunderous clatter of hooves resounded as 6 knights galloped furiously southward. Following a piercing scream, a horde of grotesque corpses surged forth, a vast expanse of corrupted beings. Resembling a river breaching its banks, as the decayed bodies squeezed through countless narrow paths, forming slender streams of black and gray, gradually infiltrating this shattered world. At the forefront of the procession, a knight wielding a fog-clearing lantern called out hoarsely and frantically through her helmet, "Push forward. We are nearly at the Nightfall Domain. Do not allow them to encircle us." With that, she plunged a finely crafted dagger, secured to her leg, into her steed's flank. The horse let out a pained whinny, its speed increasing by a third. Sherry's heart bled. This was the rare magical beast that had accompanied her since childhood, now forced to unleash its full potential. Forever rendered incapable. "Keep up, milady." The surrounding knights emulated her, ruthlessly extracting the last vestiges of vitality from their steeds. This cavalry resembled a small fish bravely navigating through a turbulent current, precariously suspended before a multitude of the corrupted. Beware. Just a few paces into their flight, a blood-soaked knight abruptly spurred his horse, unleashing a battle cry as he brandished his lance. Beware of what? Sherry's brow glistened with sweat, dizziness overtaking her as she struggled to comprehend her comrade's warnings. By the time she realized, a grotesquely contorted corpse leapt high, threatening to topple her. With a resounding crash, the lance collided with the corpse's chest at a critical moment, splintering wood and sending a cascade of foul blood flying as the corpse was hurled backward. "Thank you, Sir Cabra." Sherry suddenly regained her senses, cold sweat streaming down her face, but as her voice emerged, it seemed to be swept away by the acrid winds of carnage. Lifting his helmet, a youthful and handsome knight, sporting a radiant smile, declared, "It is my honor to become Miss Sherry's chief knight." Shirley's exhausted visage had yet to unveil a smile before it froze in horror. A colossal wheel of radiant purple light descended in an instant, without warning, cleaving the knight of Cabra, along with his steed, in two, severing them cleanly from forehead to body. The young man's brilliant smile lingered on his face even as he and his horse disintegrated like rotting flesh upon the ground. Warm blood splattered on his Shirley, the crimson liquid seeping through her armor, instilling a sense of terrifying warmth that felt colder than ice. There it was again, that wheel of light. "I shall see what it is. Let it come." An aged knight laughed heartily, his sanity utterly depleted, charging madly towards the rotting corpses. Though his battle cry boasted bravado, not even a splash of water was stirred as he was swiftly torn apart by the corruption. Shirley's pupils trembled, she too longed to charge forth. Yet from the mountains behind, a surge of dense black and purple light flickered ominously amidst the horde of corpses. Shirley, still in shock, shouted, "The corpses are preparing to launch a ranged attack." Indeed, in the next moment, a deluge of black and purple javelins descended like rain. Combat skill, vitality slash. The true chief knight, with resolute determination, unleashed a formidable vitality slash that rendered the javelin storm as ineffective as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, causing them to ricochet harmlessly away. "Well done." Shirley summoned a flicker of courage, her voice rising to inspire, striving to maintain the morale of her comrades and prevent any further psychological collapse. Each knight represented the scant heritage of their family. They could not afford further sacrifices. Before her words could settle, 300 corrupted cavalrymen erupted from the flanks of the corpses. Among them were even some of Shirley's former knightly companions. Cursed be this fate. I must hold them off a while longer. The last surviving female knight of the group could no longer endure. "Valtteri, do not go. Your divine power is nearly depleted. I have rested long enough. The goddess of war will shield me." With that, the knight known as Valtteri roared, invoking her divine ability, breaking army armor. Streams of light rapidly converged upon her, transforming Valtteri into a veritable steel tank as she charged fiercely into the throng of corpses. In an instant, the assault of the undead was momentarily halted. Another knight surged forward, declaring, "I too wish to embrace the battle and aid Lady Valtteri." All of this was keenly observed by Field and his companions. They adhered to the philosophy of casting their lines, whether fish were present or not. Wandering along this path for 2 days, Field, Ashina, and 15 cavalrymen of the abyss concealed themselves on a gentle slope, while Rosalia operated alone, hidden elsewhere. Ashina, do you believe that the Chosen One can survive? Or will Sherry endure? Through Ashina's elucidation, Field, referencing the map, gleaned the unfolding events. Ashina confidently asserted, they will both survive. Our team includes a third-tier Oronite. While Rosalia and I could indeed eliminate Sherry, the opposing Chosen One may unleash a formidable fury, which could prove troublesome. Sherry's Chosen One has yet to sever ties with her divine artifact, suggesting she may still possess hidden cards. The artifact's unsevered state does not truly constitute a crisis. Additionally, the undead faction also harbors a Chosen One, as evidenced by the previous Halo, however. It appears she has no intention of departing from the Viscountess territory. To be precise, there are 2. Field gazed at the 2 crimson dots marked on the map, his desire intensifying. He longed to seize them immediately and subject them to rigorous training. However, with so many corrupted creatures assisting him, the prospect of snatching 2 Chosen Ones from amidst the throng was nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, he resolved to save more souls in exchange for benefits. Signaling to Rosalia, armed and mounted, Field proceeded with caution. With a resounding roar, Valtui charged into the horde of corpses, his fists, clad in heavy armor, unleashed devastation with each swing, effortlessly shattering any monstrosity that dared approach. In that moment, he stood as an unyielding bulwark against an onslaught. The warhorse neighed fiercely as the corrupted cavalry raised their long spears, initiating their assault on Valtteri. Come on, let me show you the formidable weight of the breaker armor. He taunted, for the armor could mitigate a staggering 80 of physical damage, rendering the attacks of the undead mere tickles. Moreover, he himself was enveloped in 3 layers of expertly crafted masterwork armor. After crushing a third-tier corpse with a single-handed blow, Valtteri faced the charging cavalry head-on. Valtteri! Shelley cried out, her heart racing as she witnessed her contracted Chosen being overwhelmed by the corrupted riders. Do not worry about her, the chief knight reassured. In that very moment of distraction, Shelley's steed was suddenly seized from beneath by a corpse that erupted from the ground, leading to its untimely demise. No. Damn it! Shelley cried out, tumbling from her horse, her eyes instantly reddening. Her beloved steed, a companion through countless adventures, had become akin to family. Now, it lay lifeless before her. Staggering to her feet, she frantically swung her longsword, cleaving through the corrupted bodies. The chief knight, alarmed, quickly dismounted. Miss, quickly, take my horse. As the chaos unfolded, Shelley's heart brimmed with despair, but upon witnessing the dissipating gray mist, an overwhelming joy surged within her, her eyes sparkling with hope. Emerging from the clearing fog was a cadre of riders clad in black robes. Before engaging the enemy, the knights readied their crossbows. The sound of mechanisms echoing as they unleashed a volley, felling numerous approaching corpses. Field lowered the crossbow he had discharged and subsequently raised a spear. With a deft flourish of both hands, he dispatched 2 of the decaying corpses. The demi-human cavalry surged forward, swiftly eliminating the surrounding undead. Please, help us. Upon recognizing the approaching figure adorned in noble attire, Sherry's elation was unmistakable as she waved her hands in fervent plea towards Field. I am Sherry Gassina from the Imperial Investigation Corps. Our mounts are utterly exhausted. Before Field could utter a word, Shirley hurled an object towards him. Take this. We are in need of horses. I shall offer a greater reward. Field spread his palm, nearly blinded by the dazzling radiance. It was not a flashbang, but rather an artifact, its core a conical framework intricately woven with golden threads, reminiscent of the Millennium Puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! However, unlike that, the hollow structure was adorned with a stunning ruby at its center. Goodness, such generosity. This was a remarkable windfall, without even stating any conditions. The other party had unhesitatingly presented him with an artifact. Field couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This woman was truly formidable, her wealth seemingly boundless. Indeed, the old nobility was astonishingly impressive. Field decisively accepted the offering, piercing his finger to let his blood drip upon it, accompanied by a soothing surge of power. His blood was absorbed by the ruby, and Field instantly felt a clarity of mind, as if boundless wisdom were flooding into his thoughts. Soon thereafter, he was enveloped by a magnificent and overwhelming presence that instilled a sense of awe within him. The artifact, now attuned to him, felt as though he had gained an additional pair of hands. In the Divine Gift section of the Lord's panel, a new item materialized. Divine Gift, Eye of the Veil, first-tier artifact. Source, Goddess of Wisdom effect. The wearer can pierce through illusions caused by divine power of the first tier or lower. Active, activate the artifact to attain a broader and clearer vision. Special effect, exclusively for use by the chosen of the goddess of wisdom. A telescope? Field's lips curled slightly, contemplating the future when he might impart the secrets of crafting artisan glass, wondering if telescopes would become a commodity. However, he quickly dismissed his dissatisfaction. This remarkable artifact would undoubtedly prove invaluable, and should it lose its utility, he could always sell it for a handsome sum, at the very least. It was worth hundreds of thousands. Upon meeting Sherry's hopeful gaze, Field donned a radiant smile and casually introduced himself. Esteemed Miss Sherry, I am Baron Field of the Twilight Domain. You may refer to me by my title, the Just Companion. The phrase the Just Companion struck a humorous note. He had relinquished his precious artifact without a moment's hesitation. Sherry nearly choked with indignation, had she not been driven to despair. She would never have traded her invaluable artifact for a mere steed. Yet, the relentless tide of the undead had besieged her every step, and now, bereft of her battle mount, she found herself devoid of courage to continue. The ceaseless waves of the undead had claimed her companions one after another. Although Athena had asserted that the three of them would survive, Sherry held a starkly different belief. Her reason teetered on the brink of collapse. Greetings, Baron Field. We implore your assistance. The chief knight knelt beside her. Baron, for the sake of our kin in the Empire, please bestow upon us your aid. May the goddess of war illuminate your path. Field had anticipated that the belligerent knight, emboldened by his third-tier prowess, would attempt to seize the horses directly. He had even arranged for Rosalia to feign wild corruption, poised to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Little did he realize that he had underestimated the darkness of the situation. Nevertheless, we have reserved steeds. He was not one to shirk his duties for monetary gain. And with resolute determination, Field relinquished 3 spare war horses, courteously remarking that nobles ought to assist one another. We appreciate your generosity. The 2 weary souls exchanged a fatigued smile. The grueling reconnaissance mission spanning a month and a half had taken its toll on them. Field observed Shirley's figure swaying and contemplated approaching her to offer support. However, as he drew near, he was assailed by an overwhelming stench, a grotesque amalgamation of menstrual blood and putrid entrails, further tainted by the horrific odor of fish that had been pickled for 49 days. It nearly rendered Field incapacitated on the spot. Good heavens! It was more repugnant than the unwashed cloth of an elderly widow over 3 years. Let us depart from this decaying carcass, Field grimaced, unable to retch, and instead turned his head to gently pull the reins. The warhorse immediately changed direction. Glancing at the mini-map, Field urged, follow me. I shall lead you to safety. What of Valtieri? Shirley, now mounted, glanced anxiously at the chaos in the distance and called out, do not linger in battle. Hurry, we must secure assistance from other nobles. Understood. You go ahead. I will follow, came a voice from afar, growing more spirited. Valtieri, invigorated, smashed through the surrounding corpses as he took determined strides to keep pace. Indeed, her chosen one still possessed formidable strength. Casting a deep gaze toward the horizon, where the map indicated 2 wild, corrupted chosen ones, Field silently vowed, wait for me. Once I am adequately prepared, I shall capture you both and train you for the Maid Brigade. Rosalia and Ashina were engaged in their own battles amidst the gray mist. Although Field aimed to keep them hidden, he did not intend for them to refrain from exerting their efforts. Field was not as fierce as one might think. Daring to rescue with merely 15 riders, the great sword cleaved through the air, unleashing waves of sword energy. While the dragon flame of the dragon-bred wolf erupted in all directions as the 2 fought ferociously against the onslaught of the decaying corpses. A hum resonated as a flash of violet light streaked past, accompanied by a chilling sound of tearing, swiftly targeting Rosalia. Ashina's wolf ears perked up as she nimbly drew her bow, releasing a silver arrow that soared like a meteor. It shattered the violet halo, reminiscent of a blade piercing glass. Beware of ambushes. I did not expect your assistance. Thank you, Rosalia remarked, belatedly aware of her surroundings, wielding her great sword and scanning the area. So, who is the one ambushing this lady? You corrupted, human essence strange. A woman with stiff limbs and sporadic movements. Her brown hair disheveled, emerged slowly from the horde of corpses, reminiscent of the nurses from Silent Hill, yet resembling a grand, exquisite porcelain doll. Her posture was grotesquely twisted, yet she possessed an unusual allure. A vast expanse of pale skin adorned her chest, and a birthmark on the left side only enhanced her charm. A red ribbon bound her slender waist, while her white skirt fluttered in the wind, short and slit, revealing her flawless figure. Ever since Rosalia had forged a pact with Field, the corpses no longer regarded her as one of their own, attacking her without hesitation. Rosalia had grown accustomed to this, greeting her foes with casual confidence. Greetings, I am a noble. From whence do you hail, little delicacy? Violet, corrupted, vampire, hybrid creature, chosen of the divine. Hello. I wish to slay you. Chapter 82. Pure white and violet. The conspiracy of corruption. The manner of speaking felt peculiar, almost clumsy. Rosalia chuckled softly, covering her mouth, as she flicked her wrist, causing the chain of her gluttonous greatsword to spring to life, exuding an aura of death. Killing you would be quite entertaining. Violet licked her lips, revealing a disturbingly manic smile, showing no fear or hesitation as she surged forward. Suddenly, a giant scythe appeared in her hands, its sharp blade gleaming with violet light, accompanied by a hum and an eerie essence of blood, as it clashed fiercely with the greatsword. Yet in an instant, Rosalia, harnessing her terrifying strength, subdued Violet. How adorable that you dare to clash with me. You deserve to be devoured. Rosalia elegantly lifted her chin, and then, with immense force, brought her greatsword crashing down. The anticipated feeling of collision or the smooth sensation of cleaving flesh did not manifest. The greatsword descended with great speed, embedding itself into the earth. Alas? Rosalia pondered, lifting her gaze in confusion, only to find that Violet had transformed into a liquid form, rippling with light and shadow before returning to her original state. Before Rosalia could comprehend the situation, the scythe in Violet's hands morphed into twin daggers, which pierced sharply into Rosalia's back, and then, the daggers dissolved into a pool of blood, seeping into Rosalia's very being. A divine technique, blood burst. Alas? Rosalia's pupils contracted sharply, a torrent of violent blood surging through her body as if a dam had burst. Threads of blood, coalesced from divine power, erupted violently in an instant, accompanied by a muffled explosion, shattering her meridians. Countless streams of purplish-red light burst forth from Rosalia's body, only to be collected by Violet. Was the divine artifact merely a pool of purplish-red blood? As she observed this, Ashina gasped, placing a hand on her chest, relieved that she had refrained from launching an impulsive attack. Dear noble lady, have you learned your lesson? One should not always act rashly. How painful. How can such frigid words escape your lips while you exhale warmth? Rosalia supported herself with her greatsword, standing up despite her battered body. It seemed she was putting on an acrobatic display for Ashina. Fortunately, she had been dead for a decade and was indifferent to such trivial injuries. The life force stored within the gluttony greatsword swiftly transformed into threads of blood, healing its master. If used against a normal divine candidate, it might have indeed yielded results. But Ashina was unconcerned. In just a few moments, Rosalia appeared unscathed, dashing forward with remarkable speed. The gluttony greatsword transformed into a shadowy line, gliding close to the ground, flashing with a chilling light as it swung violently towards the dazed Violet, aiming for her neck. The air erupted with a deafening blast, clearly indicating that Rosalia showed no mercy. Useless, the same tactic. Violet remained unfazed, the purplish blood rapidly penetrating her body, causing her to ripple like water. The greatsword passing through without inflicting a scratch. Damn it, not this move again. Rosalia swung her sword in vain, nearly tripping over herself, just as Violet prepared to strike again. Not a chance. In a crucial moment, Ashina commanded the great wolf to unleash a torrent of flames, forcing Violet to retreat. Leave the rest to me. Neither of you can defeat the other. Violet will not flee. The demi-human must be eradicated. Though the threat of the dragon flames had been felt, Violet's expression remained impassive as she gazed blankly at Ashina. A gust of wind carried a metallic scent, brushing against the vampire's pointed ears, causing her earrings to sway gently. Such a dull demeanor, she was entirely unlike Rosalia. From Violet's purplish-red eyes, Ashina perceived despair and sorrow. For reasons unknown, she felt that before her corruption, Violet must have smiled often. Oh, Ashina, do not waste your thoughts on a deranged vampire. Our task is to eliminate corrupted beings or to defeat her, bring her to field, and then let her conceive, allowing you to have multiple sons or daughters. As Rosalia spoke, she began to utter audacious words once more. Ashina's lips twitched. Corrupted beings seemed to have impaired minds. Yet, Ashina had already forgotten that the notion of taking her back to conceive had originally been her own outrageous suggestion. Very well, let us take her back. The Lord will be quite pleased. As Ashina invigorated her spirit, her spear swiftly unleashed 17 exquisite blossoms of steel, while the dragon's flames surged forth from the mouth of the dragonborn wolf. Just as they were about to engage, the ground trembled violently, and a colossal corrupted worm erupted from the earth, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. Ashina instinctively dodged, her eyes wide as she witnessed the worm devour Violet in one swift gulp, vanishing back into the soil. Oh dear, what a peculiar taste. I wish to partake as well, Rosala exclaimed in shock, sniffing the lingering scent in the air. As Shina shook her head, she is not dead. Merely departed from the Nightshade territory. Let us continue to fend off the other corpses and lead them away. With that, the two parted ways. The territory of the Griffin Viscount is a truly legendary place. In fact, the Viscountcy is a unique anomaly. This title does not derive from a count's fiefdom. The Viscount's rank is lower than that of a count, yet there exists no hierarchical relationship akin to an imperial grant, occasionally allowing one to become a formidable lord in their own right. Of course, such distinctions matter little now, as all the inhabitants of the Viscountcy are deceased. On a peak that overlooks the Nightshade territory, countless corpses surrounded the area, the air thick with the stench of blood and dark, decaying matter. Save for a singular white figure, embraced by the dead. The corrupted worm emerged, its head writhing as it expelled a person from its maw. Violet was no obedient child. She should not have strayed beyond the bounds of the Viscountcy. The plan was to allow the Survey Corps to escape. Disgusting worm, pure white, you deserve to perish. Violet thought. She gazed upward at the girl before her, radiant in her pristine appearance, wrapped in white bandages, utterly unlike a corpse. Her snow-white hair flowed like purest snow, and her crystalline blue eyes sparkled with a pitiful charm, her delicate features adorned with an elegant and serene semblance of divine power. Do not admonish me thus, Violet. We are comrades. The girl, known as the pure white corrupted maiden, smiled gently. Comrade, you smell delightful. Perhaps we can become one. No sooner had she spoken than the exquisite music box in her hands opened, unleashing a writhing mass of indescribable entities, their countless tendrils ensnaring Violet. With a sickening squelch, Violet's arms were torn from her body, blood gushing forth. Ugh! Violet gasped in pain, yet found her divine power firmly restrained, leaving her utterly defenseless. The grotesque creature devoured her arms with alarming speed, craving more. Now, Violet dear, I shan't truly kill you. The pure white maiden closed the music box with a disarming smile. This is merely a punishment for a naughty child. You are a lovely vampire, and your hands will heal swiftly. Do not weep. Chapter 83. The first guest of the Nightshade territory. Welcome to my castle, she declared, resembling a grand winery. Oh, I mean no offense. Shirley gazed at the square stone edifice before her, suppressing her inner critique and feigned admiration, declaring it unique, a castle rich in artistic flair. One that she found quite appealing. Indeed, it is a transformed grand winery, Field replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. The two proceeded side by side, their horses' hooves splashing in the muddy path beneath them. Though they walked in tandem, Field maintained a considerable distance from Shirley, not out of chivalry, but rather due to the unpleasant odor emanating from her. Behind them, the demi-human cavalry, shrouded in dark cloaks, marched silently in two lines. As they entered the territory, the leader, Silver Claw, gestured, and the cavalry veered off in another direction. Wow, look at those cavalrymen. They rival the knights of the Cassina family, exclaimed Shirley's chosen one, Voltaire, his eyes wide with exaggerated enthusiasm. Chief Knight William, wielding a massive sword and carrying a lance adorned with the family crest. Let the triangular banner flutter once more. With a steady voice, William proclaimed, indeed, Lord Field is a venerable nobleman, daring to establish roots in the twilight domain for the sake of humanity's future, truly awe-inspiring. Ha, modesty, Field replied, bashfully scratching his head. It was no wonder he had risen to the rank of chief knight. Who could resist such flattery? He had been compelled to venture into the twilight domain, lest he fall victim to assassination or lose his noble title. This place is rather desolate, Shirley mused inwardly. In the distance, the slave encampment was littered with decrepit timber, while the grand winery appeared slightly better, though its stone structures were choked with dirt and moss, built for wind protection, yet lacking in aesthetic appeal. The sole advantage here was the air, infinitely fresher than that shrouded in gray mist, albeit tinged with the scent of rotting wood. I sent the slaves to work in the lumberyard. The crops here are nearly at saturation, and there is no new farmland to cultivate. The purifying elixirs have run out. Field continued. Field shrugged, harboring no desire for a throng of slaves to mingle in this place. After all, they were aware of Ashina's existence. Despite the stringent prohibitions issued in advance, one could never be certain they would remain silent. Thus, the majority of the inhabitants of the territory busied themselves with the tidying of the main building and the logging area. Well, I merely mentioned it in passing. In truth, the ability to venture into the mist with others for exploration is quite remarkable. Noticing Field's deliberate distance, Sherry's eyelids fluttered slightly, her indignation simmering within. Whether in her family estate or at royal balls, she had always been one of the focal points, a resplendent golden tulip, as she was often called. This was the first time she had faced disdain from a man, though at this moment, she indeed appeared quite disheveled. Humph, once I cleanse myself, you shall see what a proud noble lady truly looks like. Field smiled, expressing his gratitude for the compliment. Feeling elated to receive praise from the lady of the most loyal and valiant family in the empire. There is no need for such formality, Field. You may simply call me Shirley. I believe our meeting has been quite delightful, and we are friends now, are we not? Although Shirley harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Field's acquisition of the artifact, she still felt a sense of gratitude. Holding the reins with one hand, she turned slightly and smiled, saying, I am familiar with your father, Count Kurt. He is a valiant and fearless knight, and you bear a striking resemblance to him. Field cast a peculiar glance at Shirley, ensuring that the woman was not being sardonic. Another round of tiresome pleasantries ensued, prompting a silent sigh from Field. The nobility had an affinity for such rituals. Indeed, his rather inexpensive father was a valiant knight, who, enamored with his stunning stepmother, had become as emaciated as a mummy. Perhaps I shall take a turn in the saddle next time. Thank you. I too aspire to be a gallant knight. Yes, for the sacred future of the Griffin Empire. The Ross family harbored no weaklings. Field reciprocated the courtesy, and as he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ashina and Rosalia, who were conspiratorially waving at him, signaling the successful completion of their task, which instantly lifted his spirits. Esteemed knights, I have prepared guest quarters for you. Please do not mind the modesty of my estate. I extend to you my utmost sincerity. Having given them a preemptive warning, Field held a profound distrust towards the nobility. After all, none of the nobles he had encountered thus far could be deemed normal. The debauched Simon, the enigmatic Bull Baron, alongside a band of family scoundrels. In comparison, Rosalia, who occasionally spoke in defiance of convention, had emerged as the purest of noble maidens. Field regarded them with the same vigilance one would reserve for a thief. You are far too courteous. This place serves as a perfect refuge, he remarked, reflecting on their cavalry's arduous journey through the cursed lands for a month and a half. Deprived of bathing, fresh garments, and even the luxury of sleep, they were forced to endure the night like owls, a torment that seemed relentless. The Grand Winery was as rudimentary as a slum. While Sherry may have expressed her disdain, her happiness was undeniable. Rest assured. There is an ample supply of food and clean water, he added silently, contemplating the quantity of dishes they would serve. The chef of Nightshade, Mr. Platter, was about to embark on the busiest day of his life. Hurry, do you wish to embarrass the Lord before our guests? Cow urged incessantly, casting an unfriendly glance at the pot that was chopping meat. Sparrow, Scissors, are you merely going to watch me toil? Quickly bring me some flour. Mr. Platter grumbled, wiping the sweat from his brow while rotating the large roast on the grill. Heavens, what sort of guest requires such an abundance of meat? I am not slacking, however. You may fetch the flour yourself. My shoulder feels as if it may dislocate from boiling water, Sparrow replied while washing vegetables. Why are you all here? Who will attend to the Lord and the guests today? Scissors appeared perplexed, struggling to fathom a scenario where nobility lacked servants. I will take care of Lord Field. As for the guests, well, they can manage themselves. Ashina unexpectedly interjected, emerging in her maid's attire, lifting a platter from the table. You require a bag of flour, correct? I shall bring it shortly. As soon as Ashina exited, the others exchanged bewildered glances. The guests take care of themselves? This is utterly absurd. Cow, being knowledgeable, understood the implications. Safeguarding the Lord's secrets was a servant's essential duty. We are loyal, Scissors pouted. Indeed, but caution is paramount. It is inevitable that some chosen ones possess the ability to read memories. Prudence is advisable. Suddenly, Cow shivered at a thought, glancing around before whispering. You cannot fathom the peculiar nature of some chosen ones. They can even turn people into puppets. Chapter 84, The Tendencies of Corruption. Cow, displaying a sense of flair, could hardly contain his trembling voice as he exclaimed, Do you know who the greatest adversary of the illustrious Rose family is? It is the elves. After the most powerful chosen one, the Blood Rose, fell in battle, subsequent chosen ones perished in the elven wars as well. Now, the family's chosen ones are dwindling, with the strongest among them in the hands of the second young lady. However, I have heard whispers of a chosen one capable of crafting puppets, who has remained hidden within the ancient castle of the Rose family. You must be aware of this. Surely, you are not boasting, Mr. Cow? Scissors, the maid, rolled her eyes and immediately questioned him, being one of the few unafraid of the steward. After all, being in close attendance to the Baron bestows an invisible authority. This revelation, which I eavesdropped on during a clandestine encounter between the Count's eldest son and his wife as sister, took place on the castle's lofty balcony amidst a blustery day. Cal, with an air of mischievous pride, exhibited an animated expression on his gaunt face. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and as the servants fell into a hushed state, Cal gradually recognized that he had broached a perilous subject. Casting his gaze upon the assembly, particularly at the innocuous visage of the potter, a sudden wave of perspiration swept over him. "You won't speak of this, will you?" It dawned on me why the master forbade us from receiving guests. The sparrow looked utterly speechless. Scissors nodded sagely. It seems even the color of the master's undergarments might be leaked by an insider. Meanwhile, a sigh of relief escaped as the bothersome residue of viscous fluids and blood was finally cleansed. Having completed her ablutions, Sherry donned an oversized shirt and coat, her damp hair gracefully cascading over her shoulders. With a confident smile gracing her lovely features, she cast a glance at Field, only to find his reaction rather muted. How vexing. If only she had an appropriate long gown instead of the unflattering attire Field had provided, she could surely have ensnared his attention. "You look much improved." "Radiant and beautiful, my lady," Field remarked with a bland compliment. Sherry responded with a hum of acknowledgement, followed by a smile. "I appreciate your candor." The chief knight William and Valtteri entered, appearing as though they had stepped out of a television drama after shedding the grime and stains from their attire. William, with a square jaw and a stoic demeanor, exuded an aura of determination, capable of embodying the strength of Dalmatia effortlessly. In contrast, Valtteri resembled a female bodybuilding champion. Her physique brimming with explosive muscle, yet her countenance was strikingly beautiful, a testament to the divine selection of her features. A loud growl resonated from the three of their stomachs, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. "My apologies, dear Baron, we are simply famished. We haven't had a morsel to eat in 6 whole days." Valtteri chuckled heartily, scratching his head in a display of endearing clumsiness, alleviating Sherry's discomfort. "Please, have a seat. The food has long been prepared, and I was concerned it might not meet your standards." Field hastily gestured, offering a warm smile. "I believe we understand one another. This is a place of corruption, and the opulence of nobility is challenging to attain. I can only provide this assistance. Food is all that matters." Valtteri could no longer contain himself, sitting down to devour a piece of meat ravenously. Sherry too struggled to maintain her elegance, wielding her knife and fork with utmost restraint. Field had initially prepared to explain why no maids were present to serve, but it became apparent that Sherry and the others were indifferent, sparing him the need for lengthy explanations. Perhaps nobility could indeed be amiable, Field mused, realizing he had been overly sensitive, treating them as if they were thieves. What a satisfying feast. 3 individuals, with contentment etched upon their faces, gently rubbed their protruding bellies after indulging in a feast fit for 15. Field, momentarily concerned for their well-being, feared they might overindulge. As the guests ceased their dining, he set down his teacup, dried his hands with a damp napkin from the wash basin, and then rang the bell atop the table. Ashina promptly emerged, silently tending to the dining table. To her surprise, Sherry, wiping her mouth with a napkin, expressed astonishment at the sight of a half-elf maid. With a playful yet feigned disdain, she remarked on the peculiarity of the situation, her expression conveying both amusement and understanding. Field was amused by Shelley's comically distorted expression, recognizing that the young lady meant no mockery. He retorted playfully, "Charming, isn't it?" "Indeed. Everyone has their own preferences, and I respect each individual's taste." Shelley tilted her head, but as if struck by a sudden realization, her demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Esteemed Baron Field, I bear disheartening news. Though it may bring you displeasure, I must issue a warning." "Oh?" Field straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward. "Please, do not hesitate to speak candidly. It is corruption. An overwhelming tide of corruption is gathering." Shelley's previous smile vanished, replaced by a voice steeped in sorrow and even fear. "It is everywhere, spreading from the city of Lionheart all the way to the realm of the Viscount, and it continues to amass. It is a dreadful calamity, unlike anything we have encountered before." Valtteri nodded in agreement. "My lord, I am Valtteri, a second-tier chosen one, and I can solemnly swear this on my faith. Of the 200 members of the investigative knights, only the 3 of us have survived." With that, a heavy silence enveloped them, and tears welled in the corners of Shelley's eyes. Field let out a sigh, joining in a moment of silence. After about a minute, Sherry wiped away her tears. Corrupted beings are inherently devoid of purpose and reason. To be precise, their sole aim is to kill and corrupt others. In the past, when our investigation corps ventured into the northern province, although we faced relentless waves of corpses, we had never experienced a sensation quite like this. Field furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does it feel like? Please elaborate." The corrupted beings began to cooperate, strategizing and arranging themselves in formations, exhibiting cunning and establishing a hierarchy. I sense that the corruption has birthed an entity capable of controlling all corrupted beings, that is, the Emperor. Sherry's countenance darkened, and combined with the relentless gray fog outside the window, it evoked a chilling sensation along the spine. This is truly unsettling. Field smacked his forehead, realizing that after a decade of decay, the very moment he arrived, this corruption had seemingly birthed sentience. Thus, Field, it is imperative that you hasten your departure from the northern province and return to the imperial front lines. The Nightshade Fortress is bereft of defenses. Should it come under siege, its fall would be instantaneous. Are you aware of when they might launch their offensive? Field suppressed his inner turmoil and took several deep breaths. It could be as swift as a year or as drawn out as 3, but an assault on the lines is inevitable. Sherry spoke with unwavering conviction, stating, "I have accompanied my father in battles since I was 8, and I am well acquainted with the nature of various monsters. Time is truly of the essence. 1 year. Field paused for a moment before candidly stating, "To abandon one's fief without due cause is a violation of imperial law. Moreover, apart from the Nightshade territory, I have no other refuge." Chapter 85. A rejection of invitation. The nobility do not merely exist in idleness. They bear obligations, such as paying taxes to the crown, engaging in warfare, and safeguarding their lands. Although the existence of the Nightshade territory holds little significance for the monarchy, should Field choose to flee clandestinely, he would have to bid farewell to his noble status henceforth. You possess remarkable courage, and if I am not mistaken, you are a first-tier knight of the Aura? Sherry inquired with a persuasive tone. Why not become my knight? I could grant you a knightly fief, and your military merits would have the opportunity to flourish. His exalted majesty, the Emperor, holds the Cassina family in high regard. Field immediately recalled the numerous relics belonging to the Survey Corps, as well as the young women who had been sacrificed to become spider monstrosities, and involuntarily shivered. Did the Empress truly regard the Cassina family with the same reverence that Sherry had imagined? "Thank you, but I have my own plans." Field expressed his heartfelt gratitude, only to subsequently decline Sherry's kind offer. The Knights of the Gassina family were mere expendables, akin to fodder, with no prospects for advancement, destined to perish on various battlefields. Following a master whose forces frequently faced annihilation was far less preferable than fighting for oneself under the cover of night. Sherry shook her head, her anger and bewilderment prompting her to rise. Your stubbornness will bring ruin upon both yourself and your subjects. Remaining here is merely awaiting death. You must broaden your perspective. Not necessarily. There is still a year left, Field replied, reclining against the back of his chair with an air of undeniable conviction. Evading is not my style. Let corruption come. I shall vanquish it, and I will obliterate those accursed chosen of corruption as well. Well, countless individuals have attempted to carve out a future in the northern territories, only to meet their demise here. With corruption now gathering strength, the northern provinces will only become more perilous. A year's time? Even maintaining this meager patch of land is exceedingly difficult. Seeing Field unfazed, Sherry scoffed softly, feeling an inward lament. Vanquishing corruption? He is more likely to be vanquished by it. What a handsome young man. How can his mind be so clouded? Following the Gassina family promises a bright future. We shall rest for the night and depart early tomorrow. Should you reconsider, you are welcome to join us. It would be safer on the road. With that, Sherry and her companions retired to their quarters. Field remained alone, propping his chin on his hand, lost in silence. Before he could rise, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his shoulders. Ashina calmly remarked, "My lord, pursue whatever endeavor you desire. I shall protect you until the very last breath of life." Field was momentarily taken aback, turning around to instinctively wrap his arm around Ashina's waist. "You said it. So I shall not hold back." Hey, perverse lord, that is not what I meant." Like a startled rabbit, Ashina sprang away, exasperated yet amused. "How foolish of me to worry about you. There is no need for concern. Matters are far more intricate than they appear. Moreover, we of the Nightfall territory are not lambs awaiting slaughter. We are merely at the beginning of our journey." Field snapped his fingers, summoning the scissors to tidy up the dining table. "By the way, where has Rosalia gone?" "She has gone to the main villa to eradicate the remaining corrupted creatures." Rosalia, as a corrupted being herself, was particularly zealous in dispatching her kin. "All right, Ashina, how are the joy beans and northern divine oil coming along?" Ashina wiggled her ears, wearing an expression eager for praise. "They are ready to be handed over to the residents for production. As for the effects, we have yet to test them." "Excellent. I must make another trip to the maple territories soon. These new products will serve as the cornerstone of our economy." Field cheerfully patted Ashina's head. Ashina. The following morning, Shirley and her companions bid a brief farewell, taking with them provisions of food and water as they departed from the Grand Winery, setting their course towards Maple Leaf territory. Their departure was so decisive that it rendered Field's preparations utterly futile. They exhibited no interest in Nightfall territory, refraining from engaging in conversation with anyone, and scarcely cast a glance at the domain itself. Ashina reported that Miss Shirley had left a voucher for 1,000 gold coins, which could be redeemed in Maple Leaf territory. Furthermore, she mentioned that should you encounter the corruption invasion, you might seek refuge with her. What a spirited and generous individual. Not only did she bestow an artifact upon me, but she also offered financial support. I am perplexed as to what she sees in me that prompts her desire to recruit me. Perhaps she has heard of my reputation as the Iron Bastard, which demonstrates her discernment. Field chuckled softly. Given her benevolence, he contemplated sending the relics from the Survey Corps to her next time, simply stating that this was all they had discovered. In the battle between Rosalia and the Spider, Field had consumed a substantial amount of Survey Corps possessions. While the armor and weapons could not be returned, items like family crests and manuscripts ought to be restored. Field stifled a yawn, gazing at the surrounding fields. The current territory paled in comparison to the villages of the ordinary world, and she naturally held it in disdain, finding disinterest a fortunate disposition. "Wait. Why do I sense someone weeping?" "No, come back quickly." Cal stood on the second floor of the Grand Winery, his face etched with sorrow as tears streamed down his cheeks. "Mr. Cal, do you know Miss Shirley? Why are you crying so mournfully?" inquired Sparrow, the maid, who was diligently sweeping the floor, her expression one of confusion, yet her hands continued their work, deftly clearing the dust. "I do not know her personally, but I have heard of the Cassina family." Cal lamented deeply, his heart further burdened by the fact that the Baron had declined Miss Shirley's invitation. "So what if he refused?" Sparrow retorted, her understanding lacking. "Adults are always right." "Foolishness. By following Miss Shirley, one could escape the northern province." Sparrow, unable to bear such talk, grew angry and forcefully struck the floor with her broom. "Stop evading. Our loyalty lies solely with Lord Field. This is not about evasion." "Alas, you wouldn't comprehend. With the endorsement of a great noble, one can preserve their reputation while vacating perilous grounds. I consider this for our Lord's sake. To flee due to unfavorable battles is cowardice, but departing upon the invitation of a great noble is a matter of honor. Do you understand?" "I care not. Our Lord is undoubtedly correct," Sparrow insisted, resolutely dismissing the discourse. Field remained blissfully unaware of the servants' quarrel. He had received splendid news. The remaining decayed bodies in the main villa had been thoroughly dispatched by the young lady, ensuring that not a single trace was overlooked. Cloaked in her dark robe, Rosalia returned to the grand estate, wielding the gluttonous greatsword, her visage marred by the putrid blood of her vanquished foes. "A job well done. Henceforth, we shall reside in the magnificent villa, and you may choose any room to your liking." Field was quite disheartened, although the Grand Winery was impressive. It lacked comfort and convenience, as there were merely a handful of rooms. "Hooray! I have long wished to avoid sharing quarters with the others. I shall reside beneath your bed," Rosalia exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 86, The Rising Winds of Town and the Starry Night Castle, as the sun set over Fulon City. The notion of living beneath a bed was utterly absurd. Field nearly lost his composure. It was rather terrifying. Rosalia stifled a laugh. "Then I shall stay upstairs." At last, this seemed a more reasonable arrangement, and Field nodded in agreement. "This is acceptable. When the time comes, I shall carve a small opening beneath the bed. If you cannot sleep at night, you may come up." "I shall not be frightened," Rosalia suggested, her words tinged with playful mischief. "So you intend to clandestinely intrude?" Field felt a sense of embarrassment. "Regardless, I have no desire to share a room with a demi-human." Rosalia, with a mischievous grin and a teasing tone, remarked, "Field, you are unaware that when Ashina sleeps, she always giggles foolishly while licking others, making it impossible for me to rest." "I would never do such a thing," Ashina replied, looking bewildered, then clenched her fist in indignation. "You are the one being annoying. Every morning, I wake up with my head being hugged like a child, which is suffocating." All right. Are you two going to enjoy your fun without me?" Upon arriving at the main villa, Field followed Rosalia's lead, spending 3 hours exploring every room and hidden passage within the grand estate. The main manor was exceedingly magnificent, despite suffering from the ravages of corruption. Its primary structure remained intact, with efforts to fill in the collapsed areas and patch the breaches, and by thoroughly eradicating the signs of decay. It could be made fit for habitation once more. The main building sprawled over approximately 6,000 square meters, predominantly adorned with decorative sculptures, gardens, and corridors. After excluding the ruins, the effective living space was rather limited, yet this also indicated a vast potential for renovation. The ornate artistic embellishments were of little use to Field. He would prefer to transform them into battlements and walls. The manor boasted 120 rooms of various functions, including 36 spacious bedrooms. Additionally, there was an expansive basement, accurately described as an underground refuge, complete with a study, bedrooms, and a living room, all fully equipped. Before her enlistment, Rosalia would often slumber in the basement. With a delicate crackle accompanying the rising flames, Rosalia ignited a candelabrum exuding an air of nobility, casting a soft glow throughout the subterranean chamber. Field sat before the long table, unfurling a large map. This was a detailed representation of the Twilight Domain, marking all industries, fortifications, defensive strongholds, and most importantly, the Starry Night City. Rosalia introduced the map, stating that it was a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of their family, long kept in the study of the basement. Excellent. With this map, our operations in the Twilight Domain will be significantly easier, particularly when it comes to the forthcoming assault on Starry Night City. Field nodded in satisfaction, snapping his fingers. Furthermore, I wish to undertake renovations of the Starry Night Manor. The villa and gardens need not be so expansive. What we require are stone walls and towers. Field made a few markings on the map, suggesting that it would be best to construct a bastion and establish a grand tower, which could accommodate large crossbows and cannons. Cannons? Both chosen ones displayed expressions of bewilderment. There is no immediate need for that. For now, the priority is to restore Starry Night Fortress, and any expansion will require the expertise of a professional castle planner. After a moment of contemplation, Field continued, as for the Grand Winery, it should not go to waste. In the future, it can serve as a regional stronghold and refuge, especially since the surrounding slaves and free citizens have already begun to establish a burgeoning village. Ashina nodded in agreement. Indeed, relocating all the villagers would be an enormous undertaking. Henceforth, the area around the Grand Winery shall be renamed Windrise Town, and the main manor will be called Starry Night Fortress. After bestowing the name, Field pointed to the quarry's location on the map, stating, "Next, we shall focus on infrastructure. Rosalia, you are tasked with eliminating the rotting corpses at the quarry. Ashina will oversee security, ensuring the protection of every inch of inhabited land." "Yes, my lord." "Humph. You still have to rely on me." The two accepted their orders. Furthermore, to attain wealth, one must first pave the roads. Field gestured to connect the Grand Winery with Starlit Fortress, declaring, "This road shall unite us." The damage inflicted upon Starlit Fortress has yielded a substantial amount of stone debris. Let us crush this waste and pave our path with it. While concrete surpasses gravel in quality, the current circumstances do not permit us to utilize such superior materials. Moreover, the abundance of stone refused must not go to waste. Now, let us all take action. Field was filled with vigor. The fading sunlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a myriad of peculiar shadows through the narrow high windows. The once resplendent rays of light were transformed into a mosaic of eerie hues. Fuyin City, a border town in the province of Rick, boasted both exceedingly fertile plains and rugged mountains, situated at the confluence of these two terrains. Renowned for its beer, goats, and horses, the city's master, Adrian Ross, sat at a long table beneath the mottled sunset, a charming fabric doll clutched in his hand, his brow furrowed in discontent. The stained glass, tinted green, rendered the incoming light a similar hue, creating a disjointed illumination that rendered the inherently gallant noble youth somewhat terrifying. "My dear brother, why do you persist in sending me these tiresome dolls? I am no longer a child." He seethed. "Damn it, he is mocking me." Growing increasingly agitated, Adrian stood abruptly, hurling the doll to the ground with force, his jaw clenched and his visage contorted in fury. "I shall kill him, and my sister, and that cowardly third brother. Oh, and that wretched sister too." Standing nearby, the chosen one, Alice Amarius, idly toyed with the rose ribbon at her waist, her soft, voluptuous figure accentuated by her exquisite attire. Her charming hair accessory lent her a playful air, yet her expression was melancholic, devoid of any vivacity. She had long grown accustomed to her lord's outbursts. Though his temper was volatile and his words harsh, he never crossed the line into causing her harm. Adrian's rage was merely irrational madness. "Shall I incinerate them?" she inquired. And at her words, Adrian's once gray hair ignited into a molten crimson, as if ablaze. A flurry of red lace butterflies danced around him. A sphere of flame in Allison's palm radiated like a sun, illuminating the entire hall. The servants bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The fire seemed to dispel the gloom, and Adrian sank back into his chair, painfully rubbing his brow. "No, just place them in the storeroom. If you have nothing further, you may leave." "My lord, I have a request." Allison's previously indifferent countenance was now tinged with sorrow. "I hope you will accept the refugees from the Purple Gold Empire and provide them with food and water. They are my fellow countrymen, and I cannot bear to witness their suffering." Chapter 87. The situation with her gray hair and the surname Marius, Allison was indeed a remnant of the Purple Gold Empire. However, she had relocated to the sacred Griffin Empire with her family before the empire's downfall, just a week prior. News had arrived of the fall of the last besieged capital of the Purple Gold Empire. The city of Longing, the Purple Gold Royal City, had completely succumbed to the hands of heretics, with the emperor and the chosen ones either slain or dishonored. Following this was the massacre of the residents. Fortunately, the emperor, possessing admirable character, chose to pardon half of them. As a result, the refugees from the Golden Empire were able to flood into the Griffin Empire. Adrian fell silent for a moment. "I shall welcome affluent merchants. Should there be a chosen one, a sorcerer, or a knight of valor, I can extend my assistance. However, those who truly require aid are..." Just as Allison was about to continue, Adrian raised his hand to silence her. "You cannot possibly believe my current situation to be favorable? The governance of Fulon City is not solely in my hands. Most of the power is wielded by my father, who has appointed officials for oversight. How infuriating. Of course, even if resources were available, I would not allocate them to the refugees, for they are utterly useless beyond their capacity to excrete." I understand." Allison lowered her head in dismay, reluctantly accepting his response. Adrian, unwilling to elaborate further, turned his gaze elsewhere. "Have we identified the perpetrator behind Kutch's death? Is it that scoundrel Gareth? He seems to have vanished without a trace. We are completely at a loss. We have found neither survivors nor witnesses. Baron Simon has even written to express his condolences." Adrian's advisor stepped forward to respond, hesitating briefly before continuing. "There is one more matter. Baron Simon mentioned your brother, Baron Field. Not only is he alive, but he has also acquired substantial wealth from Simon." "Do you think I am unaware?" Adrian, unable to contain himself, trembled slightly. How could he still be alive? He surely did not venture into the northern province, yes. He certainly did not. That cowardly wretch has already transgressed the laws of the Empire, bringing disgrace upon our family. Yet, he emerged from the midst of death with the head of a monster and fine wine. Moreover, the garrison at Maple Leaf Fortress has confirmed his entry into the northern province. In a fit of rage, Adrian nearly overturned the table. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Now, Allison, go to Maple Leaf territory and eliminate Field. I will not allow our inheritance to be squandered by a worthless fool." Adrian pounded the table in fury, adding, "Furthermore, kill Simon as well. All my goods have vanished from his land. Surely he is responsible. It cannot possibly be my useless brother. Dispatch the chosen one to the lands of other nobles. To commit murder is tantamount to declaring war. We are not a match for Maple Leaf territory." The advisor spoke calmly, noting that sending the army would also constitute an act of war. "Additionally, you would not wish to bear the title of Brother Slayer, would you? The reputation of nobles is paramount. They may oppress the lower classes at will, may be trampled by war horses, or drown in cesspits. But to harm one's kin would lead to disgrace, leaving one friendless. Then it shall be thus." Before Adrian could utter another word, hurried footsteps resonated from outside. "My lord, the peasantry of Aton province, incited by heretics, have risen in rebellion." The messenger stumbled in, delivering a letter that left all present gasping in shock. The Shadow sect had instigated a rebellion in the prosperous city of Nogesk within the Aton province, resulting in the brutal murder and sacrificial offering of the border Viscount Lucius and his family at the hands of the cultists. Several surrounding barons were caught off guard. 3 were slain while 1 managed to escape with the aid of a chosen one. A loyal retainer widened his eyes in disbelief. This was no mere peasant uprising. For the common folk could never stand against fully armed soldiers, let alone the chosen ones. Weaker barons could muster 5 knights and 100 fully equipped soldiers, along with 500 to 600 conscripted serfs, effortlessly overcoming several times their number in peasants or slaves. Not to mention the Viscount's possession of chosen ones and a fortified castle. Indeed, the royal court had taken notice. This was a conspiracy. And the fall of the Purple Gold Empire had emboldened the forces of darkness. The governor of Atan province was furious, demanding that the local nobility quell the insurrection immediately, while the imperial court urged neighboring provinces to lend their assistance. As a neighboring entity, Falon City would undoubtedly feel the repercussions. The assembly fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in the northern province, Field was exceedingly busy. Clang. A large gray stone, intricately carved with exquisite patterns that depicted philosophical musings on the starry sky and humanity, lay carelessly discarded on the ground. A drake wolf struck it with a paw, reducing it to rubble. Slaves then collected the smaller fragments, further breaking them down into finer pieces to lay on the compacted roadbed for the construction of a gravel path. After a week of labor, the road began to take shape. Without the aid of surveying instruments, the road was inevitably uneven, and the irregular laying of materials would affect its longevity. Yet Field was quite satisfied. This pathway was temporary and would eventually be replaced with superior materials, such as cement or magical substances. Raw materials from the quarry and lumberyard were continuously supplied to the territory, while inferior scraps were purchased by slaves for the construction of shanties. Indeed, they were bought back. At the entrance of the Grand Winery, Field constructed a modest establishment that could barely be deemed a marketplace, offering a selection of discarded trinkets. Among these were wooden scraps, which could be procured for a mere copper coin, sufficient to kindle a fire or erect a shelter. The profit from this market was negligible, and Field harbored no illusions about substantial sales. This endeavor merely served to express his domestic policies. It signaled to the citizens that their currency would eventually find its purpose. This initiative sparked a renewed enthusiasm among the freemen, who were eager to labor for Field, transporting stone from the quarries or engaging in various other tasks. Once the first harvest of grain was reaped, the provision of food could be discontinued. Observing the dwindling supplies, Field's heart ached, as he contemplated a future where the freemen would bear their own burdens or purchase sustenance. The entirety of the territory's food supply had been his responsibility, including that of the freemen, as he could not let them starve. Sir, the first batch of joy beans is ready," Ashina exclaimed, bounding over in glee. "I made so many, and they taste delightful. Do not mistake that for candy," Field replied, exasperated. Ashina's insatiable appetite was quite remarkable. "How did the experiment fare?" Ashina blushed. "That was Cow's responsibility. I am not certain." Chapter 88. The unfortunate pigeon. When Field discovered Cow, he was hiding behind a dirt wall, peering inside with 2 freemen. "Indeed, I would swear by the goddess that you possess incredible strength." The chaos within the room was palpable as 2 individuals engaged in a fierce battle, the details of which are best left unsaid, for even the grandest of paths seemed to fade away. "Oh, goddess above, do not let me descend into the chaotic abyss." Cow's eyes widened as he made a gesture of prayer upon his chest. The freemen were in utter disbelief, their hands unsure of where to place themselves. Good heavens! Could that truly be the work of Beansprout Tom? The freemen exchanged glances, bewildered, for Tom was notorious for his cowardice. How could he possibly have tormented a widow in such a manner? Just look at her. It's a sight too harrowing to behold. Of course he could, for he had consumed the elixir crafted by Lord Field, known as Joy Beans. Cow, unable to watch any longer, discreetly noted the time. The potion's effects lasted an hour, proving effective and stable, with the side effect of weakness. 5 data points had already been recorded in his notebook. It was simply astonishing. The freemen's faces were awash with envy, for who would refuse the chance to become an invincible man? The Baron was a genius, a man who commanded miracles. Indeed, the Baroness' research in that domain is nothing short of exceptional. According to the maid, the Baroness' bed is always imbued with the sin of women, and not just that of Miss Ashina. I suspect he must have a mistress. The freemen were eager to gossip, but as their gaze flicked to Cow's back, they gasped in horror, signaling to each other with their eyes while exclaiming, "The Lord is not married. How could there be other women? You must be mistaken. Good heavens! If he behaves so frivolously while unmarried, what will he do once he is wed? Let me tell you, the Lord once spent an entire day observing goats procreate. He is truly a king among nobles, with an array of exploits." The more Cow spoke, the more excited he became, completely oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of the 2 freemen. "I know. The joy beans are a gift from the goddess of love to the Baron. The Baron is, in fact, a devotee of the goddess of love. Field smiled as he placed his hand on Cow's shoulder. With a sharp intake of breath, Cow rolled his eyes and fainted. Later that afternoon, Cow, still bearing the marks of a public whipping, presented the documents to Field with a look of utmost sincerity. One stalk of sun grass could yield approximately 1,600 joy beans, while the production of northern divine oil was determined by the quantity of glass bottles. Hence it was excluded from the statistics. This is experimental data, as per your instructions. We selected 5 men for the trial and have observed them continuously without any side effects appearing thus far. Excellent. We must prepare for the expedition to Maple Leaf territory promptly. Gather supplies for 30 individuals. I shall lead the team myself. After thoroughly reviewing the data, Field took a sip of his red tea and inquired, "What are your thoughts on pricing? 5 joy beans for a silver coin, and 3 gold coins for the northern divine oil," Cow replied cautiously. "Do you understand why I have not put an end to you?" Field grinned menacingly today. "You have inspired me to weave a tale. These remedies are no longer mere potions but divine elixirs bestowed upon me by the god of love. Never again mention sungrass. It is a sacred gift." Could it be? Indeed. 25 joy beans for a silver coin, and 50 gold coins for the northern divine oil. Field's eyes shone with a voracious desire for gold, licking his lips as he mused. Those who partake will receive divine grace, purging their essence and transforming their very being. Ha. Cow was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of the potion's manufacturing process. One simply crushed a humble magical plant, added water, more water, and finally mixed in some flour to form pills. There was no need for sugar, as the sun grass itself possessed a delightful sweetness. Moreover, Ashina would effortlessly return with an abundance of these magical plants, all cultivated in the rooms on the 2nd floor of the Grand Winery. What if, however, they did not achieve the anticipated effects? For instance, the promised transformation. Field imitated the tone of a pastor from the Church of Holy Light. Expressing his frustration, it is their lack of piety that necessitates the purchase of more. We must produce additional pills. I shall take them all. He waved his hand dismissively. Do not spread rumors about me, especially the bizarre ones. Matters within the castle must remain confidential. Yes, my lord, Cow replied, limping as he exited. Wait. Field called after him. Go to the storeroom and fetch a vial of potion. Furthermore, if the pills sell well, I shall grant you a raise. Thank you for your grace, my lord, Cow exclaimed, his delight evident. This old fellow was quite well informed. Perhaps assigning him the role of steward was indeed a diminishment of his abilities. Field stroked his chin, contemplating the challenges of finding the right position for individuals. A competent lord should make the most of his resources. Perhaps I should establish an intelligence department. It seems he has indeed guessed my secret, however. It is not a lover he has uncovered, but Rosal A., who consistently hides away in her room, claiming Field's bed is the softest in all of Nightfall Keep. She truly is a conundrum. Once the clutter and debris within the keep are cleared and there is ample space, this issue will be resolved. Ah, my lord's dove. We're doomed, came the startled exclamation from Ashina upstairs. Field, with a countenance full of perplexity, hastily set down his teacup and ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the chamber designated for the cultivation of magical flora, he discovered the door ajar. An unsettling thought swiftly crossed his mind. While humans were prohibited from entering this room, it posed no barrier to the pigeons. Alas, the pigeons he had procured at great expense proved to be of little practical use and were rapidly diminishing in number. Field was at a loss for words. Reluctantly stepping inside, only to find Ashina emerging with a pitch-black bird cradled in her hands. Your pigeon has mistakenly ingested a magical plant, resulting in this transformation, she lamented. It is my fault for forgetting that the pigeon, which had been cast down by a slave, had already regained its ability to fly. Ashina's expression was one of deep grievance. This is not your fault. I never anticipated this outcome. However, I find myself intrigued by a particular matter. Could this truly be a pigeon? In Ashina's grasp was not a pigeon at all, but rather a raven. Its feathers glistening like polished steel, and most peculiar of all, it bore a single crimson eye upon its forehead, radiating an aura of malevolence. Goodness, the species has even changed. This is clearly a raven. How did it transform into a pigeon? Field pondered, his brow furrowing. Could it be that the sungrass possesses side effects that cause one to transform into a raven? Not the sungrass. I have tested it and found it harmless. Ashina replied, shaking her head, gesturing as she spoke. Do you recall the corrupted crocodile we vanquished? During the lumberyard battle, I obtained a purple potion from the crocodile's head. This pigeon must have ingested that potion, leading to its current state. It is devoid of life. Chapter 89, The the raven and the gathering devoid of life? Field prodded the pigeon with his finger, his face etched with confusion. Why do I sense that the feathered beast empathy magic has not dissipated? Previously, in a moment of whimsy, he had cast the empathy spell on the pigeon, establishing a mental link between them. Let me try this magic once more. Field closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to plunge into the depths of the sea, only to suddenly resurface, unimpeded. In the next moment, the three-eyed pigeon slowly lifted its head, its crimson eyes wide open, and in a hoarse, profound voice declared, "Isn't this a visible perspective? This pigeon is not dead." "Eh? My Lord Field, how are you conversing through a pigeon?" Ashina exclaimed, cradling the bird before her. Field, equally bewildered, exchanged wide-eyed glances with Ashina. "Do not be alarmed. It appears I can manipulate this pigeon," Field stated as he directed the bird to turn its head, revealing his own closed eyes. He was instantly elated, proclaiming, "It seems we have inadvertently enhanced this hastily learned magic." Originally, the feathered beast empathy was rather ineffective, incapable of controlling the movements of birds, relying solely on the pigeon's instincts, which could even lead to it being dropped by someone throwing stones. Now, however, the situation was entirely transformed. "Spread your wings." The pigeon unfurled its wings, its black feathers resembling blades, menacingly extended, while its formerly feeble feet morphed into talons akin to those of an eagle. Field marveled. It appears that peculiar magical plant has altered the pigeon's body, albeit at the cost of its consciousness. Fortunately, my magic retained the imprint of that consciousness. As the essence returned to its own being, the pigeon seemed to lose its power, plummeting straight down, only to be caught by Field. "Hee. I shall now possess my very own drone," Field exclaimed, filled with delight. "Since its species has changed, it should no longer be called a pigeon from now on. It shall be known as the Black Raven." Field whimsically bestowed a name upon the creature, caressing the steel-like feathers of the black raven. "It truly resembles the Prussian eagle. Henceforth, it would make a splendid banner. Now, let us test its data." Subsequently, Field, as if he had discovered a new toy, released the raven, allowing it to soar freely within its territory. Astonishingly, the raven's flight speed was exceptionally swift, akin to the falcon's dive. Onlookers could merely glimpse a fleeting shadow of black. Furthermore, it could penetrate the gray mist without succumbing to corruption. Perhaps it had already become a corrupted being. Every cloud has a silver lining. While Field was engrossed in his amusement within the room, a knock resounded at the door. Field adjusted his collar and invited the guest in. "My lord, the Grand Assembly is about to commence. As per your command, I have gathered all the subjects in the open area." Tate, ever the epitome of efficiency, refrained from superfluous chatter. However, he was indeed a workaholic. In recent days, he had tirelessly overseen the construction, even personally hauling stones without respite, neglecting his wife, children, and mother in the process. His wife remained at the Grand Winery, engaged in the production of joy beans, an endeavor devoid of technical complexity. Field employed female freemen for this task, known for their meticulousness, and thus far, no poisoning incidents had occurred, even if they did. The female workers would not precipitate a catastrophic event. Tate's daughter, Alexia, spent her days in the gathering place of the freemen, playing alongside the girl named Wormwood, the rare exception among the night shift roles. As for Wormwood, an innocuous name befitting a freeman, she hailed from Bull territory and was intercepted by Field when the villagers initially offered her to the Bull Baron. She was cared for by the freemen and maids alike, lacking for nothing, with her primary duty being to prepare porridge for the slaves. Field, with a singular focus, brought the Black Raven to a halt atop the Grand Winery. Rising to his feet, he secured his longsword at his waist. "Excellent. Has the bread been distributed?" he inquired. "Indeed, it has all been dispensed," came the reply. Tate smiled and nodded. "You are truly generous." "Ha ha ha. It is not a matter of generosity. I merely wish for them to understand that to heed my words is to secure their sustenance." Field does not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Ever since the emergence of the two chosen ones, he has gained a considerable amount of confidence in his endeavors. Even in the face of the most dire circumstances, should every inhabitant of his territory turn against him, he could still rely on the two chosen ones to turn the tide. He himself remains a first-tier warrior, possessing the might of the top three forces within his domain. Power, strength, and wealth are the very foundations of a man's self-assurance. Field mumbled to himself. "It has been a while since I last checked the happiness of my territory. Name, Field. Occupation, Lord Territory, Starry Night Fortress, Windrise Village. And surrounding lands chosen ones: Ashina, Winter, Rosalia. Corruption, population, 427. Development level, 2. barely surviving, happiness level, -3, somewhat oppressive, environmental value, -25, in ruins. Surrounded by corruption, probability of chosen ones appearing, 0.00000000009. Darn it. Things have improved significantly. Field chuckled, though he lamented the slow pace of development. The happiness and environmental values had notably risen. The probability of chosen ones manifesting had increased ninefold. While still approaching 0, it ignited a glimmer of hope within Field. Let us go and meet our people, he proclaimed with renewed vigor. Outside the Grand Winery, a voice rang out, run. The last one to finish must steal Mr. Cow's boots. Tate's daughter, Alexia, like a jubilant lark, dashed ahead of the crowd, her spirit alight with curiosity about the territory. She had once arrived at Nightfall Keep. Trembling with fear, convinced she had stumbled into a witch's lair or the den of swamp monsters, a place only a child prone to fibs would venture. The territory had been a desolate wasteland, littered with remnants of corruption, writhing flesh, tentacles, and despairing slaves. The young girl had cowered beneath her blankets, too terrified to emerge. Even as sweat dripped from her brow. There were no flowers, no companions, nor the lively bustle of markets. However, today more accurately. Several days prior, Alexia had begun to acclimate to her surroundings, witnessing firsthand the transformation of the territory. Corruption was being eradicated, and the miasma of death receded further from her sight. Often, cloaked horsemen glided through the area, and the heavily armored guards remained vigilant at their posts by the Grand Winery. Alexia's first steps beyond the winery were taken alongside her maid, Sparrow, as they ventured to prepare rations for the liberated populace. It was then that she met her friend, Artemisia, a girl nearly sent to Bull Fortress. Hey Artemisia, look. Uncle Hammer is on stage. Are they going to dance? Let's join them. Artemisia shrank back. I don't know. I only know how to make porridge. Alexia tugged at her friend's arm. Stop thinking about cooking. Come on, dancing is so much fun. Wait, the adults are about to speak. Artemisia quickly interjected. Chapter 90, Ashina vs. Field, a stern reprimand of land-grabbing, second harmony. My dear subjects, good day to you. I am your lord, Baron Field. Field stood upright on the platform, waving to the crowd. Good day. Greetings to all. A considerable number of individuals in the audience responded, with some slaves fervently waving their hands, their faces beaming with joy. Field quickly recognized that most of the respondents were slaves who had joined the guard. At last, he thought, someone has responded with enthusiasm. The last assembly felt akin to addressing a congregation of lifeless corpses, utterly devoid of spirit. Field's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes resolute and bright. I shall refrain from further rambling. As previously promised, for every individual who earns a single gold coin, I will grant them liberation from their bonds of slavery, restoring their status as free citizens. To date, 6 individuals have successfully earned a gold coin, all hailing from my guard. With that, Field gestured towards the hammer and his companions. How remarkable! How did they manage to earn it so swiftly? They have been relentlessly vanquishing the decayed corpses. It is said that each corpse yields 1 silver coin. A wave of envy washed over me. I too yearned to stand proudly before the assembly. Field made a gesture with both hands, signaling for silence. If everyone united and executed my commands diligently, they would be rewarded with gold, sustenance, and freedom. We must not only survive in the realm of dusk, but thrive. The hammer and lynx, among others, were particularly stirred. Their fists clenched tightly, their bodies ablaze with fervor. Since their enslavement, their spirits had withered. Slaves have no chance for redemption. Their only hope lies in toiling relentlessly, striving for a place in paradise after death. Yet, the prospect of regaining their freedom seemed almost surreal. Hammer felt a surge of pride, lifting his chin defiantly. He vowed never to be a slave again, to marry and raise children, and to build his own earthen dwelling. What are your plans for the future? Lynx inquired, pulling out gold coins from his pocket, revealing 3 silver coins as well. However, in their current territory, there were no opportunities for expenditure. Hammer responded matter-of-factly. I will continue as a soldier. There is no meat to be had elsewhere. Such a blunt rationale, Lynx remarked, his lips twitching. Why do I feel that becoming a free man would not differ much from my previous life? That is because you are too naive. You have not witnessed the utter darkness of the mines or been forced to fight one another like pets. Our lives as soldiers in servitude are, in fact, quite comparable to those of free men outside, perhaps even more comfortable. How many free men can dine on jerky every day? Hammer clearly had a story to tell. Policies may shift, but following the Master's guidance is always prudent. I never imagined you possessed such insight, Lynx replied, astonished. You speak true. I hereby absolve you of your status as slaves. From this day forth, you shall be lawful residents of the realm of dusk. With a smile, Field proceeded to destroy the slave contracts and accepted 6 gold coins. Indeed, money begets money. The initial 40 silver coins had transformed into 1 gold coin, all while alleviating numerous troubles for Field. We wish to work in the guard, Lynx and the others declared in unison. Certainly, merely as soldiers, regular troops, Field responded, listing their names and offering encouragement. A monthly salary was tentatively set at 3 silver coins, with an additional silver coin for each undead slain. Compared to before, they now had a fixed monthly income. Yes, my lord, the group exclaimed, elated. They could hardly believe it. The amnesty had truly been granted. They murmured in disbelief, astonished that no officials emerged to cite any laws, confiscate their gold, and compel them back into servitude. Instead, the amnesty was executed with remarkable ease. The former slaves saw a glimmer of hope, filled with zeal, eager to rush into the fields and toil. Excellent. You may return to work now. I look forward to the day of your prosperity. Upon hearing this, they hurried back to their posts. Let us create value with fervor. Field grinned, playing with the gold coins in his hand. My lord, are you truly granting them freedom just like that? Cow wished fervently that he could blind himself to the wasteful actions of Field, which he found utterly intolerable. Their previous accommodations had already been more than sufficient, and such extravagance would undoubtedly impose a burden on our finances. Money is only truly valuable when it is in circulation, when it lies dormant in my warehouse. It is nothing more than a mere collection of cold, lifeless precious metals. Field shook the gold coins in his hand, exclaiming, Behold, this is the evidence. Silver coins have transformed into gold. With these coins, we shall acquire more slaves, and thus they will yield even greater wealth. However, the steward felt an unsettling itch in his mind, unable to articulate what was amiss. Field offered little explanation, instead employing the empathic magic of the feathered beast to summon his drone, the Black Crow. However, as the Black Crow soared beyond the confines of his room, Field furrowed his brow. Who occupies my chamber? Is it the maid? Field commanded the Black Crow to hover, casting a discreet glance. There, perched upon her pillow, sat the wolf-eared girl, a mischievous grin adorning her face, her supple wolf tail swaying with unmistakable pride. As she inhaled the faint, pleasant fragrance lingering on the adult's bed, she mused on the cleanliness that was evidently cherished, finding it quite delightful. With a playful lick of her beautifully manicured nails, she scoffed. That insufferable Rosalia dares to mark her territory with her scent. I cannot possibly allow that woman to outdo me. Humph, this place must bear my fragrance. What a revelation. It turns out Rosalia frequently sought refuge in her room, using the excuse of the softest bedding. Was that merely a fade? Was her true intention an insidious land grab? An attempt to claim ownership of her bed? Therefore, I implore you not to torment me incessantly. No, I must retaliate. These 2 little vixens have truly gone too far. Field ascended the stairs with haste and opened the door to the room. Ashina possessed a keen sense of perception. By the time Field swung the door open, she was already diligently organizing her desk, and the bed was neatly arranged, though slightly warm to the touch. Master, what is the matter? Ashina inquired with a look of innocent perplexity. Ah, so you are secretly indulging in territorial games behind my back, are you? The insidious capital exploits agriculture with unrelenting fervor. Engaging in primitive accumulation, I shall not permit it. Ashina appeared bewildered. What are you saying? I don't understand. Not understanding is precisely correct. I too am at a loss for my own words. Now let us face the punishment battle. Field was unceremonious as he shut the door behind him. Wait. No, this is unacceptable. The young girl stumbled back in trepidation. But just a moment ago, you mentioned marking territory with your fragrance, did you not? Field revealed a sinister smile. Let us engage in combat. Should you lose, you shall contribute to the defeat animation. How could you possibly have heard that? Ashina's pupils dilated in shock. Her perceptual abilities were extraordinarily acute. She recalled that even the former chosen one, Rosalia, only wandered a circle around the Nightshade territory. And she had detected it. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Could it be that the Black Raven had utilized my divine power mark? Chapter 91. Ashina's defeat. Field pressed forward with an imposing demeanor, the fierce wind from his palm striking left and right. I surrender, Ashina exclaimed, a mixture of laughter and exasperation in her voice. How could I possibly strike against you? Yet, I implore you to behave normally and refrain from bullying me. Surrendered already? How feeble. To surrender is to concede defeat, and conceding defeat means relinquishing the animation of loss. Field's mighty presence remained unabated as he struck Athena squarely. Though his attack bore no force. Ahem, please stop. I beg you, I do not wish to harm you in retaliation. Athena's cheeks flushed, and a soft moan escaped her lips as she felt a wave of tingling weakness, struggling to maintain her balance. The sweet, cloying scent of femininity flooded her senses, utterly obliterating Field's once proud rationality. Field effortlessly overpowered the so-called chosen one with an advantage of strength that was fundamentally non-existent. He seized her trembling foot with one hand and pressed her down with the other. The might of the chosen one is but a mere illusion. After receiving just one blow from me, she appears utterly fatigued. How laughable. The first chosen one shall be crushed beneath my equal footing. Field's blood surged with excitement. In this world, no one has achieved the feat of defeating a combat type, chosen one of the same rank. No. My divine power is on the verge of spiraling out of control. It is exceedingly difficult to restrain the tumultuous energy within. Ashina, too, struggled to maintain her composure as her sharp nails gently pierced Field's skin, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through his mind, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Little she-wolf. Do not underestimate humanity. Allow me to demonstrate the true strength of mankind. Absolute madness. The overarching narrative unfolds as Field and Ashina delve into a profound discussion regarding the social context, historical significance, and evaluative perspectives surrounding the enclosure movement. The specific content spans 10,000 words. Please click, expand. All right, my lord. I am utterly exhausted. Ashina, sporting dark circles under her eyes, yawned, remarking that the enclosure movement was far too profound, and your knowledge has filled my mind to capacity. I can absorb no more. Truly, I am the Lion of the North. Field, brimming with vitality, rose to his feet, nearly losing his balance, but still coldly inquired. Dare you play at the enclosure movement again? Shall we not engage in the primitive accumulation of capital? I do not dare, the girl mumbled incoherently in response, soon succumbing to slumber, murmuring about having grasped all the knowledge. Well, the next objective is to aim for the title of King of the Chosen Ones. But before that, let us first venture to Maple Leaf City for trade. No, wait, we must eat and drink first. I am on the verge of fainting from hunger. Field felt an unprecedented sense of weakness. This battle had indeed resulted in a mutual depletion of strength. As he was to depart from the Nightshade territory for a period, he found himself particularly occupied with settling all affairs of the domain. 3 days later, my lord, the goods have been loaded, Ashina announced as she pushed open the door. Clad in her maid's attire, she appeared unchanged. With a gentle reminder, she added, the army is also fully assembled. Very well, summon Rosalia from the quarry, Field replied, setting down his quill and stretching his limbs. Rosalia had been tirelessly clearing out the rotting corpses, and during her idle moments, she would go to the quarry to cut stone. Even the hardest rock yielded to her greatsword. Ashina inquired with a hint of confusion, is Rosalia going as well? There will be no one to protect the territory. The territory will be entrusted to the garrison. This time, I shall only take 5-foot soldiers and 5 cavalrymen, sufficient to oversee the slaves. The battles along the way will be left to you. Rosalia seldom intervenes unless faced with a crisis. Is there a particular operation planned? Ashina perceptively sensed the underlying issue, recognizing that under ordinary circumstances, Field would certainly leave a chosen one behind to safeguard the home. Field nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed the reason for his possession of potions. As they conversed, Rosalia entered through the window, casually discarding her dark cloak. With a spiteful glance directed at Ashina, she exclaimed in indignation, from this day forth, I shall not venture anywhere except by Field's side, to avoid being persecuted by a certain beast that dares to usurp my foot slave. I perceive you as one intent on my persecution, and furthermore, what an outrageous foot slave. Field rubbed his brow. Rosalia bared her teeth at Ashina, who, in turn, made a triumphant face. Enough of the antics. We have pressing matters at hand, Field admonished the two. Rosalia, it seems unfair that you must remain hidden in the carriage. Not at all. I can easily conceal myself, she replied. With that, Rosalia transformed into countless strands of blood, flowing into the gluttony greatsword. Only a single strand pierced Field's neck, binding the sword to him. What do you think? Disguised as a divine artifact, Rosalia's voice echoed triumphantly in his ears. Indeed, Field said, grasping the gluttony greatsword and swinging it a few times, finding it remarkably light. Actually, I am the one controlling it. Otherwise, it would be quite heavy. All right then, let us depart. Field secured the gluttony greatsword and slung it across his back. Downstairs, Iron Hammer and the others were fully armed, standing straight with their square shields and long spears, awaiting Field's command. My lord, are we not taking any wine to sell? Cal inquired, puzzled. Not for now. Frequently taking wine out will significantly diminish its value. We shall sell it later, Field replied after personally inspecting the goods. He mounted his warhorse and set off, with their destination being Maple Leaf territory. In Maple Leaf territory, the sky was dim, and over 50 robust figures congregated. Amidst the rising flames, torches were lit, allowing them to see one another clearly. It feels so damn satisfying to kill. Did you see that scene? Exclaimed a man with naturally curly hair, clad in leather armor and adorned with a chest plate. The defenses here are truly lax. One can easily infiltrate by masquerading as a refugee. Another man, sporting a thick beard, continuously wiped the blood from his long knife. Hey. Wizard, murder, and retrieving lost goods are two different matters. Rest assured, Bloodhand, I will not shortchange you, chuckled the man in the flowing red robe. Who are we to kill? Bloodhand asked, cracking his knuckles ominously. The wizard produced an image. Eliminate this baron. With a clang. Bloodhand drew his blade. Are you mocking me? No wonder you're so secretive. It seems you're courting death. The mercenaries' expressions shifted instantly, directing their weapons at the wizard. Their eyes filled with an unmistakable murderous intent, some spitting curses. Why kill the baron? Is it for a woman, power, or land? These things matter little to Bloodhand mercenary group. What matters is that the baron possesses fully armed guards and crushing heavy cavalry, and if luck runs out, they may even face a knight of valor, who would slaughter them like mere vegetables. Chapter 92, Bloodhand Mercenary Group. Haha, do not be so tense. If he truly had the strength, I would not have come personally, the red-robed wizard chuckled. Moreover, do not pretend to be law-abiding citizens. You have precedent in murdering nobles, such as in Wolf Howl Fortress. Haha, I merely seek to test your true intentions. If the price is right, we brothers would not hesitate to share the queen's bed. Upon hearing the revelations of the red-robed mage, Bloodhand did not react with anger, but instead laughed, sheathing his weapon and approaching with fervent camaraderie. All you need to do is carry out the task at hand. The red-robed mage rebuffed the outstretched hand, sneering incessantly. Mercenaries are devoid of any moral compass or discipline. They are among the few who dare to assassinate nobles and even usurp thrones. Such was the reality in the medieval era. Sforza seized Milan, and in 1066, the mercenary leader Robert the Fox conquered Sicily. Your target is Baron Field. You may inquire about him. He is a feeble and inept wretch, with scarcely a soldier under his command, perhaps not a single one at all. Find him first. Then eliminate him. The bounty is 500 gold coins, and all his wealth shall be yours. Oh, a noble without soldiers? Bloodhand tilted his head in confusion. What a joke. The mercenaries erupted into laughter. I can hardly wait to undress the Baroness or his daughter and cradle her in my arms. Come now. Do you think those who venture to Maple Leaf territory are accompanied by wives? They are here to indulge in pleasures. Laughter echoed. Enough, interrupted the mage, adding, I shall assist you throughout this endeavor. I am a second-tier fire mage. A second-tier fire mage is akin to a canon of this era, possessing tremendous lethality. It is advantageous to have a mage's assistance, but we shall not recklessly charge into danger. Grant us some time to verify the truth of your claims. Bloodhand's lips curled into a greedy smile. If your words prove false, the price will be different. The Bloodhand mercenary corps extinguished their torches and vanished into the shadows. As Field set foot within the Maple Leaf Fortress, he was greeted by cheers. See? I told you he would emerge alive. The soldiers manning the gate, laughing heartily, strained to operate the winch. Quickly, welcome the esteemed Baron inside. We have hot soup and olive wine awaiting you, sir. Please, come in for a drink. Many soldiers atop the walls cheered loudly. Where there is joy, there is sorrow. Some soldiers hung their heads in despair, lamenting over their empty pockets. Incredible. Someone actually returned a second time. Alas, my money is gone. The victorious soldiers stepped forward to invite him. You are our hero. Please come in for a drink. We have beds prepared for you. You truly emerged from the north a second time. May the goddess bless you. How dare they wager against me? Yet, the warmth of their welcome was undeniably comforting. I shall forego the drink, but I appreciate your kindness. Field lifted his eyelids, and indeed, upon arriving at Maple Leaf territory, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Even the soldiers exhibited a carefree and scattered demeanor, indulging in gambling and excessive drinking. However, his spirits remained high. and he chose not to reprimand the soldiers. The journey was remarkably easy, likely due to the small number of companions, 5 on foot, 5 on horseback, 15 slaves, and a maid named Qianzi. With the aid of the minimap and the Chosen One, they effortlessly reached the border fortress. It is worth noting that the border fortress of Maple Leaf territory is not solely the private property of the Maple Leaf Baron, but rather a shared asset between the Empire and the Baron, with the Empire holding the majority stake. After all, maintaining a colossal fortress and its extensive walls is beyond even the wealthiest of barons, like Simon. Oh, it has been ages since I last entered the realm of the living. How blinding it is, how I yearn for destruction, how I long to eliminate everyone. Unlike Ashina, who indulged in slumber, Rosalia, concealed within the great sword, incessantly chattered in Field's ear. You mustn't be discovered, Field whispered. I shall be cautious, my lord, she replied. Be vigilant. I sense a hostile presence wafting from that mountain over there, Ashina remarked, yawning as she lifted the curtain to indicate the direction. Hostile? Very well, I understand. Field acknowledged, casting a glance toward the distant mountain, shrouded in dense forest, obscuring his view. Amidst the soldiers' farewell from the fortress, Field led the group toward Maple Leaf City. Arriving the following day, the city appeared unchanged, its 3-meter-high walls resembling something out of a comedic tale, adorned with exquisite satin and flowers. However, the number of vagrants had surged exponentially since his last visit. Disheveled and expressionless, they huddled together, with no less than 1,000 visible at a glance. A sea of heads. Even the typically unguarded Maple Leaf City had no choice but to dispatch troops and officials to maintain order. So many vagrants? Field exclaimed in astonishment. A melodious laugh chimed beside him. You must have come from the moon. As Field turned to follow the sound, he beheld an exceedingly beautiful young woman. She was clad in the coarse linen garments of a merchant caravan, her head wrapped in a scarf, giving her the appearance of a married woman. Yet her vivacious demeanor resembled that of a youthful maiden. Field winked at her, inquiring if she would be willing to enlighten him. They are refugees. Some hailing from the Empire of Purple Gold, while others come from the province of Aton, and, of course, there are genuine vagrants among them. The woman shrugged, her eyes reflecting disdain. War is always thus. Base individuals inflict harm upon ordinary people who cherish life for their fleeting gains. Indeed, you are correct, Field smiled, prompting her to elaborate on the situation. The Empire of Purple Gold has fallen, and the heathens continue their westward campaign. The Kingdom of Valaya, the trade alliance of the Inner Sea, the Papal States, and the empire known as the Shield of Holy Light have united to form a punitive army, which should be capable of vanquishing the heathens. As for the province of Aton, it has erupted into civil strife. Cultists have seized the long-lost 5th-tier artifact, the Eye of Longing, and have rapidly assembled an army numbering in the tens of thousands overnight. The governor has already begun to ally with the prominent nobles in preparation for quelling the rebellion. Undoubtedly, the province of Aton is doomed this time. The situation is changing rather swiftly, Field remarked, a mixture of astonishment and delight crossing his face. It is truly a time of upheaval, prosperity for some, suffering for the common people, and demise for the many. Oh, you possess such insight, the woman replied, her expression one of surprise. Field smiled lazily, sensing the alluring scent of profit. It is only amidst great upheaval that one can seize tremendous gains. I hope you are not one who revels in war and bloodshed. The woman arched an eyebrow and departed with the caravan. Field waved his hand dismissively. Certainly not. I greatly appreciate your assistance. As soon as the woman departed, Field clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. The Viscount of Aton has rebelled. How splendid. A cold grin spread across Field's face. For Falon City lay just next door. Chapter 93. Simon's Chosen One, Florine. He still recalled the teasing smirk on his brother's face as he mocked him. Fulon City is renowned for its goats and beer. Huh, goats, indeed? Huh, beer, is it? Field licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. When I arrive, I hope you can still manage to smile. I must deliver a striking blow, leaving your headpiece in tatters. His earlier lament, the common folk suffer, they perish. They truly suffer, resonated with his genuine concern for his subjects. As for his adversaries, well, he chuckled, I am but a merchant of war. The others, including Hammer, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down their brows. The lordess' expression was most fearsome. Ahem, Ashina, please escort everyone for some rest. Also, gather additional intelligence. Field handed Ashina a pouch of gold coins. Purchase some delightful treats for the young men, and ensure my maid enjoys a hearty meal. They have endured quite a journey. Do take care of yourself as well. I require no sustenance. Do not underestimate me. Ashina replied with a chuckle, nodding in compliance. Understood. I shall follow your command. Thank you, my lord. The others were eager to express their gratitude, nearly rushing to him in adoration. Hammer, I shall not forget my previous promise. You are now free men. Go and enjoy yourselves. Field produced 5 gold coins for the guards and then revealed a handful of joyous beans. Do not forget to showcase the true prowess of the Nightfall Lord. These coins are your advance wages. As long as you endure, labor tirelessly. If questioned, merely say these are the divine remedies bestowed by my lord, a gift from the god of love. Feel free to share some with them, understood? Hammer and the others received the items, excitement evident in their voices. Understood. Field required their assistance with advertising. That very night, he did not visit Baron Simon. Just as the hammer returned, Simon's invitation promptly followed. A knock echoed at the inn's door, and the maid informed Field that Simon's chosen one had personally arrived, eagerly extending an invitation for him to reside at the estate. Such a grand gesture? It must be the middle of the night. Clearly, someone could not contain their anticipation. Field stifled a yawn. Events were unfolding more swiftly than he had anticipated, and with the chosen one present, it was essential to show due respect. I shall accompany you, declared Rosalia, who had been lost in thought in the shadows, turning with her hands on her hips, protesting, no one is allowed to sever our connection. Field was at a loss for words. What exactly is a link? It sounds rather peculiar. The next task will be swiftly handled, just to keep you on your toes. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Rosal, a master of idle banter, often speaks in audacious terms, yet she embodies the poise of a noble lady. In her leisure time, she enjoys reading or sipping tea, and occasionally indulges in a solitary game of chess. Field gently patted Rosalia's head, offering reassurance. You need only to remain concealed. I shall venture to the grand estate alone. However, concern clouded Rosalia's eyes. Yet, acknowledging Field's unwavering resolve, she nodded in agreement. If danger arises, simply call for me. I shall remain hidden outside the estate. I am aware of my responsibilities. After adjusting his attire, Field exited the inn and beheld the waiting carriage. Dearest Field, upon your arrival in Maple Leaf City, why did you not come to see me immediately? I have felt a deep connection with you for quite some time. A sweet, almost saccharine laugh emerged from the carriage, followed by the unveiling of a captivating figure as the curtain was drawn aside. Field instinctively glanced over, and his mind immediately became hazy. Sensuality, exquisite sensuality. He found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the bewitching woman before him, standing at a height of 175 centimeters. Her figure was opulent and voluptuous, boasting at least an E-cup size. As she walked, her movements were both unsteady and enticing, her long legs exuding a captivating sway with each step that left one breathless. Undoubtedly, a true enchantress. It seemed not to be a result of divine allure, but rather a manifestation of her physicality and beauty, which still allowed for rational thought. Field pinched his thigh, the pain jolting him back to reality. It was the first time he had encountered such an alluring woman. Greetings, I am Field, the Baron of Nightfall, he introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Florny, a third-tier chosen of Cupid. Welcome to Maple Leaf City. Florny spoke languidly, her words laced with an air of flirtation that made Field feel bashful. I hope we can share countless delightful nights together. Upon hearing that she was a third-tier chosen, Field felt a shiver run down his spine, his thoughts momentarily erased. According to historical records, the power of the chosen ones was related to the prosperity of their domains, and it seemed that this was indeed true. Field maintained his composure as he traversed Etiquette Avenue. Countless nights had passed, and his purpose here was to engage in visitation and trade. Surely, you have heard of the delightful beans. Upon acquiring this extraordinary treasure, my thoughts immediately turned to my old friend Simon. Do you not think of me, Filoni? How disheartening. Filoni feigned sorrow, eagerly clasping Field's hand, her snow-white rabbit-like form brushing against his arm. She playfully nudged him, insisting, do not heed the idle gossip. My talents cannot lead one astray. Noticing Field's wariness, Filoni chuckled softly, my expertise lies in concocting potions, healing, and a little secret, if you revel with me. You shall understand. It is certainly not to beguile the heart. I swear by the god of love. I certainly believe your words. Field, initially skeptical, found himself swayed by her oath, allowing a more natural demeanor to surface. Thank you for your trust. I prefer to captivate men with my own charm rather than through divine intervention. After a brief exchange, Field summoned his attendants to transport the goods to Maple Manor. In stark contrast to the tranquility outside the city, Maple Manor was heavily fortified this time, soldiers patrolling diligently, and Field observed numerous fearsome and bizarre magical beasts tethered to the ground. Upon his arrival, they bared their teeth, appearing ready to attack. "Foolish creatures, he is a guest. Show some decorum," Filoni chided softly. The beasts immediately fell silent, lowering their heads in submission. "My Lord Field, you must exercise caution. Recent murder incidents have been rampant. Not only have civilians and merchants fallen victim, but even nobles have been slain," Filoni remarked with a pout, expressing her irritation. "Those detestable cultists, I cannot fathom their mindset. Is not hedonism preferable? I too find it incomprehensible," Field shrugged. "What else would you expect from cultists? They're bound to wreak havoc. Greetings, dear brother. Forgive my failure to greet you. Times have been quite unsettled. You did not encounter any troubles on your journey, I hope." Just as they reached the entrance, Simon, clad in slippers and moving with clumsy strides, rushed over as if he had spotted a long-lost brother, seizing Field's hand with fervor. With Simon's grip tightening and his affectionate gaze fixed upon him, Field felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to slap this peculiar man. "Baron Simon, it must be fate that has allowed me to escape the northern province and be welcomed by you once more. Please, do come in." Simon, equally touched, ushered Field into the house. Upon seeing Simon, Field's last remnants of tension melted away. After all, the gold he traded amounted to only a few thousand. To a grand city, that was scarcely a day's worth of tax revenue, rendering any thought of his demise unnecessary. To kill would indeed entail assassination rather than a straightforward confrontation, after all. Even a whisper of harm against the nobility would provide others with the pretext to devour one whole. Yet, Feld knew well that Simon's display of emotion was utterly feigned, a mere pretense enhanced by iced red tea. Feld could see through his wicked intentions with ease. Such was the unspoken understanding among the aristocrats. "I have just acquired 20 exotic dancers, whom I trust you will find delightful," Simon remarked, winking at Feld with an expression that suggested a shared secret. He burst into laughter. "Last time, your experience was lacking, and that was my oversight. Upon learning of your interest in exotic maidens, I immediately recognized your inclinations." "Your sincerity could bring tears to a goddess," Feld exclaimed wistfully. "If only you could present me with 20 uncontracted chosen ones, rather than merely exotic dancers." "Indeed, I have always been sincere in my dealings," Simon replied with an endearing earnestness, then clapped his hands, summoning 2 maidens clad solely in gem-studded lingerie. The so-called gem lingerie merely covered the essentials with precious stones. Well, it could be considered a quaint amusement. Simon always sought out unique pleasures. "Now, what of the gourmet delicacies I requested?" "The finest selection, if you please." "My lord, the chef is still preparing them. They will be ready shortly." Field politely addressed Baron Simon, stating, "There is no need for such formalities. I have received your goodwill. You understand me well. I have always pursued combat and glory. My visit here is merely to present you with gifts and engage in trade." Upon hearing the words gifts and trade, Simon's smile blossomed radiantly, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, as he whispered eagerly, "Is it the joy pills? Please affirm that it is." "Oh my, do you have any idea how ecstatic I was when Filoni informed me of this news?" Beside him, Filoni gently lifted the corners of her mouth, tilting her head to reveal a joyful smile, reminiscent of a devoted spouse. It appeared that Simon was indeed grappling with a perplexing issue that had long troubled him. Setting aside the physical reasons, being perpetually surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women would undoubtedly elevate one's threshold significantly. Having an exquisite chosen one nearby, visible yet unattainable, would be disconcerting for anyone. Moreover, Field observed something quite unusual. Simon's grasp over Maple Leaf City was disturbingly formidable, despite his day-long revelries within the manor. He had learned about Field's made being of demi-human descent and the joy beings within mere hours. Perhaps Simon possessed exceptional domestic governance skills. Or perhaps he had a powerful intelligence network. One must not underestimate anyone, Field mused. In an instant of contemplation, Field earnestly stated, "Indeed, it is not merely the joy beans. There is also the northern divine oil and a special gift for you. Although they belong to the same category, your gift is of the highest quality. To put it plainly, it is the exclusive portion for Simon, albeit slightly diluted. You are my most esteemed guest, Simon." Simon, brimming with enthusiasm, jiggled his flesh with impatience, exclaiming, "Let me see the gifts. I can hardly wait." "Do not rush, Simon. The dishes are arriving. Let us not neglect our guests. We shall dine and converse simultaneously." The 3 of them took their seats in accordance with noble etiquette. with Simon comfortably occupying the main seat and introducing, though we have not hosted a ball. I assure you that these culinary delights are the finest in the entire High Fortress province. As Simon had promised, before the main course, a sculpture was presented. A lifelike mermaid reclined upon the rocks, her posture fluid, as if she were singing. Sculpted food? Field had heard of this pre-dinner delicacy. A confection crafted with meticulous care from almond paste, pastries, and dairy. Typically, it is sculpted into auspicious animals or scenes from mythological tales. Indeed. There is also this, a warm cup to soothe the body. Florine took the jar from the maid's hands and poured a cup of milk for Field. It had been quite some time since he had savored milk. Field was truly craving it. Although the sheep's milk from the knight's pastures was nutritious, its gamey flavor was quite overpowering. He took a generous sip, finding it delightful. This milk suited his palate perfectly. Florine furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, her face a portrait of confusion. Milk doesn't taste like this. This was drawn from my own source. It carries a hint of human essence, doesn't it? Field could no longer contain himself and let out a laugh. Haha, Florina covered her mouth, grinning mischievously. I'm just teasing you. This is milk. You can even go to the ranch right now. All right, playing it cool, are we? I have a friend named Rosalia. Perhaps the two of you will hit it off splendidly. Field, at a loss for words, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and joked. Oh, what a pity. Hey. I'm still here. Simon gently tapped the table, feigning indignation, yet a smile danced on his lips. He instructed the maid, pour us some wine, the Starlit vintage, please. Florina squinted her eyes playfully and chided. Oh dear, you really shouldn't drink so much. You get tipsy after just a little. I am well acquainted with the ensuing narrative. Field immediately envisioned the scenario. The husband gets drunk, while the guests and the wife perform the natural act of procreation in front of their inebriated spouse. Then comes pregnancy, followed by their son inheriting the Maple Leaf territory. Not a chance. Simon would never be so foolish. It would be best if I abstained from drinking. As Field pondered, he suddenly sensed a slight movement on the table. Something had rested upon his leg. Is this the temptation that has arrived? Field chuckled with a hint of mockery. However, I shall grant you a reprieve for the moment. Silently savoring a morsel of pastry, just as Field was about to indulge in a second bite, he was lightly nudged by another. Ah, such boldness. I fear you not. Field was no pushover and discreetly extended his leg. Floney shuddered slightly, instinctively tightening her stance. Then gazed at Field with a blend of 3 parts curiosity and 7 parts tender affection, her expression betraying an understanding of his thoughts. Before casting a sidelong glance at Simon. How audacious of you to provoke me. Field began to shake his leg, causing Floney to lower her head, a smile playing on her lips. Yet, to Field's astonishment, he was met with yet another gentle kick to his leg. Then, once more, even if you are a chosen one, you ought not possess 4 legs. Are you a crab? Chapter 95. A Sudden Assassination, the Pink Cat Beast Man. Field found himself ensnared in a perplexing dilemma. There were undeniably 3 legs striking against him, a reality rather than an illusion. Is this never-ending? Do they not recognize me as a good young man? Could it possibly be that this is the work of that depraved Simon? Field's pupils trembled as he contemplated lifting the tablecloth to peer beneath, yet he refrained, mindful of the dining etiquette befitting nobility. The sensation against his leg was certainly not that of a man's. Moreover, Simon's legs were not so lengthy. Should he be capable of delivering a kick across the table, he would have been formidable enough to guard against Kobe. Before Field could unravel the mystery, another leg came kicking toward him. Could it be that Florine was a creature of arachnid nature? Field, suppressing his bewilderment, succumbed to curiosity and attempted to direct both legs toward Florine. Florine emitted a soft hum, casting a gaze filled with confusion and intrigue. This expression left Field utterly flummoxed. As he pondered, so it truly was not her doing. How embarrassing it was to realize that the oddity stemmed from himself. Simon remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, preoccupied with thoughts of the joyous beans. Field, could you elaborate on the joyous pills? He inquired, genuine curiosity etched on his face. Regrettably, the sample I procured from a dubious establishment was taken by Florine. Field silently nodded, acknowledging that she was likely testing the efficacy or assessing the toxicity of the substance. It would indeed be peculiar to administer it directly to the Lord without hesitation. In essence, it could render one invulnerable, potent, and valiant. Field raised an eyebrow. Oh. I have heard those Kuan women speak of it. The men of the Nightshade domain can take on 10 opponents, ceaseless for an hour, and are the most formidable men they have ever encountered. Simon's face radiated envy. Field, as the seller, held Simon in high regard. This is nothing. If you acquire these divine elixirs, you shall become even more formidable. Please indulge yourself without restraint. I can hardly contain my enthusiasm. Simon, eager to experience the effects, requested to try. Ah, my newly purchased dancers have arrived. As he observed a throng of flamboyantly adorned women queuing to enter the hall, Simon, suppressing his excitement, immediately beckoned Field. Look, these are the enchanting dancers I have just acquired. My taste is impeccable, isn't it? They are perfect for me to experiment with the joy beans. Field gazed around, and indeed, he was surrounded by stunning women. Although they paled in comparison to the chosen ones, each was undeniably a beauty, more than capable of gracing the realm of internet fame. Yet, there was an unsettling tension in the air, a palpable aura of menace. The demi-human dancers clutched their hands tightly, some concealing them behind their backs, their sharp gazes fixated intently on their surroundings. As alarm bells rang in his mind, Field instinctively reached for the iris's brooch at his chest, but soon relaxed, silently savoring a piece of rare beast meat, relishing the elusive delicacy. They could not be assassins sent by Simon, leaving him with little cause for concern. Come on, let us see you dance, the way you did before. Shedding your clothes and writhing your belly, Simon chuckled heartily, mimicking the movements, appearing utterly delighted as he waved his arms enthusiastically. Calm down, Simon. It seems you've acquired a rather unruly kitten, Florine remarked, rising with a slight forward lean, her eyes ablaze with ferocity as she sensed the brewing trouble. What is happening? Simon inquired, puzzled, as he stood up. Wait, did someone just kick my leg? Field was at a loss for words. How could there still be legs when everyone was standing? Overwhelmed by curiosity, he bent down to lift the tablecloth and was immediately met by a pair of peach-pink eyes. Goodness! Careful! In that instant, Field's hand trembled, causing a dagger to slip from his left sleeve. His innate combat prowess surged forth, and he swiftly retreated, all the while gripping the iris's brooch in his right hand, prepared for battle. A sharp glint sliced through the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of tearing wood as the luxurious wooden table was cleaved with ease, sending the exquisite dishes flying. What on earth was happening? Simon was taken aback, and before he could utter a sound, a ghostly white dagger was already poised against his neck. Simultaneously, the feline dancers revealed hidden daggers, dinner knives, or stiletto blades. Several maids screamed as they fled, only to be overtaken and slain by the catfolk. Don't move, filthy humans. The catfolk, springing from beneath the table, held a dagger to Simon's throat, their pale pink hair flowing gracefully, exuding both beauty and fierceness. Stay calm, Field urged, sheathing his dagger and extending his hands in a placating gesture. Feline folk, let us converse peacefully. Do not harm him. Everything is negotiable. The cat-eared girl cast a disdainful glance at Field, her expression dripping with contempt. Hypocritical human, speak. Where have you taken our children, the pink catfolk? Oh, this was undoubtedly the result of Simon's own misdeeds, Field thought, shrugging off the need to embroil himself in the mire. He glanced at Florine, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Then, Field scrutinized the cat-eared maiden before him. Her long, peach-pink hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with lovely lace accents on her white, gauzy dress, which was exquisite. Her flawless, rabbit-like white feet peeked out from beneath the skirt, unmistakably belonging to the very cat girl who had earlier brushed against him. The dress also concealed a burgeoning cotton mass, and her neck and collarbone exuded a delicate beauty, akin to jade and ice. Florine scoffed. They have all been bought by the wealthy for their amusement. Some have been sent to the arena to be torn apart by ravenous wolfmen. Even if I told you now, it would be of no use. The weak catfolk are destined to be shredded and consumed, ultimately reduced to excrement. The surrounding catfolk seethed with rage, their resolve hardening. Dancing butterfly, we shall fight her. Friends, hold your horses. Let us first take this scoundrel Simon away, the cat girl. Dancing butterfly, who evidently led the group, replied. Florine remained unperturbed, lazily leaning against a nearby column, and turned to Field with an apology. My apologies for startling you. It seems our security has faltered. I am not particularly skilled in reconnaissance, allowing a little bug to slip through. It was evident that this cat girl was a chosen one. Among the chosen, a barrier existed, rendering them unrecognizable to one another unless divine powers were employed. Only Ashina possessed extraordinary perception, capable of discerning rival chosen from the slightest clues. Field perused the small map several times, confirming the absence of marked green dots. He could only let out a sigh of regret, realizing he had already been contracted. Otherwise, he would have simply captured him. Wait a moment. Who said one could not capture someone after being contracted? Field stroked his chin, though he acknowledged that it was not convenient for him to act rashly at present. He then nodded towards Florine, indicating, I am not particularly concerned, but you're barren. Haha, I am quite untroubled. Simon, resembling a simpleton, displayed no fear whatsoever. In fact, he tilted his head, bizarrely considering to lick the cat girl, only to be met with a fierce slap from her, which promptly subdued him. Chapter 96, The Assassin. Yet unable to strike the warrior, a first-tier chosen dared to infiltrate here, truly unaware of the meaning of mortality. I could scarcely be bothered to intervene. Florine chuckled lightly, then seductively clapped her hands, commanding, Chosen guard, heed my orders. Field consciously retreated, slowly distancing himself from the battlefield while keeping his gaze fixed on the movements of the cat-eared girl. The Chosen Guard, how intriguing. This so-called Chosen Guard is a special troop type that the Lord receives in response to a pact made with the Chosen. Just as Ashina had granted herself a quota of 50 first-tier wolf cavalry, yet could not enlist them due to the absence of dire wolves. As for the well-established Simon, he would naturally not encounter such an awkward predicament. Do not act rashly. Otherwise, I shall slit his throat. Butterfly Dance threatened loudly, yet Florina remained unfazed, not even fluttering her eyelids. Field shook his head in disbelief. Such trivial threats, if capable of instilling fear, would indeed be a rarity. In truth, Field perceived the assassination attempt by the cat people as nothing more than a farcical comedy. They appeared utterly oblivious to the circumstances within the manor, unaware that they were confronting a third-tier chosen one, and ignorant of whether Simon possessed any means of self-preservation. They recklessly ventured forth to assassinate him with a misguided sense of bravery. The only surprising aspect was the audacity of the dancer, who, instead of directly attacking Simon, chose to hide beneath a table. It seemed she genuinely intended to abduct him rather than kill him on the spot. Nonetheless, regardless of their intentions, both strategies amounted to sheer folly. Field rubbed his brow, regarding humanity, one of the world's dominators, with disdain. Such arrogance would only lead to slaughter and oppression. Indeed, the truth was evident, as the demi-humans lacked a formidable empire, with numerous tribes falling victim to massacre or enslavement. In the next moment, a brown lizard man clad in arcane robes seemingly materialized from thin air, emerging from behind Flornie. Accompanied by an exceedingly swift incantation, the lizard man mage pointed his staff and uttered, Phantasmal. Simon's rotund figure instantly became indistinct, transforming into an elusive shadow that effortlessly penetrated the arm of Dance Butterfly, as he casually stepped away. This is dire. Dance Butterfly's pupils dilated, nearly tearing at their sockets. She immediately thrust her dagger, only to find it met with empty air, utterly unable to strike the phantasmal Simon. A sense of foreboding surged through her, rapidly spreading within her heart, as panic visibly overtook her expression. The frantic beating of her heart resonated so loudly that even the distant Field could discern it. Ha! Simon laughed heartily, leisurely returning to Flornie's side. Well done, Flornie. Splendidly executed. Now annihilate them all. By the way, spare the chosen one among the demi-humans. Her vibrant flesh will be quite valuable and delectable. Indeed, my dear Simon. Flornie replied, licking the corner of her mouth. Come forth, children, and crush my enemies. With a thunderous cacophony of footsteps, a multitude of grotesque creatures emerged from the corridors of the Grand Hall. There were two-headed ogres, swamp lizard men, gnome spearmen, and even greenskin berserk orcs. However, unlike their typical forms, each bore a simplified mark of the god of love, likely a distinguishing emblem of the Chosen Guard. These monstrosities bore no resemblance to the descriptions found in the compendium. Field meticulously observed each creature, such as the swamp lizard men, who astonishingly possessed 4 arms, wielding a kite-shaped shield, a longsword, a chain mace, and a spear. The green-skinned, frenzied orcs bore twisted spider-like appendages on their backs, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Could it be that the chosen of the gods had altered their biological forms? Field pondered. Let us fight for our kin. Avenge our brethren. The demi-humans surged forward in a fervent rush. The gnomes at the forefront suddenly hurled their spears, accompanied by a powerful whoosh of wind, instantly impaling 3 cat demi-humans, who were sent flying, pinned against the wall behind them. Surround them. Although the monstrous beings appeared remarkably clumsy, they exhibited an impressive level of coordination. After the gnomes threw their spears, they promptly raised their shields and braced their weapons, forming a hollow circular formation that encircled the cat demi-humans. The heavily armored lizard men, eyes gleaming with ferocity, leaped into the fray from behind the gnomes. A dark mass of swamp lizard men advanced like a relentless tide, akin to armored tanks. Clang, clang. The cat demi-humans, undeterred by the looming death, gritted their teeth and raised their delicate, pale arms, attempting to break through with their short weapons. They fervently thrust their daggers and stabs, yet this was no farcical drama. The light armor was as fragile as paper, and the scenario of heavy armor crumpling was utterly impossible. With a crisp sound, the heavily armored lizard men remained utterly unyielding, their armor unmarred by even the slightest scratch. Unceremoniously raising their massive cleavers, the lizard men unleashed a frenzied sweep, the sound of tearing flesh mingling with the cries of agony and the splatter of blood. As the assassins were swiftly obliterated, then came another swing, another slash. Filthy blood flowed onto the ornate floor beneath their feet with each stroke of the lizardmen's blades. In less than a minute, the once ferocious cat demi-humans were reduced to mere fragments. All that remained was the chosen of the cat demi-humans, the dancer of butterflies. Gasping for breath, desperately defending with her dagger, relying on divine power. Alas, still a type of assassin among the chosen, their combat prowess in direct confrontation was woefully inadequate. It was estimated she could withstand for perhaps another quarter of an hour before she would be forced to perform the animation of defeat. Field perceived the impending danger. The cat girl before him, even if she were to attempt an assassination on him instead of Simon, would not succeed in a single strike, as either Rosalia or Ashina could effortlessly deal with her. Florine and Simon approached, both raising their glasses with cheerful expressions, entirely unfazed by the gruesome scene unfolding. Do not let a minor interruption dampen your spirits, they seemed to suggest. Field graciously accepted the offered goblet, raising it in a polite gesture. While contemplating the urgent need to enhance his own strength, the power of the seasoned Baron was truly formidable. Those entrusted with safeguarding the Empire along the borders were undoubtedly ruthless. As Butterfly gradually grew weary under the relentless assaults of the three lizard men, she summoned her divine skill, Shadow Strike. At a critical moment, confronted with the fierce onslaught of blades coming from various directions, Butterfly's divine energy fluctuated, seemingly melting away as she transformed into a shadowy form, swiftly traversing the floor and evading the creature's attacks. As her shadow swiftly approached Simon, Butterfly leapt forth from the darkness, a deep aura of black energy enveloping her dagger, gradually coalescing into a terrifying edge. A strike from such a dagger would undoubtedly inflict great suffering. Oh, quite impressive, Florine remarked in astonishment, then casually sipped her wine, though it proved ineffective. The lizardman mage hastily conjured a third tier spell, Aurora Barrier, with a swift incantation. He cast the protective magic upon the ground. Bang! A painful grunt escaped Butterfly's throat as her head collided forcefully with the suddenly manifested magical barrier. Before she could even touch the ground, the green-skinned, frenzied orc swung his spiked club with ferocity, accompanied by an excruciating sound of flesh meeting flesh, sending Butterfly soaring through the air like a delicate wreck. Chapter 97. The friend of the half-maiden, the chosen one, possessed remarkable vitality after expelling a copious amount of blood. Butterfly rolled several times on the ground, her beautiful attire now stained with crimson, utterly disheveled. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the last remnants of her divine power, transforming herself into a shadow and vanishing from sight. Field was taken aback, a flicker of joy stirring within him, although this matter did not directly concern him. Witnessing Simon's brutal slaughter of living beings, even cannibalism, was undeniably unsettling. Of course, the demi-human was not of his kind, and having already been bound by a contract, he felt no obligation to protect her. Now that the cat girl had fled, it was a situation that pleased all parties involved. He could observe Simon's gruesome display without having to partake in the horror, akin to enjoying a captivating performance for free. Noticing Florine's penetrating gaze, Field feigned shock and astonishment. Has she escaped? Could she continue her assassination attempts? He pondered. Heightened security, guards, conduct a thorough search to apprehend the assassin, Florine commanded. Then shifted to a more delicate demeanor, gently addressing Field. My dear Baron, there is no need for alarm. Let us relocate to another venue to continue our festivities. Field, clearly disinterested in pleasantries, cleared his throat and stated, Thank you for your goodwill. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. He continued, the joy beans, or what you refer to as the joy pills, possess effects that are relatively less pronounced. In contrast, the Northern Divine Oil, particularly the exclusive portion reserved for you, offers superior efficacy intended solely for the esteemed. After elaborating on the wares he had brought, Field remarked with a smile, This is a divinely inspired gift from the God of love, and I trust you shall not let my effort go in vain. Certainly not, Simon proudly interjected. The motto of the Maple family is to lower our defenses. Everyone is a brother, despite the presence of numerous corpses in the hall. He spoke these words with utmost sincerity. After I have tested the effects, we shall discuss the price, Simon added with a grin. But until then, please, take a moment to rest. Surely, there will be no more assassins? Field quipped. I lack the protection of a formidable chosen one. Rest assured. That half-breed has lost her capacity to attack. I guarantee we shall soon locate her, Florine asserted with conviction, raising 2 fingers as if to emphasize her sincerity. Of course, if you fear a lack of protection, I can accompany you. I think not. Spending a night with Florine might well mean not seeing the sun rise the next day. The presence of a human commanding a legion of monstrous guardians left no doubt of her ability to manipulate minds. As for her earlier oath, it was likely nothing more than a child's tale. Field vaguely surmised the means by which she manipulated the creature. The room assigned to Field was situated on the 2nd floor, a lavish Gothic chamber adorned with flowing draperies. The mere value of the rare plants, insect specimens, and oil paintings within could rival that of several stone houses belonging to the common folk. My lord, please allow us to prepare a celestial bath. The recent assassination attempt has surely caused you to perspire, and we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. 2 maids entered. It is a common misconception that individuals in the medieval era did not bathe. It was the commoners who often neglected such cleanliness, while the nobility maintained their hygiene. For instance, the Empress of the Griffin Empire was renowned for her penchant for bathing, indulging in a daily ritual even on the sacred Lord's Day. Much to the dismay of the Pope, who had penned several letters of protest. Celestial bath? Field awkwardly scratched his head, pondering the notion of a natural bath, which entailed a communal washing experience in an open-air bathhouse where both men and women would bathe together. Generally speaking, after the bath, the men emerged clean, while the women remained uncertainly attired. Such natural bathing was a favored pastime among the aristocracy. However, Field was a man of propriety, unable to abide such practices. No, it was not a fear of public censure that deterred him. No need for that. Just provide me with a large tub, he remarked, stretching lazily. Before long, a silver tray brimming with roses and herbs was brought forth, accompanied by a golden goblet filled with wine and an array of fruits. Simultaneously, an enormous bathtub was delivered. As the roses and herbs were poured into the tub, a delightful fragrance permeated the air. The maids dutifully shed their remaining garments, revealing their forms in all their splendor. My lord, please, they beckoned. Field could only marvel at the overwhelming spectacle before him. Field gently rubbed his brow, pondering how any ordinary man could endure such imperial treatment. It is no wonder that the Maple Leaf territory has flourished in wealth, with countless nobles depleting their savings to experience this lifestyle. It is simply irresistible. However, indulgence must be curtailed. I shall exercise restraint and, in due course, assemble a chosen maidens' brigade, which will surely rival theirs. After reciting this thought several times, Field waved his hand and, with a most reasonable justification, stated, You may leave. I only require my personal maid and do not need your services. The maids obediently exited, closing the door behind them, replying, Yes, my lord, should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon us. Field comfortably reclined in the bathtub, the water at an exquisite temperature that allowed every inch of his skin to relax. In this moment of bliss, he was oblivious to the encroaching night. He indulged in a few idle musings, his mind already devising plans to construct a domain that would surpass the splendor of Maple Leaf territory. After approximately 10 minutes, just as Field was about to rise, a shadow suddenly descended from above. With a splash, it landed directly in his bath. Goodness, why here of all places? Field, startled at first, quickly regained his composure, activating the long iridescent sword he had at the ready, pressing it firmly against the intruder's neck. Ah, little kitty. I knew you would come seeking me. The cat-human, terrified of water, struggled to escape the confines of the tub. But the cold blade of the silver sword pressed against her throat left her bewildered. Is this a divine artifact? Why are you not the least bit surprised? How did you know I would come? Field let out a cold snort, remarking, With your reckless and irrational approach, even my maid's foot arch could foresee your next move. Ah? The waterlogged cat girl still fails to comprehend, her rosy eyes fixed on Field, a look of utter bewilderment adorning her face. In this entire estate, I dare say I am the sole individual without guards or spies. Field smiled confidently, thus I surmise you would inevitably come here. I merely did not anticipate the extent of your audacity. It appears that today's co-ed bath is unavoidable. Field dismissed the maidservants, contemplating this very matter. The dancing butterfly had descended into chaos. How do you know there are no guards? If there were, you would not have come. I would be aware that Simon was watching me. If there are none, your presence indicates that Simon holds a degree of respect and trust in me. Do you comprehend? A pink cat head. Field patiently unraveled the logic surrounding the dance butterfly. Upon noticing the clarity in her eyes, he sheathed his iridescent sword and introduced himself. I am Field, the Baron of Nightfall, often referred to as the friend of the androgynous. Humph, despicable human, do you think I would trust you? Chapter 98, 3 million gold coins. The dance butterfly was immediately reminded of her fallen comrades, her eyes welling with tears as she drew a dagger, pointing it at Field. Do not be so foolish. Your true enemy is Simon, and I, Field, have no involvement in this matter. Should you choose to end my life, your own demise is assured. Furthermore, in your current weakened state, do you truly believe you can kill me? The dance butterfly regained her composure and coldly inquired. What do you intend to do? I desire you, he replied. Field responded without hesitation, asserting that even if the assassin held little value for the development of the Nightshade domain, he was a man who cherished talent. The sudden shock caused Dance Butterfly to nearly succumb to internal injury. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she raised her hand, ready to strike. How infuriating. You humans are truly despicable. I am asking for your allegiance, not for you to wander off in your thoughts, Field said, fingers interlaced and voice languid. That is out of the question. I am already pledged to another lord. And besides, humans cannot forge contracts with subhumans. You fool. Field was certainly aware that the dance butterfly had been bound by a contract, yet he wished to probe further. The traitor is indeed myself. Oh, how delightful. Who says one cannot change masters? No means no. I would rather perish before you. The catfolk grew increasingly agitated, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Come now. Let us meet our fates together. I still have my trump card. This trump card was undoubtedly a sacred artifact of separation. However, her resolute refusal to submit indicated the formidable nature of the chosen one's binding contract, which was far more stringent than a mere marriage certificate, rendering seduction rather difficult. Do not be anxious, Field gently reassured, then raised his hand to pat the plush ears of the cat girl, caressing her head as well. Dance Butterfly exclaimed, I feel a bit happier now, but wait, don't touch me. Hey, why are you so skilled at this? This was because Field, at home, would often tease Ashina, even instilling in her some habits that were hard to correct. Without being teased a couple of times a day, he felt quite uncomfortable. The cat ears perked up, and Dance Butterfly exclaimed in a panic, Someone's coming. Field furrowed his brow and submerged the feline's head into the water, instructing it to hide. Hold its breath, and remain still. He then proceeded to pour red wine and rose petals into the bath, laying a towel atop to obscure the view of the water's depths, pausing only when the clarity was entirely compromised. The sensation of pristine touch mingled with an overwhelming pressure that would be intolerable to any ordinary individual. A bubble broke the surface of the water, and it seemed as though the creature, either distressed or astonished, nearly leapt out, but remained still at the bottom, calming itself only when a knock echoed through the air. My Lord Field, we heard a disturbance and suspect an assassin. For your safety, may we enter to conduct a search? Of course, please feel free. Field remained utterly unperturbed. Even if the catfolk were discovered, he could easily feign coercion. The estate soldiers, cautious not to overstep their bounds, conducted a brief inspection of the premises, uttering an apology before departing. Butterfly's face flushed crimson, akin to water reaching a boil, as she emerged awkwardly from beneath the surface, with wide eyes brimming with tears. She murmured, It's tainted, it's tainted. Who told you to meddle and disturb young Field? Sighing, she added, Let us not dwell on that. We must discuss what truly matters. You wish to survive, do you not? To avenge your comrades, or to seek the lost children of the catfolk? Field inquired earnestly. Butterfly seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope as memories of her fallen companion surged forth, and she implored, Yes, can you assist me in eliminating Simon? No. Why would I aid another's chosen one against my own trading partner? Besides, Simon is no easy adversary. Without hesitation, Field declined. He was no pawn to be manipulated. After all, they were both members of the human aristocracy, and his interests were intertwined with Simon's. Butterfly pouted, tears spilling anew. Do not be so feeble. I can engage in commerce with Simon, just as I can with you, Field reassured her with a gentle pat on the head. Butterfly mused, among the aristocracy. Eternal friendships are rare, however, everlasting interests can prevail. Simon and I enjoy amiable discussions solely because our interests align without conflict. Yet, once night falls, disputes over trade, population, and territory will inevitably arise. Simon will eventually become an enemy, especially since he is a ruthless deviant. This is clear to me. Hence, securing my own interests is paramount. Though such thoughts need not be shared with the catfolk. Do not touch my head. You humans of noble birth are truly despicable, so quickly turning against your allies. Though she spoke thus, Butterfly was no longer agitated. Instead, she curled up in a corner of the bath, patiently awaiting Field's continuation. If you were to switch allegiances and pledge loyalty to me, I would assist you in your vengeance. Butterfly responded without hesitation, that is unacceptable. All else is negotiable. Then let us propose another arrangement. You may restore your divine power in my chamber, and I shall shield you, even aiding your escape from the estate. Your inability to transform into a shadow and flee indicates a deficiency in divine power, or perhaps the presence of surveillance outside. Yes? Very well. State your terms. After a moment's hesitation, Butterfly nodded. I jest. First, allow me a glimpse of your artifact. I am quite curious about its capabilities. The Shadow Lady's makeup box, which could transform into a shadow dagger, Butterfly revealed. The dagger in her hand was enveloped in shadows, morphing into an exquisite black makeup box. It can alter appearances, evading detection. Upon finishing her explanation, Butterfly applied a few items from within to her face, astonishingly transforming into the visage of the older sister with whom Field had previously conversed. So, do you recognize me now? The Baroness from the moon. It turns out that the one who spoke to me about the state of the Empire during the day was, in fact, you. Field suddenly had a revelation. No wonder the wife, despite her mature appearance, radiated an air of youthful exuberance. Impressive, indeed. Dance Butterfly was delightfully pleased with Field's reaction, her cat ears twitching animatedly. It seemed that a lord like you, devoid of a divine chosen one, could only harbor envy. Envy? What a ludicrous notion. The iris longsword belonged to the same category as her sacred artifact. Not only could it transform entirely, but it also surpassed her dagger in length while maintaining a higher degree of concealment. Alas, the transformative ability of the iris brooch was limited to mimicking those she had encountered, while her makeup box allowed for limitless adornment. Very well. If you can procure a profit of 3 million gold coins for me, I shall assist you in your escape. Otherwise, I will summon the guards and delight in witnessing your high-intensity defeat animation firsthand. Despicable human. Dance Butterfly rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from frustration. 3 million gold coins. Do you comprehend what you were suggesting? It is hardly excessive. A first-tier artifact can fetch 100,000 gold coins. Surely a divine chosen one must be worth 3 million. Chapter 99. Reaching an agreement, I do not expect you to repay the entire sum at once. I trust that you and your lord can bear this burden. Of course, you may also settle the debt with crucial information or resources, or even offer your services to me, as long as the total value meets 3 million. That is far too much. We subhumans do not possess such wealth. Subhumans rank among the most impoverished races, save for a few noble subhumans, such as dragon subhumans or the fox subhumans skilled in amassing wealth. The rest languish in small tribes, struggling against hunger and hardship. With a sorrowful expression, Dance Butterfly produced a beautifully crafted handkerchief, carefully wrapped within it a single gold coin, 6 silver coins, and 3 copper coins. This is all I have. I adore beautiful clothing, and saving money is a formidable challenge. You are a thief, or was it an assassin? In any case, you are bound to uncover treasures or artifacts. Clothing hardly bears significant value. After Field ruthlessly confiscated her gold coins, he toyed with them and coldly declared, repay 1 gold coin now and swear an oath with your divine contract. If you cannot repay, then you must settle the debt with yourself. But you wish to live and seek revenge, do you not? Do not forget how your comrades and kin met their tragic ends. Only by living can you pursue retribution against Simon. We are partners in interests. Do not perceive me as an adversary. If you require assistance, you may seek me out. With the situation having reached this critical juncture, there were no other options available. Though she was injured and the makeup kit could disguise her, the manner prohibited her from leaving, rendering her unable to escape as a maid. Misled by a flurry of words, the dancing butterfly, in a daze, swore an oath and signed the repayment contract. Very well, from now on, you will heed my guidance. I shall aid you in surviving and fleeing. After outlining the necessary precautions, the two shared a silent night. In the darkness, Field listened to the soft sobs of the young girl. Uncertain whether her tears were for her lost kin or for her uncertain future, he simply drifted off to sleep. With Field present, no guards entered to conduct searches, allowing the dancing butterfly ample time to restore her divine power. The following day marked a pivotal moment, as Field and Simon convened in the hall to deliberate the pricing of the joy beans. Simon appeared utterly exhausted, yet his face radiated pride and excitement as he exclaimed, "I was remarkably valiant last night, playing 3 rounds without a break. As expected of you," Field responded with an approving glance. "Now, regarding the formula for the joy pills, I am willing to purchase it at a high price." Simon's tone shifted, adopting a sincere demeanor as he stated, "I am prepared to offer 50,000 gold coins. However, if one were to regard the joy beans as magical potions, the formula's worth would be at least 300,000. 50,000 was merely a fantasy." Field had long been prepared, smiling as he said, "This is a recipe bestowed by the gods. The deity of love forbids me from sharing it. I apologize. But let us return to discussing the offer." A flicker of anger and resentment briefly crossed Simon's eyes, cleverly concealed, yet keenly perceived by Field's astute gaze. "Given the intricate preparation and the rarity of the raw materials involved, I trust you would not wish to disappoint the deity of love." Field sat calmly in his chair. 50 copper coins for a joy bean, while the northern divine oil was priced at 10 gold coins. Judging by his tone, it seemed that Simon was not open to negotiation. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Field's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a crisp sound that resonated with unwavering composure. "Though I may present an abundance of pills, you are acutely aware that this is the sole batch in the entire empire, perhaps even the entire world. I have chosen to supply you exclusively. The profitability of a monopolistic venture is self-evident." Field flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. 40 silver coins for the joy beans, and 80 gold coins for the northern divine oil. "Are you jesting? 80 gold coins? That could rival the cost of potions," Simon exclaimed, his urgency evident for the first time in Field's presence. "Moreover, no commoner would spend 40 silver coins for merely an hour of pleasure. Do not be so rigid. You could divide the joy beans into 40 portions, each priced at 3 silver coins, thus doubling your profits. Additionally, you need not confine your sales to the lower class. You could extend your reach along trade routes to major cities, where demand abounds." Field felt assured of his monopoly on this product. Simon fell into a contemplative silence. This pill was of particular significance to him, not solely to address his own issues. More importantly, it held value for Florine. Administering the berserk potion to orcs would utterly deplete their vitality, while the joy pill would not. "Your pricing is excessively high. I can offer certain conveniences, but a reduction in price is imperative." "Conveniences? Please elaborate." With renewed vigor, Field engaged in a meticulous discussion, culminating in the sale of the joy pills for 30 silver coins each and the northern divine oil at 50 gold coins, even surpassing Field's initial price predictions. In total, 3,500 pills and 200 bottles of divine oil amounted to 19,150 gold coins, of which Simon paid a sum of 19,000. Moreover, Simon generously provided Field with the coveted artisans, 2 apprentices each of stone masonry and carpentry, along with 1 blacksmith apprentice. Artisans are the cornerstone of a lord's domain and are rarely available. Thus, being able to acquire 5 apprentices was indeed a significant windfall for Field. This development would undoubtedly accelerate the construction of Nightfall Keep. However, Field was obliged to meet Simon's stipulations, ensuring that joy beans and a range of related products would be exclusively supplied to Simon, with the next pricing being required to reflect a decrease. Field did not intend to rely on the joys of fleeting wealth for a lifetime. He merely sought to earn a quick fortune a few times. As the true development of Nightfall County lay in industrial progress. Farewell, Baron Simon, and the enchanting Miss Florine. Do not lament the gold coins, for they will ultimately find their way back to your coffers in Maple Leaf territory. Florine cast a flirtatious glance at Field, sweetly saying, "Goodbye, do think of me." Simon, however, appeared helpless, lamenting over his precious gold. With a hearty laugh, Field nodded to the slaves pulling the cart and proclaimed loudly, "Load the empty barrels. We are setting off." At that moment, a concealed shadow slipped out from within the house, flowing like liquid and swiftly entering one of the empty barrels. "Oh, this is quite heavy," one of the slaves noted, realizing something was amiss. "Cough, cough, stop dawdling and get to work," Field admonished sternly. "Haven't you eaten? Move quicker." Yes, my lord," the slave replied, startled, and hurriedly began loading the cart. This scene was witnessed by the manor's guards. But since it was commonplace for nobles to reprimand their slaves, it was dismissed without further thought. It was only after the carriage passed through the restricted checkpoint that Field finally let out a sigh of relief. Let us return to the post station. Field drew back the curtains of the carriage and, upon noticing Rosala waving at him from a distance, returned her gesture with a nod and a smile. Upon arriving at the inn, Field encountered a crowd gathered at the entrance, comprising individuals clad in noble attire alongside those in clerical garb. It appeared that debt collectors had arrived. Chapter 100, Nibelungen, an elderly priest, draped in the robes of the Holy See and flanked by ecclesiastical knights, approached Field with measured steps. He casually dipped his fingers into a chalice of holy water and flicked it upon Field, uttering, "Lost lamb, may the sacred light bless you." "Thank you very much," Field replied with a smile, surmising the purpose of their visit. "Greetings, may I inquire about your business?" "The heathens are wantonly trampling upon the sacred grounds of the goddess of holy light. The church seeks to assemble a divine retribution army to safeguard the people and their freedom. We require your support in the form of gold, provisions, soldiers, or chosen ones to join the fight against the heathens." Ah, as expected. Just when his funds had barely warmed in his hands, they were already being eyed by others. "I'm afraid I require the Empress's decree before I can provide military supplies," Field shrugged, feigning regret. The old priest proclaimed with righteous fervor, "We fight for all of humanity. The Empress will consent. It is merely the edict that has yet to be issued." Had it not been for Field's studies of the continent's history, he might have been deceived by the priest's righteous demeanor. The church had indeed organized divine retribution armies on 7 occasions. However, they merely provided the pretense of action without deploying genuine military force, particularly high-caliber troops. Each time, they would only muster a small contingent of 3,000 to 4,000, composed of seasoned ruffians and brigands, who would pillage their way to the front lines, only to flee at the sight of the enemy. It was nothing short of a plundering expedition, and the donations collected transformed into lavish villas, delightful boys, and gold ingots, all for the enjoyment of the clergy of the Holy Light. The battles against the heathens were almost entirely undertaken by various dukes, earls, knightly orders, and regular armies of multiple nations. While they, too, relished in pillaging, they genuinely exerted themselves during combat. The last divine retribution army, known as the Silver Wings of the Spear of Holy Light, even saw the death of the newly enthroned emperor, leaving the imperial family without an heir and plunging the parliament into an awkward interim situation. Field chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall pray daily, hoping that the goddess of holy light bestows miracles upon the warriors. As for monetary matters, let us refrain from discussing them." The old priest nearly choked on these words. For were they not the very phrases he often employed to deceive others? "Do not engage in myopic actions. When the heathens approach the Griffin Empire, you may find yourself regretting your choices too late." The old priest's voice bore an ominous tone, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Field spoke candidly and without preamble. "I shall personally lead my troops into a direct confrontation with the invaders, rather than squander our resources on the idle, allowing them to indulge in lavish lifestyles." He chose to spare his companion's dignity by withholding the latter part of his statement. A few chuckles erupted among the assembly, revealing the ignorance of the rural baron regarding the terrors of the heathens. Such arrogance and pride would inevitably lead to one's downfall. In a moment of vexation, Field glanced at the jesters, prepared to retort. The baron was indeed correct. Knights ought to engage the invaders directly instead of retreating to spend gold as a means of appeasement. However, the essence of loyalty is paramount. Until the Empress makes her decree, we must exercise caution. The Griffin Empire is on the verge of a rift with the Papal State, a matter well understood among the nobility. This discord is not merely due to the Empress bathing on the feast of the Lord. At that moment, Field turned to see a robust gentleman clad in noble garb, though the attire was secondary to the emblem emblazoned upon his chest, a blue dragon clutching a sword in its jaws. The Nibelungen family? Renowned figures from the Morning Breeze province, one of the Empress's true blades, wielding significant power as a 6th-tier chosen one. Reinhard Nibelungen, the gentleman smiled. "I have heard of you, the most benevolent noble, Field, who was always willing to extend a hand to the impoverished." Field took the initiative to greet the nobleman. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I assure you, I am indeed a kind-hearted individual. It is quite a serendipitous encounter, as we are on our way to visit Baron Mapleleaf, whose economic and agricultural support is paramount to our efforts in quelling the rebellion." Rang has no qualms about disclosing information. "There are far more cultists than we had anticipated, and they have utterly indoctrinated the entire populace of the Viscountcy. My dear old friend, it appears you two are here to seek favors. As for our Ross family." Field wore an expression of hesitation, suggesting that we ought to contribute to the empire. Rang, perplexed, responded, "Indeed, the governor's letter has been dispatched at the earliest opportunity." "Were you not aware? Fulong City is situated right on the border of the Viscountcy, and your brother is already mobilizing the military forces. It is not too late to be informed." Field suppressed his excitement, stating, "I have been dwelling in the desolate northern province, and I have only just ventured out for a mere 2 days. Oh, the news of your appointment as the Nightfall leader is indeed true. Poor child. How could your father bear to send a newly minted adult to such a dreadful place? I shall bring this matter to Her Majesty the Empress, surely. Her assistance can be sought since it is for the expansion of our nation. You are a hero." This unexpected turn of events took Field by surprise. Rather than discussing donations or support, the focus shifted to his own welfare. Regardless of whether it was mere politeness, Field's admiration for the gentleman before him grew immensely. "I am exceedingly grateful, but I wish to partake in quelling the rebellion, not by contributing funds, but by providing troops." A familiar sound of laughter erupted once more. "This is no leisurely outing," declared a flamboyantly dressed young man, hands on his hips, chest puffed out. "Do you possess soldiers? You appear utterly alone." Without even a single attendant, hardly the profile of one who could earn military accolades. "Who do you think you are?" Field retorted, recalling the earlier mockery. Laying frowned and interjected, "Farid, please temper your frivolous demeanor. Every individual serving the Empire deserves respect." The man referred to as Farid remained unimpressed, arms crossed. Wearing a mocking expression, Field could hardly be bothered to glance at him, and earnestly addressed Laying, "I shall lead my troops to provide assistance in quelling the rebellion." "Excellent. This is the true spirit of an imperial knight." The elder nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a letter from his breast pocket, which he would privately open upon returning. The document detailed the precise locations and timings for the assembly, indicating that every faction was indispensable. It all seemed rather enigmatic. Field curiously stroked his chin, yearning to pry it open at once. "Pay no heed to that dandy. This battle may very well grant us a fief. Let us strive together, for we might charge towards the enemy side by side." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sir Field." Several young nobles accompanying Rang approached, nodding amicably at Field while introducing themselves. Many of these nobles possessed no land, and some were merely holders of honorary titles. They yearned for military achievements to lead a life befitting true nobility. Thus, they held a certain fondness for the equally unfortunate Field. After exchanging a few words of encouragement, Rang departed with the other nobles. Chapter 101.